Standing by for confirmation now.
Hello Counter-Strike fans, welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. It's day 2 of the Legend stage. If you missed day 1, you missed a treat, but don't worry, we got you covered.
Five M4s on deck. We've got EG looking to go for the contact into this B site.
Oh, too late for the grenade. You've got to have the crossfire of your teammate. There's a great flash bounced off the wall, spots Stanislaw as well and resets his position. A common one, but Stanislaw doesn't quite have the angles and he knows that more players are coming.
These helmets are coming up. Copenhagen Flames now take that 3-round spread.
Hobbit, fast headshots, leaving it a 2 versus 2 now. And now they've got a telegraphed push from Vitality and a baited switch set up as well. We've got Kicker trying to trade, but MOUZ is ready for it.
Smokes go off, they can't see front side of ramp, and he has to hold the lane, has to be aware of it. Lackey goes for the bomb plant, Krad's already through, jumping around and falling, couldn't see it, he was flashed off, and he's on 4 HP, and down he goes. Killian gets him through the smoke and followed that up with the AWP. In fact, he got him clean, it wasn't through the smoke. He takes Grim as well.
Even flashed, it doesn't matter. He caught him half a second before and was taking down Dexter as well. Absolutely brilliant. Now they know Popsky showing up for the triple spray down with the M4.
Mid-pressure from both teams to start off. What a tone and a tempo they want to set. Minute and 36, and we've already got 2 kills, both of them going the way of Na'Vi. Sights. Electronic, man, that's not bad at all. 4 kills for him in that round. What does Zip do? He's boosted up. In the wrong direction for how that boost typically works. They don't expect him to be there. He still finds 2. It'll do.
Nico hanging around. There's the headshot to bring down Rain. That's the spin. Third one maybe coming in here. Olofmeister's thinking about Nico's got it red, and he'll pop his head as well.
Does work for the first, but there comes an easy second for Yabi. Swung into the top side, looking potent, and a chance for the plant. Oh, wow.
That's the bomb.
That was the bomb, and
That's the round.
the round.
Daphne. Oh, that looked like it should have done so much more damage. It looked like it actually landed right on top of them. There's a couple of kills in return with the 5-7. Daphne picking up an AK, and he takes down Lackey as well. Taking down Electronic Jam on the other side to drop Bit, and now Simple's on his own. Checked it. No, they can't make this mistake. No one's checked the corner. 20 seconds yet. He's there to try and stop the bomb plant. He wanted a double, but he's going to have to settle for that one shot. Jam on his own. Simple toying with him and a headshot to bring him down.
Shot hard committing to this, and down in the playground does go down.
Oh, beautiful.
3 for Shocks. And Vitality post their first gun round, and it's nice and clean as well.
Is trying to get the entry, but Plopsky will get him instead. And now he swings for more. A triple kill for Plopsky that wipes out the attack towards the bomb site.
Oh, Robs is coming quick.
Yeah, Vinny heard him, but that's the bomb. They have to escort him out of the premises. He will choose to unload in the perfect time. Rops has got the premonition. A sixth sense,
He's
if you
going
will.
through.
Flash to deny and maintain the bomb, and brilliant from Rops. What a sequence.
So there you go. Turns out we are in a major. It's absolutely amazing. Some crazy results and crazy stories. And we're going to be talking about those on the desk. Joining me, I've got Maniac and Blair. They've been with me over the course of the broadcast. I'm actually going to fix my shirt collar there. Just let that pop out. Thank you. We're all looking great. We're all looking fly. And we're all having a good time, refreshed after an incredible day of Counter-Strike. A couple of stories just to talk about from those results, guys. Entropiq beating Gambit. I think that might even be more of a shock than the NIP result that everyone was talking about, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. I mean, looking at the teams who are now 2-0 in this stage of the tournament, we have NIP, now VG2, and Entropiq. They're continuing their incredible journey. They are surprising everyone. We talk about Elian coming in as an, unproven rookie, still spilling the goods in Counter-Strike. We talk about Crad with a little bit of experience, having an amazing game on Vertigo. Everything is coming together for an incredible Cinderella story. They are one game away from being at the playoffs of the major.
Absolutely.
What a Cinderella story, like you said there, Matthew. And what's incredible for me is the last time they faced off against Gambit, Gambit battered them 16-0 and 16-4. And I won't lie, Richard, when I saw the map coming out yesterday in the best of 1 series, Vertigo, I'm like, oh, you guys screwed up there big time, right? It's against the best Vertigo team. They're so ridiculous on that map, Gambit are, and they just get annihilated, very clinically taken apart.
As we said yesterday, Entropiq are only the 4th team to beat Gambit on Vertigo this year in like 34 times it's been played.
And they do it on LAN in a major.
And the only other, and that puts them up there with elite level teams. The only other teams that have beat them are like Vitality, Heroic, Na'Vi. saw.
Speaking of vitality,
insane.
though.
Yeah, speaking. That's another huge story right there.
Yeah.
I know. I just
We have
want
to change the tone.
We have to. We have to touch upon. We have a Cinderella story, and here we have ZywOo. We were discussing, potentially going up against Simple, one of the best players we've ever seen in the history of Counter-Strike Global Offensive. They're one game away from getting knocked out.
Yeah, absolutely insane. It would be to think that we wouldn't see ZywOo, at the Avicii Arena.
Yeah, and that would be traumatic, I guess, for the French fans. That is for sure. And
for you as
I guess
well.
the problem. Oh, I would probably not even survive that. That would be too much for my heart. I guess what is problematic for Vitality is 2 losses against Heroic and obviously against VP. These are not shabby opponents, but the problem is tight score lines. We're talking 12-16, 14-16.
Yeah.
These are games where ZywOo, as you mentioned, is supposed to make the difference. This is exactly when you need your superstar to just grab you that extra round, which Simple has been doing. Simple's fired all cylinder at this event. 153 rating is ridiculous. ZywOo is just being average, and unfortunately for him, as you are back-to-back best player in the world, average is not going to cut it. You cannot have your team, make it to the legend stage or the champion stage for that if you're average.
Yep. So obviously as well, the other kind of elephant in the room, we had Device come back to absolutely smash Astralis. That was a highly anticipated game, and unfortunately reality just came crashing down on the Danish fans. I was confident NiP were going to win. Even I didn't foresee that.
Yeah, here's the thing though, right? I feel like we got a little too carried away with the entire storyline. We're like, oh, Astralis, they're going to be facing off against the Device. But we kind of forgot the fact that NIP had been peaking recently, right? They've been looking incredible. Fall was Device playing at his best we've seen in a very long time. The team was looking fantastic. Astralis was struggling. They managed to scrape through in a very scrappy fashion against teams much weaker than they are to even make it to the Legends. So in all honesty, if you took away the entire emotional component of Device facing off against Astralis, NiP should have won it convincingly, but 16-1 was still surprising.
It was incredible to see how NIP disposed of them. You're right to touch on the Astralis. I think we underestimate a little bit how tumultuous it has been for them just to make it to this major and how many changes they've had. Would it be with, obviously, Device leaving? Then there was this whole confusion period about players. Are they extending the contracts or not? It's been spread over weeks. Magisk, we don't really know what's happening. Glaive just extended. So all of these questions, they kind of stick in your mind if you're a player. You're going to the major where you want to give you 200%, but you have to do it unencumbered with questions and worries and concerns about your future. That's why I'm low-key kind of impressed by Astralis and what they're doing, because of all these doubts, they are still here at the legend stage. But we could see against NIP how insufficient that can be.
Well, that could set off a chain reaction and an implosion on the team. We're going to find out a little bit later today what the reaction's going to be like, and that means we'll take a quick look at the schedule. This is what you've got coming today. Again, an absolute feast of Counter-Strike. We're going to be talking about FaZe versus CPH Flames. Copenhagen Flames, obviously one of the revelations of this competition. Gambit will be taking on Virtus.pro on the secondary stream, a game steeped in history. Gambit need to prove they're not pretenders to the throne. Then we move on. We got Liquid Furia. Astralis Heroic there on the secondary stream.
Game.
Think of all the storylines about that. I'm definitely going to talk about that at some point. G2 versus Entropiq. And, of course, Na'Vi versus NiP. One of those teams will book their place to the Avicii Arena today. We're going to find out just how good Device's NIP are.
Think about the possible 1-2 games we could have when you look at some of these matchups. VP or Gambit, either of these teams is going to be 1-2. Same with Astralis Heroic, either of the team is going to be 1-2. Eventually, tomorrow, we might have incredible matchups just to stay alive.
Oh, yeah,
that's going to be hard
to stay alive. Absolutely insane. Well, look, talking of incredible matchups, let's start with FaZe Copenhagen Flames. A surprising 1-1 game here. FaZe, they've been very, very good, so far. Obviously had a bit of a stumble the other day against Nico's G2 that manhandled them on Mirage. Meanwhile, Copenhagen Flames, a lot of people have been, they're the true, incredible underdog team of this event. Question marks about how they're going to cope in a pressure environment. They're a young and inexperienced team. There was an interview with one of their players saying, this is the first LAN I've been to, I didn't have to bring my own PC. That should give you an idea of the leap up that they're, doing right now. Let's set the table. We've got a few moments before we get into the action. FaZe really need to win this.
No, they absolutely do. There would be
100%.
no explanation. What is kind of interesting is both these teams have the same path to this moment, leading to this moment. We're talking about getting outclassed by G2 and then seeking your teeth in EG. Both these teams had to dispatch of them. For Copenhagen Flames, though, it is great they had this matchup to kind of bounce back, because there's this story that's floating around the community, which I don't really appreciate, but I have to respect. The fact that they played a lot of their games from this very room when they qualified. And this is a topic that we cannot not address. We have to talk about it. It's like an asterisk that is kind of, you know, varnishing or tarnishing their qualification. But now they're playing in the stage, and they're going to do it on Ancient.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, how do you feel about that, Blair?
Look, FaZe love Ancient. Like Carrigan loves picking this map. The problem is, and this has been a trend we've seen quite often the past few months, is the fact that the teams usually who feel comfortable in Ancient wind up losing it, right? And if you look at Copenhagen Flames, you're happy about this. It's a map which can really swing either way. You get off to a good start, you string a number of rounds on the CD side, you shut down FaZe, and FaZe have been known to struggle at times on this particular map. So it is a 50. It's a very exciting prospect to see these two teams clash. It's going to be different styles, different approaches coming in. Roy, he's been a star for this team. Can he deliver against a star-studded FaZe lineup in a game which could just catapult them to the next stage?
And you're talking about individuals on the side of FaZe, and I guess the fans have a few reasons to rejoice. The first one is that Rain is in a very good shape in this tournament, and he's going to be tested on the B side. Same goes for Olofmeister. And Olofmeister, that prior to the major could have been a weakness, could have been a hole in which the attack could pounce on that defense. He's actually been quite finding good rhythm. He's playing a good Counter-Strike right now. So you have this Scandinavian combination of Olofmeister and Rain on the B side that is going to be tested, but I have high hopes. I like what I have seen from them so far.
For me, the only question I'm going to have for Copenhagen Flames would be on their CT side, because they got dismantled. That CT side got just dissected by G2 just a day back, right? And that was it was a very close series overall initially. Then G2 kind of ran away with it, but then again G2 did the same to FaZe as well. Like Maniac said, they've had a very similar route to where they are over here, but if you look at the teams, newbies, absolutely new to the scene when it comes to Copenhagen Flames, apart from Roy. And then you have FaZe, veterans looking to cement their legacy. Different storylines, but different similar paths.
Yeah, and I don't know how you feel, Maniac. I would back Carrigan to do a number here. I mean, you know, we know how good they are on Ancient, right? But also as well, the Nico games. You know, since Carrigan returned to FaZe and Nico moved to G2 and they had that rivalry.
I know.
Obviously, Carrigan has never beat that G2 lineup. I think there's a little bit of psychological nonsense going on there. This should be, I think, a relatively easy task for sort of, you know, Carrigan to get the tactics right against this very young, inexperienced team.
I agree with you. I think we can confidently say that this is not a emotionally loaded game for Carrigan. It's a type of game where there's not much skin in the game. You don't have really anything to prove. Sure, you are the favorites, but there's no mind game going on with your other opponents. You just have to connect your mouse and your keyboard, do your job one day in the office, and just move forward. You talk about Carrigan. To me, he has to be a focus point, because we gave him a lot of praises during the new challenger stage. He outperformed his past 3 months by a very large margin. He was a surprise. Unfortunately for FaZe, the first day of the legend stage, we went back to the old Carrigan that was struggling. He was abused on the B side of Mirage, only 6 kills in that game. This is not an element that can happen on the long term. We need... I'm not going to ask for the new challenger Carrigan. Maybe that's a bit of a reach, but maybe an average. Keep going, keep giving you kills.
And I feel that sort of like sentiment when your IGL and captain has that, it tends to seep into the rest of the team. We saw that yesterday on CD side against G2. They were playing scared. They were playing like they were questioning themselves. We didn't see the flair they showed during the new challenger stage. And yeah, you need your leader to lead by example, to have that confidence, right? And if that's shaken, then the rest of the team can't come crumbling around you. That being said, like Maniac said, you're going to be going up against Copenhagen Flames. You're the firm favorites. There's no emotional investment, so to speak, apart from just winning the bloody game. But then, Copenhagen Flames, here's the thing. They haven't necessarily faced the same caliber of opponents that FaZe have on this very map.
Sure, I don't
But
think so
Jesus Christ, they played a lot of Ancient.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out whether they're able to get another scalp today or whether the favorites of FaZe are going to win. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's it. We're now ready for the first game of the day, so let's get into the action.
Yeah, into it indeed. Thank you so much, Richard. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Legend Stage, Day 2. Today, we not only have the one-on-one matches, some best of ones. That's a warm-up, right? That's just us getting going, getting the blood flowing, because we send 2 teams home from this stage today, and we're going to find out who our 3-0 teams are, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, this opening game still feels like it's like the cappuccino before the day truly begins a little bit. Although there's a lot of line for this little cup of coffee. I don't know. Each stage of the way, Copenhagen Flames is impressed. I'm interested to see if they can keep doing it. This would be a massive upset in my mind if Copenhagen Flames is able to take them down.
Yeah. Isn't that what we keep saying, though? Like, oh, if the Flames win this game, it's an upset. Oh,
yeah, it's the classic story for like the team that just like is running through and burning through the tournament structure and everything.
Well put, burning through Flames pun.
I didn't even think of that.
It was good. That was nice. I liked that. No, but you're absolutely right. I mean, this is one of the things that you kind of get used to saying, and it becomes cliche almost, but they are the team right now. I think Entropiq as well. Entropiq has a real chance of going 3-0. I know it's G2 and a best of 3, but G2 doesn't look amazing. Like, and not only that, if Entropiq go 3-0 and they get, let's say, the opposite side of the bracket as Na'Vi, there's a chance they become the dark horse of this whole event and actually get a decent run. But yeah, Copenhagen Flames, look, I'll eat my words. I will swallow my tongue on that one. They have impressed me. I've still gone with FaZe on this, Jason, because this is a semifinal phase and I'm doubling down.
I actually did stick with Copenhagen Flames myself. I've been converted. Yeah, I still feel some question marks for this FaZe team. There goes Kerrigan inside of Donut. That means the A bomb site is going to feel a bit of pressure, but Copenhagen Flames, minute and a half on the clock. They don't have to commit here. CT side pushing up for information. They get caught. Rain is able to get just one before being traded off, and it's Twist and Brokey in a 2-on-4.
2-on-4 indeed. Twist still waiting it out to try and see exactly what he can spot down middle. Sees the gun of someone sticking through the wall, but doesn't get the shot off. Tries to fire back as they rotate around. It's going to be Brokey. Last line of defense in the A site. And, excuse me, in the B side, I've done it again. But he's done extremely well. This has gone from a 2 versus 4 to suddenly FaZe with the advantage because Brokey knocks the bomb down and Twist was able to rotate over in time as Hooksy now wants to rotate back into the site and try and hold off this round from slipping away. Brokey and Twist have become an incredibly strong duo in this game. And there you go. Twist forces it out with his second kill. 2 from each of the 2 remaining. And the round to FaZe. That's well recovered.
Yeah, really well recovered. That's actually incredible they're able to do that. And I think Copenhagen Flames got to be kicking themselves to let that pistol slip away. That chance to start this map on the right foot, on the correct foot, with some kind of momentum. Pretty brutal. 2 kills on Twist, 2 kills on Brokey.
Well, they'll go back to middle again early. In fact, they're going to send Twist all the way down on the M4, and they're at elbow. He's going to get challenged. He's got the entrance to fall back into Donut. Could find him the 3rd kill. Nearly went down. You can hear the dinks going against him, and he did damage onto Roy as well. Remember how good Roy was at pushing middle yesterday? How much he got map information yesterday when we casted them on this? Was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was the last day of the challenge. No, because, yeah, they went 3-0, so it was yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, crazy. What a long day yesterday was.
And that was against G2. That was the opening match that they had against G2. So it'll be interesting to see if that was a game plan against G2, if he continues that trend up here, like the massive amount of flanking. Remember, when they switch over to the CT side, he was doing the same thing. He was pushing Jaguar, frequently. So we'll see if it continues to be a nuisance or if that was more of a game plan idea against a specific opponent. I imagine he'll still get an element in it here against FaZe. Molotov's out early from FaZe to stop any fast aggression. AKs on the board and rifles on the board for the Copenhagen Flames attack. So a round where they get to go up against 3 SMGs, maybe the stronger weaponry for Copenhagen Flames, but can still be difficult to manage.
Yeah, but you're going to wait it out inside of that smoke. Rain's going to wait it out. MP9. Rain still just holding it off as that smoke dissipating, but has Olaf on his right side as well to swing out from the Tetris position. The boxes. This is huge, though.
If he finds that.
If he finds it, you're absolutely right, because he's pushed up A long. Not a common position. And it does have, obviously, an access point from the other side. Kerrigan goes down, but Brokey able to at least swing back out and get the shot in return. Rain's going to fall off his position at Cave, knowing that they've got some equalizing. Oh, I take it back, actually. Olaf was able to sneak in, so Rain, damaged as he is now forced off it by Molotov. But they don't know he's here. They'll check it anyway. He gets one. MP9 up close, can't take down the second AK-47. But now they've got kills on both sides of the site. There's got to be a commitment coming with 32 seconds. Rain.
Yeah, low HP and forced out by 2 Molotovs as well. And I mean, even despite the Molotovs, there's not a whole lot of fights that he felt with that SMG he could take comfortably. And here's the end game. A boost up over the smoke. Twist and Brokey, they recovered the 2-on-4 in the pistol round. Another chance here for a late round clutch, and they've got the bomb down on the ground. That boost has been so effective in this game. Zyphon is going to step up to the plate and try and get it down. He's got to be covered. It's Roy with the first headshot, and Twist knows exactly where he is, but can't win it out. First round on the board for the attackers.
And Twist, I think you're right. He knew exactly where he was. The problem was he had to stutter step because he couldn't see the left side of the pillar.
Yeah.
And in that exact moment, that's when Zyphon comes out and gets the movement advantage, gets the aim set, and he goes down. Unfortunate for Twist, he was sort of one step out of position on that. Nonetheless, it's now around 4 Copenhagen Flames, and we'll see what FaZe do to recover. Still okay money, I think, if I remember correctly, looking at it.
We've seen that boost be so impactful in the challenger stage. We see it here, just an annoying thing to have to deal with and a tough thing to have to deal with. And we also see, ooh, actually, hold the phone. Kerrigan is completely blinded. His eyes were burned out of his skull, and Zyphon's got an easy one. But we see teams also planting in like the front right corner of that B bomb site as well. That completely neutralizes that boost instead of planting behind the pillar as well. But I mean, there is a certain situation you have to be in to be able to pull that one off safely.
Yeah, the indicating factor on whether or not they can do that, or determining factor, I suppose is a better way of putting it, is if they have control of the back lane. If they don't have that smoked off, then they're just a sitting target from there. It's kind of why I went as Yabi. He's going to hold out Twist. They can't even get back to middle. He's low enough that Brokey will at least pull it back, but it's a 1-on-2. Bomb down on B, and no kit for him. I don't know if we've got one down elsewhere. Efren is our lovely observer for today. I'll see if we can spot one, but I don't think they had the money for them. So, nonetheless, he's going to try and go for this. Yeah, that pillar being 3 sort of stacks high, even with the smoke. I've talked about it though, right?
Yeah.
But it's taller than the smoke itself, and it's not very wide, so it's very easy to boost up and get a lineup on that spot. And I do think, I mean, look at it. It's a totem, right? This is a perfect look at it. There's squares. Knock that top one off. It'll go with the theme of sort of the ruins, like the stairs over there. They're, you know, dilapidated and falling apart, and it gives you more cover as well for a plant, and you could actually elevate yourself on it with a self boost, and it's not as telegraphed as to where they are in the smoke. I think it's a bit too easy. It's kind of like there was, remember those community map challenges? I think James
Faceit did them, yeah.
Faceit used to, yeah. One guy had like a very Mapcore, exactly. Yep. The guy had a cool like structure that was like a factory smokestack, and at the top you could throw a smoke in and it would drop down and cover mid. There was like a really like obvious set smoke, but no one got it, so he just put a giant arrow. He was like, smoke here. Like,
yeah.
It was, so
he's like, somebody please use this.
Yes, exactly. It's kind of that what that pillar is. It's like, yeah, they're planting here. Like,
that's when you're like laying in bed late at night and you're like, man, why does nobody else think that my great idea is the best thing in the world?
I can't remember the name of the map, but yeah, I think it was actually one of the finalists that year as well, if not the winner. But
those are cool competitions. Roy here, going to stay outside of excuse me, he's going to flashbang his way in with the cover of the Molotov as well. Take control of Jaguar very early on in the round. And all of Copenhagen Flames you can see spread across the map looking for pushes, except towards long A. But for the moment, both teams happy to just live in this stalemate. Good kill from Roy as Rain pushes in. There is still an AK-47 on the board. That's in Brokey's hand. He's got light armor as well. And that's actually, it was positioned at the B bomb site, but now shifting back towards mid and CT spawn. Looking for a place to get some action, and actually, he might be rewarded. If they can cause a distraction, that AK-47 on Brokey can do some work.
Well, he's going to try and hold this mid. Mid's been a big point of contention so far for both teams. For FaZe, it's not really going their way later on in this half. We'll hold it out. 5-7 in the corner. Olaf only able to get one. No HP player. Yabi walked around, and meanwhile, Nikodaz found the other kills. So we now find ourselves with Copenhagen Games. Copenhagen Games. Copenhagen Flames in the lead. Copenhagen Games is a tournament, Jason. The Flames are the team.
The Flames. Oh, look at the FaZe stickers.
Johnny Hockey. There they are. Sprays, you mean, not stickers? But yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
I got
that's the same thing.
Sort of.
Kind of. Paint stickers.
Yeah, I was going to say, the paint sticks to the ground. Fair enough.
Oh, Twist up above the smoke. He's going to get a chance if they swing out. Roy's done a pretty decent job here so far. We know Rain likes to really toy with this part of the map. He knows all the nerd angles, all the little sweaty cracks in that portion of the map to look through and all the spams. It's Twist that's going to provide a man advantage. Hooksy's going to step up. Oh, great shot. Not the follow-up. Didn't expect Rain to be so close, but Nikodaz now steps up to the plate. Deep flashbang won't bother him whatsoever.
Too deep indeed. Rain had no idea. Such is the way of ramp. It's short enough that you can swing around the corner quite quickly. Meanwhile, interesting little transition going on in the fact that Twist got the opening kill. It was then Kerrigan that pushed up through Donut. Twist wanted to rotate around to A and cover it off, so they're being dynamic. The problem is they've got to rotate all the way back over to B. Olaf does get Zyphon down, and Twist is here. Which side does the op go? Because he's already gotten 1 kill from left to the second lane, so now he's going to transfer over, but Smoke in position, Twist trying to get up close. Bit deeper behind the pillar this time, and no one to boost Twist. You're absolutely right, Kerrigan is on the flank. This is huge. He did come all the way through Donut. He did come all the way in behind them. Bomb might be down, but they too should be soon. Oh, Roy, he's got other ideas. 8 kills for him, first in the round, but he needs 2 more to win this out. And there's no kid in play on the CTs.
Oh,
he's got another through the wall. The lineup's there. This becomes difficult because he's smoked off as well. And Olaf, he knows he can't line that up in return. He knows he has to battle against Roy, and he goes for the reload, and it's immediately Olaf that tracks him down.
Oh, the reload. No, Roy almost had it. I can't believe he got that spam when they were off the bomb as well. That looked like a very doable. The smoke almost actually protecting Roy more than it helped FaZe. Fortunate to get away with it, but it does come down to just an oddly timed reload. And so many guns taken away from FaZe in the process. The money's at a breaking point, so even in a loss, I think Copenhagen Flames got to be pretty happy with what kind of a situation they're dealing with. A chance to take control of the economy, a chance to break FaZe right here after this small and very costly victory.
Yeah, and he even knows it.
He's like, oh, come on.
I got the hard shot. That was so winnable.
It's like, you idiot.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But he even had like the cheeky smile. It wasn't like rage. It was like, come on. Like, that's just such bad luck. He didn't, At least he knows he's in this game very much, Roy. He's got 9 kills to his name already, highest of anyone in the server.
That was the thing. When we saw him yesterday on this map, it was like, look, Roy's score kind of looks gross, but he's got great impact. And now he's having impact and he's got a good score.
Yeah, late in the second. I'm fairly certain he finished with like 11 in that game. And he was at 9 late in the second half, but he had huge impact. Today he's getting the kills to go with it, so he could be a huge factor. He's not getting as much access toward that cave position to flank. They're certainly not playing that sort of split that G2 was, where Nico was getting up on the ramp and then they were kind of foolishly rotating off it, thinking that if he could see the boxes, there was no one else in there, I suppose, maybe was the call. But yeah, FaZe are putting a lot more pressure on middle as well, so that he's not going to have as much freedom, I don't think, in this game.
This is a pretty big round to see who's going to have control of the map for the later stages of this half. Both teams sitting with an awkward amount of money, with money that isn't going to let you buy in the next round if you take a loss here. Nikadaza timing through the smoke with the AWP doesn't land. Still very patient as they take mid control, and you can see, I mean, as that Molotov comes in towards top stairs, it's Kerrigan to push in towards Donut. 2 players fall back from mid and start rotating over to the A bomb, so there goes Kerrigan, and that opens up the entire other half of the map. Copenhagen Flames put a lot of pressure on the B bomb site. Meanwhile, they just shift over to A as soon as they find that kill, and they're going to get a free plant out of it.
Free plant, Twist comes back in, has to tap away with the FAMAS. Knows they're up close and on the bomb site. Yabi, Hooksy, both of them getting kills. Olaf and Brokey go down as Twist is found. That's a lovely shot of the AK-47 as well. And a 4th round for Copenhagen Flames. First time I think we've seen the bomb go down on the A site now. So starting to certainly explore the rest of the map. As we take a look in on the Copenhagen Flames camps, still yet to play on the stage, but getting closer to that, aren't they, with each and every game in this event. I welcome some different legends, some unexpected. Entropiq, Copenhagen Flames, let's get them in there. Let's reinvigorate some young talent, and you know, this is it. Let's get Counter-Strike kickstarted again.
It's one of the disappointing things about, you know, some of the previous Dark Horse runs we've had at Majors is, yeah, there's always like a very cool run through the Challenger stage or something like that, and if there is one in the Legend stage, once you get to the playoffs, they just get absolutely battered. It would be awesome to have a Dark Horse that could actually go deep into the playoffs as well. Zyphon is going to stop that mid push from moving down. And Yabi's hitting a very nice shot as well, already creeped towards the big box outside of A. Copenhagen Flames controlling the map, and these USPs can do nothing.
Yeah, this round's kind of foregone. Yabi just threw the smoke, takes down Twists as well, who is hoping...
Hacky boy.
Hacky boy. Anything else you want to say? Come on, carry it on.
No, that's it. That's all I got.
Hacky boy.
Hacky boy.
Like hacky sack? Like, what is this?
It's an old Duncan thing.
It is a Duncan thing. That's what it was.
It's an old green room thing. I don't even know if I can blame it on Duncan.
I think it was probably... That sounds more like Henry. That sounds like a Henry joke.
I think it was an everyone joke at some point. It caught on. Olaf looking very contemplative.
Getting up there, Olaf, isn't he? Been around the block.
What's your definition of up there?
I meant just in terms of experience and years played.
Okay.
But I think he is over 30 now, is he not?
I don't know. Has the poor guy joined me in the over 30s club?
I mean, you've been over 30 for a while.
I have been over 30 for a while.
What's the verdict here, Jason? We should have some indication. If he's not 30, he's like 29 and 364 days.
29 years.
Oh, 364 days, though, I'm calling it. Tomorrow's his birthday.
He just barely managed it, squeaking by. More guns back in the hands of the FaZe defense. Looking to start scraping together some rounds and catch back up with Copenhagen Flames, who are nursing a 2-round lead. Again, Rain, we've seen this so many times. Knows all these angles. And Olaf using a very narrow crack for information, but the timing on that is brutal. And when he comes back in, the AWP is posted up. That could not be more unlucky for Olaf Meister.
Yeah, that's tough.
And look at the way they've just walked into the bomb site. They're just taking liberty with the space that FaZe is getting them. FaZe is expecting to be able to have some kind of an indication they're moving in, some set of smoke, some combination of nades and flashbangs that are going to let them know they're taking the site. And Copenhagen Flames get 1 kill and just march in.
Yeah, no scope from Nikodaz as well. They knew Rain was getting there. They were pinching him out. You're right, 1 kill. And the setup is such that when you isolate yourself inside of the cave, it's so easy to isolate you backwards. You just smoke you off. In that case, Molotov off Rain, and he has to smoke himself just to stay alive. It gets awkward for sure. It's becoming an interesting map, I think, from a CT perspective, because there's so much availability of being aggressive in mid. You have the timing in your favor. You can then get up to the boxes and try and cut them off that way. You can push Donut. You can... Even the A tunnels, which unfortunately the problem with A tunnels is pushing that side, you are still very far away from B if you have to rotate. The point is, there's lots of these options, but as soon as you lose 1 player, there's also a big exposure.
Yeah.
It's a huge gap created somewhere, inevitably.
Well,
more so, I think, than Cash, which is what I've been comparing it to, but I think it's more punishing to the CTs if they lose the first pick.
Ooh, if he takes these weapons out, oh, good find from Brokey. Listen, they should hunt it down. They should send everything at it. They're going to lose a lot, but they do grab 1 gun right at the end. So yeah, it costs a lot to get that gun away, but it's pretty valuable. That shouldn't be a whole lot dangerous for FaZe in this next round, and Copenhagen Flames obviously have the money to do something like that.
I think I'm sort of getting in a rabbit hole here of theory crafting live, but I think perhaps
that's the worst rabbit hole to go into.
It's food for thought. Right?
I like it. Let's roll.
And so I think the reason perhaps it's more punishing to the CTs on that opening pick is because on Cash, for example, despite that there's 2 lanes behind the square back into the A site, or the B site here, which is the A site on Cash, if we were to make the comparison.
Yep.
Highway was more of an open position, which you could then boost above if you had to, or play the box, or get distance. You also had the catwalk to get above that smoke. Now Cave, being the equivalent, if you will, the mid connector, is 1 smoke to cut it off, so you're isolated there too easily. And the backside of the square is also much more narrow than the CT connector was on Cash, where you also had the car that you could self-boost and see. So there was just more room for the CTs to get around the utility. I think the utility here is far more effective on that site and that side of the map.
Ooh, good step up for Roy, as well as Rain came in protecting his teammates.
Good
Choice is going to respond. 1 kill. That was back towards mid as well, at range. And Twist has been playing well. So is Brokey. 10 kills on each of them. Kerrigan with only 1 frag. That one hurts, but here we go. Olaf going to have a chance. They cleared out a little bit late. He's got the AK now, and he's got time, and he's getting spammed through the smoke. The Deagle lands with blind vision. Now it's Nikodaz with the AWP, and he's got to hold on. Cannot press forward. Roy's in his own engagement in middle.
And they know he's there. You can already see it. Kerrigan's trying to back away and create space. Scout to work with, but Twist has him as well. Kerrigan did get a body shot that made that Deagle deadly. And it's all on to Nikodaz. He does not want the AWP in this position anymore. He's lost track of Olaf Meister. He's no longer at Wood, and he's on the flank. He's on the flank with the AK picked up, and Nikodaz does not want to commit to this bomb plant because he expects he's going to be peeked, and he is. It's Twist that goes. Kerrigan with the flash assist, and it's around for FaZe to make it 6-4.
They needed that. They needed that to give them a little bit of life, a little bit of confidence, a little bit of swagger. Good shooting from Twist with the Deagle. A bit fortunate through the smoke, obviously, on the follow-up to bail Olaf out of a tough spot, but they'll take it any way they can at this junction. Now it's all about stringing them together. And look, they had a half investment as well. They had like a pretty low buy there, so that should help their cash flow as well with, what, 2-3 guns being saved over into the next round. Shot from Twist.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, it must be nice.
Helped out Olaf a lot in
Yeah,
that situation.
It really did.
And ultimately, it helped the round out a lot because not only does it get another kill, the man advantage, but the bomb was down there. Olaf had control of it. Olaf had the AK. If Olaf dies there and Twist doesn't get that shot through smoke, they probably still have enough time on those smokes as well to get the plant in, and then they have the rifles again in their hands and potentially win that. So that might have been the defining, the turning point
in the round,
yeah. Yeah, to be cliche. The hinge.
The hinge? Oh yeah, okay.
The linchpin? No, that's wrong. That's the wrong one.
I like turning point. I'm okay with the cliche in this situation.
All right, fine. We'll just be typical. So American to be basic.
Yes. Yes, it is. Nice job from Rain. That's a dirty little kill. Doesn't even register as a spam either. Bullet must have found just a slight gap in the texture. And Zyphon goes down in middle. Molotov deep towards the top of B ramp. That'll hold them at bay. Nikodas wanted a lot of time to peek up into the bomb site. Remember, we saw him get a pick on Olafmeister from that same position as well. It's at least denied to him for the moment. But as we've seen a couple times, Olaf and Rain both kind of up in cave right now. Can get blocked off, as you touched on, but they're going to evacuate and get into new positions. I feel like on the gun rounds, actually, FaZe haven't had to deal with too much over at the A-bomb site quite yet.
No, exactly that. We just see the one, well, we saw 2 plants. There was one against the Eco, but one gun round that they went there, and it was all down to an early pick. And the fact that they were able to cause the rotation to be a bit awkward for them. But maybe there's more over there. It's tough because now, look what's happening. You haven't gone to A in a while, and the defense are able to push out, get information, even wrap back on middle and take down Yabi, who's the one that was trying to flank this time, not Roy. Roy is now going to make himself known. Comes out from cave late. My God, he's good at it. He takes down Rain, and Olaf. Smokes are in position. This is exactly what they needed on the execution. That last second attack, as the utility is timed perfectly, and Brocky is completely limited with the AWP. This is a well-struck round from Roy.
Benefited maybe by a small mistake, taking their attention away from Jaguar. The backstab is huge. It's got him right back in it. Here comes the retake.
So Twist, the first one in the line. Smoke down to cover off ramp. They know they're inside of it, though, and Nikodas finds the kill. Kerrigan for one in return, but it's too awkward. It's too many exchanges and too many angles, and Roy gets 2 more to make it 4 in total, and a 7th round for Copenhagen Games. He now sits with 14 kills in this half.
Bro, Roy is having such a great game, and we mentioned it. We saw it yesterday. We saw kind of the pieces of the puzzle of Roy knowing exactly how he wanted to have impact, not necessarily putting the volume up on the board, but here we've got both. This is disgusting. 2 kills to get you back in the round, and then 2 kills to close out the round. What a stunning performance so far from Roy. And he's got his team with a 3-round lead. Yabi's going to lead the way out mid. Molotov is extinguished. Kerrigan blind, but he recovers in time. Yabi had the chance. Just couldn't connect.
Nade in. Twist waiting with the Deagle at mid with the smokes down, trying to spot above it and see if anyone's coming out from elbow. That little L turn. Roy again will be the one to challenge Cave. I think Rain might have met his match so far in this game. He talked about how he knows the nerd angles. Well, he has 6 kills and Roy has 14, and this has pretty much been the position both have been playing, so. I mentioned Roy, though, leading the way on 14. Twists also has 14 kills, despite that they're down 3 rounds. So his contributions are there. They just can't get across the line. Think back to the pistol when he and Brokey were able to get 2 apiece and pull back what was a 2 versus 4. If they didn't do that, man, this game could be really a different scoreline, a really one-sided affair. There is Twists, but only good for 1, and who other than Roy? They tie each other on 15 so far for kills.
That's huge, though, and it actually gives Brokey a little bit of information of where they're coming from, but he gives up the angle, goes back into it. Now he's forced off. But Copenhagen Flames, they've got a decision to make. Do they really want to do this? That flashbang's great, but the crossfire is just way too strong. They're focused on Brokey and getting punched by Kerrigan on the other side. And Hooksy, there shouldn't be anything he can do. A good shot, but no chance for the trade. And FaZe have 5.
That was a very quick shot, and almost thought he had time to get the reset for the second, but they get the shot back. You're right, Kerrigan was in position, but Brokey, when he flashed up, hit that shot, was pretty much a savior in that moment because Kerrigan was fully blind, as you saw. Like, completely wrecked on that side.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty cool flash to eliminate that position. But, I mean, look, Twist gets the 1 kill, and he's traded off immediately. But the information, obviously seeing one body pass, gets a kill on the second, the third trades him, and all of a sudden you've got the information of a large amount of bodies heading towards Donut. And FaZe was able to position themselves just perfectly. Dwindles to a 2-round lead. And the economy for Copenhagen Flames has dwindled down as well. You're going to have 2 rifles, but outside of that, it's going to be 3 Deagles to contend with. And maybe not even that.
Yeah, so FaZe have clawed back because they were in the same position earlier as well. Gambit Virtus.pro on Vertigo, just to note, is our B-Stream game, and that is currently tied up at 6 apiece. So both games pretty close right now at this juncture.
That game's got that cool element too. They talked about on the, oh, hold the thought. We got to rush towards the A bomb site. Kerrigan is boosted up, needs 2, only gets 1. That means Rain is going to have a job to do as he falls back from Donut. But this is weird. The bomb is kind of way too committed. Yeah, Hooksy drops it back. He's got to be careful. He's going to go down, and this isn't much of a fake. I don't really know what the plan is. I guess show the bomb and then leave the other 2 players and let the bomb run back. They do have the B bomb site, but look how much real estate Olaf and Twist are going to be able to take. They can actually cut the bomb off entirely.
Maybe a phenomenal fake if the bomb had been in B.
I think the plan was for them to spot the bomb, but Nikodaz is going to have great sequence here. He needs both. I don't even think he realizes there's 2, and he's lucky to be alive, but that means Twist is going to have such an effective flank.
I thought he baited the runaway and turned around, but he had a nade out, so obviously he didn't know. If he had had the gun out and just outplayed Twist right there, that would have been massive. Roy gets Brokey, who couldn't quite land the shot. 2-on-2, and the fake still means the bomb comes back over. They've got an 8K to work with as well, and it's going to be both together. Flash goes through, and additional smoke. I thought it was going to be a flash. The flash came afterwards. Zyphon, as we jump over to his perspective, gets dinked from range, but it was through the edge of the wall, and he has to fall back on this as Roy, flashing over from the backside of the square, will catch out Rain, and that means they know that Twist is in the middle. He's stuck, and he's trying to bait out shots, but time is working against him. He's down already to a position where he pretty much has to be on the bomb now. He's going to tap it, but nothing he can do, just wants to get the gun away, and once a win from Copenhagen Flames. Twist, I think, even goes down in this situation. Bye-bye.
Yeah, and again, the money for FaZe isn't going to be good moving into the next round, but yeah, that's an... I'm assuming that's designed to be a fake. It's just, man, that's a long route to run for the bomb when you actually fake it, and a big risk for Hooksy how much he was committed with the bomb. So obviously they wanted it to be spotted if that's the plan. But Copenhagen Flames, they make it work. We're going to get a timeout being called by FaZe as they want to talk things over. And they need to. 2,200 on Rain, 2,000 on Brokey, 2,200 on Kerrigan. Olaf and Twist have the most, and they're right around 3,500, 3,600. So I think they're going to drop down to just pistols. As you can see, Olaf Meister pick one up. Maybe a small investment, but they don't have the money to really fight with. So Copenhagen Flames is going to have a great chance to really, really extend this lead, to have a powerful position going into the second half.
Good shot from Twist, but it was not enough. As we saw, he just didn't have the time to get on the bomb. And despite that he has the more kills, I would say advantage Roy on impact, no question right now. Roy as well is waiting this time. Now he's going off on kills. Gets 2, but theirs is the antithesis again. This is getting to be a battle between the 2 of them. But the scoreline matters more, and that's where Copenhagen Flames still have the advantage. Twist has to fall away. Wanted to get a gun, but smartly they Molotov those off so that he couldn't. He still got damage in. Nice snap back by Zyphon as he responded to the facts that he got dinked, and then took down Kerrigan with a lovely spare transfer. And Olaf is off on his own. I really did crowbar that in. Thought I had something more clever. Couldn't really come up with it in time.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good.
You could say that joke was all awful.
Okay, well, now you've just gotten out of control. Rein it in.
Rein it in?
Yeah, I know.
I was looking at your face to see if you meant to do it. You did. Fair play. Thought maybe you just got lucky.
Hungry. 9-5 for Copenhagen Flames, continuing to look excellent at this major so far. Utility being dumped over the mid-wall. Yabby and Zyphon to swing out. It's Yabby leading the way, and Kerrigan over the smoke has no idea. Great route run from Yabby. Unfortunately, he'll be immediately traded. Twist will take that kill all day, and Roy, I mean, he's just feeling it. We saw him being passive and a nuisance yesterday, but today with the amount of kills he's got, he's like, whatever, I'll take the fights. And this round may have just slipped out of control for Copenhagen Flames. 4-round lead. It looks like FaZe is going to dwindle at the 3 or chip it down to 3. I think this is maybe the last effective play, although with that kill, Rain spamming through and finding Zyphon, it now means Hooksy's all on his own, and bombs way back outside the B bomb site on the other side of the map. So, Matthew.
Hello.
It's going to be 9-6.
Do you ever go by Jay?
No, I had a friend named Jay, so that would have been impossible.
I don't think I could call you that anyway, because I call my dog Jay. So it'd be weird for me, you know?
That would be weird.
She's so much better looking than you.
Yeah.
So.
She's a cutie.
Oh, he didn't see that at all, and Rain will get the shot on Hooksy, so we get the 9-6 at halftime. No offense, you're a good-looking dude, Jason. You know, I'm just...
Thanks, man.
It's impossible to be compared to Jaden, so...
Yep. 3-round lead.
Plus, I know she's listening right now, so I have to say that.
She's tuning in.
She hates hearing my voice when I'm not there, to be completely honest. Dad put her on speakerphone a couple times. She does not like it. So we look back at what's FaZe again that won the pistol on a lovely turnaround from Brokey and Twists. What was a 4 versus 2. They managed to win it out and then got a bit of a start. But yeah, Roy, just so much map control. And again, it seems like the single pick, they were able to walk into bomb sites so many times over and over again that FaZe couldn't really control it. So now they swap over to the CT side with the advantage, and a pistol here will get them into double digits very early in this game. No kit brought up on the CT side, it is worth noting.
Going for the headshot strategy. Don't let him plant, just kill everything first. Bomb dropped far back, and FaZe is taking control of boxes and quickly in towards Jaguar as well. But don't want to progress in towards Cave. Bomb now rotating back to the A bomb site, so making sure that Copenhagen Flames know they've taken this portion of the map in this Jaguar room, making sure they have that information. It is a stack in middle. Zyphon and Yabi gonna have some work to do. Jumping over the top is Brokey. 1 for 1. 1 for 2 make it as FaZe grab control of mid, and now the A bomb site is open. Copenhagen Flames, I think they believe that the endgame is still the B bomb site, and they're just now realizing that they were wrong and how wrong they are.
Desperately guessing inside of the smoke, Hooksy. But they're on the hook for this round now because they don't have the kits. So the bomb going down is significant. All they need to do is delay this retake as long as possible. Rain's going to try and do that, but Nico does. Slides out to find the kill. Olaf's got to do better than that. Roy's got him down. This is actually becoming possible. There's more than enough time to still foresee a 10-second defuse happening as Kerrigan still holds off inside the plaza toward the totem. How does he turn around and hit that? Roy is just on another level this game. He is absolutely slaughtering FaZe, and he's not done there. He'll take down Twist. It's 3 kills for him this round, and 3 very important kills at that. They're on the defuse. They've got it timed, and it's 10 rounds already.
Listen, let's just call it a wash, because Copenhagen Flames as well had a massive advantage in the first half pistol round that they gave up also on their T side. So now it's just done right back. But regardless, if you're FaZe, that one hurts. That is a feeling when you're down that much and you lose that second half pistol round, you're down 3 rounds. You feel like you've just thrown away your first chance of taking control of this game. And that's going to be stressful, it's going to be frustrating, and also just an indication that they are not firing on all cylinders for the moment. Twist has 20 kills. Only topped by Roy with 22, who has been equally spectacular, and he's going to continue with it.
Rain's looking for it. Cubby hold. Bomb plant enables this buy, so they've got the 2 AKs. It's 1 for 1. Rain does get the shot back, but they lose Brokey, and they're not sure that Roy... Oh, Roy gave himself up. Got baited into the shot. Twist is able to turn and get the shot in return. But Hooksy's down middle, and Olaf's not ready for it. MP9 able to spray him down, and... Oh, that's a terrible... Okay, sorry, excuse me. That one went to Cave. My perspective was off. I thought we were further back, and that was actually still the wall. That was the pillar that was obscuring my vision. So that one actually did cover Cave, excuse me. And they do smoke the lane as well. Hooksy, though, running around, jumping as well with the MP9, but Twist with the AK-47 gets the kill. They're going to shake hands, give each other a little kiss, but apparently Poison Ivy, the kiss from Yabi, and he comes back through to find Twist as well. They are winning the clutches now, and it's Copenhagen Flames to go 11-6.
That's crazy. Hooksy doing such good work with the SMG first and middle, obviously jumping around the corner and leading the charge on the retake, being the bait for his teammate, but Yabi's the stud. The kill on Kerrigan coming through the smoke and then following it up with an aggressive play that Twist could not have anticipated. Copenhagen Flames is playing so well. Even when Roy goes down without really any kind of a fight back after he gets kind of baited into that first shot, at least he's got the information. It's such a forward fight that Copenhagen Flames has time to recover. And boy, are they. 11-6. Take a lot of damage in terms of having to rebuy weaponry surviving with just one player, and the plant is going to help FaZe Clan. So money isn't great for Copenhagen Flames, and in the early stages of this second half, that's basically all FaZe has to rely on. They have to apply pressure to that factor.
Remember, this is a one-on-one game, so the loser of this goes into elimination, and both of these teams would be in a tough position because FaZe has struggled, and Copenhagen Flames are still an underdog. This is a significant win to keep them on the upper side, to give them that buffer in the brackets, as NicoDaz and Zyphon go off in this round, and Brokey, despite having a Galil to work with, has 4 to find and can't do it. NicoDaz gets him instead, and the score now double, as it's Copenhagen Flames on 12 and FaZe on 6. That's how maths work, and I sound smarter than I am. And I'm not very smart, and it didn't sound very smart, so that says a lot.
That does say a lot.
Mr. Leading the Way, Twists. Yeah, kind of leading the way and a little bit lost, I think, at this point, because his teammates not really giving him a lot of support in some situations.
Look, I think at the moment it feels like FaZe just don't. They're just not all on the same page in terms of attacking bomb site. That hit right there just looked odd. It felt odd. It felt like it didn't have any real strength behind it, despite the number of FaZe bodies that were at the bomb site. Copenhagen Flames just handled the initial attacks, one through the smoke, one at an off angle, and there's the push from Roy. And this is the aggression we saw yesterday against G2. Copenhagen Flames bringing it out again. Gaining complete control of this entire pathway. And Zyphon even going to be able to challenge towards mid. Hooksy's in the fight. Twist is waiting for the repeat. It's going to be Hooksy who gets blinded and just pre-fires the angle, just knows it intuitively.
So Brokey left alone, and Hooksy's got that. Hooksy's looked great in these last few rounds, hasn't he? Another hat trick this time, up to 14 kills. So we look in, they are hungry. I see what you did there now. I didn't realize that earlier. You're just full of the puns today, Jason.
It's not even a pun, that's just reading.
Okay, but if you incorporate it, look, just stop it. I can't. The problem is I can't read, so I wouldn't have known that.
I gotcha. Yeah, I forgot about that. We do have to read out the menus to you at restaurants.
It's true. And feed me. Put my little plastic bib on. Get out the plastic cutlery.
Little sippy cups.
Yep. Put me in the high chair.
If FaZe ever thinks this aggression is going to stop, they are sorely mistaken.
And who other than Roy to be there as well as Zyphon? They spray into it. Oh, they've got him down. Rain's gone through the smoke. They get another one. That's just crazy.
Zyphon heard the tag of Roy spraying through the smoke and was like, all right, I'll complete that kill. Sure thing. Smoke is down Roy. Ooh, this is dancing with the devil. Kerrigan's on the other side of the smoke. And Roy's just trusting that it's going to provide him safety. Taking the risk, taking the gamble. Yabby's about to be under pressure. There's one peek. They know he's in Temple. They know he's been forced back, and he's been forced off all those effective angles. But no commitment from FaZe. The utility and the presence of one player, the defense has shifted. It's leaning towards A. Meanwhile, Kerrigan is going to start investigating the B bomb site as the in-game leader. He's calling everyone back. Roy still has control of Jaguar. And that could be a problem, especially if Kerrigan goes down here. Oh, that's close. Wow. That's really close.
I thought he was gone. Did I not hear a dink? It must have been clipped on the edge of the wall. Yabby's going to get Kerrigan in the endo. The 50 HP not enough, but Roy, he's coming back around, and he's got one already. He's got both. Oh, Roy, what a joy. He is so good inside of that cave position, and Olaf Meister with it all to do in a 1-on-3. Bomb down on the site, and 15 seconds. Not only 15 seconds, but they're not even close enough to go for a triple kill. There's no way he wins this round because still far removed from the equation was Hooksy just rotating over, and they don't even need to go that far. NicoDaz has it. 2 to go for Copenhagen Flames. How dare I doubt them again.
You're just so jacked up on the FaZe hopium.
Listen, man, it's Twist, okay? He's my boy.
Yeah, he's good people. Not having the best of times at the moment.
Mr. Run From Me. You can't run from Roy. He just gets behind everyone all the time.
He's been great. 25 kills so far in this game.
And we saw the hints of it, right? We did say against G2, he was so good at getting map and getting control. He had huge impact. He just didn't have the kills to go with it. Today, he is just...
He's fragging out. He's gone nuts. We kind of saw him building into it early in the game as well. We saw him just being efficient. It was like, oh, God. And even this aggression towards the B bomb site outside of Jaguar between him and Zyphon has been really effective as well. FaZe is staying pretty shallow into the playbook. We've called a B-rush. And the Molotov is going to split them. It's going to burn Twist down low. And I think this is maybe just a whimper from FaZe as they go out. This has not been great. Hooksy has no backup. He's going to take these fights alone, but he does just continually retreat. Puts Yabby in position with the AWP to take off the head of Rain. We're looking at a 15-6 scoreline, and Copenhagen Flames continue to impress.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And the problem for this now is if we were going to talk up the storyline of FaZe being a team to watch, and you know, I genuinely thought semifinals. You're
hyped up to that. Get them to the semifinals.
The problem was, you go back to the first round, and they had a 16-11, a 16-12, and then a 2-0 against Virtus.pro. Obviously, they were the 3-0 team. And then they had a 16-6 against Evil Geniuses, which is EG. The point is they've had some pretty convincing stories and score lines. As soon as that momentum goes away, this is where a team that hasn't necessarily, like they're riding that high. Now we're starting to see deflation. Now we're going to see what the adversity is.
Yeah, but I think too, if you like, look, this is going to come off maybe a bit mean, but I'm just going to go for it.
I love it when you're mean to me.
Look, the first game that FaZe plays, Rain has like an individual record-setting performance on Dust 2, something mental, like 33 kills in like 21 or 22 rounds.
2.2 rating.
And the next map played, it was like Twist was playing well, and then Kerrigan was an absolute monster, getting like 25 kills if I remember correctly. Like those are victories, and those scorelines come from individual performances that like are very difficult to happen multiple times.
Well, they're getting another individual performance right now. The problem is they have no one else with it. Twist is on 23 kills.
And that's the thing. Those individual performances, more often than not with FaZe, at least in my mind, this is what it looks like. One individual performance is great, and the rest is falling a little bit flat.
The ingredients are certainly there. They always have been. That's the frustrating part, I think. As Nikodas is smoked off inside of the cave. Man advantage for FaZe. We saw that aggression, that push. Kerrigan was able to hold his own in the crossfire and got both kills. Nikodas, though, on the deagle. Oh, he's got him dead. No question. Kerrigan had no idea. They're just timing the pushes from the box area so well, and Hooksy gets it back in the corner in time. I thought Twist might have saw the gun barrel. Yeah. Good time to turn off X-Ray because we couldn't really see where he was looking, and he absolutely did see it and gets the kill. So now it's Nikodas and Yabby. And Yabby, gets a free one. Olaf, they're still trying to clear out Donut from reverse, and now the other op. A double up set up with Rocky. Oh, he nearly got it done, but Yabby gets the kill instead, and it's 16-6. Copenhagen Flames end up in the 2-1 bracket, whereas FaZe now face elimination in their next matchup. It'll be all best of threes moving forward for both teams, but FaZe is going to have the hard route.
Yeah, the nice thing for FaZe is they get to best of threes, which as experienced players, you're like, thank God, I get to play best of three series instead of these best of ones. The problem is there's actually a lot of other teams that are good, they're going to be down there with them, that are also hoping and praying and waiting to get to the best of three stages. But regardless, what a great game from Copenhagen Flames. And the recipe they have on Ancient yesterday against G2, it just played this similar game style, and it worked out great. That aggression outside of the beat bomb site. Roy this time was a stud, and Copenhagen Flames just walk away with an easy one.
Yeah, yes. Easy one in many ways. I think that's fair. It shouldn't have been. It wasn't the start, but once they got economic control in it, and the way that Roy was playing so well was instrumental in that. As we welcome you back to our lovely studio, the sci-fi area, the Bright City Lights, as we get ready to roll into Stockholm. That's what this is all about. We head there on Wednesday because we start the playoffs on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and we'll crown a new major, well, potentially a new major champion. I say that very confidently, but we'll crown the next major champion on Sunday. So it's going to be a ton of fun. We've got so much good matchups coming up between now and then. But yeah, FaZe now have a you're right. Best of threes is nice, and I'm glad all the elimination matches are. They should be. That's always the case. But they're still, in that position where confidence is key, and now they're in the bottom side of things where they haven't been yet. They have not faced elimination at any point yet in this tournament.
Yeah, and that's not great. I mean, we'll see what they can do with it. I think, yeah, it's just been, I don't know. FaZe isn't feeling on point for me. I know you want them to get the semifinal. They don't feel great for me at the moment. I'm interested to see where they go from here.
Just my outside pick, all right? Maybe I got to switch to Entropiq. Maybe that's what I've got to do. I don't know, man. Maybe Richard Lewis might know. We're going to send it back to the studio with the desk and the boys.
Yes, everything you think you know, you don't know. Copenhagen Flames do it again. And I'm just going to start. We did set it up. You said we had to talk about it, Maniac, that these players obviously had been kind of in the comfort zone of playing in their hotel rooms. Prior to that, obviously playing online. Listen, everyone's playing in LAN conditions here now, and they've just beat FaZe, dominated FaZe on one of their best maps.
doesn't get any more legit than that.
No.
I mean, at this point, all we have to do is acknowledge how exceptional Copenhagen Flames are playing. And this story in itself is incredible. This team, bunch of rookies together, coming in at the major, now 2-1, one game away technically from making it to the champion stage of the major. It is incredible. Some of these players finding a new breath in their career. Roy is obviously going to be a name we'll mention. We have it on our screen. Some other people I haven't even heard before. Yappy, Hooksy, Nicholas, and now suddenly they are schooling FaZe on Ancient.
Yep. What's just crazy for me is the journey these guys have had, right?
Yeah.
Of course, we can talk about Entropiq as well. We'll talk about them later on. They've had a miraculous run from the CIS region. Obviously, although they have names which are kind of known to fans of Counter-Strike. And as Manek mentioned here, Copenhagen Flames, I won't lie, apart from Roy, I didn't know much about these other players coming in over here. And look at the journey they've had. They had to play the open qualifiers for IEM Fall.
Yeah, I mean...
They won that. They went from that to the closed qualifiers. They won that. Then they had to play IEM Fall on LAN. They won that. To get the points.
Yeah.
They come to the new challenges stage. You're like, yeah, they're getting out of here. They go 3-0. Was it 3-0?
Yeah.
Yeah, they went 3-0 right there. Now they come over here and everyone's like, they're playing from the hotel rooms. It doesn't really count. And if it's fair, it's a fair argument. Here they are playing in the studio against FaZe. And now they are one best of 3. They have 3 chances, Richard.
Yeah.
And they're one best of 3 away from making it to the playoffs of the biggest major we've had.
I think the thing that's amazing about this Copenhagen Flames story is, for me personally, it really puts it into context. The amount of excuses that are made by players and teams, especially North American teams, let's just call it out. You know, these guys, some of these guys are journeymen. Roy was in that Mad Lions team that absolutely disintegrated around him. He saw, supposedly, all of the best parts of that. Asset stripped, sent off to other teams. A-Core, going to MOUZ, all of this. And he's just like, well, what do I do, right? I'm 27. What do I do? Well, I'll tell you what he does. He goes on to become one of the best players at this tournament.
He's a superstar right now. Roy is playing at a superstar level. Ever since they arrived here for the major, they have played 8 maps if you combine the challenger and the legend stage, and he's peaking at 1.36
It's insane.
rating. These
doesn't make
are
sense.
the actual exclusive category of superstar. He is playing like a star. He's finding, like I said, a second breath in his career. And there is something I need to mention. I just want to put it out there. When I see a team starting a tournament, starting a game, this is the major, there's a lot of pressure. I'm keeping an eye on how decisive they are. I'm trying to take the temperature of how confident and how decisive, again, they go into duels. You look at Copenhagen Flames in this game, they came to play. There was no doubt, no hesitation. They were out-dueling, out-clutching FaZe, never second themselves. I don't know where the confidence is coming from. They're in like some sort of microcosm where they believe in themselves and they're in this together. It is so great to watch.
Well, the pressure's not on them, right? All the pressure is on FaZe to perform, especially after that capitulation against G2. And here we go, the match MVP. Man, Roy has been a revelation for everyone, and at this point, you have to believe that this guy, you can't even believe, the facts speak for itself. He is a star, and Manek said he has ascended to the realms of, you know, names we talk about. I still wouldn't call him as simple as I would yet. They've obviously achieved way more, but he is in contention to be perhaps one of the best players we've had so far in this tournament.
This is what I love about Counter-Strike as well. I mean, like, even if it's made me look like an idiot in the past, I remember saying, you know, multiple times publicly, yeah, 27, it's too old to get good at this game. You cannot teach an old dog new tricks. I know that. Well, I'm completely wrong, because this game has so much depth and complexity to it that even at 27, you can have, like, kind of a late blossoming and end up like this guy, Jax before him, obviously, at G2. You know, there's hope for all us oldies.
Hobbit,
Not me, of
Renaissance
course,
in
I'm too old,
Gambit.
but-
You have Hobbit as well.
Yeah, Hobbit,
exactly.
you know,
a new
so
page.
it's just a fantastic story for them. We go from the good to the bad. We got to talk about FaZe. They're starting to struggle and stumble a little bit in the legend stage, you know. Look at the score lines. They got beaten heavily by G2. We said, okay, that's fine. That's a psychological minefield for Carrigan to come through. Copenhagen Flames, really no excuses that players of this tenure and this experience are struggling. That's one of their best maps, Maniac.
I cannot save them, Richard. I would like to try and give you an argument, give you an explanation, an excuse of some sort for FaZe. The truth is there isn't. You're right, they play Ancient at the best of 1. It's supposed to be a middle pack, right? You look at the clutches they lose, and this to me is the one argument we have to mention. just maybe not out quickly.
Yeah.
But all the 2v2s and 3v3s going in Copenhagen Flames. This is supposed to be the department of the game where the experience, we're at the major, there's a lot on the line, people are going to be shaky a little bit. You make the difference when it's 20 seconds. Olofmeister, Kerrigan, Rain, they'll make the right decisions. Copenhagen Flames make them look like clowns in these clutch situations, all these retakes. How are you getting outclassed by the youngsters, by the rookies? This is something that doesn't sit well for me.
I just want to point about Kerrigan, right? Like yesterday, how he seemed to be very quiet. Today as well, like I think the first 7 rounds, he had 14 ADR. The opening kills were being gifted. They were being gifted, and it was Copenhagen Flames. They were abusing their life. Kerrigan's playing towards donut cube, whatever you want to call it, and we're just going to abuse him. And he was just falling apart there. But here's the thing: 9-6 is the scoreline. Second half, it's a 4 versus 3 man advantage for FaZe. They plant the bomb in a 4v3, and Copenhagen Flames just come jumping in, gunning around like ha ha ha, tra la 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 la, easy as you like it. They get the defuse, and they don't even lose a single player. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to do that. I mean, you know, where do FaZe go from here? Because now this is ridiculous. I mean, you talk about ridiculous. What's ridiculous is them going out here. They could have a real hard game next, depending on how these results go. If you look at some of the contenders.
Oh, absolutely, Rich. I mean, we have the Gambit VP game going on. The loser is going to be 1 and 2. We have Vitality, obviously, could be potentially 1 and 2 if they beat EG. There are some serious candidates. I don't know why I'm using NIF. There are some serious candidates in that bracket of 1-2 games. And the problem I have once more, I don't want to pile only on Kerrigan because I think there was a team failure. Only Twist was really putting up a fight here. But you have Kerrigan who went on from being sort of a hero in a new challenger stage, leading his team to a very easy qualification to the legend stage, playing better individually. We love that. And now he's not finding any success. And I worry, what is the consequence of that in the strat book? What is the consequence of that in the decisions, in the map pool? He's the one responsible for this situation. He's the IGL, and he's in a pit right now. He's in the abyss, and they're going to have to help him pack up again, because I worry for this team.
Yeah. Blair, any final thoughts from you?
Nothing. I think Maynard just nailed everything right there. FaZe are in a bit of a pickle, like for them to make it to the next stage, a championship stage. This is a game they should have really won. But then again, like Copenhagen Flames are just clearly the better team, and also, like you pointed out, Twist played at his level. He was playing fantastically, but he's reaching a level of Counter-Strike right now where just one player having that star power performance is just not good enough, right? Copenhagen Flames, they're like, screw you. We have Roy. We have a Roy. You have a Twist. We have a Roy, and we're the better team overall.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. So there you go, the Copenhagen Flames burning bright here at the PGL Major Stockholm. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back with more action in the Legend Stage Day 2. Make sure you join us.
Coming up next, Team Liquid versus FURIA.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Hello, welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. And if you're a North American Counter-Strike fan, you're about to get a heavy case of deja vu because Team Liquid are about to take on FURIA, and they pretty much do that every week, it seems, or they certainly did for a prolonged period of time. I'll start with you here, Maniac. FURIA, they're a team that are a little bit, you know, they've been going through some problems. I really love the core. I love the way they play. Finding that fifth has proved to be elusive, and they've come to the major bringing in an academy player to replace Honda, a young lad called Drop. He's not a like-for-like replacement. He's kind of rifling, and, you know, I kind of worry for them at this tournament because, as we've said for other teams, you need to have that experience.
You do, and you were talking about this journey for FURIA to find the 5th, and it has been like a never-ending story for them, a never-ending struggle. Ever since Henny left this squad with the double AWP and all the power that it used to bring, they've been on the descent. Like, they've been struggling. They tried with Junior, obviously that didn't pan out. They gave a shot to Honda, that also proved to be insufficient. And now this guy Drop comes in, a player that, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know. I haven't really seen much of him, but it does feel like he's more than just a deadweight. He does feel like he's bringing his skills to the table. I was reading the Art interview on HLTV. Apparently, he's also quite active, proactive. He's taking responsibility, which are extremely good signs if you're a rookie just throwing the lines down.
Well, he had a suspension essentially as well at some point because you know, he had a previous ban. And it was the new rules from Valve that enabled him to really start thinking intelligently about maybe I can go and be a pro now. And he was in the FURIA Academy side. They brought him in. And, you know, I think it's interesting because it has caused a shift, Blair, in how the team plays. We've seen K Serato picking up that secondary AWP, and I don't know if I like that.
Here's the problem with FURIA. Look, I've always been a fan of this team. I love what they bring to the I don't know.
The excitement, I guess.
No,
the
not
crazy.
just excitement. It's like when it comes to the buffet of Counter-Strike, it's just so special, right? But because of the style they have, they don't necessarily get these guaranteed, like, more consistent runs, so to speak. I want to touch on Art a little bit. IGL, fantastic guy, lovely guy. We know what he can do in the server. But now with the primary AWPing role, you know, being handled by him as an IGL. Sure, you have K Serato's secondary AWPing. Never a good idea in my opinion because he's such a sick rifler. And Art, in my look, that style he has of just being hyper aggressive and going in just to get that info play. I think, you know, I think that time is gone right now. You need to temper it a little bit more. You're basically giving 4v5 situations to your opponent so early in the round, where even the information you glean from that is just not, the trade isn't good enough. And you're the primary AWPer and you're dying this early. I just don't think it is a right formula for the side of FURIA right now.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting that that aggressive play style was really pioneered. I mean, he was the guy that was sort of doing it before anyone else was doing it. Obviously, Yakindar's now took it to the next level. But, you know, I agree. I think, you know, they have to adapt and evolve if they're going to beat opponents at this stage.
It's just a little bit too all or nothing. And that is my issue with Art. You're right to mention it. They bring a different flavor. When FURIA started having wins and Ws in the Counter-Strike realm, it was in a way and a fashion that we didn't really know before. Even other players were talking to me saying, like, we don't know what the hell to do against them. Like, we know they're going to play it like this. We don't know how to handle it. That train now's gone. It's over. That period of time is over. And I wish that they had just kept what was working, you know, this aggression, this proactivity, but temper it off just a little bit. Have, you know, mid-ground, half-assed play, if I can phrase it like that, where you have a safety plan. You don't have to completely commit to the action, because this is what we're seeing from Art. He's going to have a game where he completely takes over because what he is doing is working, and you basically play 5v4 all the time. He's got all the map control.
And obviously they're taking on Team Liquid today, as we said. They're very familiar with each other. We're very familiar with Team Liquid. This team, man. This team.
Go ahead, let it out.
No, well, you know what I'm going to say.
Free yourself.
Do it. Team Liquid are, on paper, still a fantastic, amazing roster. I love the addition of Fallen. I predicted that something like that was going to happen. I think that experience is invaluable. I think Grim is such a great find, and you know, and it's just like they have this embarrassment of riches, but you just never know which Team Liquid is going to turn up. And I know Team Liquid fans around the world feel that pain, right? You get up, you sat there in your shreddies, having your breakfast. I watch Team Liquid play. Sometimes you're just left in tears from it. Sometimes you're left in jubilation. You just don't know what you're going to get.
I feel it's kind of interesting how these two teams in a server right now we're going to be seeing. Liquid are the last bastion for North America, right? North American CS. And like you said, like even if you had your EGs and everyone fall apart, at least you can be like, we have Liquid. We have that one team. They're struggling. Speaking about the Brazilians, the most, you know, we had the most the most representation of Brazil in this major, 21 players. We're down to 6. All 6 are in the server as well right now. So they're not just representing their brand or team, but the entirety of America is right now in the server, and both the teams have so much to lose.
How do you feel about the IGL situation over at Team Liquid? Because they, you know, it's swapped back and forth between tournaments. I saw them, you know, going into the North American RMR that they played at, where they won and they beat FURIA in a best-of-5 in the final there. They were like, okay, we've gone back to Stewie, even though Fallen was brought into IGL, and we're definitely sticking to that. And then Fallen was like, oh no, I'm doing it again, and now I don't think this is good for sort of team cohesion and stability. Personally,
I agree with you. I personally was not really pleased with the coming and going, like changing formulas. I was under the impression when Fallen came in that it was quite clear he was going to be the IGL. Of course, like he's one of the most veterans. He's won 2 majors in this role, so he was kind of solving the puzzle, solving the mystery. What I do appreciate, what I do acknowledge, is that Stewie is a player that needs a voice. We know how he feels the game. We know how his intuition as the action is going on is going to be important. But I feel like Liquid took a very long time to find a synergy between the two. And it seems like they are going in that direction. You read interviews, you hear interviews, it's getting better. But this is almost like the temperature check for this lineup. Is Fallen and Stewie working in together? You have Elise chiming in. You have to make it work together.
Yeah, and we can look at the veto now. So Blair, I'll come to you here when we bring it up on screen. Yes, I've said this many times. For me, I know Team Liquid are happy to play Inferno. I do feel like sometimes it's not their friend.
Yeah, but that is the nature of the beast, right? In all honesty, I feel, looking at the way this one's been banned out, it makes sense, right? Obviously, going to be seeing Ancient getting taken out by the side of Liquid. We're going to be seeing Dust2 immediately kicked out by Furia, and you can see it's an early bans there. Nuke getting taken out. Understandable, you know, in Furia, it is a comfort map for the side of Furia. And heading into Inferno, for sure, I'm going to give the slight little edge to Liquid over here. I think they've looked very good on Inferno in the past. And for Furia, again, that's the thing with Furia. It doesn't matter what the map is. It's hot or cold. If they just pop off, head off to a great start, Yuri gets going, Art's getting his entries, just opening up the map single-handedly, they're just going to stomp all over Liquid, or they could just get banged out 16-6.
And you're talking about entries. I do think that the name of the game is going to be the T side of Furia against Liquid's defense, because that is the DNA of Liquid. This is when they were actually hitting their peak, hitting their stride in the trophies. They had an absolute rock armored defense. You could not get past that. We have seen Furia in this very event kind of break their teeth against Astralis, only winning 5 rounds. I fear for them that they're going to end up in that situation where the defense is just rock solid, you cannot get through, and Art is going to once again end up running into a wall a lot of times.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as I said, there's just nothing. These opponents can't have any surprises against each other, you know, having played each other so extensively. How much of that is going to be a factor, sort of that like mind game aspect, you know, when you've played somebody so often because of the region locking and everything, you know, is that something that comes into play, leveraging your professional experience?
Actually, considering, I mean, they did play a lot at the beginning of the year during the online era and everything, but in the past few months, the past 5 or 6 months, they've only played this one time. That was during Pro League, right? Which is funny enough in the EU. So they were also kind of unfortunate.
That was with Gary as well at the time.
Yeah,
that was the fun time when Gary actually came in, and that was a
that was another factor we haven't even been able to sort of fit in to talk about. I wish we could, but unfortunately, I've been told that it's time for the action.
Oh, no.
So all the North American Counter-Strike fans, get ready. It's time for Moses to get out the Wolverine picture. Let's get into the action.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm here too. But yeah, this is Jason. It's your region in so many ways.
Yeah, well, I have been part of that whole situation going on over there. So, yeah, that nice little nostalgia Wolverine picture that you hold up.
Part of this organization as well. For those of you who don't know, Jason actually did coach Team Liquid very recently, which I'm not going to pry your brain on that. I know there's probably some rights of privacy there, and obviously some team information we shouldn't have access to as fans. So that's not why I bring that up, but just for context. So you'll obviously be able to analyze what's going on quite well in this game against a team like Furia, which you'll also know well because North American, you guys would have played against them.
I hated playing against Furia when
really?
I was there.
How come?
Yeah. Well, that was like at their peak. That was like their peak scariness, was like that online era back in the North America. Henny was playing lights out. Art was at like the peak of his game as well. No one had really figured out kind of how to play against this new style. It was tough. They were a very frustrating team to play against because there was just always some kind of insanity going on somewhere on the map, and it was very difficult to read, very difficult to respond to.
Did Fallen have any sort of insight into that? Because he hasn't really been a part of none of these players, as far as I know, have played directly under Fallen, whereas a lot of Brazilian players have, or at least been influenced by him.
Not like insight into what they like to do or what they were going to do so much. I mean, obviously we picked things out of the demo that we thought we could exploit, but more of like a insight into like a general philosophy of how like they thought about the game and in that kind of a sense, and you know, a framework of which you could have a conversation on how to play against that kind of style.
I feel like the weird thing with the Brazilian scene, and that we talk about sort of these rivalries and the pug systems, right, and 10-mans, because we know that obviously the pros have their own little circuit of 10-mans that's quite exclusive for reasons. Obviously, even when they're casually playing the game, they still want to play at a decent level and have fun with those that they know, and also they want to chat with people that they can trust and all of that stuff when they're just kind of shooting their mouths off for fun. So obviously, yeah, they play with themselves. That sounded
Sounded great, actually.
Phrasing.
Yeah, phrasing.
All right, so anyway.
What you do is you get a tape recorder.
Yes.
You record yourself, and at the end of the day,
you upload
listen
it
back
to
to
a very specific website. No, the point is, though, but like in Brazil, a lot of these guys have been now removed and playing either in Europe or North America so frequently that some of the newer Brazilian players coming through haven't necessarily been within those 10-mans anymore. So I was wondering even if Fallen had seen much. Obviously, when they come to North America, we know the Brazilians, when they're going to play, they're going to message each other first, Portuguese, have some fun. They're
Also,
they're comrades, but there's almost more of a distance now between that.
Oh, certainly, and like not just distance in terms of even like having those 10-man systems that we used to have in North America is tough to execute now when you have teams like Liquid and EG going over to North America. Furia has been living in Europe, and then all of these teams traveling, you're not able to kind of get that same kind of effective pug system going on that is so useful, and that's part of the reason why Europe is a very much stronger region, is you have this kind of pug system that individuals can move up in, and you play against each other constantly, and you're always getting updated on the small details and the small meta adaptations. Regardless, all that out the window. No excuses for either of these teams. 1-1 matchup. Furia Liquid on Inferno. Liquid's going to start on the attacking side. A little bit of a stack in towards Halls. That's K Serato and Yuri defending against that, and here we go. This is going to be a big deal. Swinging, ducking it. It's Yuri for the first kill. They now know the trap is sprung, and there goes K Serato. Good kills from Elige, busting that wide open, and they don't press the issue quite yet. Looking to see if there's going to be a third player follow-up. This is a 3-on-3. Nav's going to try and cut off rotations. That's Drop coming over towards the library with the USP.
So Drop Soul holds the newest addition to this team, that ever-rotating 5th spots where they've had many different players in that position. Now Elige is going to take Drop down. Great shot with the USP. Grim will hold inside of the pit. That will cover off the rotations from the bracket side, but Art is still up above and has that Molotov. That can absolutely push him out of position and be a massive issue, but it's Vinny instead on the floor that gets the shot. Art over top. CZ, now they'll clear, make sure pit's fully gone, but that means they go one at a time against Elige. They didn't go together, they didn't look for the trade, but Vinny still gets it. He's able to recover, box to create separation, and defuse to get the win in the round.
Oh, and that was Elige with a quad kill going for the ace on the final kill. Some fantastic shots, and Furia managed the retake. Pistol round to the Brazilian side. Yeah, there's a lot of, I wouldn't say this is necessarily a grudge match, but there's obviously a long history over in the North American region over the past year and a half during COVID times of this series. This battle between these two teams has a bit of history to it. And frustrating, Elige probably felt like he didn't have a great chance in that fight at the end. Vinny with the trade. And yeah. Little F-bomb there.
Yeah, understandably.
Frustration.
Yeah, this is competition, this is sport, this is emotion. You're invested in this. As it's going to be alt middle, the approach predominantly for Liquid. Grim still holding it out toward the T-stairs. And we see a good amount of utility already thrown in toward Banana. You've got smokes, bottom side of it. You've got Molotovs that will go toward the logs. Or had, they're gone now. Just trust me, they were there. If you didn't see them, they were. I'm not lying to you. As Vinny will set up a crossfire with Yuri. And we saw Yuri and K Serato be really effective in that position yesterday.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Despite obviously, this is a 1-on-1 match.
Yeah.
They didn't have the most successful day, but they were very good in that position.
Elige is going to push up with his AK-47, and Furia positioned to defend against this kind of a play. Elige spots the body over at corner, and he's very wary of his stack. And falling back now as Grim starts to lead the way in towards taking Banana. Stewie as well behind him, and actually the entirety of the Team Liquid team. Elige watching the flank for the moment. That's a great shot. Vinny going for a peek for information, and he is put down, and that opens the map up a little bit more. Opens up so many more possibilities for what Liquid can do, so now Furia is put into a position where they have to make a decision. Smoke down at the B choke point is going to funnel Liquid back towards a 24 seconds on the clock, and here we go.
Stewie wants to work his way in. Yuri, he's going to be the farmer. He's going to hold that hay. But it's going to be CTs that get two. Elige will finally drop in. Now they've got the support. Now they've got the position. But K Serato does well with the SMG to get one. And that allows Drop to come through and clean up the others as they're still trying to find him in the corner. 2-0 for Furia.
Just enough resistance to get everyone from Furia over to that bomb site to make sure that Liquid never had breathing room during the hit. That SMG coming in hot late in the round. 2-0 start for Furia. That passes some AK-47s over as well. And actually, I think Liquid is just going to pass a hero AK over to Stewie 2K. That's Fallen to drop that over to his teammate and saying, Stewie, go get us some kills. Go make sure we can limit the money that they're able to build up. Maybe you get something lucky. Maybe we get something fortunate, and we can actually build off of it.
And he's got the head armor to go with that, obviously, so that will be beneficial against the M4s and the MP9. Not so much the AK, unfortunately. Just to note as well, the last 3 times that they've played each other on this map, the last time, the most frequent, was at Pro League Season 14, and it was 16-4 in favor of Liquid, but that is an outlier. The other 2 were 16-14, and each of them took one of those. So they've played this map very close against each other.
Yep.
And those 2 16-14s with respective wins for each were at CS Summit, which Liquid did win 3-1 in the final against Furia.
Ooh, pop flash setup. Art and drop, waiting for any kind of indication that Liquid is here, listening for a footstep. Here it comes. Grim's going to turn the corner, trying to make sure he can't get back into the fight. Flashbang works perfectly. Fallen does eventually take him down, but it was costly. Drop gets dinked. He backs away. That nade could do great work. It could do everything, and oh, only a little bit of a chip on a NAF. It fell short, and the coffin blocks some of the damage. But a 3-on-4 post plant. The problem is just still the 1 AK-47 on Stewie.
Good shot from Vinny to take down NAF. Lige waits, wants to swing it out, Deagle in hand, but it's Quesarado that gets the shot. Yuri, distance, AK. Doesn't matter if Stewie's got that head armor now, does it? Not so tough now, are you, kid? 3-0 for Furia. And remember, just to speak of sort of the Brazilian aspect of this, you might have Fallen on the team. You also have Stewie, who played with Fallen in MIBR, and is an honorary Brazilian due to the legendary Stewie 6K round in Belo Horizonte.
That was great. That was a good round. All right, full
that round was so... That arena had so much noise and was so loud. We did have some sound issues, but like Henry and I couldn't even hear each other. And that play, I couldn't even hear myself. I could have been speaking a different language and not known. Like, it was so loud when
the building's made out of pure concrete.
Yeah, it is a bit of an echo chamber.
Shocking, really. Stewie, deep Molotov towards Carr and half wall, so that he can have some safety in the obligatory exchange of grenades and banana. Drop's going to spam through the smoke, hoping someone's trying to make a play, but Stewie's not fooled. Grim takes the worst of it, the brunt of it, and it's quite a lot of damage. 85 down to 15 health for young Grimathy. Ooh.
Grim's got Art a little bit ambitious to try and get on top of the barrels when they're spraying that down because he's still got to land, get position, and try and find the aim. That's too easy. Grim's on 15 HP, but the man advantage. It's Quesarado that's going to bring the AWP over to Banana. We didn't see it here often yesterday. He was so successful at the top of mid at the brackets position, specifically on the boiler side of that as well. Utility thrown, he knows it. Doesn't go for the shot in the half wall. Doesn't want to reveal that he's here yet. He's trying to just stay quiet. Let them walk into the AWP. If they try and go for utility deep, that's exactly it. They're going to think it's clean to go around the corner, and Stewie's gone.
Very gone. Here comes the follow-up nades. They know the op is here, obviously. They don't realize it's the only one here. And Quesarado's going to be forced back. There's nothing he can do through the smoke. Furia gambling that Liquid was going to fall back to the A bomb site. And now they've got they've got a heavy flank coming in. Fallen takes some damage, but doesn't go down. Alige, first one at contact. Yuri ran out of ammunition, I think, or he switched away. And there's the repeat. Naf with a double kill is going to secure the round because Quesarado is going to try and fall away.
Oh, Quesarado. Counts as a quick scope because the button, the input was pressed, but that's about as a no-scope as he can get. About as a no-scope.
I like
All right, listen, man. English. Speaking franglais today. It's going to be Grim. Everyone's low on HP right now, but Grim in the back with Naf to work around and Quesarado desperately trying to be the one that not only opened up this B site, or rather held defense, opened up the killing on the B site, and trying to close it out, but couldn't do it with the AWP. He was rendered useless with so much utility in that position throughout the entirety of the round, but now we finally get Liquid on the board.
Yeah, real power of that round, real turning point is Alige and Naf handling that flank down mid that was coming up Banana. They go 3 for 1 in the exchange. And from there, no chance of a retake. So first round on the board for the North American side. Op in the hands of Art, op in the hands of Fallen as well.
So Art waiting it out to see if anyone's going to take a similar dry peek this time, but flash from far. That's at CT, or rather T-stairs, outside of the kitchen position to try and get them further in, but it's Art that wants to take this back. He's waiting to see if there will be a shoulder that shows. Not sure they'll expect another off angle for the AWP, and more patience, less utility, more picks. That's the play, but Stewie with a good shot back through the wall. Through that board, and a good flash. Drop has to drop off the sandbags, but he's still alive. They have to hit that shot, so at least Stewie does, and Elige takes a dink as well, so great job done by Drop, all things considered.
Yeah, Stewie was running out of bullets, which is why you didn't see him just hold down that trigger and spray drop down. He was trying to be a little bit economic. He only had 3 shots to make that work. Elige looking for the repeat, and he's got it. Bit of a gift handed over. Elige with 18 HP, just watching exactly for that and playing it passive. This position from K Serato, though. Oh boy, if they don't expect it, Liquid's in trouble. And they don't head in this direction, so the question becomes, does K Serato ever peek out? And the answer is no. Nath and Fallen have free access to Rap side, and they're going to work their way all the way around to the B bomb site, but that's heading towards the rifle. Yuri, essentially, at this point, in a 1 versus 3.
Here he's trying to make those shots count. Sees them coming around, but falling on the AK instead, and didn't take much damage, all things considered, considering how many bullets were shot out from that M4. They'll self-smoke Fallen, just a quick peek toward Banana beforehand, but it's only K Serato. And he'll grab shiny AK. Actually, I don't know if it's shiny. I haven't seen the skin yet. Don't do it. Leave them be. Smart man. Good job. They did nothing to you.
Yeah, doesn't want to draw the anger of the chicken god.
That would be a cool, like, bonus mode, like Halloween game mode they could add. If you kill a chicken in, like, deathmatch, they all just chase you and peck you for, like, 2 HP each hit.
Or a giant chicken falls from the sky and attacks you.
All right, listen, I don't want to have nightmares, okay?
I'm thinking, like,
too scary.
I'm thinking, like, concrete donkey from Worms, except it's a giant chicken.
It's a giant chicken. This is, okay, you're literally, like, posing that hypothetical. Would you rather fight 100 duck-sized horses, or would you rather fight 1 horse-sized duck?
One horse-sized duck.
All right, producer says
sure.
horse-sized duck, too. Yeah, horses still kick pretty strong, right? Like, even if they're small, they're probably going to just stampede, trample, run you down.
It's just a lot, isn't it? I don't want to deal with that.
But if they're small, you just
want
like...
the fair fight. I want the one-on-one.
I hope that duck beaks you so hard. Teach you to beak off, Jason.
Look, I can handle ducks. It's the swans I'm afraid of.
Stop looking at me, swan.
Stewie, again, Molotov towards the car and going to move forward. And he probably feels a bit more confident in this round, with the sense that the economy for Furia is pretty chewed up.
It's a Billy Madison reference.
Yes.
In case anyone was wondering. We'll see if Stewie can go back to school this round. Up against the Pistols, keep it conventional, but they don't know where that AK is. The K Serato's grabbed. It's boosted up new box. We know that. We've got that information.
I imagine he peeks into this at some point. Fallen does have some utility ready. Stewie's on the scouting mission. There's the Molotov over to flush them out. But yeah, as you said, the boost. Stewie's not looking for it, so the rifle, if they have a smoke to drop off, they do not. So actually, yeah, Art's going to make a run for that AK-47, and Fallen saw it coming the whole way. And with that op kill, like, Fallen has probably, you know, he might not want to take the risk, but if you're K Serato, you're like, man, that op can just be walking in. He can take his time. So K Serato's got a tough job to do. The rest of Furia not budging from the A-bomb site. Silence on the map.
Silence on the map. Vinny's going to rotate it back in. 4 players ready to go with the execution. That AK still in play and didn't do much damage to it, so the gun becoming a factor. K Serato's gone now. Grim's got the shot. Assist on the flash to Fallen as Drop gets pushed off. Nap will fire through the smoke and find Vinny. And Fallen's ready for the flank. Drop is also inside of the palace, hoping that perhaps someone can walk by and he'll get a headshot and get a gun for his troubles, but he's going to be surrounded. He's making a lot of noise. He's going to give up that he is coming around, but manages to get his aim together on top of the sandbags. Which way do you exit? At this point, they don't have the information. They're going to go actually all back toward Banana, and Yuri, I was going to say, is probably going to get one here because it's a CZ75. He tagged up Fallen as well, but the op shot successful. Tie game, so Liquid right back into it. And there's Young John. John the Leprechaun.
Yeah. Looking happy.
Looking for that pot of gold this major. In many ways, Liquid were favorites in 2019 when obviously they won their Grand Slam, but never got that major title.
They were looking good in that Katowice as well that year. It was ENCE that shocked them with an upset.
Yep, shocked a lot of people with an upset, Na'Vi included. But it was ultimately still Astralis in the final that no one could touch.
Timeout from FURIA coming to a close, and we're going to get going into round number 7. Still the op on board for Fallen. Nothing to match it on the other side. It's the 4M4s and a FAMAS on drop. This time, Stewie changed his position. Went up alt mid to underpass to handle a mid push. There's no fast pressure on Banana. This time they're leaving it clear, at least to begin with. And Art and Drop are going to be calling that out. Drop's out at Sandbags right now, feeling no pressure.
Smoke goes down toward the Arch side. Queserado this time without the sniper rifle. Will reposition himself. Actually, he's going to go back into the cubby, so he left early, thinking that there might be a push through that smoke or some utility, some flashes. Instead, though, this is an old school position. Everyone's used it. I'm sure every one of you at home has used it too, you little cowards hoping to get shots in people's back. I know how you play. But
campers.
Oftentimes it works. Yeah, freaking campers.
I feel like that word's gone out of style.
It has, hasn't it?
Here we go. Just a delayed Banana take. Stewie leading the way as he does, and they wanted to go fast. They wanted to press the issue around that half wall. The Molotov's going to put a stop to it. The barrage of nades as well. And there we go. Drop. Molotov out of position. He's got the first kill. His teammate has left him to his own devices to die. That's Art backing up into the site. He's got no backup. Actually, Furia's pushing down mid again. Nobody rotating through CT spawn, and Art can only get the one. So we're 3-on-3, but this flank is coming in pretty quick.
Fallen there is ready for Vinny to go down, but here it is. All three are looking toward Palace still. No one having the indication that there could be actually someone coming out from Banana. Now Fallen gets a position, spots it. Now they have to be ready as well because Naf is in a bad spot. And Yuri's got the headshot onto him, and they're both pinched in the back line. Naf, with him going down, means Elige can't peek. He's got to be so patient. He's got to be so smart about this because remember, it's an AWP for Fallen, and he's left inside a dark. They can bounce it out. They can jump it around. He got the first shot, but you're right, no kit. Has Fallen done just enough? Absolutely. He's looking around. Did he get one? Did he get one in time is the real question. I don't think he has.
I think he does.
I don't think he has.
Ooh, no.
It's just barely enough for Liquid to win out the round.
Oh, that's so brutal for FURIA. Yeah, no utility to flush either Fallen or Elige out of their positions behind those blocks, so it took so long for them to clear those positions safely. Not a bad retake, all things considered, from FURIA, just the time is their enemy. And Liquid take a 1-round lead here on the T side of Inferno.
Fallen did well to hit the first shot, but man, you knew he was just going to get absolutely obliterated on the jump around.
The flank as well from Banana came so quick. If it was just maybe like a 1 second faster, they might have been able to either prevent Fallen from picking off the player towards CT spawn, or at least trade that kill and make the retake easier. Just unfortunately not, the timing not there. Liquid starting, again, confidence due to the knowledge of the economy situation, a little bit more confident to take portions of the map early on in the round. 1 minute and 20. They have bracket control, and they're already pressuring towards Rap side. It's Stewie to lead the way. Stewie, who wants to be the tip of the spear and investigating. Dropping his smoke to show the potential that they can attack Rap side, Rap towards CT spawn and the B bomb site.
So A, perhaps the play this time.
They're looking for a response with that smoke, right? You can see everyone pause and kind of shifting their gaze. They're looking to see what FURIA is going to do when that smoke comes out. Oh. When they do nothing, they just re-smoke it and pull the trigger. This is the execute they wanted all along. Elige and Grim combined for a couple of kills, and Queserado still alive, but really there's not a whole lot you can do here. Might be able to catch one off guard, Elige jumping up, but that's about all you're gonna get.
Yeah, nearly got away, but unfortunately the real estate in the apartments has been decreasing, and Akbeck, despite flooding in with complaints, can't do anything to evict the tenants this time. It's going to be the terrorists that do it instead. Art with just the CZ75 flash. They're trying to get to him. Trying to get him out, and they've even gone all the way around towards CT spawn to make sure he doesn't get away with anything, despite that it's just a pistol. Liquid will get the round and all of the kills. So that's going to make things efficient for them. They don't lose too much in doing it, and it's just that little bit extra. Make sure they don't pick up a gun, make sure they don't carry over any armor, and have to spend that slight bit more and keep the economy honest. However, this round, just to note, with the lost round bonus, they will have a double op.
Yeah, the double op setup switching into it, having some difficulties in these last 5 rounds. It's a 5-0 run for Team Liquid. After, not going to call it a slow start, being down 0-3, just after a standard start, Liquid have wrestled that control away. 1 op on K Serrato, that's going to be Boiler. 1 op on Art, that's at the B bomb site. And K Serrato looking for a pickoff. Ooh, he had the shot he wanted. You're not going to get a chance to get away. Elige is going to press that issue each and every time. 14 kills for Elige. In my entire time as a coach of Team Liquid, probably being able to watch Elige play on Inferno was one of the more impressive maps in my mind of watching him play. He's very, very good in that Boiler position, the Halls position, the mid position.
It's like 3 positions all in one.
Yeah. It's got a deep playbook, Elige.
Oh, I'll bet he does. Is that a nice thick book?
Binder, really.
Oh.
Oh.
Tell me more.
Here we go. Up mid. Oh, good trade. Stewie goes down, but Grim's got the follow-up frag. 14 HP, did take some damage. Yuri needs a multi-kill. He needs multiple. He's got a Elige. Now coming around the corner, it's Naf. They line up. They're such low health. He got the dink. If he could have converted one, he would have surely got the other, as Grim and Naf on 5 and 7 health. And I don't know if Furia wants to go for this.
It's so frustrating when if you're a Furia fan right now and you're looking at the information that we have. Grim so low, Naf so low, AWP for Fallen, and he's the high HP player. So ultimately, it's whether or not he hits the shot, but you just can't afford it. You can't justify it, and they have to back away. They don't have all of that.
Yeah, no kits. You have to wait out that smoke that's in small pit. You've only got 2 flashbangs to work with. You know you're going to be retaking against an op. So I mean, even if the other players have low HP, that op is going to be able to peek at that long range retake with impunity. 3-6 as Furia get their scoreline doubled up.
Doubled up, and yeah, looking pretty solid because this is 6 rounds in a row as well. So that lost round bonus will be still maximized for the CTs. That's partly why you can justify the save. It just strengthens the buy around it. But to note, they did not get either of the AWPs back, as both K Serrato and Art went down without finding... Well, I take that back. Art did get 1 kill, didn't he? But without finding much impact because it was traded. As we take a look at Vinny. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. Because they're going to need something. K Serrato as well, just left on a P250. 5-7 Yuri. I thought they'd have a little more than this, but yeah, the lost round bonus, they were so invested. Only 3,400. It's not really enough on the CT side, so MP9 for Art. And Art is... got a lot of utility in front of him right now. Nade. Oh, Grim. He's just forward of that. Art jumps up, and Art's too smart as he spots out one more. Ooh, a dink on Stewie as well. But Stewie survives. Survives just barely. Drop could actually spray him down through the half wall, and he's going to take out Elige as well. Now the rifle's working because Stewie walks in, and it's a 2K for Drop instead. Thank you very much, Mr. Stu. And Stu over that, Liquid, because now they have to recover. Naf's going to try and do it, but Vinny says no. Absolutely not. Go back to spawn and wait for the next round, son.
That was really dangerous from Furia. The double push, from lane. It felt like they weren't even aware of the possibility that Naf would be lurking there. They could have very easily been doubled up, and then Fallen would have rotated all the way over to the A bomb site with the bomb, and it would have been a weird post-plant 2v2 situation. Fallen still able to grab one. That's Drop who goes down. Yuri surely at some point going to time his step through the smoke, but Fallen's looking for it. Yuri around the edge of the smoke. Good on him. A little bit of a ninja. Portuguese ninja.
Portuguese ninja.
Brazilian ninja?
Brazilian jiu-jitsu is what their thing would be.
Well, yeah, I
know,
know,
but like, because like samurais and all that, that's all, samurais, ninjas, taekwondo, we prescribe that to the Asians. I'm trying to think if there's like a Brazilian, like samurai ninja equivalent.
I'm sure there is.
Some sort of folklore behind it.
I've not brushed up on my Brazilian ancient warrior knowledge.
Understood.
Whatever you want to call it. Vinny's going to drop a Molotov, prevent the jump up from Elige. Or at least just delay it. Get utility damage from Stewie. Tossing that nade out. Art's down to about half HP, but he's going to slide out with the AWP. Teammate at the half wall, waiting to help him out if it's necessary. Art is going to be hidden from Stewie kind of jiggle peeking if he does jiggle peek a little bit deeper, but not that much. Art gets blinded and forced off the angle and forced into the open. Drop goes for the follow-up peek. Beautiful headshot. Beautiful trade as well to keep things even. Extra smoke on the ground for Grim.
Drop's ready to go. They'll push in. Smoke still down drop, both sides of it. In fact, they go for the stairs smoke to try and get up around Oranges. One, to try and force him deeper, to try and force him out, and Molotovs will help do it. Grim's got the kill. Grim with a decent showing so far in this game. 7 kills, not a ton, but it's contribution that's been noted. Elige is the one, again, as leads the way with a remarkable scoreline of 14 kills, just 10 rounds in this, the 11th. And Yuri trying to win this out, trying to make this a one-round game. As they did win the force buy in the last round. AK-47 to work with. Flash over. He's able to avoid it. No one peeks behind it. Bomb's already planted. They don't need to overextend. They need to buy time. Oh, Yuri, I'm sorry, son. That's not the smoke you were looking for.
No, that's not ideal. I don't think they necessarily would have gone for it either, but with that smoke, yeah, it's going to die them an easy fallback, although Vinny clears up NAF, and that allows them to escape. 7-4. Liquid keep climbing up that scoreboard as another bomb goes off. And this is kind of cool. Liquid have just been able to really, I don't want to say abuse the B-bomb side because it hasn't always been easy, but I mean, man, they're finding that kill there with some consistency, and then it's like, let's just go. Let's not waste time moving around the map trying to make things too complicated. Let's pull the trigger and get into the site and get that plant. So far, it's working. It's a 7-1 run. And another timeout called by FURIA as they're trying desperately to put a stop to this. But ever since Liquid got their hands on guns in the 4th round, it's been all Team Liquid.
It has indeed. How's the B stream looking? As Gambit did actually manage to come back from a 14-11 on Vertigo and take map 1. I say that confidently because I actually came in here to get ready for us to go live again before I could see the end of that, but I'm fairly certain. Let me double check before I make a fool of I mean, I'm going to make a fool of myself today anyway, some way or another, but they did win 16-14. So it's not this time. Haha, joke's on you, everyone that wanted me to lose that bet. Heroic is beating Astralis 3-0, and that's a pretty sexual matchup in so many ways. Couldn't think of a better name for it, Jason, but yeah, controversial.
Sexual.
A lot of narratives.
Well, Liquid Fury, we are live back into the game. Round 12. Ooh, Stewie takes damage coming through the smoke. I don't think that will necessarily scare him away too much. It might have Grim shift into the point man position. Flashbang is out, drop swings wide. He goes down, but a good trade from Fallen. And Art wants nothing to do with it. 2 AWPs to defend this B-bomb site. That's unique. One aggressive, one passive for the moment.
Now trying to find an opening. He's actually going to bail out of the apartments at this point, 4-on-4. They want to try and get some control toward Banana, get something else going on the map. And with 3 players here, and 1, 2, 3 smokes to work with, 2 Molotovs, and only the single smoke for Art, which he's going to deploy now to try and see himself alive. It's not going to be much, but he did deploy it well. He gives K-Serrato a chance to fall back, and K-Serrato, he's got 2, and he's not done yet because he's got better positioning. He's only lagged out Fallen, who managed to elevate himself above, and he's going to look towards CT, knowing that the rotations are coming in that direction, but needs as well to consider that he has the time to put down the bombs, so he best do so. A 1-on-2. Mr. Brazil versus his disciples. And Vinny will work his way back toward the top of Banana. Fallen's positioning is great, and if they both come through from that side, but he has to consider that Palace is also a problem. Does he rotate all the way around? Does he try and swing CT, knowing that they've got to be at least this far forward? And if he gets that far, if he's able to get out that doorway and back to the lane, then he just has to work back through CT. It doesn't matter. Yuri's got him. Too many angles, too many things to consider. And Fallen's brain is big, but not enough wrinkles to solve that equation.
He had the right idea, just not the timing on it. Yuri was playing that so patiently. Yuri plays that excellent, waiting for the smoke from his teammate to pull the attention away before moving forward. And Fallen probably assumed after not seeing or hearing anyone that whole time that both players were going to be coming in that direction. Great sequence from K-Serato. Boy, did Furia need that. And this is very similar to the Astralis game in the first half. Furia getting trounced, but just finding a way to get enough rounds to keep things relatively competitive. Now, the match didn't end competitive, but at least towards the end of the first half. And again, despite the fact that they're getting dominated when it comes to the gun round, the buffer of winning the pistol in the ensuing 2 rounds is quite nice for Furia. 5-7, just 2 rounds back.
Stewie with the Deagle. So yeah, the force buy win really set the tempo for this, didn't it? Because Liquid had full control of the economy. Stewie checking both sides of Banana, but then backing away. Arts hoping to get lucky. The war cry of the AWP firing through the wall. Serato very passively holds the arch side from CT with his op. And Stewie. No work out from the apartments. Yuri tries to fire off some shots. He actually does catch Grim as they fall to the ground. Vinny, meanwhile, is still behind this smoke. And Naf goes down. He's still got the pit to hold. That's a lot of attention that has to go to the back lines. And that means coming in from the front of the site, K-Serato is able to get one through the smoke, knowing that they'll be distracted. Again, Fallen finds himself in a clutch. He won one on time already. The last one didn't go his way. It was a 1-on-2. This one's one more to ask of him, and he does at least get back to the pit. He switched to an AK because he knows the situation. He knows they're going to be looking for trades on this. Time will tick, but 2 kits in play. K-Serato's not with one. He's getting baited out. He can't find the shot. Surely he goes down. Drop will get the kill with the M4. Picks him apart eventually, and we have a 1-round game at 7-6.
Yeah, well, there's a chance that it gets even a little bit closer. Furia's climbing right back into the map, and Liquid, even with that plant, going to be not the money's not terrible, but you have Elysian and Fallen who can buy AK-47. Stewie, Naf, and Grim do not have enough cash for that kind of a rifle, so probably back onto the pistols, and it'll be interesting what decision Liquid go for this. They did have a hero AK previously. Good round again from Furia. When they're able to find, this might be why we're seeing Liquid end so much of the B bomb site. These A hits, actually, Furia's defense has done a pretty good job of negating some of the early entry attempts and being able to bring reinforcements over in time. A has not nearly been as successful as B. Elysia has passed to hero AK just like previously in this game. It was passed over to Stewie at that point, and again, it's Fallen who does that. So being a little bit of a generous in-game leader to make sure his star players have what they can to get going, to find a hot hand. Elysia with 14 kills, Fallen with 12.
Vinny gets Stewie down as he was continuing to try and find an opening pick with that Deagle. Fallen's in a similar position, but with Flames down, can't do anything of it. Just trying to get a read on the defense at this point in time. Elesia's going to sneak up. That AK going into the apartments could be interesting at this point, because if he's able to get the opening pick at the site, if he's able to get K-Serato, okay, smoke timing is going to change all that, and they've rotated. My point was going to be, if he could find the one in the site, he actually swings to the lane. He gets 2, but they're aware now that Elysia is there. And he's being cheeky with this smoke. Oh, he spotted. K-Serato's got him. So Elysia gone this time. Not much you could hope for. Yuri now waiting as well to see what else will come this direction. We should have a tie game if they're able to continue playing this methodically against pistols. Good bait in. K-Serato finds that, and Vinny sprays down 2. Pretty straightforward. And well-disciplined round. Good discipline in that round from Furia.
Well, this went from everything was happy and comfortable to oh dear. They've caught back up very quickly. It was 7-1 run at some point. It's now 4 of the last 5 rounds have gone to Furia.
A deer? Like a dog with horns?
It's like a Liquid sandwich on the scoreboard.
was a Montoya reference. Never mind. But yeah, liquid sandwich. Don't think that would very much, like, it wouldn't do well to hold the meat in place, you know?
No.
How are you supposed to hold a liquid sandwich?
That's a fair point. I didn't really think about that before I said it.
Yeah. Hang on. You could freeze the liquid. And then break your teeth.
Eat it real quick before it melts. Stewie, the point man on banana.
Some would say it would melt in your mouth, Jason.
Not in your hands. Naps found one. Elige is also traded. Trades all across the board into a 3v3 very quick, and there's the AWP in the back lines over at the B bomb site. Vinny's going to get some information. Going to get a lot of information and a kill. So AWP in library, AWP at the B bomb site, and Vinny talking about how A is cleared at the moment.
Powerful dart from Art, straight through Stewie. Fallen works in there with the bomb. That smoke being planted, just wants to get it down, just wants to get money. Just wants to do anything, but it's round 15, so it's actually not about the money, and I'm an idiot. But Fallen is not. Let's see if he can make this work, because it is another clutch attempt for him. Another one that he'll find himself in awkwardly in a 1-on-3. He's going to hold this with the Galil. Doesn't want to give him his position away. The more time he can get without being forced-faced, the better. He's got the first. Is he aware that the backlines are occupied, though? Is he aware that there could be a swing from Emo? He's got two already. No, he's not. And it's going to be a one-shot double deagle. Deadly tap from Art. Dooley, that's the word, as he gets the kill and the defuse. There was enough time, I think, for that. No question about it. But, yeah, I didn't have any idea. That was very patient from Art to let his teammates come to the forefront of the site.
I feel like Fallen was put in like 3 clutch situations in this second half during this little Furia run to close out the first half, excuse me. And he didn't win any of them. I mean, that one was tough. 1v3, you're stuck in water. He had the 1v3 earlier at the A bomb site, had a 1v2 at the B bomb site as well, and just couldn't come out on top of any of them. Tough situations all. No blame sent that direction, but Liquid would have loved to have one of those rounds. 1-round lead for Furia. And look, I know I'm from North America, and I know I was, formerly with Liquid, but that feels like a weird thing to say considering how that half felt for most of the going.
It's all right. Just like the North American teams, I also had a round where I was off there, so it's fine. We'll just forget it ever happened and get started, okay? Double deagle would be pretty menacing, I think.
That'd be unfair. That'd be unreasonable. Fast-paced. Here we go. B-Rush. Nade is going to be dropped out by Naf. That's great damage. Softens him up in a big way, but that one hurts. Stewie falls. That means Naf has to stay passive now that his teammate, his Crossfire, is no longer there, and Naf has been brought down to 10 HP. So Furia have just exploded into this bomb site.
Elige is going to try and work with his teammates to get back into the site, but Explosion is absolutely right, and might be the case because that bomb is ticking. About half of its duration gone already. Art with 1. Not a double deagle this time, it's just a Glock, but Quesarado gets 2 on that weapon. And even though Naf had the equal amount, it wasn't enough because he got the only kills for his team, for Team Liquid in that round. And now we find ourselves with Furia having a 2-round lead. And the momentum on the second half, good position to be in. See, if you did play for money in the last round, maybe you could unlock double deagles. Maybe I'm smarter than all of you, chat. Stop picking on me. You guys are bullies, and I hate you.
You and Twitch chat have a very weird relationship.
Oh, it's fine.
It's fine?
I know they're just playing hard to get.
Okay.
I know they want me. As Elige waits in the cubby, he's going to want someone to walk out and try and... Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, throw him a bit of utility. Give him another smoke to work with.
Just in case a Molotov comes in. That allows Fallen to move around, and also with 30 HP, Stray Bullet can't take a smoke away from the Team Liquid side. Furia looking good all of a sudden. This has been a map of huge runs from each team. At the moment, the momentum is squarely in the grips of Furia. Smoke out for the front of the site. Flashbang as well. Counter utility used at the 1-minute mark. Furia never had plans to utilize that except to kind of clear top boxes. Not bad from Art. Finds Stewie spamming through smoke. He's down to 3 HP. He'd like to have that one back perhaps. And Naf able to just drop a magazine into the smoke and rotate back around to the site. Furia, they're going to end here. as Elige finds Vinny, and now they have to pull the trigger on the B exec. They have to just go for it. Flashbang is going to slow things down, but that's the high HP and the heavily weaponed defender of this bomb site, and Stewie with 3 health had nothing to do except die. Elige is here, but really, again, not much to do with being smoked out, with the bomb already being planted.
Elige should be able to buy some space here, but unfortunately, not more than a kill would go his way. He could sneak into Emo right now at Dark Box. Drop. Didn't spot him, got into the cubby, thought he was actually going to be a little bit closer and see him on that cross, but just enough behind the corner. Grim going down gives information, but now Elige, he didn't have any information about the backlines. That gives him up, and unfortunately, I thought he might probe the site a little bit more and find at least a kill, get a gun, maybe makes things awkward, but round was too far gone either way at that point, so Furia get away now 10-7. And again, these are the 1-to-1 matchups. All elimination matches are best of 3s. And that would mean, obviously, the winner of this gets into the upper side of the bracket. For the bottom side of this, both these teams have had struggles as of late. I think a lot of teams have, right? That is the narrative of this major. We don't really know what to expect online. Certain teams endured. Other teams kind of failed to keep the rosters intact or motivated. And you don't, in the Legend stage right now, you don't want to be facing elimination.
No.
It's wide open.
You certainly don't want to do it with having to run through a gauntlet of having to win 2 best of 3s. You know, facing elimination at 2-2 is one thing. When you're 0-2 or 1-2, man, that feels scary. There's a lot of pressure on that. Furia probing towards the B bomb site. 3 players already peering in with cover of smoke in the CT choke point. It's a mid-stack for Team Liquid, but it doesn't look like Furia is ever going to have to see it, ever going to have to spring it. And they might get that information without ever even needing to peek. Vinny can stick around and try and build up some bonus money because his team is calling that the B bomb site is clear. It's time for Vinny to shine. That early dink might actually shy him away. He's got a double kill with the MAC-10, so a little bit of bonus money. Round's going to be to Furia. 11-7, it's going to be a 4-round lead. Not just a 4-round lead, but it's, you know, 7 in a row. 8 of the last 9 rounds going to Furia.
That's actually a good point, because, yeah, it was Liquid that won 7 of 8 and 6 in a row in the first half, so it's just completely swapped. My, how the turntables. Stewie will take down Art. Drop is sneaking through the highway position, though, and should be able to get in behind them, even though they think they're clever. They think they can get away with a weapon. AK staring them down as well as K-Serrato at range, makes no mistake on the kill. And now I think they're aware that they have gone in behind. And Stewie doing what he can. The smoke criminal, as he's known. He doesn't work. It doesn't matter. Drop's got him out of the picture, and Elige was waiting to see if anyone would exit Banana. Instead, as his teammates were trying to force them that direction, that was kind of the play, right? Go through CT. Why would they battle it? And if they come out that direction, he gets a kill and gets a gun, but it's not going to happen. The AK stay up, and Elige gets nothing for his efforts. And despite the tactic, he has 49.50, and there will be money this time, as expected for Team Liquid, so they'll buy into this.
Well, as the desk said leading into this match, historically Liquid, when they won the Grand Slam, it was based on those CT sides. They had a lockdown defense. It's looking like they're going to need to find some of that same mentality here, so this CT side can propel them back into the game, close the gap in the scoreline, help them overcome regional rivals. Stewie, behind the smoke, gets destroyed by a flashbang in K-Serrato. And that's the other thing too. Remember, there's also a blueprint of how to completely dismantle Furia's T-side. Astralis just did it yesterday. A lot of it was aggression down Banana. They controlled that pretty much whenever they wanted. Obviously a bummer that Stewie couldn't maintain that dominance here in this first gun round. But it felt like if you control Banana and you put a stop early and you get that opening pick on Furia, much, much less dangerous and much less dynamic.
Smoke goes down to cover off the connection to B. That's a late smoke, 49 seconds. That'll get us to around the 30-second mark before there's even a chance or a hint of going through that. Nav still trying to peek to make sure they don't, because let's face it, teams have gone through those on many occasions. And Elige now sees the execution, sees the flash, wants to try and give Nav a chance to peek, but he's smoked. They held enough. So the initial smoke might have bought space, but now the time is in the favor of Furia. 20 seconds, and they've forced the perimeters of the site to be completely covered off. And Elise backing away slightly. Do they consider this? There's 2 players in A that are not rotating. I think they're going to call. I think they're going to get back on this and just give it up, despite that they're down only 1 man. They don't want to risk the money.
Yeah. Well, I thought they'd at least stick around and see if they could add 1 more onto it. I guess they had their chances. Got a couple players low through those smokes, but whew, that one hurts to give up. But you're right. They can't really. If they lose everything on that retake and with no kits, with very little utility, and as you said, with a couple players very far away, if they go for that and lose everything, you might as well start rolling out the red carpet for FURIA, who's going to be able to march up to 15, 16 rounds pretty quickly. So, 5-round lead now for FURIA. It's going to be 12-7.
I hate to disappoint the Naffers out there, but he has been slow so far in this major. He has not risen to the occasion, and the high skill ceiling we know that he has. And only 7 kills again today. See if he can turn that around now with the money that they'll have for the obvious save. Yesterday he did go 19-8 in the win against ENCE. But he certainly hasn't had breakouts that we know he can. So we'll see if that changes. KSerrato Naf nearly got away with one there as they tried to get him flashed in, but unfortunately he was spotted. KSerrato with an AK instead. Drop will burn alive as Elige takes him down despite being dead already. The remaining Molotov was able to get the kill, but it's all onto Grim. That is an explosive take. KSerrato's on 24 kills right now. Yeah, well, look, 2 things. Obviously, KSerrato going in through that smoke. I think it was Stewie was the one who passed by him into the smoke as well in front of half wall. Naf never had any idea. Stewie never had any idea. And this is why pros, in many reasons, really feel uncomfortable in best of ones, because look at the way someone like KSerrato can just influence and dictate so much, having 1 game with the hot hand. Just 24 kills, and he's just battering Liquid in this map. Just to throw the cat among the chickens as well. I know that's not the saying, but there was a chicken on screen. This is, again, a 1-on-1 game, and the 2-in-1 bracket is lethal, and right now, Heroic is up 10-2 over Astralis, which means they're going to be potentially 1-2, which, man, that's a tough position because we know they can rise. We saw them last week do it. So far, Heroic just absolutely battering them. And last night, I didn't think... That would actually... So, yeah. Nip destroyed them last night. Like, they weren't even in the game. Like, they weren't playing. I don't know what was going on. I thought they would come out swinging and be bitter about that, and now they're getting wrecked again by another rivalry. Both of their rivals are going to... That's ridiculous. That's actually incredible when you think about that. Both teams that they would have wanted to send a statement to just slaughtered them. That says something. Back-to-back grudge matches. I'm also going to be like 0-4 in my predictions today, and I was actually... I'm pretty sure I had the most right of anyone so far, so I just got wrecked. So, thanks, everyone. Well, think about this one too, Matt. If Liquid go 1-2 and Astralis go 1-2, that rivalry has been well storied over the years. But usually, when both teams are at their peak competing for a championship, and it's been dominated by Astralis, now you would have like a diminished Astralis against Liquid in an elimination match. That's less of a grudge match more than like an actual in-game rivalry. But you're right. There's definitely history between them. No grudge match. It's just about the fact that they've just ran into each other so many times and historically been dominated by Astralis. And for Liquid to be sitting in a place where you'd have to overcome that kind of history, that kind of mental block for elimination at the major. Maybe Naf is on the same wavelength as you, where he's felt a little bit outgunned, outmatched in this game because he's got the AWP over towards the B bomb site. Stewie rotating back to A as well. FURIA is about to pick up the pace on this bomb site. It's only a matter of time. Stewie struggling through the smoke. He's going to go down. Oh, this is not looking good. Double pit set up for Grim and Elige. They both need to deliver. Excuse me. Ooh. They do need to deliver, but the fact that Elige get through the smoke, this is a problem because it could have gone both ways. It could have gone both ways, and that Elige could have surprised them and actually wrapped back into the site, but Art knew because Elige made noise that he had to come back through. Holds the angle and gets the headshot, and Elige was not set for it. Bombs planted safely inside. Now, Grim is still anchoring this position, which is a problem because they cannot leave the platform. They can't actually establish anything, but it's going to be an isolated position. Art knows he's peeking, and unfortunately, Grim did not leave pit fast enough, but he does slide out, and Art's low HP. Grim gets the win, and finally Liquid win another after, what was that? How many rounds, Jason? No, it was a lot. A lot. 9 rounds in a row. for Furia. They finally get one back in the winning column.
Yeah, that's something crazy. Yeah, no worries about Grim kind of leaving Naf out to dry with a little bit of a missed timing. As long as he wins the clutch, who cares? But that's a costly victory for Team Liquid. They are going to have the AWP. They're going to pass that back over. Again, it's going to remain in the hands of Naf towards the B bomb site. But they're playing on the edge of an economic cliff. No money behind this buy from Team Liquid. 13-8. Furia with the 5-round lead, just 3 rounds away from victory here on Inferno. They got to do it on hard mode as well. Furia's got plenty of money built up through this winning streak. If you're Liquid, you have to win at least 2 more rounds in a row before Furia's going to be feeling the sting of a lack of cash.
So Molotov out to try and clear the top side of Banana. That will limit the position right now that it looked as though Fallen wanted to take. Interesting that Fallen's on the MP9 and Naf's on the op. Maybe they're just trying to get him going, right? This is the team play. Come on, Naf, you got this. Give him something. Let him change up his fortunes.
That's a tough shot.
Very tough shot.
That's a very. He's hoping for a jiggle peek around that corner, and that's what we'd be going for. If K-Serrato leads the way, wide swinging, going fast around the corner, man, that's gonna be a very, very difficult reaction shot to hit. Smoke is out. In fact, that's front of bomb site. Again, just trying to bait out some kind of a response, see what they're playing up against.
Still waiting for it. Not the jiggle peek. Couldn't hit it. Now he's smoked off. K-Serrato's in. Over top of the oranges. Fallen has no chance on that at all. And Nap's going to try and save this up. He has to. Got to get away. Running down the wall's always risky. Bit linear. But Stewie goes back to see if he can hold them off. I think he needs to just bail out at this point as well. Commit to this save. Get out of there. 14 for Furia. At least try and look for some exits and make sure that they get the information if they are going to chase this, but I don't think it's going to happen. Furia is playing a very disciplined game right now. I made a lot of mention of the fact that these are best of ones. Our best of threes start after this, and that will, of course, determine by the end of the day which of our 2 teams eliminated in this stage are, first 2 teams that is, and which 2 teams will move forward and qualify for the Avicii Arena for the top 8, the Legend stage, the first LAN in front of a crowd in years and years and years. Since I was a wee little boy, Jason.
Wee little boy. Look at those odds. Hot damn. Hot damn. 8-14, 6-round lead, and a timeout called from Liquid. Yeah, I need to discuss something. Need to get back in the mood. And look, I mean, here's the reality of the situation. That's about the last time I think you can really save the weapons instead of going for a retake. So, you know, if you're Liquid, it's like maybe a little bit more aggression at the point of attack. Maybe stop them from taking that B bomb site. Maybe live or die by that kind of a battle instead of playing for a scenario where you can save the weapons, because you just can't. You can't expect that you're going to be able to rattle off 7 in a row if you let Furia get to 15. Tough scenario to be in for Team Liquid. Mentioned a couple times, just in case you guys didn't hear it, this is a 1-on-1 matchup, so whoever loses will not be eliminated from the Legends stage. And after this, it's best of 3s for both squads for the rest of the way.
Now with the nades and the Molotov as well that's thrown down, or rather incendiary, but there is a Molotov. It's thrown up against them as they each battle in a awkward situation to try and get Banana. The flash actually wins it. The smoke extinguished. Stewie knew they were close, but now he's lost. Smoke criminal Stewie. Can he get away with this? 2 HP? Not a chance. Although he nearly lined them up so that they did team damage to one another. And Naf will come out and find one. They hit both.
Doubled.
He hit both. They absolutely got doubled through it. But Naf still gets away with his... Oh, excuse me. That was still a residual kill from the kill feed. I thought he actually got the shot as he faded off of that. But yes, that was good damage done.
That's great damage done. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's any way they can confirm that it was a double, that 2 players will be low. Oh, this is scary, though. If they attack back towards B into Fallen's position, there's a window of opportunity for Furia. They're going to have to be cautious about moving up Banana, and that's going to give time to Liquid to clear out the rest of the map. But even the support system towards the B bomb site, Naf, has very little utility and very little HP, and Fallen has no nades to slow down this hit. He would love a Molotov, love a smoke. That's in Naf's hands. When this hit comes in, Fallen's going to have to play it perfectly. There's the jump over, the shot, and Fallen backs away. Still lucky to be alive. 4 health. Flashbangs in, Naf spamming, and FURIA being patient, waiting for it all to subside. And it's going to be a post plant for Team Liquid, and again, they cannot run away from this one.
The fortunate part for Fallen is that there's no utility left for FURIA because he's in a very fragile position, a nade, anything at all. 4 HP is still fragile, don't get me wrong, but does mean he can be a little more confident in that situation, and whether or not he knows that, he's still going to hold his nerve and try and wait for this AWP to be relevant. Vinny stays on top of the coffins. Looking for map points. Fallen wants to try and get in. Grim's going to get the information. His aim off. His aim's just not there. And Vinny does take Fallen on the peak. It's all down to Naf. And this is why you want Naf on staff, to try and win these clutches, but he cannot do it. He'll get shut down. And it's been a quiet game for him that does not have a moment to sing. It is now map point for FURIA.
Oh, this is that's a tough retake, especially when Elige gets picked off for the AWP, just trying to move up into position. He was the high HP player, and it goes back to that collateral, the double, that brings both Fallen and Naf down low below 20 HP. Potentially the final round for the map coming in, 15-8. Liquid have to go on a 7-round run just to force overtime. FURIA in a commanding position off the back of KScirado. Even though he's actually been relatively quiet these past 3 or 4 rounds, he's got 25 kills on the map. He's been an absolute monster throughout. And Liquid obviously struggling to put a stop to his tear.
Stewie 2K sneaks into the sights. There's a very specific famous multi-kill that North Americans will not forget that Stewie once achieved from that position, but he was on an op. And it was a much different situation.
Happier times, really.
You could say that.
Happier times.
Oh, if we only knew what we had then, Jason.
Yep. Oh, yes. Quiet on the map.
Well,
look at the nades for Liquid running out of utility. That would be beautiful to get that spam kill. At least KScirado's brought down low. The hot hand is forced back.
And despite these weapons right now, if you're Liquid, you've got to listen to the words of the great philosopher Bon Jovi and don't stop believing, because they need this round and want to try and force this out. Grim's going to try and make a play, but he's actually going to go by Vinny at this point. Ooh, Vinny, if he had been a little bit closer to the balcony there, he may have seen him in the periphery walking underneath, but they're going to miss each other.
Well, actually, Vinny may catch him if he peeks down mid, but regardless, this is the battle we got to worry about. Yuri's got the entry, and the boost up. Elige over top, no one looking for it. Naf's going to take attention away. Elige pounces, double kill, and that should be the round. Yeah, they can't plant, and KScirado, he won't get hunted down, but...
Ooh, he thinks he's going to be. He's got rid of the op. I mean, they've got tons of money, and he goes for the AK instead, but it just
fair play.
Absolutely guarantees the op is not going to be a factor for them. And there was a small detail as all of that transpired, and ultimately was the more important thing to watch. But you're right, he was spotted down middle, Grim, and that allowed KScirado to get the information. They didn't take the shot, Vinny, but it's still not enough time to win them out the round. Elige with a good double, and now Liquid have a bit more hope as they get themselves into a 9th round. Crazy to think they had 6 rounds, 7 out of 8 at one point in this game, and we're in full control. It's just completely gone dead since then. And this still won't break the tees. Yuri's got a ton of money. I mean, I know he hasn't bought yet. Now he has. He still has $5 grand. They've got a buy in hand essentially with KScirado as well.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Literally, Liquid's playing this game on Nightmare mode, where you have to burn through so much of your opponent's cash.
So fitting on Halloween.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's Fright Night, baby.
I forgot that it's Halloween.
I know, we did. I'm not going to lie, everyone. We tried to get morph suits that were green so we could just be invisible in the green room.
Floating heads.
Yep, floating heads. And unfortunately, we're lazy and didn't actually execute on that.
Usually happens with these ideas.
I thought Jason was going to do it, to be honest. So it's your fault.
Yeah, I'll take it. It's all good. Well, Liquid's got the first. 6 more.
Didn't think we'd even find ourselves in this position, to be honest, the way it was going for Liquid. They just could not find kills. or at least an abundance of them to win out rounds. And it did seem like it was inevitably over a few rounds ago, but we're still finding ourselves alive in this. Flash in, Stewie looks the wrong direction and Drop gets the shot with the AK. It's fallen now. Sits back with an MP9. He's Molotov'd off the angle. Naf's the only one left with a rifle inside of the site, and he'll counter-smoke that of the one they put on the doorway. Drop has gone low. Naf gets him through the smoke, and he's tagged Serato as well. He won't know that, but 49 HP is significant. The problem is that Elige is on 12. Naf himself is on 54. So they'll boost Naf to try and get that M4 back into a powerful position.
That's kind of cool too, because FURIA might believe he's in the bomb site. They might believe he shifted in. He was at Coffins. There's the SMG taking attention away. They're coming through the smoke though. They run right at him. Naf's got the kill. Serrano wanted the SMG, got the M4. Art's gonna tap the bomb, see what the response is, trying to find something through the smoke, and they bail out. There is Vinny to be put into play. Grim, it's all about the timing. That's horrible. Couldn't have gone worse. And Elige has no HP. He can't do anything to stand up to this pressure. FURIA has found the escape route. The bomb is en route.
I don't know that I agree with Grim's positioning even at that point. I know what he's considering. He's trying to back into library, but why
think of the pressure of the situation.
Yeah, obviously he's expecting to rotate and then realizes there's a possibility they come back on him and he's caught. Yuri is going to catch them on rotation. He waited down at the bottom of the middle with the AWP, and Naf gone as well. It's all on Elige to try and keep it alive. And he's got a problem, a massive problem, as they have the graveyard covered off, and the Gravedigger is Vinny in this round. 16-9, FURIA go forward, and there's so many duels the aim just didn't hit, similar to Vertigo yesterday.
Well, you also got to give credit to FURIA in that final round as well. The creative nature of pulling off that fake. That's Art getting into the site, tapping the plant, walking back out, and that's what causes Elige and Grim both to start moving over. What, less than about 20 seconds on the clock when that tap comes in? They're convinced it's going to be the B bomb site, the poor guys. Completely trucked from the other side. Nice job from Vinny to create that escape route. And that's a 12-2 run for FURIA to close out the map, which is absolutely mental. Considering Liquid had a wild run of their own. What, 7-1?
Yeah, exactly. 7-1 and 7 of the 8 rounds, to be specific. They won 6 in a row. Just to note as well, Drop has been someone that's been kind of talked about and maybe under the microscope a little bit, certainly has the Brazilian pressure on him and the fact that he's coming into this roster in that what I call the revolving door of a 5th position, and had a reasonably good game. 16-16, nothing incredible, but definitely held his own in duels. Even at the end there, taking down Stewie on the peak at Banana and keeping them in that keeping them in control of that position, which ultimately kept the CTs locked on B. Yeah. And we saw what that meant. Grim starts to rotate, realizes, well, hang on, they actually can bail out of this and come back my direction, and you're right, the timing was horrible. It was the worst possible situation.
That's a really hard call to make as that player too, because obviously the pit player is supposed to stay, you know, in the pit.
Yeah.
But like it's usually, the rule is usually like, I mean, the comms at that time are probably like they're planning B, they're planning B, they're planning B, and so he's getting pulled in 2 different directions. You had the pressure of the major, at the pressure of the scoreline 15-9, you had the pressure of how much time is left in the round, and obviously, man, bad decision, that's a recipe for it, and it's hard to blame him, but obviously it looks a little ugly there. And look, props to FURIA. That's going to be crushing for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that is going to be very crushing for Team Liquid. Jason, I like your sweater.
Thank you.
We've unintentionally dressed very matchy throughout. It
Relatively
just
similar.
goes to show that we just have a thing for each other. I wonder if Richard has a thing for anyone these days, but we'll find out on the desk.
Save me.
Yes, a familiar tale for Team Liquid fans. My heart and sympathies with you right now. But let's talk about Fabulous FURIA on the desk, guys. I mean, Serato, gonna talk about him, highlight his importance as a player. I love him and Yuri and the interplay and what they had, but this was a powerhouse performance from a guy that you always want to see more of.
I absolutely agree with you. I think Kesarara and Yuri have this quite singular ability to take over a game if they hit the peak at the right time, and this was a good example right here. Overall, I guess the T side of FURIA was extremely great, and that was a pleasure to see. But when you have Kesarara that pops off like this, and no one can stop him, and he's giving you double entries on site, life must be so good for Art, like, you know, Kesarara. But it was not just him. I think it would be a disservice to FURIA to say that.
Absolutely. Like, we were critical of FURIA's, you know, the T sides, some of the aggression coming out from them earlier. They redeemed themselves, at least in my eyes, at least temporarily on this very map. The aggression they were showing on the banana area, incredible banana control. And Liquid, we talk about their defense, that B defense just evaporated right in front of our eyes. And the way they were doing it as well, I mean, if I'm Stewie, I'm just pissed off right now. The amount of times he was getting killed through the smokes, he was trying to be cheeky, play on the smokes, but FURIA were always a couple of steps ahead of them. And then at the same time, you have all this pressure towards the B side, and then you have Vinny just finding the right timing to catch Grim off guard, cut off the rotation. And gentlemen, out of all the rounds they won on that T side, by the way, they only dropped 2 rounds. Every one of those rounds were on the B bomb side.
Yeah,
it was a problem.
Yeah, you know, it was a constant thorn in their side, a constant problem. I mean, Maniac, in your professional opinion, you know, having played this map, you know, so many times, you know, was that FURIA's brilliance, or is this Team Liquid falling apart?
I think that Liquid definitely dropped the ball on their CT side. Also because, as in my win conditions, I painted this defense on the side of Liquid that should be and has been through the years the main point of contention for them. That was not the case here. You're looking at the first half. Liquid managed to make 7 rounds, take 7 rounds on the board while losing the pistol round. It's decent. The first half is very decent if you're a Liquid fan, and then suddenly everything goes to hell in the defense.
I'll give you another state to paint a grimmer picture for the side of Liquid, right? There were 18 opening duels, which Stewie and Grim were a part of. 18. They won 4.
Wow. Yeah, that is problematic. You're talking about the B side. It is for sure the point of contention. That is where everything happened on the second half.
Yep.
And unfortunately for Liquid, either when they were trying to block the attack, they didn't have what they needed to retake, and we saw them kind of give up situations. But it was even argued by the casters, like, are they going to even try? Will they not try and peek and prod? Maybe there's something to be done. They never really had that just optimal trade, favorable trade that gives you a way in. And you have to respect FURIA for that. Their trading game was on point, their spacing was on point, and as a result, as you can see, it was very complicated for Liquid to get back in. But it is a tragedy to lose a map like this solely based on the B side. Must hurt for Liquid.
Yeah, and look, let's just talk a little bit about, you know, Team Liquid within the context of the tournament so far. Obviously, now this puts them on the brink, and so many people had high hopes for Team Liquid. They just haven't really impressed me, and I haven't seen an appreciable improvement from the team. That, yes, they won the North American RMR. I was there, I watched it firsthand. But I said at the time, you know, the caliber of opponents they're struggling against here, it doesn't bode well moving forward. And this just seems to be a feature of this Team Liquid roster.
I agree with you. I think the problem for me, Richard, is that the premise of this major is that some players, with their experience, with their tenure, are going to shine. Maybe outshine their former selves of the past year. You look at Liquid, they're one of the most tenured team we have at the event. We're talking about 4 players who've had MVPs at times. They've been featuring the HLTV Top 20. They've been to majors. We have Fallen, double major winner, but other of these players have also made it already to the playoffs multiple times. And somehow this is just not happening. The same kind of charisma, the same kind of magic is not happening yet with Liquid. They haven't really taken off. They had one good game, but that's it. And yeah, you're left wondering. You're left hungry for more for Liquid.
Well, I'll ask about Grim, or Grimothy as my boys Hugo and Harry call him. Obviously, he's a player that, you know, this type of experience is all new to him. You know, obviously first major and everything. And, you know, there were a couple of mistakes from him today. I always think that the other teammates of his are maybe a little bit critical. I've heard in a couple of interviews, they say, we're still trying to develop Grim, we're still trying to get him to learn. This is the first time I've really thought they might have a point, because there were a couple of instances where he kind of got caught in no man's land and was exploited, and you can see that mostly exploited by the MVP Queserato. But yeah, Blair, do you think Grim's coming along nicely, or are we starting to ask questions at this level?
I really hate to harp on just the one player here, right? Because it was obviously
it's a team
failure.
failing,
yeah,
sure.
Indeed, but like Maniac and I were just discussing this right before we went live as well, like the final round where they were you know, facing some resistance on the B bomb side. Grim's job was to remain as the anchor towards A. Instead, as you pointed out, Richard, he was caught in no man's. I was caught looking the wrong direction. And Vinny, he has that innate sense to find the right timing. But if Grim just remained, he stayed put on the side, or maybe towards a pit position where he's usually very comfortable on, at least maybe they could have averted that that early defeat, so to speak. So yes, you could see just the lack of experience starting to show, especially when the pressure is going to keep on mounting now.
And that's a mistake. This last round is a mistake. Unfortunately, it kind of paints the picture of Grim. You put him in position where it is a little bit of a shadowy job, because on one hand, you're not going to have a truck ton of fights, and it's going to be at times maybe an inactive game, but it's a position in where if you make one mistake, it's it. That is it. Your death as the pit player over-rotating to the B side, you lose. That's it. That's the end. The round is done. And this is exactly what happened at the very end. So as a result, if you're Liquid, you kind of have to think, okay, who do we want in this position? But because there's going to be some decisions being involved as the round is progressing. Do I push? Do I not? Where do I go? And at that game, unfortunately, Green made a mistake. And I'm going to be honest, I've seen it happen on multiple occurrences, not just this game.
Okay. We're talking about inexperience. Obviously, FURIA have been to majors before, but never got to the promised land of the actual, Final 8 and the playoffs. One best of 3 away from doing it. How are we feeling about them? Let's do a temperature check.
I'll beat Debbie down just for a second.
Okay.
We've only seen them on Inferno. I would like to see more. I would like to see more.
We will, indeed, right? We're going to be seeing the best of 3s coming up.
We do.
I put them, I know you don't really give a shit about pick'ems, Richard, but I do.
I didn't even do one this time.
There we go.
So there you go.
Doesn't even have Counter-Strike
The host
installed.
not contributing financially to the CS economy.
Of course.
Reddit thread now, please.
I did have them. I did have them, though, as a team. I expected to make it through to the next stage. I did. I believe they could potentially pull off some of these best-of-1 wins, which have managed to do so, but now is a real test coming on in. And for the side of FURIA, I know we've discussed in detail about how they've been struggling to find the fifth. It looks like in the form of drop, they've found a solid foundation of which they can work off on. Now is the time for you guys to deliver. 2-1, you have a couple of opportunities to make it here. You need to deliver now.
Yeah, well, I hope they can, because obviously, huge Brazilian fan base, so many passionate CS fans. Obviously, this major could have been in Brazil if it wasn't for the way things had panned out.
The last Brazilian team remaining as well?
Exactly. So, seriously, would like FURIA to do it just for that, if for nothing else. But they're nice guys.
Yeah, and the tenacity as well. Also, all these revolving door fifth player they had to deal with, and this core sticking together. They've been together for years now, and finally, a bright light, making it to the playoffs. I appreciate your honesty putting them in your pick'ems, because to me it feels like it would need a magic trick for FURIA to be a top 8 team at the major when you know
I
how
am
much
a bit of a lunatic maniac.
Sometimes you have to be eccentric.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I've definitely seen that in our time off camera. Anyway, look, guys, as always, it is great to get your thoughts. We're going to go to a quick break, and of course, when we come back, the legend stage of the major is going to continue. So make sure you continue with us. We'll see you soon.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. Now, if today's Counter-Strike was a meal, those best of ones, that's the bread. You don't fill up on those because we got best of threes coming. Delicious, delicious main courses. Maniac and Blair. G2 versus Entropiq. What a story. I'll just put a few little, condiments on the table for the meal before you tuck in.
Do it.
Entropiq, the real surprise. All the talk about Copenhagen Flames, sure. Entropiq beat Gambit, heavy, you know, on their map pick, come from nowhere, within touching distance now, 1 best-of-3 of going to the Avicii Arena. We didn't think that would be possible. G2, up and down prior to this. They played themselves into being the 3rd best team in the world, struggled against Gambit, struggled against Na'Vi, seemed to be overcoming that hump, then went to a Pro League where they go 0-5, disaster, and they've been scrambling to get back to it since, looking very good here at the Major. So, scene is set. Let's talk about G2.
Yeah, we can talk about G2, and I just want to take a second to pay my respect as well for the reaction. Because you're right talking about the context. This is definitely what everyone had on their mind when it comes to G2. This catastrophe of a post-break, 0-5 at EPL, they go to Blast, they get sent to Showdown, and then they barely do what they need to do at the IEM Fold to be here in the 3rd spot. And we thought G2 come to the Major with more doubts than conviction, with more questions than answer. What are we going to see? But at the end of the day, they're 2-0 right now, 1 best-of-3 away from being the playoffs, so kudos to them for the reaction.
And not just the way, not just the fact that 2-0, but it's the way they got here, right? Copenhagen Flames have been quietly, you have the meme, the Grim Reaper walking to each door, knocking and taking everyone down. They knock on G2's door and Nico just kicks them out of the room, right? They've looked incredible. They beat Copenhagen Flames pretty convincingly on the map of Ancient. And then they go up against FaZe yesterday. Now, yes, we know how Carrigan seems to have a problem with, you know, his ex-teams and all of that. But the fact that they completely banged out FaZe, not just from a tactical standpoint, but for individually, everyone is looking fantastic. Amanek was running in like a lunatic and getting all those crazy kills as well. The question is, I mean, Maniac, can this be sustained?
I mean, the question is, on these 2 players we have right there, Nico and Hunter, what a beautiful story. Family members together in this. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how that links you to your teammate next to you? You're at the Major. You know, you're 1 game away from making the playoffs. This is what you've been dreaming for, what you've been preparing for. And suddenly Hunter catches on fire in the first few games.
Less positive angle. Can you imagine how it makes everyone else that isn't related feel when they have a bad performance?
Include me, please. No, I know what you mean. Right? And it is always a bit of a double-edged sword in that sense. I personally reject the storyline that Nico creates any issue in G2 per se. I don't really buy to it. I think he's been doing more than his job on an individual standpoint in every
certainly
department.
Anyone who thinks Nico is a problem in this particular team at this particular time is absolutely crazy.
Well,
I don't see what more he could do to make them
the reason G2 are even, like, the reason we speak of G2 as being a team who could really do something right now is because of Nico. Let's be real. When they completely capitulated after the player break, Nico was the only sole, you know, small little glimmer of hope that his team had. And the fact that everyone else is stepping up right now when they really need to, it does. I'm not going to say I'm full of yet on the G2 train, but it looks like it's starting to pick up a little bit of steam here.
Yeah, well, they're going to run into Entropiq, who know a thing or two about Steam. We've been talking about how good they've been at this competition overall, but look, we'll have to bring the storyline back. Elian, the next big player to burst out from that incredible CIS talent pool that just is producing so many players right now. He was one of the best players in the Challenger stage. He's continuing to have huge performances, dominated Gambit, you know, MVP performance there. And so he's the guy that actually I think the rest of the team are drawing strength from. Yes, they have experience on that roster, but now they seem to have a legitimate star player as well. And that's why these guys cannot be slept on.
And here's the thing, they are for this particular Major, they are the Vega Squadron, the Quantum Bellator Fire of Stockholm 2021. The difference being the way they're playing is it's completely different from what we saw from those two teams I just spoke about right now. They're structured, they know what they're doing, they have a true superstar in the form of Elian. And for me, yesterday when they beat Gambit, that was the moment where I'm like, okay,
that was legit.
Now you have my attention. Earlier, you had my curiosity. You were getting some wins, some losses here and there. But when you got banged out by Gambit, sure, it was a match which didn't really have too much on the line, but still getting 16-0'd on your map pick, and then 16-4'd on Vertigo, which is Gambit's best map, the best team on that map right now in CS:GO, and you allow that through in the Major in a best-of-1. Either you're mad or you have something in store for us. They had something in store for us. They won that super convincingly, and now I'm on the Entropiq train.
Sure, but that train so far, it's only done short little journeys.
True.
Best of ones, right?
They did beat Heroic.
Now you've got to go across country because it's a best of 3, and it's a best of 3 in one of the best teams in the world, Mania.
Yes, it is. I mean, they did beat Heroic in the best of 3. I'm not going to take that away from Entropiq. I think the point that we have to hammer home is the fact that suddenly Elian, completely unproven, untested in that field, comes in and has the ability to reproduce his performance that he's been having on the internet. We just think it's a given. We just think it's normal that any rookie who's having a good year is going to come to the major and do just that. It is not. This is not a given. It is an exercise. It takes a lot. It takes mental resilience. You have to be confident. You have to trust yourself to do that. Everyone is looking at you. And so it's incredible, actually, that he's able to maintain that superstar performance. One to follow for the years for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a consistent story, hasn't it? We've talked about Lucky, talked about Linus, talked about Grim.
Absolutely.
Right? There's Elian, a rookie, getting it done. Guys, the veto is in. I've just had it in my ear.
Vertigo.
Let's
Someone
take
said
a
Vertigo.
look.
Is Vertigo
We're going to see
here?
Vertigo. What?
They didn't. Okay, this is the curveball. By all accounts, by all sorts of logic, Vertigo could have been a pick for Entropiq because G2 has been struggling on it. Entropiq's been looking great, but you know what? They throw the curveball. They go to Dust 2. I'm not gonna pretend like I saw it coming.
Dust 2 is wild. Why didn't they go with Vertigo? You just banged out the best team on the world on map yesterday, less than 24 hours ago. Look, Ancient makes sense. I really thought it would be a decider coming in over here.
That being a decider.
But you're going for Dust 2. But here's the thing, Richard. I'm not. If this was yesterday, I'd be like, I'm not too sure about this. But then they allowed Vertigo through against Gambit yesterday, and they won it. So maybe they have something in store for us here.
I mean, they did beat Astralis on Dust 2 very convincingly, 6-6.
Listen,
I mean, look, everyone's beating Astralis convincingly.
Astralis doing the best. Astralis doing the best.
Heroic.
They're doing the best EG cosplay right now. It's Halloween and all of that.
Oh my God! Look, here is the thing: if you're Entropiq and if you're trying to play 4D chess in the G2's camp, everyone is preparing Vertigo. I guarantee you that, because if you thought Vertigo was going to come over, if Vertigo was on everyone's mind, then so was the case for G2. So if you're crowding your teammates and you say, you know what, actually we're not going to go for that one. We feel Dust 2 is great. Maybe they don't prepare for that.
Well, a question about that, right? Is this kind of a thing because, you know, you're probably expecting G2 overnight. They've got that Vertigo demo.
They would watch it.
They can watch the replay. So you're expecting G2 to prepare for you. So yeah, is this an example of when you would throw in a curveball veto, a smart veto?
I think on one hand you're correct, Richard. I also think that this is the, how can I put it? It is an exam. Right now it's an exam for Entropiq to have the ability to go into a best of 3 a veto and not pick the map everyone expects. Because if Vertigo is the only reason why you're supposed to be G2, then maybe you're not supposed to be G2. If you have any other cards you can use, you bring another map, your second best map, third best map, and it's still a good pick for you, now we're talking. Now we have that deep map pool.
There's a point I wanted to raise when it comes to and this is going to tie into this veto, right? We talk about the main difference between G2 and at the side of Entropiq, keeping aside of obviously, you know, what they're doing in the server, is experience. Look at G2. You have Nico, you have Amanek, you have Jax, you have all these veterans who've been around for such a very long time. And Nico is not just a veteran, he's also a star player, right? Because out of Entropiq showed these guys have been doing fantastically online, and they have managed to transition that towards LAN, but there's a clear lack of high-level Counter-Strike experience on the team. But they do have a man behind them, and that is Hooch, who's been around forever in the Counter-Strike scene. So even though in the server, and a great guy as well, fantastic personality. And I feel he has a lot to say in this veto, and not just the veto, but this entire team.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. I've been following them a little bit, and obviously, I think it's great to have that veterancy to be able to draw on in situations like that. But what you're talking about pressure there, I do just want to say, because again, I want to keep the storylines cohesive as we go through the tournament. There's no given if G2 don't do well here. I mean, right now everything looks good. All the 5 players are performing. There's no guarantee that there's not roster changes in the immediate future. They're under a lot of pressure themselves.
You're surprising me here, Richard. You're being more positive than I would be. Like, everything is great. 5 players are performing.
Well, it's sort of like that. It's kind of like that, right? But look, guys, I've been told they're ready to go. They're hot to trot. So, yeah, we'll just have to leave it there because we really want to get into this game. G2 versus Entropiq. Have at it.
All right, we are ready for the best of 3s, as lovely little Dicky, Richard Lewis said. It's, little Momo, little Dicky.
Yeah.
He said that was just the bread this morning. That was just the appetizer, those best of ones. Now we're getting into the full meal deal. And we obviously have a pretty special one coming up because this determines who advances.
Yeah, it does. G2 and Entropiq. It's also like a very difficult game to call. You and I were both talking about this. If this was a best of 1, I would have no problem just going Entropiq. I would lock it in, and I would walk away, and I would never think about it again.
I've gone from being at the top like every day in our predictions so far to being 0-4 so far today. So I'm probably wrong, and I picked G2. But I could see Entropiq winning. Imagine Entropiq go 3-0.
I actually don't remember. I think I picked G2 as well.
GN2.
Yeah, they very well could. I mean, that's what's crazy about this. We've seen a very cool level of G2 come out in this group stage so far. Their game against FaZe yesterday was excellent.
Yes, absolutely it was. And more impressive. G2's definitely looked good, but more impressive than that has been Entropiq, because that team we've been sleeping on constantly. Copenhagen Flames has been stealing our attention. If they do go 3-0 right now, and you consider that Na'Vi does the same, they split the side of the bracket, there's a chance, with the way people are playing and the inconsistencies we're seeing and the unknown variables and aspects of LAN, they could make the final. They could be our dark horse in this. And you could have an Entropiq Na'Vi final potentially. I mean, I'm assuming a lot that Na'Vi is going to make it, etc.
He's about 10 steps ahead of the rest of us in terms of...
I always have been, Jason. About time you noticed.
You're living far in the future at the moment. But yeah, there is a world in which that can happen. And obviously, one of the nice things is teams hitting a very nice level. They're playing very well together. They're obviously feeling very comfortable and confident together. And as we kind of mentioned earlier when we saw these guys play against Liquid to start out this group stage, these guys can shoot pretty damn hard. Like, they're no slouches in terms of the fragging ability, which is going to be fun to see match up on the other side of things with someone like Nico. I think if you want to talk about Entropiq, one of the things you got to be very happy about is that Elian is showing up looking very, very good. His performance against Liquid, I didn't get to see their second 1-0 matchup, but his performance against Liquid on the first day was excellent. He was providing all the picks without AWP.
Yes, he absolutely was. Elian's, I think they even touched on it on the desk a little bit, the fact that he's finally coming through. Richard said he's the next of the young players in this.
The young CIS oppers.
Yeah, like the talent they're producing right now is ridiculous. And I do think, the economic aspect of it that was brought up by Semler yesterday and touched on again by Maui Snake. I know Prof had a difference. No, but the point being isn't necessarily the tier 1 aspect, but the fact that the guys at tier 2 who don't make as much can still justify that, because it is still a good living in that situation, and therefore they are more motivated to play Counter-Strike and they gain more experience, whereas there's a lot of scenes right now that don't have a good foundation under them, and we're starting to see them kind of cool off because they just don't have that talent pool so much anymore. I mean, Denmark certainly does. They still show that form. Brazil, another country that's definitely showing off. We've had more Brazilian teams in this major than any other major. Now, we may not get one through the Legends, but there's still more of them, which means there's more talent coming through and gaining that experience. And the CIS, I think, there's just so much of it now, and it's...
That whole region's hitting a super nice peak.
Incredible peak, and for a long time, it was really just Na'Vi.
Well, the fun thing about it too is, like, we've watched this kind of region kind of grow throughout this whole online era that we've had due to COVID, and now it's nice that the whole scene isn't collapsing now that we get on LAN. Like, it would be a disaster if we got to LAN and all those teams were just like, nope, we're back to being nobodies, and we're not able to beat anybody. They're all delivering on the promise, on the hype that they've built up throughout this year, and that's absolutely spectacular. G2's got a really tough test today. I think you got to be happy if you're G2. Nico is still continuing his tear this year of playing very, very well. I think Hunter has had some very good games. Nex has had some good games as well. They've had players that step up, and obviously it's just nice to see kind of the big names that you want in this team performing consistently, especially Nico. They will need him in this whole series, and we're going to start things out on Mirage. G2 starting on the CT side, and Entropiq is going to be attacking into the G2 defense.
So Mirage is where we go for the best of one. Krad will head over toward the apartment position. Ball, meanwhile, back at the A ramp. It was dinked. Was it a dink? I thought I heard the dink noise. He doesn't even have a helmet on. What did I hear that was that loud? Either way, maybe my ears are just crazy. Maybe Nico's crazy with his aim now. He's getting dinks, but without helmets, they are just clean kills. Straight up with the USP and the pistol rounds. And that means that they have the two-man advantage. The rotation, the underpass play, that sort of two-man split that they sent off to try and boost up, finally gets in position, and Forrester needs these kills. He doesn't get them quick enough, expects that there's still more inside of the site, wants to help his team, but the Glock at that range is nothing against a USP. Although Jax still manages to find two. Krag got one in the middle, so it's not a perfectly clean round, but four stay alive and G2 win the round. With no bomb plants.
Not perfect, but very, very clean, as you said, with those headshots. Nicely done from Jax up on top of the balcony, and obviously Nico getting things started. Entropiq just gets whittled down. Now you get the next test of G2, as we saw yesterday in the green room with Yanko. It's not the pistol rounds you got to worry about with G2, it's the second rounds. Can they actually convert off this victory?
And again, that's the reason I bring up the lack of a bomb plant, because you're not going to be facing the AK-47s.
Yeah, it makes it a bit easier.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's almost needs to be like, if I'm a T side right now in pistol rounds, I'm always going to be trying to get a bomb plant. That has to be goal number 1, because even if you lose, you're still in an okay position.
Well, so it begins. Nico takes a tag. He's going to be softened up for the Deagles. 30 HP on him from the scout. Elian's going to be more than happy with that exchange. And you can see here's the Deagle that would finish Nico off. Next is going to investigate. Nice double peek. Actually, Nico even gets tagged. I don't know if it was the range or if it was maybe through the body of Nexa just a little bit. Nico's brought down to 5 HP. Lucky to be alive. And that's going to be interesting. If they can have success, if they can find Nexa or Amanek with Nico's HP, he can't really take part in this coming battle. So far, so good though for G2 as Amanek and Nexa kind of, you know, shove aside the danger in this round by getting those opening kills. No real danger. No real aggressiveness available after the first 2 kills come out. Elian's left alone with the scout to just find 1 kill at the end in garbage time.
Ain't gonna happen.
Ain't gonna happen.
Not today, Junior. Amanek coming up with the kills as they close it out again. So that time they do concede a bomb plant, but they win the round. That's more important, and the money was coming anyway for the T side. Just to note as well, and I'm sure you're all aware, you've got technology and you know how to use it, you smart people of Twitch. But there is obviously a match on our B stream as well. That's Vitality versus EG. And that one is very much for elimination. While we talk about the advancement on this side, that one is someone going home.
Yes. Yes, it will be. And I think there's a heavy favorite in that game as well. That'd be EG.
You're not, yeah, I got it. I didn't want to kick a dead horse, you know?
Crad over the top of the smoke, sees nothing, but equally Jax doesn't hit him with the spray. This is a nice little push. Hunter has gone all the way through underpass and found it clear, which is interesting considering there is one player up there in advanced position for Jax, and I think, yeah, he gets caught out by that a little bit, but that's not going to dissuade Hunter from continuing to push forward towards T-spawn. He knows it's just the one guy. Everything else is clear. He would have seen some other indication, and this should be a slaughter as the smoke clears. A little bit shaky from Nico. He's just getting warmed up.
He is indeed. I expected a little bit more of a purchase out of this. My apologies, as they didn't quite get enough even with that bomb plant down. It's only the 3rd round bonus, so now we'll see guns. Now we get the 3-0 from G2, so yeah, look. Maths, they're hard.
Elian can go for the AWP in low armor, or helmetless armor. That's exactly what he's going to do. Add a smoke into the equation. 3-0 for G2 in the early going. But now we get into the fun stuff.
Yeah, now we get this party started. Amanek to middle with the AWP, goes straight down. Okay, not looking for any fancy jump, wants to get under the... Okay, all right, Amanek straight up to the top of middle with an AWP. Elian apparently knows that this is a possibility. He's certainly aware that they like to run this strategy. Tags him through the wall, didn't get the kill, but that damage was almost enough. Look at the nades they try and throw to kill him as he tries to run back. They could have swung on that. Potentially could have swung on that, and that's why Hunter was on catwalk.
Yeah, you can swing on it, but I think Entropiq's just saying, look, we've neutralized the aggression. We're more than happy with that. Trying to shoot a flashbang over to a teammate.
We're seeing more and more of these little flash tactics.
Did that actually make it? Is that the one he's got in his hand?
Yeah, I didn't see if that did make it or not, because there's that little step in the middle of the
site. Do you trust the angle of which you shot that flashbang? It's like a game of pool across the entire bomb site. Elian is going to have some space to peer over the smoke in connector. As I was saying, though, the T side happy to just force Amanek back. They consider that a victory. Pop flash peek. Oh, that's beautiful. Nexa from the A site. There's the flashbang shot over to him, and it comes back.
How do they not consider window after letting the smoke dissipate? They just get flashed off by it. Such a simple play from Nico. And he's got 3 in this round now. Make it a 4th as he gets Lackey as well. He's got the ace. He finds Forrester sneaking out. Deagle at range. And Nico is on the board. 4-0. And he's, sir, looking deadly. 5 kills, Amanek. 9 for flashbang over to his teammate. That is actually unreal.
I'm just going to give him 2 assists as well, considering he's the one who shot the flashbang over to a teammate that then delivered this. Yeah. So Nico does all the work in this round for the team, and even finishing it off with a deagle. Not even bothering to reload. He's on a heat check right here, and he's got it. It's beautiful stuff. That's a way to start a game, and it makes sense. Entropiq immediately call a timeout because you just got spanked.
Yeah, you did. That's an even cooler point. You're right. He was involved in getting the flashbang over to his teammate. That is actually unreal. That is super cool. That just shows that it's not all skill with Nico anymore, that he's matured. He has that game sense about him as well. And it'd be interesting. I know that, you know, listening in on comms, we've had that debate before about, you know, you could have streams where the comms were live or they were relayed to you after. I do think the Formula 1 tactic of potentially getting a radio message, then having them go through sort of a producer who grabs them delayed. Because where I'm going with this is it'd be nice to hear some of the comms now about how they talk about grenades, and maybe there's a change in how grenades are discussed and how, you know, do you need a flash? I can get you one now, instead of we have to rotate, right? And who's aware of it? Who's got the best idea of what to do in those situations?
Well, color me shocked that you think Formula 1 is doing something well.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? I can tell you lots they're doing wrong, too. But,
but that's less fun.
That is less fun.
Ooh. Blackie eats the nade. 51 HP. Hunter for the jump up on the bench. Bubsky's bench. As Nico sprays through the smoke. A lot of pressure from multiple different angles, and actually a little bit ropey for G2 to handle it, but they do just pull it under control. There was some space that was found. Nickelback gets up mid, but that's a lot of HP taken away from him, so shouldn't be any more danger. He does jump over the murder hole. They're getting some nice tags, but the HP is drifting and slipping away. The bomb is still down on top of T-Ramp. So that should be the round as Nico finds a kill on Catwalk. He is 11-0 in these first 5 rounds so far. Make it 12.
Yeah. Maybe.
Almost jinxed him.
Oh, no, you did. He didn't get the kill, and he's probably going to die to this deagle now, Jason, so... Thanks very much. Please don't ever come back to the party again. You're not invited. Forrester, even though the bomb is down, knows there's not much he's going to be able to do. Hunter gets the kill instead on the AWP. The assist goes to Nico, so he continues on with a good ADR. At this point, just to give you an idea of what that ADR is, it is 230.8. Now, that was before the last round, because I'm still waiting for that to update on my side. But that's still a ridiculous amount of ADR.
3 players on G2 before the buy in this round were sitting around $12,000. They're rich.
It is still 230. Yeah. That's pretty good.
We'll take it. Yeah, getting that ace helps, obviously.
Sure, yeah.
Hunter, deep Molotov through the smoke, and Entropiq is taking a very fast-paced mid-control. And surely those footsteps from Forrester would be heard. That one has made it underneath window. As an 8 is dropped out close, but not a whole lot of damage done. Jax finds a kill and traded through the smoke. That's a Krieg from Krad.
A Krag? Krieg.
What is, did you ever, oh, what is it? The Legend of the Hidden Temple, that old Nickelodeon show? They had the Ultra Krag was like the final obstacle you have to make it through.
Interesting, yeah. No.
Not that it really applies here in any reasonable way.
Sorry, Jason, not all of us are 40 years old and remember those children's shows.
That show is legit.
Pretty sure you're only like a year older than me, so whatever. Both a bunch of boomers. Hunter's taken down by Forrester. His head removed by an AK that was coming out from the underpass. And that'll open up window. They'll re-smoke it because they don't want what to happen, or a repeat of what happened in the last round, I should say, or 2 rounds ago now, I suppose, from Nico with the ace. That's where it all started, by getting flashed back into middle. Meanwhile, over at the B side of the map, from the apartments, a Molotov will go into the site, and that's been heard. Nico's going to rotate over, but they are late getting there. However, even though Nico's late, he gets inside of the site. Still has Almanac on Catwalk. Good flash from Nickelback. Almanac rendered useless on the AWP, but do they know that Nico's gotten here? And Forrester's going to try and lurk through this super long rotation right now for Nexa, which means Nico needs to stay alive. That's why he wasn't peeking, why he wasn't being aggressive. But unfortunately, he is found out by Nickelback.
Yeah, I don't even think they actually saw him. I think that's just a hard clear. That's a good read, just making sure you're safe to be able to get that bomb planted. Nexa, just to save the M4A1 into the next round. Look at those stickers. Optic Gaming, Markelov.
Next up, does at least get Nickelback down and keeps his gun up, but round over. Forrester far enough away, is he? Yeah, just takes 2 damage. He only had 16. Look at all the utility flying around inside of the site. They'll go back and gather what they can in terms of grenades.
Still another full buy for G2. Just touched on last round how much money they had built up. Nico, 13,000 before he starts dropping weapons over to teammates. Probably going to buy an AWP for Amanek. Timeout called by G2 to make sure they're on the same page and they can respond in kind as soon as possible. 4-round lead in the early going. You can see there Dust 2 is going to be the second map picked by Entropiq, and Ancient will be the deciding map in the series if we can make it there.
Yeah, if we can make it there. Absolutely right. G2 certainly don't want to allow this to happen, and Entropiq, who's been so successful and has been keeping games close, are off to a slow start, so that's why the timeout came in. You can see Hooch behind them. He's constantly doing interviews for them still. There's still a language barrier for some of these guys, but more than anything, Hooch was also an analyst and a caster within the CIS region, and has been adamant about that this is a young team with lots of potential, and it's nice to see him supporting them in that way and giving them that confidence, as well as sort of being a deflection and keeping distractions off of them by doing a lot of the press stuff. Jack's already over toward B. We've lost one of the round. Amanek was found very early on by Forrester.
Yeah, great shot from Forrester. Amanek's just trying to find the angle up in Palace. Nex is going to put himself in a position. I imagine there'd be a timing on when he decides to actually push in and perhaps clear out Palace, but for the moment they still think A is a potential target. They will be incorrect. Jax is going to have to get that smoke down, but they're not going to respect it. The question is, G2's kind of got information this is a possibility. Do they rotate anyone over to help out? It feels like G2 has already made the call. And ironically, actually maybe not ironically, but Entropiq's going to back off and perhaps a fake?
So Nico holding out that mid position and window again has no idea what's going on because he's smoked off and they have no one in the B site, and I think that probably would lead to an early call on a save.
Yeah, well, right. They've already made that call to say if they go A, we're going to fight. If not, you know, this is a little bit of a blind gamble stack. They think they have a read, and unfortunately they don't. Nico's going to go down, and that definitely seals it. But cool play from Entropiq. You get smoked out, you get stalled out of the hit, the timing that you wanted. Send 2 players back. One to just make sure you clear T-spawn and make sure nobody from G2 is pushed up. That would give them the information to stack the B-bomb site, and a little bit of pressure in mid with utility. And they get a freebie. All 5 players surviving this time, and money will grow for the T-side attackers.
It will indeed. Op still up for Nexa to bring it over into the next round. I'm loving that we're getting a Krieg out so frequently. We've seen the AUG a few times this event. In fact, we saw it used against ENCE by Entropiq, by Krad, but now we're seeing the Krieg. So they're loving the
scopes,
the ACOG scopes specifically. But yeah, I think we've had a good variety of weapons so far in this event. We've yet to see a Negev, unfortunately. Saw it off as you want, R8 like I want. We've seen every other pistol. We've seen every SMG, including an MP5, and I haven't seen a Bison yet. Have we seen a P90?
Why would you?
P90 Bison, I don't think the only two. We've definitely seen a UMP.
Just trying to go through all the guns?
Well, I'm trying to think of what guns we haven't seen in the major. I want to see every gun used.
Okay, I haven't seen any of the auto snipers yet.
I was just thinking that, but I'm sure we will, right?
Haven't seen the Negev with the heavy machine guns?
Yes, that's
haven't
right. Yeah,
seen the sawed-off
as well. I just said all of these, Jason.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Come on, man. Pay attention. What am I here for?
It's a very good question. Amanek and Jax have 2 kills. Jax is going to add another one. And the B hit is going to get, shuffled aside. No success on the initial contact from Entropiq. Amanek does get naded. Some follow-up engagements almost going in the way of Entropiq, but no longer. Op cannot find its target in time. 6-2. It's a 4-round lead.
To be fair, one of the most frequently used places for the auto sniper was obviously the mid-doors pick in Dust 2, and now that that's not as easy to do, you may not see them as much.
Yeah, probably won't see them at all.
I hope we do. Apparently someone's saying that Heroic used the auto sniper at some point in time, so there you go.
Dang. Well, I didn't see it. Round number 9 is live. Almost to pick Ferellian. Amanek got his first mid-window and tosses out a Molotov. Lackey's going to have to put that out, and still G2 applies pressure towards top mid, but I think they just didn't get the clean fight they wanted, and obviously there's a time limit with underpass being a point of danger, and Nico and Hunter managed to back away before they get punished.
Still trying to find some information toward that connector position. They go back toward the window, see if Nico can get another peek. He's not shy to try late. Instead, though, it's going to be him that holds the jungle position. They've already rotated back through the vent as well. Nico can't catch the kill. They go by, and Ilian as well will take down Nexa. Now, I thought that was from our perspective. It was not. That was further down as the AWP found the shot. In fact, all the way over from connector, and he's going to be looking there. So Balm, they want to try and plant it for him, but they're not going to be allowed. If they could have gotten that down, although I say it was a little bit to the left. They op in the post plant at connector. Could have been a huge problem for them because they would have rotated over to the A site and then realized he was so far away that he controls the situation. Amanek trying to get back in. 40 seconds to recover this bomb. And Alien will go aggressive with the AWP up close, and he makes no mistake. They knew Jax was there. He was being held the whole time by Lackey. And the lack of information is now not a problem, as Amanek, because he has seen what happened and how it transpired, knows they're both inside of the site. And unfortunately, I believe he's going to have to concede this plant. Flash up, try and go for a quick peek on the planter. Caught himself with the flash, but not a full duration. He's able to go back. Oh, okay, well, he's just not very good at throwing things, unfortunately. Except maybe the round, because it's a 1-on-2, and it's going to get away from him.
He's got one more chance with the smoke. Over the top.
He's not going to see him. Ilian's going to play him better than that. He's going to get right inside of it. They know he's in now. There's a gap there. Who sees it first? Ilian misses. Oh, that was a close miss. When he pressed Q and brought up the crosshair again, he was just barely off of that on the no-scope attempt. But yes, it is going to be the round for Entropiq.
It's a bummer. I don't think Jax had any idea that they'd spot him going into that position. He had no idea that he was being read. You got to say, though, props to Lackey. All the patience to stay inside the bomb site in that position, not peeking anything, waiting for his teammates to kind of help out. Able to find Hunter as well. And really in that 2-on-2, Almanek and Jax really didn't make any kind of plays to gather information. They just tried to play it as passively as possible, and that gets punished. 3-round lead, it's dwindled. So is the money for G2. They're at a breaking point here in round 10. This time it's an aggressive stance towards the top of A ramp and towards Palace between Nexa and Nico. And an aggressive push into the B halls for Hunter and Jax. So trying to shrink the map, trying to get some information early on in the round.
This is actually kind of interesting that Jax is so far up underneath and doesn't really have a support system in place yet, and Krad's already there. That is an important duel to win, but they identify that he's that far pushed up, and although he could have gone down and would not tradable, they rush Catwalk trying to isolate then what would be the second player in the site, which is Hunter, and he's only good for one. Forrester will take him down, and immediately you can see that he's searching to see if the windows are occupied by Krad, looking the other direction. Bomb will be planted. Nexa knows they at least have the apartment, so he will rotate to his teammate, but a 2-on-3, and they had that information, that might be enough to just call it.
Problem is Nexa rotates into this position to go for the flank, and they already know someone's in the flank position. Meanwhile, losing Nico on the other side makes it a one front retake, and Nexa and Jax, they want nothing to do with it. So Entropiq have cracked open the defense and stripped all the money out of the hands of G2. It's a 4 out of 5 rounds have gone in the favor of Entropiq to finally break the economy. And they're just going to be 2 rounds away. Looking good in the early going for Entropiq. They've withstood the early pressure and the early solid defense from G2 to finally find some holes.
All the jerseys identical for G2, but Entropiq got the sweaters busted out, you know? Trying to stay warm, because so far, pretty calm and collected in what is a bit of a comeback now. It was a 5-0 scoreline. And the 2 rifles in play that were saved. Let's see what they can come up with. They're going to go for the boost toward ladder instead. Forrester's already clearing underneath of middle. Jax with the AK is actually up toward Catwalk as well, so it is a B-sided bias for these rifles. Lackey clears out one. I think he even may have spotted Nexa trying to retreat. No, okay. Well, that means he's gone. He's done. Unfortunately, it is Nexa that has the rifle already, and there's no one else there to recover it. So the AK's down if they try and rotate and get a retake in that position, but Forrester's not going to allow that to happen, surely.
Oh, looks like the gun model actually blocked his vision or any possibility of him being able to react in time. Nico wants this weapon desperately. I think it might even be worth the risk if you want a chance to win this round. Elian just unscopes. Oh, Nico, be careful. Tagged and then face ripped off.
You mean like Nicolas Cage, right? Is that what you were going to say next?
I was going to go for John Travolta.
Oh, you were going to switch it up this time.
Yeah.
Okay, still a bad movie.
It's a great movie.
Stop it.
Jax needs an off angle, but he's been spotted as well. And yeah, there was never a chance for the follow-up. Amanek has picked up the M4, but 1 versus 3. What can he actually do with it? Well, he's not great, actually. It wouldn't be... They're going to have a... I think they'll be a pretty solid buy with the losing bonus that's going to come in, but wouldn't hurt to save this if you feel like you can't actually do anything. They're each going to get 2,400, putting most players anywhere from 4,400 to 5,000.
Oh. Nickelback. Gone. Swatted. Chad Kruger.
Speaking of Nickelback,
yes,
Limp Bizkit has a new album out today.
Actually?
Yes, sir.
Oh, God. Have we hit the retro period of our lives, Jason, where our childhood's coming back to haunt us?
Yeah, perhaps. All the sins of the 90s returning with a vengeance.
Do we really need Limp Bizkit in the world right now?
No. But, I mean, we never needed them to begin with. So they still gave us Rollin'.
So are we going to get together and listen to the album together?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes. Okay, I'm down.
Little hotel concert.
Yeah.
1 round away at 6-5 here in the Legends stage. G2 trying to defeat the upstart Entropiq squad.
Nexa's going to put the incendiary out early with a nade on top of it in case there will be a fast play toward the A ramp, but it's not, as we know. And the fact that the bomb is still in T-spawn and held right now by Nickelback. They don't have any information on the ramp. Presumably, he's just sitting there to get utility in position for his teammates. But I say that he doesn't have a smoke. I thought maybe he was going to try and put the late smoke out, and then that way that would give them one more for a late mid-take or a B hit. But instead, he's just hanging out, waiting for a call. He's going to go to Palace as well, so no one taking A main as of yet. And a little bit of a boost to get them on the box. Wasn't really a full inertia-based run boost, but it still got him above the smokes in mid. I love reverse firebox. Nico's not really tucked against the box, but man, it's... I guarantee you once... Do it in matchmaking, and I guarantee you at least 1 round you're going to get like a trigger discipline moment playing in that position.
It's a filthy little off angle.
I love it.
It certainly is, especially...
I love it because I suck, so I play that, and I get like a 3 can. It's like, yeah, boys, I'm sick.
Yeah,
I'm the best.
It's easy kills in matchmaking.
Yep.
Hunter. Oh, sweet Jesus. That was a small pixel. Nades raining in. Nico's out in the open. Wow, okay. Lackey with 2 quick kills through the smoke. Nexa cannot respond quick enough. Up over the top is Krad, and very, very quickly G2 get punched out of this round. It's going to be 6-6.
And this is all stemmed from the back of that timeout. Remember, it was 5-1, and we saw the timeout call.
Yeah.
And Hooch and the boys started chatting this over, and hey, fair play to them. That's a good mental composure and reset for them. They've been able to respond. They identified, obviously, the issues. And for the young team that they are and the dark horse they are in this event, that's exactly what you want to see. That's a very promising tell as they're going to tie this game up. So, yeah, Entropiq making a case for this. Like you say, if it was a best-of-1, I would have had no problem. Just like you said, picking Entropiq to win it. Best-of-3, we weren't sure, but good start so far.
I don't know if it's a good start. It might be a great start for them to come back like this with such a vengeance, not let G2 get so far ahead. And now they have control. Now there's economic issues and economic concerns that G2 have to address. Timeout is called, the second one. 3 rounds left in the half to play. And even with that saved M4, I don't think you buy here. So a real good chance for Entropiq to take the lead. think you maybe buy some SMGs or some Deagles with armor and utility, and you have some elements of danger, right? Some things that can help you.
And the reason you might justify that is if you were tracking the economy on the other side very well, you might say, hey, look, they don't have a round in hand yet. If we can at least get some kills, if we can at least win a few duels and limit their money, you keep it a little bit closer, right? Whereas if you give them this full eco round and they're able to build up a wealth and stay efficient, they're going to be in a huge position. Alien already has 10K.
Yeah.
Everyone else would be near that then.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be one of the struggles that G2 have, especially with only 3 rounds left. It might be hard to chip that to the point where they'd want and feel comfortable. So they might actually be in the same situation as Liquid playing on hard mode, where your opposition just has so much money for the rest of the half, they don't have to worry about anything. And they have fast mid control. Forrester's been underneath the window for some time. A stack towards the A bomb site. Jax with an M4, Hunter with an M4.
Nico has 12 kills, and remember, he was at like 9 on round 4 after an ace. He had 230 ADR at that point. He's cooled off. He's only at 100 now, which, you know, you still consider the fact that it's 12 rounds in, and he was so high. That's actually a considerable drop-off. Still, he leads the way, but yeah, not really anyone getting kills is more the point.
This would be a great round for him to deliver one of his signature deagle shots. He had one to close out the ace that you just mentioned, but obviously one more to start things off in this round would be great. Entropiq being very slow, 45 seconds on the clock. There is a kit on Jax, there's a smoke on Amanek, but Jax I don't think is even going to move to this side of the map unless there's something promising happening, unless his teammates can give him something to be hopeful about. And they need it. There's no smokes either as they cross in. Nico misses 2, and holy hell.
That's frustrating. He missed those 2 by such a small margin, and then the third player faces him. And you think, surely if he slows down, it'll help. But he crouches underneath of it, and yeah. The reaction time was great. The aim was just slightly off.
It's the way all 4 of those kills came out at like the exact same moment. It was like synchronized fragging out of the Entropiq side.
New Olympic sport. Synchronized fragging. But then again, judge-based sports kind of have a controversy as enough as it is, so let's just leave that out of it. And another round that Entropiq, and this is what I was alluding to, you know, you keep all 5 players alive, they got money for the rest of the half now. Alien was pretty much going to be able to force buy for them at least another one anyway, but they're in a beautiful place. So what a turnaround, considering we were talking about the adversity that they hadn't really faced, that slow starts have sometimes been the kryptonite for Entropiq, but now FaZe, I still say FaZe because of Nico, don't I? But G2 need to pull their socks up.
It's business time.
It's business.
Put your business socks on, baby. Amanek with the AWP, Nico's in connector, and again, Forrester, he's had complete freedom to make this play. This time he gets a kill out of it as well. Hunter trades it, but that's brought right back. Lackey has been excellent for Entropiq in this event so far, and boy does Nexa have everything to do. Swinging out of his position, Elian's going to pick him off. Barely any damage dealt, and again, the A-bomb site is lost. So, Lackey's going to rotate around through T-spawn, pick up the bomb on his way, and Jax and Amanek have to find some safety.
As much as that was a good kill by Hunter to get, oh, look at this crowd underneath. Jax is looking just to get information, but as much as, you know, you need to get that trade, Hunter almost had tunnel vision because he's so isolated. There's no utility down. There's no smoke to cover him off, and he just walks out. It's traded off in the middle. They lose both, and that's so much map control lost. Amanek can't even save the AWP this time. They were so spread out. They had everywhere one, and we saw that as soon as Jax went down, even though the bomb was being planted on A.
I think because I think obviously I don't think G2 realized or maybe expected Forrester to be taking that kind of fast control, which he's been doing a lot throughout this half. And like that kill right there, look how much Hunter has to overextend to really take that fight and trade that kill. And that's the problem. That setup isn't really kind of theory crafted to negate that damage or that player from top mid all that well. But you're right, no smoke there, and he's certainly going to get traded. Elian. Oh, Nico gets away with one. Amanek's dropped down as well. Nico follows him. They might not expect this. Oh, one way over the bench. Good kill. Doesn't know Jax has made, or Lackey, excuse me, has made it over to the boxes. Almost transfers over. Now, Hunter's still here, and Amanek needs this kill. Needs that kill, and he gets it.
Does. Got the cadence of the peak down, and despite that the shoulder was only showing for a momentary time. He's able to get it, and they think he's probably retreated on that, but the fact of the matter is they still have Hunter above on Catwalk. That's made it hard for him to get pushed out, that he doesn't need to, that he has control of middle, so they get one through the smoke, and then Almanac battles himself out of position by taking down the player. Hunter was holding at the boxes, Lackey falls, and it's all onto Forrester. Suddenly, finally, they have an advantage, and Forrester's turn to be in a 1vx situation, round 15, and even if it weren't, money is not a factor, so he was going for this either way, Jason. But how does he even attempt to do so, knowing that an AWP was out toward middle and the bomb's down in that corridor? You'd expect it's the AWP that's actually going to be staring it down, but they're not. They're actually just going to let him pick this up and play it kind of smart. But if this smoke goes deep enough, I don't think it is.
No,
they're
it's
not looking at it, though. They can still, he can still get that.
I was actually kind of, yeah. Well, they know he's going to have to waste so much time just trying to get the bomb. Smoke giving him clearance to toss out a bunch of utility, but yeah, it's certainly wasted a lot of time off the clock. Look, this is a near impossible 1v3 to win. So just saying that so that we can all be equally on the same page with how amazed we are if he ends up winning it on his own. 14 seconds left, and now it's become physically impossible.
Hunter's forced to move with the Molotov down, but Almanac gets the position on the AWP in the air. Was he actually jumping when that hit, or did he jump at the split second after the round froze?
After the round froze.
He's using a hand warmer. There's not any other gesture that could possibly be. Calm down, chats, as it goes 8-7.
Can tell it's you're inexperienced on land when you're doing that motion with the hand warmer.
Yep, you need to be aware of what cameras can do to you, son.
Just like first time, boys. See, look at Nex handling it well.
I remember my first time.
Like it was yesterday.
Oh, it was.
Just let that one go. Good shooting from Almanac in this round. Really well done. Still, a better job done by Entropiq throughout that half to recover. Started out 5-0 for G2, and then it was a 8-1 run before G2 closes out that first half with a round win. Now we switch sides, obviously. And a standard B exec on the pistol. Lackey's going to get the initial intention, and Almanac gets exposed, and he wanted that kill. He saw the advantage, but he didn't know Nexa was going to shut him down first. Elian tapping away. He falls to the P250 on Jax, but there's one hiding in the site. Again, traded from G2 as they make their way. Nickelback and Krad going to go for an early retake, going for shock portion of shock and awe, and even Nickelback's going to be spotted out as he turns into the site. Can't find the kills, and it's all going G2's way.
It is. And it's on to Krad. He's going to try and do something with this. We see it in the background. The X-ray of Nico that's even going to get behind him, and he makes no mistake in taking him down. Took him a few shots with the Glock, but it's now 8-8. And just like the first half, G2 win the pistol. They've now won both in this game.
And just like the first half, this is the important round, not the pistol itself. We know G2 has been struggling converting these seconds rounds. In fact, I think just yesterday we saw G2 play on Mirage and saw a stunningly uncomfortable, to put it nicely, second round out of them after winning the pistol on the T side of Mirage.
So you said it earlier, I'll say it again. Dust 2 and Ancient, it's at the top of your screen now, are the other two maps in this series, if we need 3.
If. It's a big if.
How big we talking? Like 12-point font, 24, 76, where are we at on that one?
32, I think, is a healthy size for an if.
Yeah, okay. I can dig it.
We're going to get a technical pause here really quick as one of the players has dropped from the server. You can see the admins over helping him out.
Gives them a chance to get a drink in Nico's case. But they'll have to be quiet.
Vitality EG, Matt.
Yeah, give me the update on that one. Give me the hot take.
Closer than you'd expect. It's 10-8 in the favor of Vitality.
That is closer than I would have expected. Good for EG, getting something going today at least.
Although I may have just had a bit of a spoilers moment because I think I read off the scorebot, not the stream.
Dear, why have you done that? The scorebot has been behind for me in most cases.
Oh no,
so
it's actually in sync. We're all good.
Yeah, I think they've done well at getting that. I remember when they used to not do that, and it was a huge spoiler.
I think it's because it's the major.
And I told HLTV, like, why don't you just add it? No, it's not our problem. Well, it is actually. It's everyone's problem. You're ruining the experience.
What a thing to get all jazzed up about.
It's acceptable to be jazzed about that.
10-9 now.
10-9 now. There you go. Wonder if that's a spoiler. Maybe the producers are now giving it to us before it goes out to the air. Oh, okay. Apparently it's the in-game director. He says the producer is that stupid, but he's not. So, well done. Good luck and enjoy the rest of your camaraderie in the green room today.
Dissension in the production room. Mutiny is at hand. Chatter beginning as we get back into the game. Round number 17. Investment from the Entropiq defense. Scout on Elian, upgraded pistols, bit of utility as well. Some early tags and early kill, and we might see G2 have a lackluster second round, but Hunter's going to lead the way with the MAC-10. Nexa deep behind him in support.
Hunter's going up in the window. Not going to go through it yet, though, with that smoke in position, and the latter play could actually catch him off. Timer on this, though. He knows he's there. He hears him. Doesn't want to give it up either, though, that he's there, and Hunter's going to go through the backside vent instead, but Forrester's had that call that he could get there. Unfortunately, he's been taken down from the side. That was actually on the entry from the apartments at the B sites, and bomb should be planted any second now. So G2 inside with good control. Only the one kill to get them there. Hunter low on HP, but they've got good positioning and the guns to work with. Boost up for Almanac now. Does he swing and jump? Does he go over it? That's pretty clever. Yeah, just completely gets it behind Lackey without him having any idea how.
Well, Nico doesn't need to leave this position. He can chill.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're looking for exits, but he doesn't have to.
Ooh, Elian is going to run. Almanac, does he want to hunt? Nico's still not vacating the position. He does have a teammate with him now, and actually one of the defenders looking for those exits has ran away as well. It'd be great to get these weapons out of their hand, although... Yeah, that scout tag, I think Almanac... Ooh, he's going to go for it anyways. And he gets pinned to the wall.
I don't think he gets there. Yeah, no chance. That Galil was not close enough. So G2 take back the lead by 1. And it is G2's pick. I do like this graphic that gives us that indication. So you should, as a G2 fan, hope that they win this.
It's a beautiful graphic. Well done, graphic maker. 1 round lead for G2, as you said. And still just a few weapons that can be dangerous, but nothing crazy. G2 handled it well in the previous round. They still have 1 MAC-10 on the board. Almanac lost his.
Krad's going to rush this one down at Nico. Back behind the pillar. He knows he's there. He heard him. Good shot. No mistake. Krad's gone. Hunter, what are you... I like it. I like it. The wonderful thing about Tiggers is Tiggers are wonderful things. They bounce and bounce and bounce and bounce and bounce, and that's a Winnie the Pooh reference, because I don't know if Boomers even, or whatever Zoomers even know what that is. But he was zooming with those movements, unfortunately. The man who zoomed toward him, having heard that, went down, and Hunter's going to take Forrester as well, and now it is a 5-on-2. Nico will make it 1 less. And you can keep the change, Nickelback. You filthy animal.
You filthy animal. Knife.
He's going to do it.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. Shh. Nico's going to bait him into it. All right, Nico, just ruin the fun for everyone, why don't you? Jesus.
Is Hunter Strike here the kind of guy who's going to knife somebody in a major match?
Yes.
Okay. Not me. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have a feel to him in my mind. Here we go. Gun rounds coming in next. Timeout called by Entropiq. Before they get to begin mounting their defense, they will obviously buy up into this. All gone Lackey. And you imagine Elian with 6K would pick up the AWP as well. And G2's going to play this game with some more subdued weapons. So, I mean, look, if they have a good round, you've got 3 Galils and a MAC-10, there's a lot of opportunities for upgrades. That could just balloon your economy if you keep multiple players alive and swap those out, obviously. But it also puts you at a disadvantage in certain fights, in certain situations. We'll see how they manage it.
Alien, AWP, smoke down topside. Cat, he's going to be smoked himself, and instead he'll throw out a bit of fire, a bit of flame toward the topside of the boxes. And now, meanwhile, though, they're running it over toward B very quickly as Hunter takes down Forrester. No mistake on the shot. And they'll drop in behind the truck as well. Lackey. They're going to go. Nickelback's already there. It's the first shot. No mistake on it. Follows it. Lackey's there. That's what we were watching. Waiting for the AUG. May have lost his teammate, but still does a good job at keeping this on a 3-on-3, and a close 3-on-3. Ilian tries to walk in with the AWP. That shot lands. We've got a very different scenario, but meanwhile, Nico lurking back over on A finds the kill, and that's going to pull Lackey back that direction, so Bomb will rush to B, and Nico punishes from a long way downtown and takes off Lackey's head.
That was a great lurk from Nico, and I mean, just out of convenience, they didn't even need it. The other players of the B bomb site handled business very, very well. And that's big round for G2 to win. And they do get an upgrade. Amanek on the AWP. Nexa's going to have the M4, and man, they get great amounts of money for that. Good shooting from Nico. Ooh, peace. Didn't even need the second shot. So Entropiq, both halves have started out slow for them, obviously losing both pistols, but G2 converting the first gun rounds as well. So on the verge of going up 5-0 to open up each halves. 10 rounds right at the start of these halves. It's a brutal, brutal hole to be dug into if you're Entropiq.
Ooh, I thought that hit. I thought Alien had that. That was so close.
Thought it was a haircut.
Speaking of, I'm getting one of those today, Jason.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd offer you to join, but well,
but you know,
kind of redundant. Waste of money for you.
It's all good.
Lackey, nicely done. Back through the smoke as they were losing ground toward the A site. He does get traded out by Amanek, but the fact that he doubled up on that before going down means we are left equal. With the bomb at the top of Connector as well as Forcer. Ooh, caught off. Nico came back out from A cave. They had no idea. Now Amanek gets confused and overwhelmed because the shot from the scout fortunately doesn't land onto him, but nearly did, nearly cost him. As Ilian goes to the Deagle, Forrester tries to do the same in reverse to him. Knows Nico's still up there, trying to stare him down. Bomb's going to bail to B because of the call that Nico's made, and Nico re-peaks with no mistake. Good success, and now another round for G2.
Yeah, Nico just alphas him there. He's like, yeah, you tagged me. I'll still take the wide swing. Still take your head clean off. Nicely done from G2. You got to be happy about that if you're a G2 fan. These guys haven't had any of the issues dealing with the low buys, the half buys, the Deagle and Scout buys from Entropiq on this map so far. They've done a great job converting when they have that economic advantage, which has always at times led to some of their more disappointing results. Here they're sitting up with a 4-round lead. Again, the op at Alien's hands. Again, a full buy for Entropiq, so we'll test it one more time. Fast pace towards mid. There is a player that's dropped down. That's Lackey, and Jax already knows one is stuck in Connector. Alien is just dealing out death. 2 kills. They can't handle him. They can't deal with them. And Hunter's out of ammunition. Alien's going to get away.
Just barely. What an exchange. A brawl, a bloodbath. Hunter left on 8. Nickelback to hold the top side of the mid connector. They've got the advantage on the Entropiq side. It would be their first round of this half, having lost 5 now in succession. And Nickelback does not know, but Hunter is inside of that smoke, and he's extremely weak.
I like this play from Crad. He's saying, you guys have gotten 2 kills in mid. We know there's at least 2 more there. You've really, really thinned out whatever default G2 might be running. I'm going to investigate. Now, he hasn't cleared out Palace. Someone still could be there, so it is risky. And obviously, against the op, this could be a tough fight for him, but Amanek sees nothing. The timing on that is perfection for Entropiq.
One of the 2 best players in the world, double back-to-back #1, in fact. ZywOo might be facing elimination quicker than he thought in this event. It's 12-12 on the B stream, just to keep you posted. EG showed up today, apparently.
Tell you what, there's a certain someone in the green room who's tearing his hair out right now watching that result. Maniac. What's up, brother?
He's got to be careful. His hair's starting to thin out a bit, too. It might not be good for him.
I think he looks great.
He does look great. All right, I'm just being... Look, one day I'm going to end up bald, and all of these jokes are going to come back and get me. So I'm aware of what I am doing right now. This is the bet I am making for myself. Ilian takes down Hunter. Maybe I'll just pull a Gordon Ramsay and just get insertions, you know? As Crad gets Amanek, we do get the first round for Entropiq. It was sloppy. It was scrappy. And yes, you just clued into what I said.
Why are you calling out the king like that?
I don't even think that guy actually cooks.
Gordon Ramsay is
just
the
a
man.
TV actor.
Does a great job. That's nice stuff. They're going to need a lot of this from Elian throughout this half to make this comeback, and also if they want to close out the map. Now recall, I did kind of mention that G2 started both of these halves with a 5-0 start off the back of the pistol rounds. In the first half, after that 5-0 run, it was atrocious from G2. It was an 8-2 run to close out that first half, so they have to be careful they don't let that slip away here on the T side as well. Forrester is going to get a close position to the right, but Hunter is taking a lot of attention and a lot of pressure. Although the B defenders haven't rotated at all. That's right through the smoke, and Amanek might try and take advantage of the reload, and he does. Forrester finds him. And all of a sudden, it's a man advantage for Entropiq.
Yep, Nex is going to back off. Second round in a row that they've managed to find an advantage. A mantage.
I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to let it out there, let it hang in the open.
I couldn't resist. It just was dangling, and the carrot just looked so good. Nico will work his way back around toward middle with the AWP bomb is there as well. Keep that in mind. Next to the one to hold on to it and tries to cover his teammate who wants to get into a more formidable position, flashing over. Doesn't quite go far enough to catch out Ilian, but it gives Nico the confidence to try and peek because it would have forced him off the angle had he been there. Do the same again. Now let's Hunter go this time. Sandwich is an interesting position at this point as well. I mean, if they go up and over the E-box, maybe they find it, but do they even check that position? Do they even look there as they want to clear CT spawn most naturally? Hunter's going to try and take the back benches instead. Back to his wall, wall to the back. Aware that there has to be someone forward to the side. It's not in fire. It's going to be the shot, and Nexa turns it. Krad goes down. One and done spot. That was inevitable, but Forrester from far will take down Hunter. Lackey knows now that they're planting safe, and he's doing so much damage to Nexa through the box. Who goes back out, though, and he's not done. Two, as he finds a chance to bring this to a one-on-one, and as he swings, he elongates things. He makes the angle more open, but Forrester finds it instead.
I wonder if Forrester saw his elbow creeping towards Closet, or Cubby, as he was swinging out a little bit wider. I wonder if Forrester had the information. Regardless, that's a nice attempt from G2. Up connector, a beautiful elimination of Elian with a double flash as well to blind him off the angles. And almost G2 is able to turn that in their favor. 12-10, it's a costly round for the defense. They're going to have to reinvest everything they've got in a timeout called by G2. With that plant, with a little bit of bonus money built up, they've got another buy, but they're going to start running low after this. 2 rounds straight now for Entropiq.
So now we'll see what the response is going to be as the money the factor. It was in the first half as well. Remember, they went up 5-0 and got broken down. Despite a number of saves, they just could not keep money in the bank.
That was the kind of shot that made me believe. I'm not going to lie. When he hit that, I was like, ooh, AK's working nice. Up in the hands of Amanek. In the hands of both Krad and Elian for the CT side. Mid presence for the defense. As Nickelback drops down behind the smoke with an up in window room for a short moment as well.
Forrester takes out Jax.
I feel like I've seen an absurd amount of kills through smokes from that upper B position in this game.
Hunter waiting, and patience pays off. Ilian gives his angle up.
Jeez, look how deep he is when he dives through that smoke. Shout out to Forrester. Jax, unfortunately, is probably pissed.
Yeah, no doubt. It'd be extremely frustrating. Meanwhile, though, they're going to rotate back over toward B with the defense, but that's not where this is going. This is going to be a solo hold on A. It's all down to Krad on this AWP. Although they are pushing Cat, so they can see through. They can actually see Connector, and there's not any smokes in position yet. There is 2 smokes in play. Nexa, Hunter, actually, excuse me, there's 3. Amanek has one as well, but they want to go dry. They don't want to give away too much too early. They don't want the rotations to come back, but they have. They have cleared B. They've taken advantage of that time to work their way back through middle as Krad couldn't find the shot, but he himself has not been removed from the position. Ominic will get Lackey, and he'll flash his teammates over top of the E-box stairs. Krad deep inside CT, missing another shot means they'll push forward. Forrester at least gets one. It's not done yet. He's smoked off. Oh. Ominic's got shots. Instead, he turns around and finds the flank, and I think that should be the round done in itself, as it's all down to Forrester, and he'll try and work back through the window, but nope, he's gone. He's calling it. He's out.
That was such a cool take from G2. The protocols there were so excellent. Ominic with the AWP on ramp. He's holding the lower peak along the wall, and you have Nico up in Palace making sure nobody can cruise up the stairwell, or the staircase, excuse me, and take a peek from above. That allows the two riflers to just kind of march in along with safety and find some entries and find some fights. Nico does go down at the end of Forrester. But G2 will take that win all day long. 13-10. It's a 3-round lead and just 3 rounds away from taking map 1 in the series.
Map 1 of the series, and I know what you're looking for, Jason.
I hear just a faint DDK and Bardolph through the walls.
Wow.
14-13 in the favor of EG. That's on the B stream. PGL_CSGO.
Hunter with a quick rush toward the B apartments. They're going to try and get there before this AWP, but that's why people are boosting these days, and boosting his stats is Ilian, who finds the quick pick. And down goes Hunter, who became the hunted, Jason.
You don't like that?
Ideally not.
Oh my lord.
Nico, man.
Don't give him an extra life.
Yeah, really. He knows he probably should have been dead there. He's lucky to be alive, so he'll take it.
That's two missed shots from Krad towards this top A ramp position as the secondary opper. Previously, he missed the wide swing coming out ramp as well.
Crappy Krad.
That's another thing you don't like to see. But, I mean, with that presence of the op and everyone from G2 forced away, Krad has taken the moment to push towards the top of ramp and peer down. He feels no pressure, sees and hears nothing. So now you are getting, again, another cheat towards the B bomb site. And this time it's not to push and clear out mid and be able to set up for the retake. This time it's actually to stand and defend. If Nexa can provide anything for G2, that would be great. If he can find Lackey.
Oh. Ilian again with his second finds Jax in the window. It was a slow contact play and therefore a pretty straight shot, but 20 seconds. They're actually going to back off on this. I think they're just going to call a T-sided save. Well, you got to save the guns first in order to do that, though, boys. If the point is to save it, save it!
Yeah.
You ain't getting that Nickelback Nexa. That gun's gone, and it's an upgrade for him as well. That's not only money on an MP9, but a rifle, an AK at that, carried over to the CT side. So, good win from Entropiq.
Especially with all 5 players surviving. Another upgrade we saw right there at the end. Forrester's got that one. So good on Entropiq.
Somehow Lackey didn't get invited to the gun party, though. He's still got the MP9.
No. He didn't get anything. Nothing close for him to grab. Getting close down the stretch. Round 25 is live, 13-11 in the favor of G2. Double op setup hasn't been bad at all for Entropiq. I don't think it's been necessarily super effective, but just netted them around. Elian's got his op on catwalk, peering towards top mid. Ooh, the drop down. There's the AK-47 he grabbed in the previous, and he makes it sing.
Chad Kruger's a hell of a singer.
It's not against too much, right? Like, they haven't invested a whole lot. Nico did have weapon.
Married Avril Lavigne. You do the CS, I'll do the annoying, useless facts. Nickelback down below this time.
Is that the singer of Nickelback?
Yes, Chad Kruger. He married Avril Lavigne.
I'm amazed you know that.
I'm Canadian, and they're both Canadian. Even if I didn't want to know it, I have to.
It makes sense now.
Yeah. Yeah. Fun fact, Avril Lavigne and Justin Bieber both had Lyme disease. Well, Ilian takes down Jax. They're making this close now. They've got things rolling in their favor. Another huge round to take away as Ominic just trying to fight for his own life at this point in time. We'll get 1 kill back, but Nexa in middle, up on the new bench. The elevation, Ilian down below, and even says, you want to use pistols, huh? You want to use pistols?
Oh,
I can do that too, son.
Yeah, I should have just given it to Hunter with the Glock, you know. Just give him a break.
Well, speaking of giving things away, Vitality just gave away the first map to EG.
They sure did.
That's a heck of a comeback as well. I think at one point that was 10-2, was it not? I think we said that's
if they complete that series, that's a hell of a pick'ems ruiner.
Yeah, it is actually for everyone. Which makes me so happy.
Bring me all your misery.
It also means I'm 0-5 now on predictions today. Jesus, what is going on?
It's not over. It's a best of 3. You're still good for the moment.
Oh, that's... Yes, okay, true.
Have faith in Zywoo.
You gotta have faith.
Another Limp Bizkit song, of course.
Oh my god, it is. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
What is wrong with...
The cover, I don't know. You've gone down the rabbit hole. The deep, dark, terrible 90s music.
I am
early
Alice in
2000s music.
Wonderland. Yeah, there's some bad stuff.
Timeout is called by G2. It's our final timeout.
Did you see that look of disdain down the line from Amanuk there? Whew.
I did not.
Just waiting for a solution to hear someone out that maybe he's already dismissed. Yeah, Alien's like, yeah, bro, look, I can do that too. All right, he can, because he took down Amanuk with it as well. So, one-round game now, and the momentum has certainly shifted, as it's been 4 of the last 5 in favor of Entropiq.
Much like the first half. Good start from G2 early on and a couple sporadic rounds of fight, but for the most part, Entropiq, once they've been able to stop G2's rolls to open up these halves, they've been able to control things. Almost tying things up. Round 26, Forrester takes a good amount of damage. Actually, not as much as I thought. Just 26. Molotov is going to finally force him all the way back. And with mid-presence on this defense, they know that it hasn't been taken from G2. They know that they don't have to worry about connector quite yet. So for the moment, actually, Entropiq is pretty comfortable. They have a pretty good read of the map, and G2 haven't really made their first move. And, you know, at some point, G2 is... They've got 3 smokes, 3 flashbangs as well. That utility is going to dwindle pretty quick. So some of these plays, they're going to have to be very efficient with what they do next.
So a push toward the cave of A. The Prince and the Poppers trying to take over the A site, and I say that because Nico's the Prince in Palace at this point in time. But next is down to Krad. He did get one that time, but Nico's Deagle rings out once more. And the AWP has fallen. They're trying to distill Nickelback from below. He manages, though, to swing out, take Jax at Tetris, and the bomb goes down. And unfortunately, Nico's got problems because they've rotated a second op into the picture, and Nickelback has an AK-47 to his claim. That's a brilliant position to be in for him, and now with a little bit of spray and sass, he confirms the round for them, and Nico's just trying to get back and get out. It's going to be 13-13, and Entropiq, man, this is, yeah, they are the dark horse in this event.
Tough part, Nico didn't die there. He's going to be stuck with just the $400 that he had previously. He's got armor and deagle, but man, that's some valuable bonus money you would have liked to have had. That was a 2-round losing bonus. That was $2,400 he would have been able to get. Previously, he had bought down to 50, which is why he was on a deagle armor in the first place. So this is going to be a number of rounds, unless they pass him a weapon in the next buy round. That's a number of rounds your heavy-hitting star player is going to be without really a great weapon to fight with.
You love to see that grenade.
That's beefy.
Yeah, a little bit of mustard on that one. As Nico's on 2. Jax is on 1. And Jax is dead. He's burned by Lackey. Nickelback nades Hunter. Utility damage doing pretty good this round, boys. Getting all them damage. As Alien will hold out toward middle and make sure that no one goes down. Nico wants to try and gather up the bomb to hopefully get a plant on it. But they haven't even tickled anyone. And another nade kill. What is this?
It's unarmored Glocks is what it is.
All right, look, I know what it is, Jason. Just the timing of it, okay?
Actually, the utility damage, all things considered, for Entropiq is not all that great. I think they did more this round than they've had.
Continue to ruin my point, Jason. God.
No, I'm making your point for you. It's a great round for utility damage. It's just the rest of the game hasn't exactly been very pretty. Amanek gonna try and sneak through, but Now they've got all their bases covered. Entropiq is about to take the lead.
Yeah, they are, and I can't say I'm surprised, obviously, specifically this round against the Glocks, but just the way things have been going in the last several rounds. Nothing really sustainable from the G2 side. They haven't really found picks that they've been able to translate into advantages, and it's starting to really accumulate for them in the worst possible way. And now it's 2 rounds to go for the CIS team, for Entropiq, to take another win for that region, and they have been impressive. This one's going to be B-bias with Bomb. 4 players, in fact, heading in that direction. The only one that's not is Hunter, who will hold the top side of middle just to make sure there's not early aggression. And they'll look for contact. They'll look for contact and no rotation. There's only 2 here. If they can actually sort this, it's a long rotation because they went for a stack in A. He thought he killed him and looked away, but Almanac does recover, but not in time because it meant Jax went down to him. In fact, I dare say he was almost better to continue on to bench rather than look backwards because he had him pinned. He had it ready to go, but he just didn't want his teammates to go down, and it's a 3-on-3. As I said, the long rotations, so Bomb gets planted, and even though they're in checkers, they're not inside of the site yet.
The question is, if you're Entropiq, do you want to go for this with Elian being that far away? He is coming to meet up, so yeah, they are actually going to attempt this retake. They've got 2 kits. They've got plenty of utility as well. This will be tough to hold off, and G2 desperately need this round.
Nickelback is ready to go. He slides in first. Nico's going to spot it, but again, he just can't catch the taps today, but it's fine. He's got the information for Nexa and Hunter, and Nexa to take out Crab this time as he gets the shot on top of the quad. And Ilya knows this one's too far gone, so what can he do economically? Well, miss a shot. That's a wasted bullet. That's expensive. He is dead. 4 HP. He's not going anywhere. Nexa confirms that. We're tied up again, 14-14.
What a massive round for G2, and this time just simplifying things, as you said. Head towards the B bomb site as a group. I think the big thing is Almanac, yeah, he looked a little bit awkward trying to, with his fight selection, not able to really commit himself to either one of the players that he spotted, Forrester at Van or Lackey over at the bench. But because he was equipped with the MAC-10, he had no problem beating the Molotov thrown out. He jumped in front of it real quick. Good on him, and a timeout is called by Entropiq. It's their 3rd. G2's out of timeouts.
So that means it's all in from here for them in terms of strategy. All in terms of money as well in this round. There are 3 ops in the round. 2 of them on the CT side. You probably could have deduced that if you had any reasoning for Mirage in your mind at all. Maki has 19 kills. He's one of the ones holding the op, and Almanac on 21. Is looking more and more impressive and threatening in this game as he's tied up and caught up to Nico. In that regard, a lot of damage done to Nexa and Jax as they run through Molotovs. But they want into the site, they want it fast. They've got Crad down. It's not Nickelback in that position this time, but he is still going to make himself known as he pops out. Good hold from Hunter in middle. That catches out the rotation, and the pop flash still got thrown, but they couldn't do anything with it inside of the site. And Hunter, oh, he's elusive. He's gotten away from Nickelback, who thinks that he's actually therefore faded into the connector, and suddenly he's isolated himself outside of that smoke.
Yeah, well, I think that's good on Nickelback. I think he was just desperately trying to find safety. The problem really is for G2, they don't have, that's the final smoke. That's the last piece of utility. They need to get the bomb planted during this. Pop flash peek from Nickelback. This is a lot of pressure being applied by Entropiq, and G2 don't feel comfortable moving forward. The HP on Nico and Jax is a worrying sign, and actually this round is going to be kept in play.
Yeah, that's a good catch because it looked like they'd done enough. The perimeter of the site was established, but they couldn't cross over, and they still had eyes on Catwalk as well with all those smokes down. If they're keeping track as well on the CT side, they're going to know that they're out of those. They're going to know that they don't have any more options left as we get one more trade on the board, but it's going to be a bomb that rotates back through T-spawn, and that's made possible by Almanac and a deadly shot on Lackey.
He was legged as well. That had to be a first bullet headshot. I thought Lackey would have him dead to rights, and G2 have spun all the way around the map. Almanac has provided the opening needed. And oh man, Forrester, you're going to go for this. I think you need to pick up a kit on the way, but he's going in the wrong direction. He's going to have absolutely nothing else to work with than what he has on him at this moment. M4, no utility, no kit.
So Forrester with a very tough task to try and prevent this from being an overtime points against them rather than in their favor. Ooh, he's made noise, didn't get through the window as he jumped, and was it heard? They're quite far away. Don't think it was yet, but he doesn't have time to wait. He will put on the boots and stampede toward the site, and that is a cue for the Hunter to take down the Elephant. That's illegal poaching, but this time we'll allow it because it's 15 rounds for G2.
Yo, that trade Hunter gets on Nico when Nico goes down is so important from A ramp. Again, that's a couple times they've hit on the A bomb site. A very, very good protocol, and everyone from G2 following it to the T to be able to trade off that kill. Someone on the ramp looking towards along that wall. This right here. Nico goes down with no HP, and that's a beautiful trade. That shot is a stunner. Amanek is having a very good game. 22 kills for him. It's 21 on Nico. Amanek's leading the way. And poor Entropiq, they've had such a great half. They had so much money at one point, and look at it now, fighting with scraps. Deagle and 2 SMGs.
The one thing about this game as well, and it's almost symmetrical in that it was sort of a 5-round spread, then 2, then 1, and then a massive spread after that, where in which the economy was the biggest issue, but it's G2 that manages to break that trend and just get it back into their control in time. A lot of rounds being converted on the back means that it gets broken very quickly. How does Nickelback get away from that? Hunter's going to try and do exactly that and take him down as he pursues his prey, and
oh no,
Nico's got Crad. I think we might have the first map decided. G2, it is their map choice. So still a good showing from Entropiq, as Nico will confirm it's all but done as Ilian goes down and Forrester. Yeah, I think you better try and find a tree to hug inside that forest, Jason.
Yeah, might as well. What a tough map for G2, and what a brutal way for it to end. You fought so hard if you're Entropiq, and just right at the closing rounds, the closing moments, you run out of money. You run out of funds to actually fight back. Make that final round very, very easy for G2, where everything else had been so difficult along the way. But again, shout out to Amanek. Ends with a great scoreline. He's right up there with Nico. He plays very, very well.
I just noticed that you have the client up, and when the game ended, it gives one of the players the most valuable MVP.
That went to Nexa.
Yeah, but it's the most valuable player.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of, yeah, that's all right. Nonetheless, the most valuable host, it's Richard Lewis. We're going to throw it right now.
Well, G2 managed to get their map pick, but that doesn't tell the full story, not even in the slightest. Guys on the desk, we're going to quickly break that map down. G2 did come out firing on all cylinders. Very good early start, Blair. Yeah. But then obviously Entropiq, as I said, they're a legitimate contender here. You know, they're not going to go easily. So they battled back, and it was, you know, G2 know they've been in a game here.
Yeah, G2, there was definitely some squeaky bum time there. They must have been feeling really, really worried at one point. But initially, like, you saw Nico get that ace against a buy round as well. You're like, yeah, when Nico starts waking up that early in a game, especially on the map of Mirage, that's G2 potentially just running away with that particular match. So kudos to Entropiq, and got to understand this, right? When it comes to a best-of-3 series, you're the massive underdogs coming into this particular tournament. Usually on your opponent's mapping, and when your opponent is a favorite like G2, you're probably going to be, it's kind of assumed that you're going to be losing 16-8, 16-9, something of that nature. But the fact that they're so competitive, they have great mid-round calling, great, you know, mid-game calling as well, able to just flip the script and turn things around, while all these stars in the form of, you know, Lackey. Alien had a quieter game, I won't lie, but everyone else delivered, and this could have easily gone the way of Entropiq. That is so impressive.
I mean, this was an extremely competitive game, right? And we always rag and talk about the points. You know, you need to have the gun round, you need to have the pistol rounds, you need to convert. That is a prime example that we have right here. We have G2 5-0 consecutively on their T side and on their CT side, winning pistols and converting. And if you look at the scoreline towards the very end, it is the difference maker. When it comes to gun round, when it comes to full utility, full resources, Entropiq gave them a run for their money. They made life hard and horrible for G2. They fought back really hard, and that was quite a high-level game.
Yeah, look, we've got a little bit of time here to kind of talk about the map. So Maniac, I'll stay with you for this. Obviously, there were a couple of rounds that really did come down to sort of individual performances.
Absolutely.
A couple of turning points. So let's talk about them.
I mean, we had a couple of examples right there in the highlight. I think the first half was all about the battle of the middle. And I know this is a recurring theme when it comes to Mirage, but this game was definitely a prime example. You had G2 and Entropiq going at each other with different ways. On one hand, G2 tried to do the pop flash combination with Hunter coming in from Catwalk, Nico coming in from Link. That didn't work out too great, so what they did is they went slightly more aggressive. You would see Amanek jumping down underground with the AWP. He made the difference a couple of times. Nico played relatively relatively more passively behind smokes, and finally it worked because Entropiq were punishing them every single time. Entropiq were taking mid control and like a poison just stayed in here waiting for kills, waiting to spread their wings and win the round, and they had the modus operandi. It was working for Entropiq.
Yeah, I mean, Blair as well, I know you caught some of the key little action points, but just overall what I want to ask you about is the kind of mindset now, because it's a 16-14, it's a close map, right? Entropiq could have taken G2's map pick away from them, but failed to do so. So are they feeling good going into this too? Are they feeling bad? I mean, you know, it's like they weren't supposed to win this, but they came so close.
They came so close, right? And I think that's what's going to be different. That's the difference between, you know, a team with a winner's mentality or a team who's just here, who's just trying to, you know, enjoy the ride for as long as they can. And I feel Entropiq are a team when, you know, when they were able to make these adaptations on the map of Mirage. Sure, they would have been fancying the chances of closing out the map 16-13 or something of that nature. Unfortunately, the final 3 rounds, G2 kind of ran away with it. Nico are really popping off there on the T side, obviously. But if I'm Entropiq right now, I'm feeling excited. You're like, guys, it's not even our good map. It's G2's pick, and we almost took it away from them. And now they're going to be coming to Dust 2. That's our playground. Bear in mind, G2 have only played Dust 2, I think like 4 times or something in the it's not in the recent past. It's been quite a while since they played this map, and even when they played it, it's been against the likes of Complexity, VP, Big, and ENCE, where they have had some comparatively close losses. On the other hand, for the side of Entropiq, Dust 2 is a map where they dominate. They just battered Astralis as well on it very recently in this tournament itself, 16-6. And here's a really cool thing. Even the losses they have suffered against certain teams have been super close ones, 16-14, 16-13, something of that sort. So yeah, if I'm Entropiq, I'm feeling this. I'm feeling that we're going to be seeing map number 3 coming up.
All right, well, I'll get you in here as well, Maniac. Who really stood out for you on that G2? You know, we got the scoreboard kicking in. Obviously, that doesn't tell the full story, but, you know, there's been, like, sort of a recurring, you know, narrative about how G2, it's like, they've got a good team, it's just that they're not quite good enough. These guys aren't quite elite level to take them to that next level. Did anyone, like, jump off the server for you beside the usual names?
Well, I'll put a spin on this, and I'll say because not really one player stood out, that is the difference maker for G2. Because this time around, you have 4 players above 20 kills. And that usually is where it hurts for G2, where you have maps where Amanek, Jax, and Nex are kind of going missing AWOL, not, you know, doing the job they were supposed to. I think Amanek had a couple of key kills in high-pressure clutch situations towards the very end when he was rotating towards middle is a good example. I think Hunter had moments of brilliance when he was playing towards Catwalk. So all these players did what they had to do, and as a result, it isn't the Nico show. It isn't the Kovacs show with Hunter as well. It was a team effort, much deeper than that we were used to, and also one of the reasons why G2 were able to pull through.
Yeah, I have to echo Maniac's thought there, right? It's not just Nico putting up an Herculean effort, but which winds up with them losing the map. Nico, he kind of tapered off after the initial hot start he had.
He was good, right?
He was still very solid, but then, like you pointed out, Amanek, Nexa, Hunter, 22, 20 kills, and 20 as well for the side of Hunter. That kill spread is tasty, and for Jax, he doesn't really have to do too much. Sure, it was a close game, but I don't want to take this away from Entropiq. I think they put up a fantastic fight. They were able to capitalize on a lot of these gun rounds. And the rounds they were winning, mind you, quite a few of them were very lopsided. They had like 4 or 5 players staying alive against a full buy. Taking nothing away from Entropiq, but the fact that it wasn't Nico having to just drag a kicking and screaming G2 across the finish line is a good sign.
And I'm sure he appreciates that. Just a final thought before we go to break. We've talked a lot about Na'Vi and Simple. Has to win a major. He has to win a major for his legacy. Obviously, Device, goated, but he's with a new team, right? He's, you know, people are saying, can he do it and prove it wasn't just Astralis that made him good? We got Ziwu on the secondary stream right now. Might be about to be eliminated
down on the side
by
for a bit.
Stanislaw. No one wants to live in that universe. But how much does Nico need to have a deep run here, maybe even pick up a major to sort of get him back in contention, to talk about what he is, which is one of the best players in the world?
Yeah, I feel like this major is exactly that for Nico. This major is the opportunity to once again remind everyone that he belongs in that list. He belongs in the list of the Simples, the Device. The Zai were a bit more short-term listed, but still, he is one of the most extraordinary player we have in Counter-Strike. And there's a lot of people out there who think that his individual talent is not matched by his palmarès, by his success as a team. You know, he never had the major. Obviously, he's on that list. He was part of the top 5 of HLTV on multiple occasions. So for him, with G2 finding success, it is finally a stamp of, you know, legitimacy as to where he belongs as a player.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be setting up Entropiq's pick of Dust 2. Make sure you join us. Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We're partway through the best of 3 between G2 Esports and Entropiq. One of these teams, well, one of these teams is not like the other, but one of these teams will certainly be booking their place to the Avicii Arena. We're about to go on to Dust 2, and my microphone has just popped out the back of me. So, Maniac, that's a very good opportunity for you to take it and run with this one.
Absolutely. Look, I want to talk about Entropiq, and I want to talk about how in this tournament already, they have lost the first map with a best of 3, but they bounced back. Against Heroic, same scenario, same caveat. They get wrecked on the first map 16-10 and then bounce back and play a good Counter-Strike. The analysis that we made at the desk, all these points we brought out that, you know, actually when it comes to the full gun rounds, they were playing a good game of Counter-Strike. If you Entropiq, it is the moment where you have to remind yourself that is the case. You did not play a bad first map. Sure, you can have frustration because 16 is for the opponents but not for you. But it's the role of the coach and the team to come together and realize that, guys, there is no panic. We challenged them on their map pool. We played a good Counter-Strike, a couple of pistols here and there, and we're good. So just stay the course if you're Entropiq because you're playing a good Counter-Strike and you can definitely pull it back.
Well, Blair, I'll come to you here as well. Obviously, statistically, we were a little bit perplexed by this pick, but actually, when you crunched the numbers earlier, turns out, actually, Dust 2, yeah, very much in their wheelhouse and might catch G2 cold.
Oh, absolutely. G2 haven't really played this map a lot, as I mentioned earlier before the break. The last time we saw them was against ENCE. That was the game where ENCE managed to take it, and I think like triple overtime, something crazy, right? But the fact that, look, G2 can play the map. It's not like they don't play it, but when you haven't played it for in quite a while, against a lot of high-tier opposition, against a team who seem to be very, very comfortable, especially on the map picks, questions can potentially be raised by the G2 side. And I'm going to give this one to you, Maniac. The two players who come to mind for me has been the star for the side of Entropiq. That is going to be Alien with that AWP of his on Dust 2 at Opus Paradise against Amanek, who has been a bit of... He's been great overall as a player in the tournament, but as an AWPer, I don't think he's going to be able to go up against this this young lad.
Look, the problem with Amanek, and something I very quickly realized, is that his performance is extremely map dependent. He's got a couple of maps where you will see him actually do his job. Probably even slightly go ahead. You know, Mirage is a good map. Nuke is a map as well where his positioning is great. On other maps, a la Inferno, a la Dust 2, it's a bit more complicated. And this is where we go back to this eternal discussion. Can this roster work together? Can they be a top team? That is a little bit the proof of concept. When Amanek is failing, everyone's saying, ha, told you, this is not, the structure is not sound, it's going to fall apart. When Amanek is having a good map like on Mirage, suddenly you have a team that makes sense. So it's the coin that you have to flip.
And I also want to just add on one more thing is what I would like to see Entropiq do quite a bit. I just remembered what ENCE did to G2 on G2's T side was constant, consistent aggression on the extremities of the map, pushing
so
B-tunnels,
too as well,
pushing, So if Entropiq are able to replicate that and make G2 feel very uncomfortable on that T side of theirs, I could potentially see Entropiq, go off to a roaring start. Obviously, G2 have the choice of side, considering the map coming from Entropiq. I'm assuming G2 is going to be starting on the T side here, obviously because it is Dust 2. But like I said, if Entropiq can make things exciting, just off the gates, just trying to be unpredictable and pushing and prodding and making G2 feel very uncomfortable, I think we're in for a hell of a game.
Well, I hope so. I mean, Dust 2 in general delivers. I know it's not particularly popular with people out there in the world of Counter-Strike.
Changed a bit.
Listen, Richard, I remember trying to get my visa to fly down here. I saw the visa officer, and he's like, "Oh, where are you here from?" I'm like, "Counter-Strike tournament. What's your favorite map?" This guy's a 40-year-old dude. He's way older than I am. I'm like, do I say Cobblestone or Overpass? Is that too new for this gentleman? I just said went Dust 2, and I got my visa. So yeah, yay Dust 2.
Gotta be honest, didn't know where you were going with that one. Started with the visa process application, and then up on Dust 2.
Dust 2. Yeah,
Do you think you had the right choice? That was the right map to tell?
He seemed to like it.
If you had to judge someone by character, if he says Dust 2 is the favorite map, what would you say? Like, it's a good person on a date, like a flash
you
date or
judge a
something?
person based on what map he likes. Dr. Maniac right here.
I'll pass on that one. I'm not going to judge people on maps.
Look, back to the matter at hand. I mean, I want to talk a bit more about Amanek if we've got time before we have to get into the game. Obviously, Amanek is a player that, he's the ideal teammate, in my opinion.
I agree.
And yet he finds himself in this weird spot where everyone knows that, but he's also on the chopping block for G2 because of the expectations. This is a guy who went from being a support player. He picked up the AWP for the team when they didn't have a dedicated AWP, and Nico was going to do it. And then, it went to him, and he's been doing good with it, but maybe not great with it. So what have you thought of his performance here at the Major so far, including, obviously, those earlier games?
Yeah, I mean, looking back, I think Amanek is in a very peculiar position in general by the fact that he can do everything, but not really to an elite level. It always poses the question. It always asks, okay, it's great. I can definitely see you like a Swiss knife, a Swiss Army knife. You can do many things, but I want you to be a sniper. That's what you need.
Okay, well, we're about to find out how he does here, because we're going to get into the game. It's time for the action, so take it away, guys.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, indeed. We are live in a Dust 2 map number 2 of this series. G2 and Entropiq. And I'm hearing a bunch of typing. I'm confused about what that means, but it looks like we're still live. We're all good.
Yeah, I think it is all good as we will see Crad.
Oh,
no,
we're not all good.
We're definitely not all good. I was going to say, if he just ran through mid doors like that, yeah, not a chance.
I heard all the typing, and I was like, this sounds like we're going to replay this pistol round, and then Homeboy kept going. Well, it gives us a little bit of time to breathe, Matt?
I like breathing. Kind of keeps me alive.
Yeah, it's an important thing to make sure you do.
Yeah, don't forget to breathe. Sometimes it's very easy to do that. Especially when you have to look at me. I know I take your breath away.
Yeah, each and every time. Well, hopefully this is the real one. Strap in, boys and girls. Freeze time coming to an end. G2 taking a very close contest on Mirage, 16-14. Now heading into the second map, looking to close this out comfortably in 2-0 fashion and move on to the next stage, move on to the next round.
So, who would have thought these two teams would be battling for the 3-0 spot?
Yeah, right?
It's kind of incredible that one of them is going to get it. Nice little boost. I love that window boost at B. Give Hunter the aim and the angle, but it's over toward A that all the activity and action is happening. Smokes to go down to cover the cross, and an additional smoke deployed in the box to give Jax a bit more of an angle and a bit more time to live, to find kills. And that works out perfectly as he turns around as well to find one at Goose. Lackey's gone. It's his feathers plucked and another boost. Reverse elevator. Good headshot position, but you've got to hit the headshot. That's the harder part, apparently, as Hunter falls.
Oh, no.
And Forrester's in behind them, but Nico's been caught out because distracted to look at him. They're able to push this back. Suddenly the round turns. It's all on Nexa. This looked so promising when it started out with Lackey getting kills. Or rather, excuse me,
Jax.
with Jax getting kills. But he's the only one that does.
Yeah, it all fell apart from there. And that happened so quick. G2 trying to get cheeky with a little bit of a boost, find one more kill before the retake begins. Nico got so lucky Forrester didn't just wreck him from the get-go. Still couldn't recover from it. So G2, in that 16-14, that very close victory on Mirage, they won both pistols. Dropping the first one here on Dust 2. That's got to be had to have been a talking point as well for Entropiq between maps. Let's make sure we get a pistol on this map, boys.
Well, they've done it already. And this, of course, is their map choice. So hopefully, from their perspective, they can make short work of it.
No scout for G2 in the second round, just all pistols, and you're going to have 2 players on catwalk, 3 players coming up towards middle. They do have a flashbang if they want to try and execute some kind of a crunch. That's awkward. For the Deagle, is that kind of a headshot angle? Oh, it still works out. Amanek almost able to get a double.
If he hadn't... Okay, this is smart. Next at least recovers, because unfortunately Nico had to reload. He couldn't get around the corner to get that kill, because he knew he tagged him. He knew it was the sniper as well, excuse me, the scout. But they do manage to get the kill in the end. They've upgraded to an AK, and they get the goal they wanted, to shut down middle with a 2-2 split and catch them out. Krad goes hunting to find Hunter outside of the double doors at B. And Smoke, he has the bomb, remember that, so he's still in a decent position here.
The only way he can win this is if he keeps taking those fights. He needs to be able to thin this out before a retake begins. Oh my sweet Jesus.
Yep, gone. That is lovely from G2. So yeah, they won the pistol, Jason, but nope, nothing else.
Caught with a G2 bug there. Winning the pistol, losing the second. Great shooting from Jax. I mean, look, all things considered, when you look at the frags that he's had to start out this game, the 2 kills in the pistol round, and now that I think 2 kills in the second round as well. Some stunning headshots out of Jax with them pistols. So that reversed pretty quick. Jax, the aforementioned. Nico pushing up mid. He's going to find Elian, but he's been tagged. He's got his cousin with him here to help him out, make sure none of these pistols can clean him up. And yeah, Hunter's going to get aggressive. He turned from the flashbang, which caused him to go down. And actually, Nico, I don't know how he would possibly ever survive in this situation. Forrester's going to ignore the Molotov, and Nico is surrounded, utility being spent. Okay, now he's relatively safe. Now he's trusting Nexa to be able to protect him. All he's got to do is watch the dark hall, and Jax is going to back him up. Rest of G2's arrived.
Yeah, absolutely. They push up and make sure there's nowhere for Forrester to go. G2 2 rounds. That was some psychedelic camera switching.
Brings me back to my youth.
I don't want to know, Jason. Please don't keep it to yourself. We look in on each camp. Bit of chatter in the freeze time. See what they can come up with in this round. As it is just going to be a full Glock round. A single flash for Nickelback. Rather optimistic. Oh, here we go. Hunter's now he's really hunting. This is like Crocodile Dundee style hunting. He's got that there pump shotty, bah.
Excuse me?
Just go.
Ooh, hello.
All right, Nico. Just
lay one tap.
Why can't they go B? Why can't we get a cool shotgun round? Okay, that's all I wanted. All right, Hunter,
you're gonna get
here we go. Forrester is gone. Woo, no armor. Shotgun straight to the body. He gone. There's a big hole in his chest now.
Yeah, massive one. Jax, ooh, I think he's even, predicting the Jiggle Peak finds the second player. Nexa finds the last. 5 kills for G2, and you got to admire the psychological warfare these past 2 rounds of G2 just running up mid, being aggressive all across the map at every different location, telling Entropiq, we're going to be in your face this whole time. This is nice. Whip.
Oh, I love it. Love it. We're still in. I think actually hunting season probably just ended where I live, I was going to say. But here we go. 3-1. And I'm sure there will be a purchase at some point. No, they're going to... Come on. Has the HUD not updated, or is they actually not going... They're going to have to buy on this.
They're taking their time.
Well, Forrester's gone all in. So is Ilian, but Krad and Lackey elect to go for the utility purchases and take the MAC-10s instead, so that's interesting.
Well, you have the cash. If you go down to a MAC-10 and you have the cash for a rifle, this is a specific set piece, and they have B spawns, Matt. So I would expect a B rush out of this scenario.
A brush.
Straight out of matchmaking. Oh,
Crazy
Nexa.
team called Entropiq.
Good luck.
Doesn't rhyme, but it's a hot topic. Nexa in the sight is dead. Amanek tried to shoot him in the head. Didn't quite do that with the AWP, but doesn't need to. He's got Lackey instead. They have the B site to their name. Bomb is crossed and being planted. It's going in behind the box. Krad, did he block that? No, it bounced up over him. So there's flames at his feet, but he is safe up above. but not from the guns, as Amanuk will get the shot instead. They'll continue to put Flames down on the site itself, but a 3-on-3 as retake's getting more and more dire. They know Ilian's behind the boxes, but they can't get him out, and he's going to try and continue to bait shots, which means he has to get closer to the door, and that's where Nickelback does the work.
Damn, that was chaotic. Nexa couldn't even spot the first two opponents with those MAC-10s coming out through the smoke caused by a grenade. That's brutal. Yeah, good spawns and Entropiq just keep things simple. Stupid. Actually kind of surprised G2 kept up that pressure as if they were going to go for that retake once the bomb site was actually lost, but here we are. Up in the hands of Amanuk, all the money spent on the G2 side of things. Some deep nades to let Entropiq and Elian feel the pressure like another mid-push might be there, as if there was a window of opportunity where they could be aggressed upon.
Nickelback and Crad to the underpass position. Haven't seen a lot of pushing through the mid doors yet today, but we did certainly see it the other day when Kerrigan was on the map. He's obviously trying to take advantage of a new change. They spotted it. Nico saw Crad and vice versa, so they know now that there is at least one player on Catwalk, and they go for the boost late, but don't see anyone, so they'll back off of it. Forest, meanwhile, will go up Xbox and a smoke down, a Molotov rather, excuse me, on the box means they can't stay there, but timing it well. Nico's behind the Flames, and they don't see, oh, I thought Nico would have had the advantage there just based on the graphical aspect of that secondary Molotov. Forrester continues to just slide forward with people so close to spotting him, but not really in that position, as Nickelback will flash him over and try and peek it. Amanuk's baited into a shot from the A ramp as Catwalk is certainly where Entropiq have established the most amount of map control. Nico saw that, surely saw Crad cross back over, so still, as he started on Catwalk early, has rotated back through CT, is still in sort of a timing situation. Gets one on Cat, now the repeat has to come out. Crad was at top mid for that exact reason. Watch for Amanuk inside of the smoke to take down Forrest. He's able to fade, and they don't have another Molotov. They don't have any utility, in fact, to try and get him off the ramp, but his shots are what matter more, and luckily Jax is able to support Crad. They knew he was at the top of mid. He comes in late, and Jax, a hat trick, gets all three to close out the rounds, and G2 get away with another victory.
Yeah, Jax has started this half out pretty well. That's a nice job managing the defense there. Good shot from Amanuk on Catwalk. A nice push from Nico as well to get information. Actually, pretty critical kill. He just gets this last guy. Elian, big-time fragger, and without the support of the AWP, Amanuk and Jax can kind of peek up this railing with impunity. There's nothing to stop them whatsoever. And Crad even missing some shots right at the end. G2, 2-round lead. Jax is 11-2, Matt, 6 rounds in.
Starting off like Nico did in the last map.
Yeah, living the dream.
Well, that dream nearly was a nightmare, so hopefully they can keep it together and keep it rolling on the G2 side. Vladislav Krechnikov. That sounds like some sort of political figure, doesn't it? Crad?
Yeah, maybe.
That's about the most Russian name I've heard.
Ooh, aggression. This is what this new Dust 2 has provided us. A lot of CT aggression that gets fun. Jax gets eliminated. That's out towards long. Elian picks off at the corner. Ooh, they need this trade. They need the trade big, and Nico's got it. 2 for 1 trade in lower B, including the player lost at long. Makes this an even body count for both sides. 2 smokes as well for Entropiq if they would like to go for the cross. Because G2 is holding passively from CT spawn, so smoke all would mean Amanuk cannot be involved in the action outside of some lucky blind shots.
Well, that's what he's going to go for naturally. You'd expect smoke goes down, covers it completely. They jump over. He hasn't shot yet. Now he will. As we spot from Nico's position, box on Catwalk. Bit of smoke in those flames, naturally. Darkens up and dims his vision, but he backs off of it either way. Bomb gets planted as a result, and Nico's not done yet. Wants to go back in, but the nade will take him down. Nico was indecisive, and that was enough, but Lackey suddenly finds himself in a one-on-one jump shot. You know he's going to try and go for it. That gives him the information, but Lackey will back around as Omnic goes hunting. Tries to bait out, he's still on the op, but trades over to the M4. It masks potentially the switching of the gun, but Lackey doesn't matter, doesn't care. Finds the kill anyway, and Entropiq find round number 3.
Yeah, that's tough for Nico. I couldn't tell if he actually wanted to throw the nade and the Molotov, but either way, doesn't get either of them out. Even took a lot of damage into the flames. That's the thing. He stuck around in that Molotov to try and get a shot on the cross for some time. Burned him down to less than half and made him susceptible to the nade kill. Unfortunate. G2 almost snatched that round from the jaws of defeat. And this time stacked towards the B bomb site, including aggression in lower dark. But at least they've cleared out that side of the map. They just don't really have anything to fight with.
No, they don't at all.
Good chance this gets all tied up.
Early days in this game. Nice to see it back and forth, keeping us on our toes. Again, I don't have any, but metaphorically speaking.
Metaphorically, yeah.
Just as I hear James Bardoff and his lovely bassist voice coming through the wall and entertaining us even. It is Vitality EG map 2. Vitality up 9-5 now. So a chance to put that into the third map of that series as well. Alien gets Nexa down as they continue to crawl close. So that's a long shot at the platform, and they didn't know that there was close players. So the fact that they were able to get that and they were able to swing over silently was a huge problem, but Hunter was holding from inside of the box at Gandalf. But unfortunately, as we know, Lord of the Rings is not a great movie according to Stunna, and neither was that round for G2.
Oh, you're going to send so much hatred in his direction. Oh, it's not ideal.
Oh, he just turned 32 as well, poor guy.
Yeah, it was his birthday.
Happy birthday, Stunna. Sorry for the hatred, but you deserve it.
All tied up. 4s apiece. Drop down to try and get a quick pick. And, ooh, almost had the opportunity. Or did have the opportunity. Almost had the connection. Splitting. An upper dark push. Nico is down low, but he's cut off by the Molotov, and I think, yeah, he's just going to check out some utility. He doesn't want anything to do with this fight any longer, so he's going to back out and survive. Play with the smoke first, and ooh, this is dangerous. There's a time limit on this, and now that it's clear, Elian's position becomes much more dangerous. 2 players defending long for G2, and 2 players inside of the B bomb site. Mid and Catwalk are going to be largely devoid of attention from the CT side.
On to the mid positions, trying to figure out exactly where the remaining CTs are. A thinned out defense, and it's a 2-2 split. No one's going to be in middle, so they'll be able to go split B if they want very easily. Omnic's going to call the smokes towards CT, meaning that he'll be somewhat prepared. Or they should be somewhat prepared for this eventuality, and Nico certainly is. Times it to perfection. He and his cousin, the Kovac duo, shut down B entirely. Crad falls, and Ilian, with 23 seconds, is already spotted from T-spawn. Should be pretty straightforward at this point, I think, to close out the round. 17 seconds. Done dizzle. Gonna get the gun? That's the question. AWP for Ilian.
Let the timer run out first. Hunt that bad boy down. Bit of a risk. Elian looking. He's found Nico, and ooh, Hunter was being cautious himself. So good find at the end for Elian to stay alive.
This now is getting a little more dire in terms of the money, as you say. They could have taken that down and risked the bonus, but he manages to keep the AWP, so they'll buy what they can around it, forcing up with the Galils. A deagle for Lackey, and that's all he has. Jack's waiting at long as well. We haven't seen a lot of long battles early on this game so far, which seems to be so standard on Dust 2.
Yeah, we saw the one Elian pick on Jax at the corner, but in terms of those big engagements, nothing of that sort quite yet. Two players pushing in the mid-round towards Catwalk. That's Nico. And Amanek with the AWP going for a late boost to lower dark. Jax has found his kill out towards long. Fortunate spam through smoke. Ooh, and that defense, they felt the pressure. Good nade from Nico. They're going to come right through this smoke. Nico goes back for more, and he almost finds 2 kills. 4 HP on Forrester and Nickelback. The op is overkill, but, I mean, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Gets the job done, right? Alien is down. Amanek holding off the angle, and G2 finding another round to give them a buffer now. 6-4. Solid job done. Nico's content with that. Does seem rather calm inside the studios right now, doesn't it? No coaches going nuts to bring the troops up. No over-the-top animations from each team. In fact, they're just trying to relax, as we see on screen now.
Stressful situation. Very stressful. Yeah, Malik is kind of sitting there like a choir boy, isn't he? Just hands crossed in his lap, no moving. Hunter turns around, he hears the pressure from lower tunnels. Good kills, he's got Nico with him. It's just Lackey left. A nice, easy anti-eco. And Nico wants the frag. Nico's going to hunt things down. He's being very aggressive. 7-4, 3-round lead for G2.
And we'll see if they can continue on it. That one was very quick. Seems like just a second ago we were staring at the same people in the same seats. And now we'll see what the response will be from Entropiq. Interesting to see a Krieg go for the drop down in the middle this time. Forrester, now we're seeing the fast play toward long. Smoke down, he's going to cross over, try and get inside a pit is Jax as Forrester continues to hunt, but now he has support. He's called it through there, and Amanek is ready with the AWP. He'll find the first kill. Hunter gets on a crab. Nickelback goes back for 2, though, and he's got Lackey. So what started out as a great hold and good defense from the CTs is quickly falling apart as Amanek gets trapped as well at the car. He has to go combative with the AWP. He'll find 2. You find that third, and color me impressed. Already impressive enough as it is, but the round stays alive. It's Nexa versus the Nickel.
What a beast. That's a great sequence for Amanek. The Dusk even kind of called that matchup in general into question, the op battle of Amanek versus Elian, and at least that time inside of the Flames in a tough situation, Amanek delivers. I actually really like everything about that defense from G2, which always kind of sucks when it doesn't pan out nearly as well as cool as it is. Continually going back for refights, flashing around that corner. And now we finally get that long engagement. Everyone's died in this area. Nickelback and Nexa in a 1v1. But neither of them have information.
So Nickelback has the bomb, but he's expecting that there's going to be someone down toward long. And Nexa's positioning himself to try and flank that, or so that he'll walk directly toward him.
They both have the same internal clock. They both started moving at the same exact time. But yeah, except Nexa's is maybe a little bit better. A little bit more honed by experience. That's a huge win.
Getting closer to that 2-0 scoreline in the series, and therefore the 3-0 scoreline in the Swiss system, and would be advancing into the playoffs. First, G2, that would be pretty remarkable. I'm sure Nico would be very, very pleased with that. Well, all right, we've gone quiet, and I just absolutely heard James scream at the top of his lungs. So I can't help but look over. It looks like Vitality's about to take that game. It's 14-5, so that should go.
So that's probably Zyro doing something mental.
Oh, probably. It would have to go to Dust 2. That'd be the third map for that series. So stay tuned for that. And again, that one is for elimination, not for advancement, as this one is.
A little bit of talking going on throughout the timeout, and then we'll get back into things.
Yeah, quite a few timeouts on in succession here, it seems.
Yeah, it was a bit extended. Oh well. AK on Nickelback and just pistols on everyone else. Ooh, Nickelback wants to go for this long play, but man, he never really set his feet and got comfortable in that engagement. 5-on-4 for G2. They're going to make their way up catwalk. They're hoping, I guess, that Nickelback would be able to get one kill and pull that follow-up support defender back towards long. to have a little bit of a better avenue into the A bomb site, but unfortunately it didn't work. So Amanek is going to have the line of sight. Here comes a run boost, here comes a shoulder peek, and the run boost, not the best one we've ever seen, but it still works. One player dropping into CT spawn. And finally some kills. Ooh, a follow-up from Lackey. Nico's got 19 HP from his earlier engagement. This round just got so interesting for whatever reason.
For whatever reason at all. No one knows, Jason, but it is interesting. Bomb's going to tick with Lackey defending it. Oh, directly on top. He's looked away. What?
Well, they have no idea where the second player is either.
That's insane. I thought Lackey was about to be spotted. He was one step from going up the ramp, and Nico elects not to because they want to go for the elevator boost instead. That'll pay off, but it could have been a kill for free, and he gone even a step further. Ilian at long with a pistol. If he can tap away on Nexa, it's low enough on Nico, but he gets the shot instead. We're going to go 9-4 for G2.
Yeah, I would wonder if he got a little bit nervous that second player from Entropiq could have been at long and could have shot him in the back, because remember, he only had very low, underneath 20 HP, or if his teammate called him back for that boost up into the site. Regardless, you're right. I think Lackey got away with one. I think if Nico had kept pushing up the ramp, he might have been able to get that kill, but also might have put his teammate in a one-on-one or, heaven forbid, a one-on-two. Great lead. 5-round lead for G2.
Nico getting very aggressive. Ilian down toward the suicide. Thought he was actually going to be running out. He's not, but they'll hold each other without knowing, but holding the angles with the possibility that they could be pushing. It's Forrester that holds with Nico to swing around. He can hear the jumping on the other side, Surely, as he goes on the pursuit. And I think this time you get away with it. Surely, Ilian goes into long. Forrester sneaks in. Oh, Crad, though. Crad could spoil this whole thing. He's going to. Nico's going to be so close. He takes one shot. That's going to reveal it, and he tries to turn around fast enough. He can't. Crad gets the kill.
Oh, that's unfortunate. So much of this map so far has been timing. If Nico doesn't take that one tap, he might actually hear the footsteps of Crad coming behind him, and then he can play it slow. Unfortunately, eliminated, and, well, at least he has information, right? He's passed that on to his teammates. Everyone from G2, all the remaining members are here. 4 players to defend. Oh, jumping over. That's great damage from Jax. He continues having a spectacular game. And Amanek, this can be a tough shot out into the open, especially with the flashbang in his eyes. Lucky to be alive and disappearing into the smoke. A mid boost. They have to find that kill towards Goose. Nickelback gets it, and now the Krieg is put into play. Crad coming in late. Nexa as well pushing forward, and he finds 2. Him and Hunter combined, and Crad must win the round. Entropiq on the back foot, and he finds no options with that drop.
Yeah, it drops down. No one's there, rotating over. Bomb still waits on the ramp. It gets him slightly away from Hunter, but the timing is that he looks away, and he'll get taken down. Absolutely that, as it now goes around again to G2. So they're looking to collect a bunch in a row at this point in time. Nonetheless, bit awkward for a moment there. Nexa, yeah, you saw exactly what happened. I mean, the dink was heard behind the car, so he and Hunter lit it up. Just to note as well, Vitality, oh, they're just making sure.
You've done too much. Sit back down, sir.
Well, I think it was that Nico's mic, they were making sure it was working. I don't know if that's necessarily illegal input, because that would be it would be a technical pause if it wasn't. So it's worth it to just check it and get that out of the way so we don't have to slow things down. I'm not mad about that. I don't know about you, Jason. But it is Vitality that has forced out map 3 in their series. I believe it was 16-5 at the end. So Nico takes out Forrester. Now we're starting to see those mid pushes through the doors from the CT side. Saw it in the last round. He got all the way up to the top. Didn't pay off. This time he goes, oh, underneath. That is lovely from Nexa. Nico was full blind and dead if he was not there.
This new dynamic of this kind of a push from mid that's so safe is so much fun to watch on this map. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm loving it.
It's so small, but yet it's refreshed it so much, right?
It's enabled so much CT aggression that we didn't previously have. I think that's a lot of fun to watch. So, 2 players inside of the A bomb site. Jax is, he's going to have the op to contend with. He's got to hide. A lot of damage dealt. Nexa and Nico are just fine on HP, and they're rotating over as well. Jax now watching behind. This is weird, though, because this player has the bomb, Nickelback, and Jax can hear him, but he's getting pushed from behind. That communication somehow didn't come out, and Nexa, what's his decision? Fall back or get aggressive? Entropiq, both players are waiting for this peak. Both players are waiting. It's immediate headshot, and that's a 5th round, a much-needed 5th round for Entropiq.
A very needed 5th round. So that gives them a bit more to work with as we try and look forward to the second half. And potentially, although this is more of a spread than what we had in our first game, a chance for them to get back into it, Entropiq that is, by winning the pistol.
Yeah, that could close the gap real quick. And also, I mean, on the other side of the coin, obviously G2 could propel them to an early finish to the second map and to this series. And look, G2's been playing this game very, very well. Jack's delivering, Almanex had some spectacular rounds. The aggression from Hunter, Nico, and Nexa has been something special.
Did you have G2 in your pick'ems, Jason?
I do, yes.
Nice. All right, well.
As a playoff team. I have Nip as my 3-0 and MOUZ Sports as my 0-3, so both of those are going to get tested in a big way today.
Very much so, yeah. That's
Nip, Navi, and MOUZ ENCE.
Well, we'll see how that goes. Nip Navi for sure, but yeah, ENCE on MOUZ could also be extremely close. Those are great matchups on paper. Crad, first shot through the smoke, takes Hunter down. Big gap in the smoke, by the way, because it was just the one of them. So Ilian tried to do something with that, but couldn't. It's still looking good for Entropiq. Very good for Nickelback as he finds his third inside of the smoke. The ramp completely obliterated, and things are now ramping up in the favor of Entropiq because it's Almanex that's the last alive, and Nickelback's got 4. If he got 5, that would be a nickel, Jason.
That's now both pistol rounds going the way of Entropiq. Now, in the previous half, obviously, if you recall,
they got egoed.
Yeah, G2 was able to respond with Deagles and a CZ in the second half. A very nicely coordinated crunch in middle from double doors and from catwalk.
Means also that the pistols are now 2-2 in the series because both of the first map pistols went the way of G2.
Indeed.
But yeah, the eco really did change it because you would have had more momentum and potentially more rounds for Entropiq. But that really kind of took that advantage away and gave it back to G2. And we'll see if they can do the same thing here. Nickelback is gone this time. Nico with the Deagle.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, this is looking all right now.
Yeah, now we're cooking with gas. They didn't even bring a whole lot into this. There's no armor. It's just Almanex with that scout, Nico with that Deagle. Nothing else, no utility, no armor whatsoever. And they're playing it on hard mode. They're going to go right at the bomb site that has 2 defenders. Forrester continues the spray, holds it down, but Nico's got another one. And now Krad's out in the open. And man, G2, these second rounds are looking real nice. Maybe they just, shouldn't win pistols from now on.
That's actually ridiculous that both times they won the force buy in the next. That's pretty sick. So Nico with a bunch of kills in the rounds, specifically the 1 dig at the start, and then follows it up. Almanex still looking a little frustrated, but getting some vocalization into this one, shall we call it? So 10-6, and yeah, I just want to point out that Ilian has been pretty successful throughout the course of this event so far for Entropiq. Has not done much so far on this map. 7 kills, and he's the AWP player. I know the money hasn't been amazing. Yeah, this is a problem, Hunter. He's right behind Lackey, but who sees the other first? Surely Hunter has to consider the fact that no one else is looking middle, right?
I think Hunter's eventually just going to move, and he'll be the one to look left to go towards the staircase and find Lackey. Oh, who knows? It's a long time to just be chilling. It's like that scene from Face Off where they're staring.
All right, would you stop it? It's the worst. I'll take your face off if you don't stop.
All right, Almanex looking up into the bomb site, sees one at single box. Lackey's going to get away.
That's crazy. It's one of those ones you'll see back later, or someone send it to you like a clip, and you'll be like, really?
Hunter's going to start moving in. Oh, Hunter better quickly clear this bomb site and let his team know. Actually, he's just going to have to big flank at this point. Excuse me. The rest of G2 fell back. Poor Jax just got sent to his death.
Abandoned.
In the worst possible way. Now, thankfully, I mean, it would have been tough for him to do enough to win the round, but Lackey did have a position where he could have been in middle. He could have been able to pick people off as they rotated back to B, but he's given that up to go catwalk. They have no idea Hunter's position. Good trigger discipline. He's got 2, cannot convert.
Yeah, a bit awkward. Knew he had to swing because they'd be ready for him, but they were just tucked in behind the boxes. Enough as Almanex gets flashed off. He was also holding the rotations. Bombs just getting to the site. It is ahead of the rotation, but not by much, and they're not going to go. Not going to commit. Nickelback's low on HP, but he actually did significant amount to Nico. You're right, 11 seconds. They need to go now. Next has got Krad. Get the cross, boys. Get it over. They jump it out. They bait the shot, and even still, Almanex was on the flank behind them. He makes good on the play, and it's 12-6 for G2.
That made me so nervous. I'm not going to lie. When I saw how much time was left on that clock, I was getting real worried. I actually thought for a second they wouldn't even be able to think about going for the plan and just going for the kill. And G2,
That's an unimpressed look, right? That's like, really?
Yeah. Not the happiest game for Entropiq. They've been really tested in this series so far. At least on Mirage, they answered the bell. Not a bad Dust 2 as well so far. Just with losing that second round, this is going to make it a very tough comeback.
Get those hand warmers going. Keep those limbs limber.
Those fingers flexing.
Yeah.
It's looking like a tech pause for the moment.
It may have to do... Okay, it's not Nico. I thought it might have been because, again, they did tap his mic to see that it was working out, but it is a sound issue of some sort. That is confirmed to me in my ear, which means someone from Stockholm has updated our production staff here in Bucharest. Excited to get to Stockholm?
I am excited to get to Stockholm. I love Stockholm.
I know you do.
I'm a huge fan of Stockholm. I love everything about that city. I love walking around. I like the water in the downtown area.
It's drinkable, unlike Michigan, where you're from.
Classic. But true. Yeah, it's a beautiful city, especially in the summer.
Yes, it is going to be a little more chilly. I will be more in my climate when we're there. But, yeah, no, looking forward to it. Mostly, I'm looking forward to obviously having fans back and celebrating Counter-Strike with them because that's going to be a ton of fun. And I think the hype will be through the roof. Hopefully the level of play comes to match it. I think there'll be some jitters for some teams on the stage. But I think from the talent perspective, we're all going to be just pumped about it. So
yeah,
hopefully we can get that hype and translate it to you guys and make it just as contagious and infectious.
Soak it in.
Yeah, absolutely. Almanac, 17 kills, tied with that of Hunter, and not far behind them, just one less, is Nico on 16. And all three of them are above that of Nickelback and Crad, who are tied at 14 on the Entropiq side. There you go. There's a look at some of the statistics. The headshot percentage and the ADR, average damage per round, 99 for both Hunter and Nico. Not bad.
Yeah, can't complain about that. Pretty deep effort from G2. Remember, Jax had that really, really hot start. He's kind of cooled off, but at least he got him on the right foot. Almanac at 17, Hunter at 17, Nico at 16. And as you can see, audio issues have been resolved as the countdown begins. Round 19, it's a 6-round lead for G2, marching their way to potentially closing out this series and moving on to the playoffs. The first team that we would have move on to the playoffs.
That's right, and we'll determine another one a little bit later on today. We'll also determine who else goes home. Right now it's going to be EG or Vitality. Undetermined. They're going to be going to their third map right now, which I think is Vertigo, to determine who that will be. Decide who that will be as Almanac takes a couple shots, or at least one shot with his scout down toward middle. Tells Nico he's got company. They try and go for that mid push. Nico's got a shooting gallery, finds 3. He'll trade it off with Hunter, who's partially blind, but manages to get it with the MAC-10. Nexa collects the other. No ace for Nico, but that's all right because they've got a 13th round on the board. And Nico, he's been around enough. He's got enough aces. He doesn't care. Just win the game. He wants to play in front of a crowd again. You can't tell me he doesn't miss that.
Oh, no, absolutely he does. But, I mean, the other side of the coin, too, is there's so much attention on the fact that Simple has not yet won a major. Nico's another one of those guys who's just been so good. One of the greatest all-time carries in Counter-Strike history. And he, as well, does not have a major to his name.
That's a good point.
Famously stolen, snatched from him by Cloud9 at E-League Boston.
Yep, that one was a bitter pill for them to swallow, no doubt, and it triggered a lot of changes within that FaZe lineup. Oddly enough, it triggered some changes that perhaps were coming either way for Cloud9, and we never really got to see if that team would stick around and have the same success again. I think most people expected that it was probably an overachievement. But yeah, that led to quite an awkward time for both MIBR and Cloud9, and Automatic kind of getting left behind. Led to the liquid that we got in a lot of ways, though.
Yeah, it did lead to a Grand Slam if you're a North American fan. Hunter taking a bit of damage. Nexus still has the MAC-10. Bomb is going to make its way over to the B bomb site, so it looks like G2 has called a mid to B split. He did not want that to bounce off the wall. Opens up the possibility for someone to run through. Oh, immediate shot to the face of Lackey. Forrester, you better do so much more. And actually, Nexa takes so much damage. He turns away from the double doors, but that just distracts Forrester, whose attention is pulled in that direction. And man, are they ever in the B bomb site? I don't think Entropiq can go for it.
No,
they have no money behind this buy. They bail out.
Yeah, they're bailed. They're gone. They're out of this. They don't have kits to work with either. So that round over, and yeah, that was just awkward inside of the B side. Nowhere to hide at that point in time. They talk about it a lot. I mean, a lot of the pros. I remember Dupree saying this is the hardest bomb site to hold in the game. My objection to that is the B side itself's not hard to hold, as proof of, you know, when teams tie into a retake. The problem is trying to defend it with one, maybe two players over there by default and losing middle as well. That mid split is so powerful as Ilian takes down Hunter to at least keep his AWP in the round and get one further gun away from G2, but that's starting to really not matter much either because their money significant. 68.50 for Omnic, and he's the low side of the what am I trying to say right now? The venture capitalists.
Okay, that's where you're going with it.
Somewhere like that, you know. But yeah, I think I saw 5 figures of money on, I believe it was Nexa? Nico, there you go. And he just purchased a little bit, so.
He's rich.
I swear he had over 10K. All right, guys?
The rich get richer. That's Nico's motto.
Damn capitalism. Ooh, that's not bad, Ilian. And he's going to follow it up. They've got finally some sustainable picks as Nico will take down Crad. That brings it back by 1. Slow it down now, boys, Entropiq. Let's not give this away. This is the most workable round they've had in several.
That's a nice flashbang, forces Elian off the angle. Perfectly drops into his scope. And G2 just gaining a little bit of territory, trying to get some information, see what the best way is for them to recover this man-down scenario with 3v4. Elian holding the cross. Hunter does have a smoke to toss out the pin smoke if you'd like to. Give him relative safety to get onto the boxes and head up towards Catwalk. There it is, and Elian goes for the flick shot at the angle, misses its mark. Great sequence from Hunter. Neutralizes Elian with the AWP, forces back Nickelback with the Molotov. However, now he's going to have to actually try and handle the situation, and he gets baited, chasing down the kill on Nickelback. Nice bait. Elian's on for the ace.
Heck of a time to deliver one as well because they desperately needed it from him. We just finished saying he wasn't having the game that he has. On the other map, Sandy's got the 4th. It's just 1 to go. And he was out in long. He was in that position. But Nexa's going to try and take the bomb around the map. And
I respect this play from Nexa. Even if you lose, you don't give your opponent the ace.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. He's literally just denying it himself right now. He gets Forrester. So hang on. Nickelback's going to be there. Yeah, no, Lackey's not going to let him even consider getting an ace when there's that much time and distance between the two of them. Just kill him. Just get him dead. But a great round from the AWP on the CT side.
Well, if Entropiq want to stay alive in this series and come back in this specific map, they're going to need that from Elian. They're going to need more of it. Kind of touched on it earlier. I think we said the exact same thing in the first half, but I think you also touched on it that Elian felt a little bit quiet at a certain stage at the start of this second half. Hasn't been having his best impact.
And more so because you consider that this is their map choice this time, and it's Dust 2 where an Opper can really shine. So you'd expect that of all the places, this would be it. So a hint of that in the last round. EG Vitality has kicked off their third matchup. Or their third map of that matchup, I should say. And that is, I stand corrected. It was Vertigo was the last one, so it's Dust 2 this time. And I do believe it is a 1-0 scoreline currently for EG, but that has just started, so don't go anywhere, all right? Just stay here. Just don't move. Okay? If you leave me now, Twitch chat, well, you'd just be like my dad when I was a child, so don't do that, please. I need you.
5-on-4 for G2, man advantage in this all-important round, and look at the money. Much like Mirage, if Entropiq loses this round, they're going to be fighting the final one, trying to prevent G2 from taking the map and series with a bit of a busted buy. And G2 is going to take that man advantage and pivot around the map, around Nico's position. Heavy B hit. Elian's going to get forced off the angle, takes a blind shot. Nico forcing him back into CT spawn. Actually away from this hit. The utility he uses makes it look like they want to probe towards CT spawn. Forrester's now locked out of the bomb site into the open. Oh, what a transfer! That was miraculous and much, much needed. Still alive, and this Nico flank on Catwalk can be everything.
Nico dropping. Oh, this is too easy. He knows one's behind the box. He knows one's under the window, and he saw the gun barrel directly up close, which he expects to be the repeat. Nails that shot as well. Almost antagonizingly frustrating that he couldn't get more from that because he saw them all, but he's so far away that they're going to get the defuse, and he goes down even still like he's got the shot. He had a chance maybe to get 3 if he went for the box shot, but he took the safety ones first. And unfortunately, his teammates went down on the site.
Also, I think Entropiq was already calling to have the fast retake before they even realized Nico was dropping behind him. Regardless, yeah, you're exactly right. They push in and his teammates aren't alive, so that flank doesn't have the impact it's desired. But you can see it would have been deadly if Entropiq wasn't already committed to going in. 14-8, they live to fight on, still attempting a comeback 6 rounds away. And ooh, they get past Elian's crosshair.
Yeah,
he's gonna hear it.
He was actually tunneled in a lot more than I thought. Typically, like, yeah, okay, you hold the angle, but you check that. I'm surprised. Yes, he will hear it. But Jax already has Crad by being so quick and getting that position.
Yeah, he does. Nade damage, but this is a G2 that's going to keep moving forward. Nickelback, though, multi-kill. He's got 2. That's brilliant. And now Elian chimes in, and all of a sudden, a 5-on-3, and G2 tries to press the issue. Oh, a missed shot. That would have been great. If he could have brought it into a one-on-one, that would have been everything. But he knows exactly where the bomb is, and there's no nades, Matt. There's no nades on these G2 players.
There isn't any at all, which means the AWP can stand tall undeterred, and he's got 2 flashes. If he can get 1 kill and fall off, and he's got the first already, he's not going to go to the flash. He knows they're close, but he misses the leg. Oh, that was so close to being an incredible clutch, and G2 get away and find the overtime points.
Oh, no, Elian. Even those shots, you're right, difficult shots, not the easiest shots. The one on the player jumping back in towards the cave at long, and the follow-up on Catwalk, very, very tough, and both of them just narrowly missed. Elian sees nothing, peering up towards mid. Fast long take, Nickelback has that. Hunter is shut down, and the long take is shut down, because if Hunter can't get a kill and create space for you, what's the point of going out to your slaughter after that? So a 4-on-5 for the first round of Entropiq's potential comeback. They would need 7 in a row to force overtime.
Let's see what they can work with now that they have Hunter down. Almanac will try and get the opening pick. It's going to be an offside cubby position for Forrester, and it's Lackey that wants to distract to make that relevant, to make that work in their favor. As Almanac goes, he spots the first. Lackey down, and they're going to check it. AK, but it's Forrester that gets the kill. Be careful. Be very careful. Next is there, and thankfully gets Forrester because the AWP would have been the next in line otherwise. And that could have been a double kill for the CZ75, and guns picked up as a result. But Nico is going to try and lurk late, catch rotations. We've seen him try this before already once, have we not? But they got inside of the site instead. Bomb gets planted. And they're expecting almost a flank. Look at them staring backwards. This is buying too much time. Entropiq can't afford this right now. This is the map and the series on the line.
Well, they don't really have anything to go for this retake. No kit. Only 1 flashbang. This is going to be very, very tough. And yeah, you're exactly right. This is for a playoff spot. And it's going to be going to G2. 16-8. A nice emphatic victory for the G2 side of things after a very, very close Mirage. They dominate on Entropiq's map pick, but still an admirable fight from Entropiq.
Yes, super admirable, I have to say. They still could very much be the dark horse in this tournament. Of course, the problem is when you are the dark horse and you are the underdog, every chance that you don't capitalize on to make it through to the playoffs is an opportunity missed, and depending on the draw, they could also still just crash out, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, I respect them a lot for what they've done so far. And G2, who would have thought they would have been the first team through? They're going to the arena, baby.
Yeah, I know. Coming into this event as well, like some of the shaky performances they've had in the various group stages that they've played in for this kind of a performance, you have to be happy about the turnaround from G2. So, yeah, they're living the dream, and now they get to relax a little bit and prepare and review their own stuff and go out and see the beautiful city of Stockholm. And we're going to send it over to the beautiful desk hosted by Richard Lewis.
So there it is, a jubilant G2. A lot of relief in there as well, which no doubt we'll talk about. But first, we're going to go over to the desk. Obviously, Maniac and Blair joining me for this one. And we're going to talk a little bit about Entropiq first and foremost. Much more competitive on Mirage than their pick on Dust 2. Is this just a simple case of them trying to be a bit too clever with the veto because they know they've got the room to play with?
It could be, honestly. This map seemed like there was a league of difference between G2 and Entropiq. I'm not going to try to hide behind any excuse. Just as much as Mirage was very competitive, as we mentioned, in here, G2 was a step ahead. A big step ahead. Did Entropiq play themselves with trying Dust 2 or not? That is the question that needs to be should be answered in the future. But for now, there was no real competition.
I don't necessarily think it was a big, it was a big gamble coming in. The obvious pick being, Vertigo, considering they beat Gambit on it yesterday. But then again, Dust 2 is a map they do play quite a lot, so they should be comfortable coming into it. But then again, G2 really showed up here. The individuals showing up, winning these 4 spy rounds instead of getting ecoed themselves.
Absolutely.
They're the ones who are winning, and the stars are starting to shine. And just to highlight what you said as well earlier, Richard, is the fact that, or rather all of us said earlier in the previous segment, again, it wasn't the Nico show. It was everyone stepping up, everyone delivering, and looking very, very good. For Entropiq, though, here's the thing. Fine, you finally fall, you finally stumble. You still have 2 more opportunities. You still have a very solid team.
I don't think Entropiq need to be too worried here. I mean, for a lot of people, G2 we're definitely going to be going to the Avicii Arena, definitely going to be in that last 8. I don't think people, felt that their problems coming into this tournament really was going to be too much of a hindrance. But obviously, I mean, the Entropiq guys, they're likely to now play somebody a bit kind of further down the food chain. And I still think they're an incredibly dangerous team.
There are a lot of teams in our tournament right now that could obviously fall to this Entropiq team. And then down the line, maybe the fact that they actually tried out to play Dust 2 instead of Vertigo might just do them a favor. Now they have a little bit more wiggle room to play with in the next veto phases. They've also had a little bit of a reality check on Dust 2. Maybe they overestimated their level, overestimated their protocols, and they'll have a little bit of time to talk and kind of fix whatever it is they need to fix. Now, you say G2 got a lot of doubts coming into this tournament. Everyone could imagine them at the Avicii Arena. I didn't. I was scared. I was a little bit worried for G2. I'm not going to lie. When I saw the state of the affair prior to this tournament, I was thinking, oh my lord, there is a world in which G2 missed the playoff of the major if they cannot correct the course at the in Stockholm.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing with G2, the amount of discussions, all the podcasts, all the Twitter pundits, all the Reddit pundits, everyone, myself included, we were like, this is a Walking Dead team. Right, there are going to be changes coming on in after the major. They've been struggling quite a bit when they lost. Who was it? Mad Lions, even dropping a map to Lin.
There's a long list.
There's a long list of disappointments for G2. But I have to say, showing up at the tournament, at the major right now, they are playing like actual legends. Haven't dropped a single map so far. It's not just a Nico show. Hunter is showing up. Nexa is showing up. Amanek is showing up. And all of a sudden, this is the G2 we expected to see. We saw rather right before the player break. They are looking fantastic. They're looking dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, with the whole kind of issue and around, dead team walking as was kind of being labeled. The question then becomes is how much of that is a motivating factor. I think some of these players probably were like, I mean, Nexa especially, someone we haven't even really talked about much, so we'll do that. As an IGL, it's kind of weird. I mean, like, he's in that very strange spot of he can frag, doesn't always. He obviously is competent and has the respect of his teammates, but is he an elite level? And we saw for a moment, there was going to be some IGLs that maybe were available, maybe could have come into this org and rejuvenated it. I felt he was I feel coming into this major, Nex is under a very different type of pressure because obviously a team sort of lives and dies by the identity the IGL gives it.
And I guess you're talking about the pressure he has to live with. The way he's going to handle it is going to bring a lot of answers to my questions. Because one of the big, I guess, doubt I have when it comes to Nexa is, does he have the shoulder to be the leader that leads G2 to a trophy at the major? That's my one question. He can play Counter-Strike at times. He can have, good individual maps. I think he's got a an eye for the game, but sometimes I struggle to see the captain with a capital C, where it really takes charges and listen, this is what we're about to do. Follow me into the darkness. I shall lead you to the light. I struggle to see Nexa do this. If he can do it at the major, it is absolute vindication.
Let's be honest, right? Nexa might be the IGL. The captain is the guy on the screen now.
But see, that's the thing. And it can be a very dangerous disconnect, because there's going to be a point for G2. This is not it now. They've made it to the playoffs. It's amazing. There's going to be a point where 14-14, the one strategy you use is going to define whether or not you pass this game.
True.
And at this point, I need Nexa to be able to say, listen, this is what we're doing. You listen to me right now. And I don't know. I've had moments where I didn't see this. For now, everything is great for G2, but it is the question that I have for Nexa.
I mean, I also want to talk a little bit just as well about the coach, because we haven't highlighted coaches except to talk about, you know, how they can't say nice or whatever. You know, I think they've got a great guy in the form of Malik. You know, he's someone I really admire. He had a sort of difficult time because he formerly had been with, like, you know, the Envious guys, and he worked with Happy, who's a very, you know, he has his own identity, his own ideas about how he wants to play. But I think, you know, G2, having that resource there at an event like this, I think it's showing. You know, they've got a very deep map pool, and they've got some really good setups.
Malik has got to be one of the longest suffering persons in Counter-Strike, right? I genuinely feel for the guy. He's such a nice guy. He's wonderful to speak to. Sorry?
Because of the French scene?
No, because of G2. Well, the French scene and G2. I mean, look at Vitaly right now against EG. He's not even their coach, but I bet he's crying, right? That's not the point, though. The point right now is Malik... he has been struggling quite a bit, obviously, looking at all these disappointing results, him as the coach. But he does, I've spoken to the guy, been on a couple of podcasts with him. He has a very good mind for the game. He has a very good understanding. But like Richard pointed out, like you said as well, for G2, it's about the leadership thing, right? It's not. I don't think tactically they're very lacking. I don't think individually they're lacking either. It's just about leadership. It comes down to the cohesion in the team and how, when things spiral out of control, are they as a unit able to rise together instead of Nico just dragging them, kicking and streaming through?
Well, before the break they could, and the question was, are they going to go back to this? I'm just realizing a point we haven't really touched upon right now is that G2 picking it 3-0. In the positioning, the seeding for the champion stage, that's going to matter a lot as well.
Yeah.
You cannot go up against the 3-0 before the grand final. Have they just avoided Na'Vi before a potential
Well, what did we
grand
talk
final?
about, right? We said the teams that have been the banana skins for them has been the Gambits and the Na'Vis. They were the ones they couldn't beat. You get to avoid them. I mean, well, you might not avoid Gambit with the way
but you might
things
avoid
going
Na'Vi.
for them, but avoiding Na'Vi gives you a real big chance. Now, that being said, you know me, I'm a negative guy, obviously, right? So I just want to ask, based on what we've seen a lot of Counter-Strike over the last few days. G2, are they a paper tiger? Are they a pretender? You know, are they as good as 3-0 suggests? Because a lot of people online, they're going, look, they've had a free passage through with the teams they've played, you know, Copenhagen Flames in experience, FaZe, they've always got that psychological advantage, and then you have to beat Entropiq in a best of three, you know, to go through 3-0. People are saying that's easy.
No, I'm gonna disagree there, because if we go with that particular statement, that is a huge disservice to what Copenhagen Flames and Entropiq have been able to achieve thus far. I think at one point we have to just accept the fact that these guys are legitimate, that these guys are legit. They play good Counter-Strike. Sure. They have the nerves. They deliver on LAN, like Copenhagen Flames, for example. They'll be playing from the rooms. Everyone's like, they're basically just playing from the comfort of their hotel rooms. They came here in the studio. They delivered again, right? They're looking like a solid team altogether. And you look at a team like Entropiq, for example, same thing. Playing in the CIS region against giants like Na'Vi and of course Gambit, managing to qualify, coming here and delivering as well. These are teams that you can't... They've taken on some giants as well, right? Sure, FaZe might be a little bit of a blip on the radar. Of FaZe, I guess I wouldn't be considering too much about it. But that's the thing with G2. Sure, they beat them, but how much can we read into it?
I mean, for me, the problem is the map pool, right? Because I'm not going to go ahead and take away any credibility from the teams they've beaten. This is quite legit. It's the major. That's the format. You can only beat the teams you have in front of you. But Ancient is fine. Dust2 is fine. Mirage is fine. We have these three maps. What about a team that challenges you on Nuke, on Vertigo? You know, Overpass is going to be a map. But that's the thing for G2. I'm yet to see them being challenged in a very uncomfortable map pool. That wasn't the case with Entropiq. They slided out. For some reason, they avoided the Vertigo that we all had in our mind. They got to play Dust2, and they punished their opponent for that. But for me, the difference between G2 lifting a potential trophy and just celebrating playoff is the map pool. Do they have the depth to fight against anyone else?
All right, well, no doubt we'll be finding out when we get to the Avicii Arena. I believe you guys are having a break now, so I'll say goodbye. As a host, we just don't get those, so I'll be here forever. So take care. Anyway, we are going to take a quick break while we swap in the next set of analysts. Janko and Thorin's going to be joining us. It's always explosive when they do, so make sure you join us.
Coming up next, Na'Vi versus Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. Hard not to be excited if you are a Counter-Strike fan. Why? Because we've got Na'Vi and, of course, by extension, Simple taking on NIP and, by extension, Device. It doesn't get much better than that. Well, it does, because we go over to the desk and we have Yanko and the esports historian Duncan Shields to break it down. So,
by extension, hello.
Thanks. Mocking the host, the new segment with Duncan Shields. The usual. Right. It's all good. I'll get you back later. So, look, as I said, we're all excited. We're all a bit giggly because this is just an amazing match within the context. You know, not just at any time, but specifically what's happened at this major. Na'Vi turned up. They've turned up in a big way. Simple's turned up in a big way. Turns out NIP are right there with them. Device returning to Astralis to absolutely break their hearts. You know, 16-1, brutality. And they're just looking, you know, like genuine contenders here. So I'll start with you, Yanko. What do you make of this series as it's poised?
I think it's probably the most exciting series we can have at the moment. I thought Vitality was really up there in terms of being a contender for Na'Vi, but we see they've had a terrible start to the tournament. Meanwhile, NIP, they seem to be peaking at the perfect moment, right? Undefeated at IM Fall, won that tournament, coming here as well, off to a 2-0 start. Everyone seems to be playing well. The team seems to be really firing on all cylinders, so to speak. And on the other side, we have Na'Vi, the best team in the world, completing the Grand Slam just a couple of months ago and the main favorite to win it all. And this is just going to be, I think, a very explosive matchup.
Yep, Duncan.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think at this point in time, on paper, one of the best matchups you can see in the game, just because we've all seen Na'Vi versus Gambit a bunch of times.
Yeah.
You know, we kind of feel like, even though we've never seen it online, we do get the vibe of, like, we sort of know how that one goes. Everyone's been waiting. We've all been setting the stage of, like, it's Na'Vi's major to lose. They must win it. You know, all signs point to them winning. But when you actually start asking yourself, as you must as an analyst, who's at least in the vicinity that they can challenge them? I thought before this tournament, I wasn't so sure about NIP. Then again, though, you look how G2's played this tournament. Suddenly, actually, like, all the stars are aligning where some of the big names that you want to see have a chance. And let's be real, whenever you discuss, as you pointed out, Na'Vi versus any other team, you've got to start with someone who can at least hypothetically match Simple. If you don't have that, he can just win the game by himself anyway.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, isn't it? The great debate, right? I mean, a lot of people have been talking about Simple versus ZywOo, right?
Yes.
Because they're just looking at it from a, you know, perspective of pure talent. Whenever you talk about Na'Vi now, there's just no getting away from it. Simple is Na'Vi, and
Yes.
Na'Vi is simple. He gets the players he wants. The team is built around him the way he wants. He gets to play the way he wants, and with justification, because right now he is the best player on planet Earth, bar none. You know, I don't know what's going on in the secondary stream right now. Zebu might not even be at the Avicii Arena the way things are going. So the idea that, you know, we're going to see him take on Device, who is genuinely in the discussion for GOAT, in your opinion is, we'll come to that in a second. It's just so tantalizing. But as I said, Simple wins games by himself.
Yes, I mean, obviously the crazy thing about him was he spent so much of his career, kind of like Nico, in like the hard carry position with lesser teammates, dragging them over the line, that it almost feels alien to see him actually on the #1 team that does win all the tournaments and with pieces that make sense. Like I was saying yesterday, he has legit supportive elements around him as well as the stars to go with him. So that's why everything feels like this, to me, as much as we're not even at the playoffs yet, it's supposed to be a coronation of Simple as, like, you know, it was an opinion we all had that he was the GOAT. If he wins this major, I think it's going to be kind of set in stone for a lot of people.
Yeah, without a doubt. That's the only thing he's lacking, really, is the team achievements. It's the major, obviously, as well. And yeah, I think this is also the most, you know, the happiest he's been.
Just look at this state of these numbers.
Yeah, so far.
He's really raised his level from that 1.39 rating. You know, the pedestrian numbers he puts at Bianco.
That's insane. In the last 3 months, his average rating is 139. Those are just some insane numbers. Averaging 100 ADR at this tournament. You know, Simple has been out of this world, really, and that's what we all want to see. Like, we want to see him do really well and the team do really well, and in some of these matchups, especially if they make it all the way into the arena, which we think they are, you know, in front of the crowd, just deliver some great moments like they usually do.
Yeah. But let's have a look at Device, because again, for you, Duncan, I know you've said he is, you know, the GOAT because he's got the accolades.
Yes.
He was there. He's so tenured and so consistent. He's been in that HLTV, you know, top 3 players or whatever it's been just ever since he started playing, it feels like. Not as statistically great, not as explosive, but if you look, this is significant, I think. He went through some personal issues. He's obviously bedding in with a new team. I think he's got the heart of a champion, and he's playing really, really lights out here in what are difficult circumstances.
What's perfect is, obviously, after he joined NIP, it was almost a meme for like 3 or 4 months. He was playing pretty terribly. He actually looked like, after all that big talk about they're better than Astralis in practice, and he's going to try and be the #1 player, it looked like that was all backfiring big time. But the last sort of month or two, perfect time to start peaking towards the major, and the major for your team on home soil. So I think at this point in time, like, he is a legitimate contender that can go head to head with Simple. And as you say, on the whole aspect of like who is the GOAT, listen, I didn't make these rules. I generally do like the idea you just use the eye test. So the eye test for me is Simple. You know, it's just the best player ever. I've never seen anyone play like that. But if you want to count things like your career accomplishments, longevity, like you say, being placed highly in these like ranking lists at the end of it, there's only one person actually stands out in front of that is Device in that regard. So that's also why, in my opinion, if Simple wants it to be more than just a bar debate, you know, Messi, Ronaldo, whatever, he's got to get that major. He's got to get a few more of those accomplishments where it's like, not only does the eye test say I'm the best, but I can show you the resume as well to go head to head, because no one has the resume of Device.
Yeah, for me, Device definitely, I think we can say he's the most accomplished player in the game, in the history of the game even. But I think, you know, just look at the player pound for pound, right? Who do you get? If you can take your pick and make your own team, which player would you pick on your team? I think, you know, easy comparison is the NFL, right? I think Device is the Tom Brady, really, like getting all the titles, very strong player, but he's not doing it alone. And Simple, that's easy to like a Peyton Manning or an Aaron Rodgers, right? Arguably more skilled players at the position, but not as accomplished in terms of trophies, you know, maybe not having the same pieces around them. I think that's fair to say. That's not taking anything from Device. He's still an amazing player, right? But he was in a different situation compared to someone like Simple. And that's why it's great to see now Simple having the team he, you know, wanted and deserved for a long time. How much will they be able to win? Can he match some of the accomplishments that Device has?
I'll tell you something as well. I mean, what's impressing me is, because I think the pennies dropped for him, the position he's in. And he started to add leadership to that, you know, skill set. He never needed that in Astralis. You've got Zonic, the greatest coach ever, you know, fatherly figure, been there, done that, you know, slightly older from the generation of 1.6 players before them. Glaive, somebody who's matured into an incredible leader and veteran. And so Device always could just turn up, play the games. He knew he was going to be looked after. Now he's in a team where he's playing with rookies, inexperienced players, people who've never been to, you know, a major before, and guess who they're looking up to? Because what they missed in the press releases in NIP is when they said it's like signing Cristiano Ronaldo. Yeah, when you signed him, that the effect it has on the dressing room. Leadership comes with that mantle.
I'd even say they've reversed positions. Now it's Simple who's got all these great pieces and has the team that's supposed to win. And by the way, I've even seen Simple this year. I know it sounds like blasphemy. Sometimes chill in a final. Listen, by his standards are still outrageous numbers. You know, not be the absolute best that he was in the semis. So that even reminds me a little bit of Device. Whereas you look at Device, he has to be Simple in that regard. He has to be like a hard carry before we can even talk about Nip winning this major.
You don't need to look any further than the Grand Slam that they won at Pro League, right? In the semifinal against Heroic. That was a classic Simple performance, carrying them clutches, tons of impact in the grand final. Yes, of course, he was like still playing well, but it was really a team effort, and he wasn't carrying the team. And that's what you love to see if you're a Navi fan, because that means everyone's contributing. He doesn't have to make up for some of the, you know, deficiencies of some of the other players. It's just the system as a whole is working and everyone's doing their job.
Well, let's see if Navi fans love to see the veto. We've got it in. Remember, this is a best of 3. And Duncan, I'll come straight to you. Are you surprised by anything you see here?
No, and this is part of the problem if you want to build a team as going against Navi. Is Navi has an unreal map pool at the moment. They've also just actually in the last few months eased into that, so they're able to pick their nuke here. I don't have the stat off the top of my head. I think they've won something like 12 or 13 in a row on that, and they've yet to lose in 12 or 13. Like, they're unbelievable. So that already feels like a lock at this point in time. The Overpass game, and we've actually seen that used to be a punish pick against Navi. They're winning on that one when they play it. And then Ancient as the third one. The entire time they were trying to battle that Gambit supremacy, they were trying to use maps like Ancient as a way to get into the series to get that win, and quite frankly they look pretty good on that one too, not least because they've got all this skill.
I think it's the first time in a long time I see NIP not pick Ancient when it's out there, right? They've
been working it hard, right?
They still get it as the third map decider. I think they're going to love that. And here also you see this is going to be a question mark for a lot of teams. Like, I thought Dust2 would be a great pick against NIP, but Navi probably not willing to, you know, maybe not feel as comfortable after the update. They don't want to have to face some gimmicks in this game. They just go with their comfort pick, which is Nuke. And this is also a strong map for NIP, but I think the benefit of that is it's mostly strong because of their CT side, and they will get to start on that side. It's a, you know, two-faced coin. If Navi gets off to a strong start, you know, Piston, that's already potentially job done for them on Nuke.
And I will say as well, this map, Nuke, despite the fact traditionally it was more of a team map, it's not an individual map, this might be my favourite map to watch Simple play on. On the CT side, he has the green light to go anywhere he wants at any point in time, and it becomes just so hard to figure out where he's going to take you on next.
But pay attention to something about Simple on Nuke, right? It seems like that's where you see his game sense and his awareness. Like, when he's playing the rotator position on CT side, right, with the op, and, you know, in the mid round, when he drops down into the side, it's like every time they're actually going for that A split, or if not, he pushes hot, finds a kill. It's just he's always seems to be one step ahead and is always where the action is. That's why he is even in a position to get so many kills. How many times do we see oppers just, you know, saving because they're out of position? By the time they get somewhere, the site is already lost. It's a disadvantageous situation. He's always somewhere where he can, you know, have some impact, win the round for his team.
Well, guys, we're getting closer to the action, but we do have time for a quick prediction. We're not doing these, obviously, throughout the whole tournament, but for this one, you're right. The map pool's so deep for Navi. You're taking them, I
will say this. I agree with actually the point that Janko said. Basically, the last month or so, especially, and then the RMR, was basically NIP forced Ancient picks every time they could. So I have to say, if we can get to the third map, if they can secure their Overpass, because I think Navi's winning Nuke, that could be a very, very exciting map. Because I don't think anyone's like a must-win on Ancient. Nobody has that lockdown yet.
And I talked about the strong CT side, right, for NIP on Nuke. Hampus is the focal player. He's outside. Great mix of aggression and then some passive positions. He's one of the highest rated players so far in this tournament. That being said, I think NIP had 2 easy opponents in the first 2 games. I think they're going to get slapped here by Navi.
All right, okay, Navi it is. Right then, guys, this is it. It's the big one. Can't wait. So we're going to throw you over to the casters. Let's get into the action.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yeah, they've set the scene perfectly there. I do love that panel. There's just a beautiful amount of insight there. And of course, they've taken all of our points. That's all I've got is simple and CT side goes wherever he wants. And they've used that. Duncan's beat me to it.
Yeah, well, we got a couple maybe more for the teams, right? Both
yes,
yesterday smashed their opponents. We got the 16-1 against Astralis for NIP, and then you got the 16-4 for Na'Vi against Virtus.pro. Now, both of those are big games to win for different reasons. Obviously, we had Device going up against Astralis for the first time, and domestically, that's normally when Na'Vi, a team, tends to struggle. Now, dealing with VP, just batting them to one side, getting that done. Coming into this, both are going to be feeling extremely confident, but it is clear that Na'Vi are the favorites, right? If you are NIP, you're going to have to work very hard for this, and I love how they pointed out that Device, maybe it's been flipped now. He used to be the guy in the team that functioned, and yeah, he was a great player of that, but now we might need some of those carry moments. Going into Nuke, it's a map where Na'Vi do some of their absolute best working on this T side. Some little details, obviously the electronic towards Yard, the smoke walls, him working around all of that. I hope we get to see it in its full force here.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I actually really echo the sentiment at the desk as well that we could have a real banger series with an uncertain Ancient. Like, no one's necessarily got a permaban of it or necessarily, you know, an insta win, guaranteed win. NIP the closest, though, in terms of the tip of the tongue team that's taken Ancient and ran with it. So if they can pick up Overpass or Nuke, I agree also with the sentiment on the desk that Nuke is likely much more heavily favored into Na'Vi.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that just crop up in the back of my mind as I get the flashbacks of maps we've done with these guys, right? So Na'Vi in recent history, we did one where Simple had to like come out big, and one of the situations that Yanko was talking about where Simple like had an AWP, he pushes hard. Now I remember it was like a saved AWP or a purchased AWP, and then he needed multiple kills and it kept them in the game. Like, we've had a couple of those moments in recent time. Then on Overpass with NIP, remember that LNZ game we had where he had to have so much impact, right? Yeah, so like there's little, I want to say moments where this could fall apart for both teams. They have their clear strengths, they also have weaknesses that could crop up, but those weaknesses haven't been shown yet.
And they haven't been shown. This is the point. Is like, you know, this is the first major Simple's come in as a favorite. Like
clear favorite.
Clear favorite. And everyone is expecting to see Na'Vi, with the large majority of the community behind us as well, see Na'Vi lift that trophy and Simple get his first in the cabinet. And so seeing that pressure just be non-existent, I mean, it's certainly not exemplified in the results. They've just been walking through it very, very comfortably. And talking of walking through it, with the man on your screen and with the team, of course, it's worth highlighting that Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're in a similar boat. I mean, they were in some people's pick'ems, certainly, but also in some people's mind to be a one that could make a deep run in playoffs. Did that raise your eyebrows when you heard conversations like that?
I wasn't sold, right? Obviously, they had a really good showing at the RMR, but this was coming in with the big fish, right? Because the RMR was regional based. We know that obviously some of the best teams in the world from the CIS region where Na'Vi are, but we're about to kick this one off. Fist bumps are in, the players are ready. And the young boy of LNZ on your screen right here. Get this underway with NIP starting on the CT side, Na'Vi on the attack on their map choice.
Oh, I'm going to get comfortable for this one, Chad. I reckon we've got a banger ahead. Nuke to start us off. And a CT start for the Ninjas. Okay, this looks very, very clear intentions from Na'Vi. Look at this util. It's already both sailing through the sky. The smoke blocks off the vent drop. Door swings open to imply Blobsky's been spotted, but he beheads Boomich and confirms no. What the hell? He pushes further forward. He loses that vantage point, and now Na'Vi will take the lead.
Okay, 4v3 situation. This one can stall out for a moment here. Na'Vi don't need to thrust themselves forward anymore. NIP are the ones scrambling for territory. The call's being made. Perfecto fast over towards
talking a lot.
Yeah, jumping. He's going to be that first man in. Now that utility right now on Electronic, 2 flashes, it's not going to help them secure that lower side. Hampus peers on in with his head.
Easy, Hampus. He's hard committing to these duels, and it does lead to his demise, and up to LNZ now to do the impossible. They want to take that space. They'd rather just take the duels. Na'Vi trust their crosshairs. Some flubbed movement. Does get around the corner, but Simple does not let off the gas. And yeah, Device, you got a 1v4, mate? Don't think so. Neither do Na'Vi. They can get the info, and he can get the first kill, maybe the second. Perfecto denies, and Na'Vi just clean up.
Yeah, after those early exchanges, it stayed to that wolf pack. You could see that they wanted to take the fights, but so did NIP. Not going in their favor with those USPs, but just that little detail that you pointed out with the pistol round. Now, that's something that's going to stay in this game throughout, right? The molly top heart, the smoke that gets lobbed on out to land front Squeaky. It's all about smoke and mirrors here. And Plopsky actually played heads up to deny that vent drop, so you can see the information game starting from that pistol round. A force buy out from NIP here, and well, the best they have to boast is some Deagles and a CZ. Util light on, bit, nading open Squeaky, mollies towards main.
Na'Vi's nuke is so util driven. Look at all of this. This is round 2. NIP burnt out of position, flashed off the line. They got no response. Like, maybe just go again.
Looks like Simple's come up with a better, maybe quicker way to throw that Molotov. Traditionally, we see him go up near one of those little aircon vents. Here, he's actually done it from I would say quicker position to line on up. So same util set we see from Na'Vi on a regular basis here, but I love the pace they're kicking things off with right now. And the double dip needing to come in for NIP. Just going to hold on to these upgraded pistols. No point giving them up here. Electronic's going to have a little bit of a look around towards Yard, see if he can find and deny, make their round 3 as easy as possible. This man on your screen right here, Hampus, down in that vent, he was a big force yesterday in that Astralis victory. Now, everybody showed up for NIP.
You take a Galil. Don't know if they're going to activate too much. Hampus is flirting with it, and he will take Simple down and get away. All right, that's something, I suppose. The bomb could be an issue for him.
Yeah, he's not going to get away with that there. So I don't know if the risk versus reward is worth it there, right? He could have had a deagle, could have had a bit of extra armor with him right there. Does get the kill. Probably frustrates Simple a little bit there, but I don't know if that's the best of options.
I don't know if you want to make him mad. He's more Hulk than he is stroppy teenager. You won't like him when he's angry. To be fair, you don't like stroppy teenagers when they're angry either.
No,
but
that's true.
It's 2-0, and we are going to be seeing that second bite of the Force by Cherry. They'll be conserving their funds. A little bit of an extra investment, a P250, so everyone gets their sidearm of choice.
Yeah, Hampus went in again with the buy. Looks like they're rinsing, repeating here. Squeaky naded open, Molly nade through. Molly lined up from Simple here, and that one's going to land the same. Back out they go, but more players here this time. Boomich cleaning house, Plopsky on the trade. The damage needs to be done.
He's danced around beautifully and actually aggresses into the heart. It just falls on deaf ears, though. Device and Plopsky thrust into the feed, and yeah, Na'Vi not rushing the plant and no reason to.
Yeah, get that sight.
Oh, that was stylish. And Hampus has actually caught Simple again, so the head-to-head for him's great, but no rounds to boast. And LNZ's
sketchy for a moment now.
It is. Electronic, however, has got this on lock. A new addition. We've spoken to him. We clarified. We're allowed to call him Linus. Or Linus if we were Swedish, but we're not. But LNZ when he's making the plays.
Yeah. So we're trying to, you know, give him the best of both worlds here.
Time to see the guns, Chad. I know it's only the first 3 rounds, but the way in which they've found them, it already kind of, it's got the feeling in my waters that Na'Vi might be bulldozing through this T side.
And we've seen it plenty of times before, on LAN especially, right? We understand that this is possible here, but they're actually not going to keep the MAC-10, so upgrades throughout here for Na'Vi. To make sure they have primarily rifles. There's 2 Galils in the mix. On the other side, NIP's buys coming on through, and Device, he has his big green. More of a default spread right now. It's not just going to be that fast play in towards the top side. They're dropping down the smoke walls. And I love the timing. The details on the way that Na'Vi do their smoke walls, it is down to the finest of details here.
Hampus is no slouch at containing yard. He has a good read of the game, and there's a prime example. Strikes onto Electronic and immediately conditions him that he won't be getting away with all of his funny hijinks. Good use of their flashes, though. You can see as a ramp players, both Device and his compatriot have been completely repelled. Ramp is lost.
Do they know Boomich is down, though? He was able to make it across.
Well, they will now. He's stampeding around. LNZ's not really reacting as if he does.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they do, right? I know that he's been quite loud on this, but they haven't acknowledged it.
They'll know quite quickly now, and yeah, LNZ does not deliver. The low site's lost. They're quick to react, so down the secret. I don't see a kit.
It's going to be a little bit problematic right now, and they've been smoked off. Huge gap on the side of that one right there from Boomich. You need to be careful when they peek up their heads. Perfecto, he's just communicated that right now, and well, there is a kit on the site. You can see it here in Rez's POV, but they're going to have to call that off. To go through the smoke denies, that's got about 18 seconds on it, and Na'Vi are going to get what seems to be quite an easy 4th round of play. They even lost the opening kill on the corpse here of Electronic, you can see.
Do we call that outmaneuvered?
I definitely think that, right, you could see that maybe they did acknowledge Boomich because they went down secret instead of going down vent, and that's normally the fastest rotation point for your top players right there. But yeah, that was just through the virtue of the flashes alone, it felt like, and then the pressure onto LNZ towards that lower site. So, simple stuff.
And again, we saw, because we cut to Device's POV, right? So after he swallowed that flash and LNZ had already committed to the drop, Device was scared to re-aggress. He knew hell, like already in the pistol, they've made it clear, we can take hell from you as well. So with that loss of room, 2 well-placed flashes, so Perfecto and Boomich getting some credit for those. Quick look at the scores to see your contributors. Rez and LNZ yet to find blood. Other than that, all good in the hood. And you'll be happy to know that Na'Vi did all get silver coins.
Okay, well, they've made some good predictions in the early stages of this one here. looking a bit more furious towards top right now. Boomage putting a lot of bullets through in that same util set. Device aggressive on ramp. He's gone fishing, and Popsky and Hart aggro from him.
Yeah, Boomage gonna get caught out by that one. His crosshair misplaced, and Perfecto does claw it straight back. Rez, another death for him. Device aggressive, could catch a timing here. Simple's ready for you, and he strafes straight out, baits the shot. This is falling into place beautifully for Na'Vi.
Well, this is the Na'Vi we know and love right here. They're just decimating NIP. Anthus last man standing, doesn't have a chance. Electronic, that is nasty, and clean sweep right now. No gun saved across, and this is looking easy early.
They're intimidating, aren't they?
Just a little note with Plopsky. We saw it on the pistol round. We saw it just there on the gun round. It feels like the indication from maybe the game plan here of NIP is to play a little bit more aggressive towards lobby, not to give that space, right? They don't want to make sure they're not able to operate in their comfort zone. But the problem is, unless you're getting a couple of kills, you're going to spur them forward. So would be a nice time right now to take a timeout and allow Threat to chime on in, and that's exactly what they've done. First timeout called. B-stream update there on the right-hand side of your screen. So close your eyes.
Still going.
Yeah, that is very surprising. Vitality off to a rough one here. EG, we've seen what they have come with, or what they haven't come with, really. But it is surprising to see that one even go a third map. So I suppose we have to give props to EG for being competitive in a series. A couple of the highlights here before we get back underway, but I can tell you that the buy is coming through for NIP here to contest for round number 6, and they're able to make this one work. AWP again. Silenced M4s for everybody. Kit on Plopsky, and enough util.
Quick wall smokes. Device has been dispatched to try and contribute this time. You can see just the rain, the hail of utility. Hampers early to rotate. Down that vent, will be the first to receive if he does commit. Gets the info at the bare minimum, can re-smoke on Squeak.
That's good info right there, because they're going down secret, so they know that there's a player in vent. This is going to put them on high alert as they go and try and clear. So if he's in the vent, it's unlikely that he's already gone towards decon. It means that he's less likely to be in their face, and
no
clear
smoke,
this out.
no smoke, yeah. He opted to throw it Squeaky, so he can't contain them, and now, oh, he's overwhelmed. You can't go either way. Perfecto hands out a clean headshot, and already Na'Vi's sight. I mean, it's defended by one man, and that man does kick and scream just a little. A bit of a fuss from LNZ. 2.5.
Good trade.
That's enough to incite NIP to go for this, and another miss from Device. Movement from Simples. Not far off the mark. He's looking great. The bomb now ticking, and they've got to weigh up their options here.
Look at this, though. Bits almost won the round single-handedly. He's going to come down behind the vent and get that frag for free.
Yeah, just as he's committed to it as well. That's the end of Plopsky. That's surely the end of the round. Hunting him down. Device flustered. And that's just for survival. Call it 6, Chad. If they found 9-6, we'd have been sitting there going, well, it's still a functional T-half. That's the 6-0 start.
Yeah, this is beautiful stuff from Na'Vi, and you're right with the barrage of utility coming out. You can see all of it swarming towards Yard. You can see it also that same util we noted from the pistol there, the molly, the smoke towards Squeaky, and just how NIP have to put bodies on their line to chase their tail. What have we lost? What have we really lost, right? That's the question, because it's fine for that util to go down, but if you don't know what's on the other side of it, then you're operating in the dark. So we might need to see something a little bit more aggressive from NIP coming into the next gun rounds here, right? They've been able to get those saved guns across. They can drop a couple too. So we can see another buy, and they're even going to go for another timeout. So, you know, you're mentioning this is looking bleak. You can tell that's the case here, right? You wouldn't be going for back-to-back timeouts if you're NIP if you weren't under the pump. But I think a fight, right? That's where they're going to need to make that change up. Get some aggressive maneuvers, maybe some yard control with multiple members. See if you can stifle Electronic. Could even drop a player straight down towards lower just to deal with the idea of the vent drop. It does mean that you're giving up space elsewhere. You can't be strong everywhere. So you're not going to be able to lock down top ramp if you're going to put your forces towards that yard position. But they will buy again. Plopsky into the MP9, M4s for everybody else.
No, it doesn't tell the whole story, but just checking in on those opening duels. And immediately it's worth noting that NIP have found 3. You know, 3 of these rounds, they were the ones to draw blood first. Imaginally it was quite quickly traded back, the pistol as a prime example. But Na'Vi are overcoming that 4v5 disadvantage comfortably and quickly. Rez, an interesting incendiary. I wonder if that's to stop the main smoke. And oh my god, poor Plopsky. There's just so much being thrown at him, and bullets are a part of that concoction. Already the site is lost.
It's just brutal.
What do you do?
They have utility to retake. They're probably going to drop the one-way here. A couple of nades into the site. Na'Vi are stalling things out. They're planting just now, but a 5-on-4. This is rough. This is brutal.
Oh, okay, a little bit of a glimmer for the NIP retake, but Chad, their body language does not imply...
No, and nor does the positioning of Hampus right now. This is another save.
Oh, God.
You can only bide your time for so long. This is going to be a quick half if it continues in this fashion.
Could you give me a quick, I mean, obviously you're watching the same thing as me, but a quick recap of what kind of top util that they're throwing? Is it just the skylight flashes and a molly back sight? That's what's suppressing them?
Well, they're starting off with nading open Squeaky, right? And then they're mollying and Hing in just to make sure that a player can't come across and deny the fast plays. But then you're constantly getting that Molotov from Simple to land behind the silos with the flashes as well. Then the pathing that they have, they just swarm that one player, which has become very, very common for top site players to play behind there. You're not playing top hut because of that Molotov as well. And with the positioning, they just swarm the site so well. And at that point, what are you meant to do?
So the counterplay eventually would be like, you know, underhand a smoke, play around it. We've seen teams do that, right? You double up, you have one person playing on the site outside the smoke, the other sits in it. As it fades, you hope you catch a timing. But then as soon as you're doing that, they can go anywhere else.
Yeah, it's more here about the way that Na'Vi have done this, the patterns that they've shown. They did those plays on the anti-ecos early, and then they went back to more yard-significant maneuvers, right? With the same set of util again. Okay, it drops in front of Squeaky the smoke, the molly on the hut, the yard smokes again. But what are we actually looking at? We don't know where they are until they're in our face.
Yeah, and then suddenly one of your teammates starts making a call and you just don't know how much to take it as gospel. Hampus caught an opener last time they tested Warehouse. Let's see if Device can catch Electronics Adventure as well.
Very passive here, and it looks like they're going to slink the bomb down
That's
towards
silent.
Secret.
He hasn't heard a step. He has no confirmation. Hampus has to acknowledge the potential. There's some noise for Device to relay.
Yeah, just a little bit though, so there could be still many players over towards lobby. No information for NIP other than one little piece of noise.
Hampus, what's his nade situation? Okay, okay, he's going to stick around and fight. Too late now. Does, not find the head. He won't last long.
They just swarm him.
One and done. Boomich stampedes the vents. They can go anywhere they want. He wants the sound cue to keep the feet planted, and LNZ's got it pretty much on his own. The late arrival, Bit versus Rez, and Bit's better.
Linus is burning.
Yeah, nice find. Does just about pull one out of the hat. A 2-on-2 established. It's the best bet we've seen from the Ninjas, and he's partnered up. Perfecto allowed to retreat. A bit late from the vents from lobby side. He's very detached from the pack at this point.
Yeah, they're still worried. They don't know where both players are just now. And Bit's actually going to go back around towards ramp here, so it's not planted for him. He doesn't have any utility to flush them out either, so we'll need to start to get a move on here.
Okay, smoke decon, molly doors, hold it. The nade's not going to save the day in Decade. Oh, they're not expecting the ramp player.
Oh,
Bit does flub it. Just defuse. They're surely screaming. He's got the kit. 4, 3, 2, and it's a very quick run. Bit makes it just a shy of the time. NIP will pull it out, but bloody hell, it doesn't get closer than that. A one-on-one and defusing run down as he does pull the round home.
Yeah, drama there because they lost everybody, so they will have to reinvest again. Fortunate because of those saves, they've actually been building a bank here, but you can see just how close this is here. You imagine if Bit doesn't flub the initial one right there, it could buy him a little bit of extra time, but unlucky start the scoreline. Still looking extremely bleak here. Same util set yet again. But you can see the mix-up. They went for something different, this time down Secret, so they can continue to flip the script on NIP. Plopsky aggressive in towards Hut. Simple currently tasked with dealing with that.
Okay, now that's a change-up. Again, Hampus in his head-to-head. He's taken down Electronic. Stubborn in his yard hold. Device responsible for ramp and does already take a nice shot. He's going to be run down now, low HP. A good catch from Hampus, chips further away at Perfecto, operating at just a single point of health. Boomich going to apply some pressure, try and bait Plopsky to wrap around that corner.
Yeah, one of the problems right now is Plopsky can go forward at any time and call lobby clear, so Boomich is going to have to work somewhere else for space, and it appears he wants to go the long way around to yard. Bit and Perfecto just need to bide their time. You need to give Boomich an opportunity to work the magic here, but they're slinking back towards lobby as Plopsky pushes forward.
It's a big round for Ninjas. If they can convert this and take all those guns away, that's enough info for him. Backs away, passive stance. Boomich, however, the unknown entity, he has only got 1 point of health, so his contributions will be limited. Boomich, there he goes, he falls. And so the remaining two components with 18 seconds left start to work their magic. If they do want to go down the vent, a world where Device does fall as well, and Bit's giving him a way in. Oh, NIP cannot afford to let this slip. A 2 versus 4, Chad. Perfecto's had 1 HP this whole time. Finished off now, Bit to come up clutch, and he's not letting it slip. shy of the mark in the previous. The clock's not going to get the better of him. It's working in his advantage, but Moon walks into it. Plopsky has the element of surprise. He doesn't quite find the weapon he's looking for. And we'll bring an AWP in the fray for Device. That's 2, though, for the Ninjas. And just slowly extracting that ridiculously stacked bank account. The coffers are still full for Na'Vi.
Yeah, the problem is, again, it's not convincing for NIP, right? So they are getting the rounds on the board, but you can see now the virtue of the saved guns before for them as well is now meaning their buy is going to be a little bit light on here. So Na'Vi, regardless of losing the rounds, are the ones coming out on top of this. Bit with a great round. This second one here opens the door to make things possible.
Sorry, just making sure I'm caffeinated for this one. I'm feeling like it's going to be a long one.
Yeah, hopefully we get all 3 maps, right? We want this to deliver now. I don't think I can go as far as saying this might be a grand final like preview, but this is definitely a match that we might get again within the playoffs. Well, here it is, this time. Out squeaky for the fight. Boomich, we won't get the better of them. And 2 rounds in a row right now. We've seen Hampus get the better of Electronic, and now Rez on top of Boomich. Starting to find these opening picks. NIP are taking the fights and they're converting them.
Yeah, one of the few things that's really worked well for the Ninjas is dealing with Electronics. Oh, these kind of rounds. This time, Rez can't really save him. Playing the vent, shooting on the ladder. It's worked on. What was that? A collab? Both of them caught Device from way downtown. He was in the warehouse as he finds that, 2 with the 1 bullet. The CT smoke lock Simple out for now. And he's got 5 Ninjas hunting him down. Wow, well, that's a stark contrast. Shall we go all 5 Ninjas alive as they convert?
Yeah, that's what you need to see. So now they can start to work on a bit of a bank and call this one back. Now, the fact they've already lost 7 rounds here to Na'Vi, they're only going to be salvaging the half, right? They could still win at 8-7, but don't know if that's going to be good enough here. The desk we're talking about it, we mentioned it too. Here's the double of Device. Easy as you like, right? You get those every day of the week and a bit of a grin on his face. But once you move on to the CT side, Simple, he's the best CT-sided nuke player in the world, and he also has Electronic, who's fantastic as well about playing those yard smokes on the CT or T sides quite aggressively. But what are Na'Vi going to do now? They've taken a timeout. This is where Blade gets an opportunity to chime on in. Their game plan, I don't think it's been rumbled. They can still go to the resonance of what worked, but maybe slowing it down, taking the pace out of this. You've seen Plopsky continuing to be that thorn in the side, aggressive hut. Just gives them a lot of early information. They're not playing in the dark.
So that's Na'Vi's first timeout, right? That's just a response to NIP stringing together 3 consecutive. 2 1v1s and then a full 5 men alive third round conversion. What was once max money, now about 5.9 on the high end for Bit. And 5 AKs, all of the flashes, and 5 smokes to be deployed. Let's see how many of them sail through early. NIP's utility has been very suffocating for the defense, and 2 for him to throw. The 2-for-1 special. Electronic's the only man that's going to be testing and trifling with this, and Device is getting a bit cocky with it. That flash, he's ahead of brilliant play. Can he get away? Boomich is the unexpected. And brave to just take that head-on duel, anticipating Device to be looking elsewhere.
Yeah, different layers to Na'Vi here on this T side, right? We've seen Boomich actually be the sidekick to Electronic and Yard in a couple of these, and his space or his trades have been the difference maker. But Hampus wanting to find one of his own up secret quickly. Boomich,
he will check it.
Yeah, they know where you are.
Eventually. LNZ's got the main covered. It means Rez can keep his head turned towards Squeak if he desires or feels the need.
Simple's coming towards Yard as well here, so Hampus took a look and, wow, calls it clear. That's the wrong call. The info actually playing against them now as NIP are looking elsewhere for information.
They've got no one up heaven, no one to take a look.
I think they're going to try and go down secret here. Their body language, well, in-game body language is hinting that way, and Hampus is turning his attention back now, so he's about to have a head-on collision with Boomich. And he converts it, needs to get on out quickly.
That's huge from Hampus. LNZ, he was right to consider it the lockers for info, but unwilling to take those duels, doesn't want to take that gamble. So much room now for Na'Vi to stretch their legs and to claw back. 4-3. And with 28 seconds left, chat, they will have to start their commit shortly.
I don't want to say it here, but unless Perfecto doesn't get up ladder and doesn't get space, they might just call this one off, because they're going forward now. They're running out of time. They need to get this kill.
Nah.
There's only 11 seconds left.
They're going topside with 9 seconds left, and Rez will fall.
He needs to be planting now.
Could be plant. Nah, no time. Simple realizes.
Yeah, that's just a classic Na'Vi, and not this version of Na'Vi, the organization, right? That's not one you see too often these days here. Simple gets a kill after time. Not going to be the end of the world over there for NIP, but yeah, you could just see a little bit indecisive there on their finish. So blanking them here, at least in the last few. 4 in a row. So really, it's not a momentum shift just yet, but they're starting to build. It's good to be able to mentally bounce back from that, especially on the opponent's pick, right? A lot of teams, they might just roll over. Putting up the fight RNIP. And the guns are back out for both. So no dramas as far as the purchases go. Same util set dropped again. This time, Hampus is across in towards the lip of Secret. Res forward as well, calling that nobody's dropped down the vents. They're doing a great job of seeing the early info that Na'Vi are trying to take and make.
They molly this so frequently. Flash at the bare minimum. Does Hampus really get away with this? And he actively hunts for it. Now he can get himself out of trouble if he desires. Drops the incendiary to buy the time. Boomich, the sidekick, likely still there. A lot of pressure on the young gun's shoulders here. He's done some good nade damage. He's called Daddy Device over to kick the bullies from the playground. Simple, however. Oof. Has taken space. That Molly won't keep Device caged forever, but the pressure is
This is huge from
continuing.
Boomich.
Is
This
Device
is
aware?
huge. No idea. They have no idea. The timing is perfect.
Oh, Boomich, you beast. And now they can join the squad and return to the fray for the 3v3.
A couple of calls that they can make wrong here. Right? If they don't stick together, if they don't start to get a wriggle on, they might get NIP finding them out before they know it. Orp thrown to Simple, still smokes here. They can smoke off the windows and they can smoke Decon if they'd like. Rez taking back space, and this could be a problem right now. Simple thinking he's getting a lot of respect here, just trying to scoop up some nades. Doors and window, they're going to leave Decon open. Simple can just scope in on Decon, right? He could just hold it from that position right there. So the site basically covered off, but Rez's timing is everything here. Is Simple going to consider it?
Hampus trying to distract. Doors as well, makes it clear. Nade will soften him up. It's up to Rez here. The cursory glance from Simple, another will come. This is the window, this is the opportunity, and Rez has taken him down. Now Decon's open for business. The AWP are gone. Boomich tucks in. This is a good crossfire from the remaining two. Perfecto and Boomich looking to overcome the odds. Grouping up. Hampus has tapped their head, and they find him quick. Now dead. That is a nice one from Nip. And they continue their run, Chad. It has been close. I mean, at some point, defusing with no one left. Bit, of course, running you down after time. But after that, they've built upon it. We've got ourselves a competitive half here.
Yeah, some of these are going to be getting frustrating for Na'Vi now. Just how close it's been. If they could have won these, then this half, it could be double digits by this point here. But NIP, they continue to hang on. And that all came down to Rez's timing on that push, right? Because the site, they had to fortify to make sure the bomb down went down first. There was a lot of contact being taken from the double doors position with nades and bullets coming on through. But this is how it kicked off, right? I think we really have to turn our attention to Hampus and how much of an issue he has been in terms of finding those opening kills. And he's one of those in-game leaders as part of that new breed with the Arts, with the Nafanis of the world here, who like to get aggressive and take the issues into their own hands. So finding those kills is setting NIP up on a pedestal to start this comeback. And they've almost drawn this back. Just 2 rounds the difference right now. The positives for NIP during all of this, lost bonus building, bombs going down. So the plants have facilitated the AKs for one more time. But what are they going to do as far as the call goes? You might need to see something a little bit different now. We're going to go for the bailout of the top hit again that was working so well. Is it going to be a complete pace change where they go nice and slow? But here's the man we were talking about, Hampus on your screen right here. Is an absolute nuisance to deal with. Would be such a frustrating player to play against.
Especially considering typically we're talking about the frustrating players he's playing against. Electronic and Boomich have been kept caged by the Swede. In-game leader for NIP, and here he goes again. Normally Electronic gets a whole lot of respect here, and he spotted you.
Must have seen something.
That's
it
the
looks
end
like
of it.
Lots of talking as well. Lots of talking from Electronic here.
If they smoke off Device, like, does he have a sight line right now? Yeah, Hampus is isolated. Oh, okay. If Electronic tried funny business around the box, Device does support him. Want to flash him off. Oh, and that's the end. Patience prevails, and an early frag for Na'Vi's favor.
I think he spotted something there as well, Electronic.
You think?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, they flashed him off. They're doing so much work. He's doing everything he can, but they just get this info for free every time he thinks he can reposition.
Yeah, playing games with them there, that's huge. Just the info gathering from Electronic. The first kill's great. The second to note where the AWP is, and Rez is pushing forward now.
Bloody hell.
Info exchange from both teams here, but attention turned back towards top site. Rez is about to have company.
Got no nades, Chad, and he opts for the vents.
Oof, that's heard audible right there. It has hit Bit. They'll call that one out. They'll know that players were close, trying to slink on around it. It will force them back towards ramp. Or will it? They were looking in that direction. Really considering this topside pincer here. They have enough utility. They got mollies for behind the vent, smoke off towards main.
Oh, that's a delivery. Rez goes 1 for 1. Bomb loose. Squeak 25 is a good chance for the Swedes here. Scooped up smoke for main, but they don't check the hut. Nice one from Plopsky. Head on a swivel, does get caught, but nice trades again. Heaven delivers. And down the vents, bomb on his back. Bit could get them some extra cash.
This is quick here. Linus is already going to be responding to things from ramp.
He'll
just get the kill. He'll just get the kill.
Way! That's
really
perfect.
good awareness. That's great awareness right there. As soon as he spotted him going vent, he didn't hang around to try and get the kill. He just went straight down the ladder, straight towards ramp, understood the situation well. So from the rookie, from the youngster, that's great heads up Counter-Strike right there. And now it's just one round in it. The plant didn't come on through. The buy for Na'Vi going to be looking suboptimal. A Galil for Boomich. So gone are the days of just AKs and gone are the days of all that momentum. Na'Vi started this one steaming hot, piping hot, 7 straight. And now it's been 6 back from NIP.
Yeah, it did have the trimmings and the feelings of a bit of a bulldozer, but definitely had the wheels come off a little now for Na'Vi. Device and Electronic continue their battle of wits. He's getting across courtesy of his flash. Red container lost. The second flash enables him to take all that space. Rez does not suppress. Electronic ready to impress. He's down secret, and his presence alone has pulled Hampus.
This will be a big fight right here because it's just Electronic, and he likes to just park the bus, right? Because we know the info plays we've seen, both looking like they're leering forward. Oh, wow. And this time Electronic gets the better of him. Simple's also pushed out Squeaky during all of this. Could be a play from Simple here. But it's Boomich in the meantime to grab another.
Running out of options and running out of players now, Ninjas. Plopsky's going for an audacious stick around on the hut there, reaggressing. It's down to timing here, Plopsky. If he can keep them busy in lobby, the flank will come in. Perfecto, eliminated. That will keep Na'Vi's head on a bit of a swivel now, descending loudly. Yeah, indecision indeed. Reflected in their movements. Ninja's going to have to talk this one through.
Yeah, Astralis plan is very open here. NIP probably shouldn't risk going for this where the finances are at right now because they've battled back into this. They've actually dropped their loss bonus down to bottom of the barrel. So for them, into the next round of play, it will only be 1,400. So having to hedge their bets that they can still get themselves 7 rounds here, holding onto the AWP and the rifles. Electronic was close enough that it locked down CT spawn. I don't think he was expecting anybody to try and save in his domain. And Na'Vi, they finally break their silence here.
Looked like Electronic got caught off in that duel in secret, but still managed to adjust his spray through the corner into Hampus.
It's not really a high fragging game right now, and that's just because of virtue of all these saves here. So both teams happy to let it lie when it needs to. But yeah, you consider just how close some of those rounds were. The clutches that Bit found himself in where he couldn't convert. Those were the difference makers. That was the fuel to get the engine started of NIP to get back into this. I still don't envy them here. Well, they're going to have to flick on over to the T side where things are going to be difficult. Here we go. Final round here within the first half. No dramas on the buy department for either team.
Hampus, the former secret holder, is going to go the long route round. The double orbs are deployed, and he's going to take that secret side. You can see they're setting up for some top util. Simple with the same. Device does not give in, and he's aware of the Boomich crawl. He loves to swing into main from that util, and this time it's a Bit that opens the Na'Vi account up to Plopsky. He needed both. Robbed of that opportunity. Device has had the call that they're low and just trying to time it right onto Perfecto. Vision restored. Na'Vi rescind. And back now towards ramp. LNZ will hear this and just tucking in. He catches them off guard. His presence alone is good enough. Not going to get much more. Bomb to be planted and uncontestable, I believe.
Hampus already here.
Quick on the scene. He could.
There's no cover.
There's no cover. He will. Simple gets off the bomb, but he's dropped it now. And just doesn't really have the health to go for this. This looks like they've tied it up 8-7. A 1T half, a spectacular haul for Na'Vi, but NIP will be happy with that.
That's really brave from Hampus there, right? Because they're going for that plan, and the reason Perfecto's not worried about the single door is because the most susceptible place for Simple to go down during that plan is the double door, right? You don't expect players to swing that open and peer out so wide. That's a spot that you'd expect to be covered off in that scenario, but Hampus with another risk and another big kill, so impact being felt from him. 11 kills for Hampus, the in-game leader of NIP, 12 for Device, the superstar, Bit on the other side of things with 12 and 10 for Perfecto. Everybody else for Na'Vi just with 7 kills apiece. So that's a little bit of a worrying sign. And I don't mean for Na'Vi. I mean for NIP. Because now on the CT side, if Simple and Electronics start doing their absolute best work, this is where it's going to hurt. And that first half already looked like it hurt. But they can hold their heads high. They've been able to make this a very respectable first half. Look here to get underway with the pistol.
It's exactly the same buy as Na'Vi's T-pistol. A smoker molly and Kevlar alongside.
We got Perfecto here into a CZ75 here. So they normally do this spawn-based Na'Vi for the player to go up ladder and get on top of hut, and that's the way that they're going to try and stop these top rushes. So we're on screen with Perfecto here, who will do exactly that, but he's not going to get the business straight away. They're actually walking over towards ramp, and that is where Bit lies.
Top of the scoreboard, Bit. The headshot machine. Not interested in that, and you can hear the stampeding feet of the entire T-pack. Holding a line and clicking some heads. Bit does take one down for good measure, but long range, and LNZ, he may not be at the top of the scoreboard, Chad, but the impact is there. It's being felt, and Rez tested. Perfecto running out of bullets in the CZ, though. 8 left prior to having to rebuild it. Has done so now.
Hard
Simple and
retake.
him, yeah, trying to clear their corners. LNZ will be able to have an opportunity, and
scrapped out.
Look at this flight path from Simple. He'll catch him unawares. He's missed his first chance. Gets some info. Device will neutralize his partner in crime, but Simple hits 2 of the 3. LNZ pulls it across the line for the Ninjas in Pyjamas, and that's going to really help. Don't forget that Na'Vi off the back of their pistol got an absolute sprint of 6. No, more. 7, excuse me, on the trot. And he gets 3 here. That one in particular, like Electronic was stubborn. He didn't expect anyone with a Glock to be winning that duel with him.
Yeah, this here from Simple was almost one of those magic moments we talk about, right? 2 lovely shots, and then LNZ just going to close him on down there. But if you got all 3, that would have been the fire starter for Na'Vi. Forced by in, Simple into the scout towards ramp again, and Bit grabs 1, and he's away.
That's perfect. Could not have asked for more from your ramp defender.
They're still coming.
Yeah. They're going to be quick on this, and Hampus not expecting Bit, who's doing it everything you required of him.
Just spotted here.
Oh, and Plopsky's trying to save them, but it feels like too much chaos has been caused. Now Electronics name in the feed, and immediately Na'Vi make NIP sweat. Device with an AK. The nade's well placed, but that's something else from Simple.
The lifesaver.
Keeps Bit alive. What have you got? Device, he's already got a scout bullet lodged in his thigh, and Simple just laughs at him. Won't be recovering that AK, or no, Bit's grabbed it. But my God, immediately Na'Vi take control.
And that's 2 rounds in a row where the youngsters of each of these teams have stepped up with massive impact. LNZ on the pistol round there with 3. Bit here, the fact that he gets 2 kills, he's even able to delay. You can see how snappy he's been with that deagle, right? It's not 2 to the body anymore. He's just getting 3 bullets out of that nice and quick. So he's adjusted to that update, but Simple with the wiggle, the signature wiggle right there. Impact to close this one out, and now the shoe on the other foot. NIP have to have a bit of a chat, losing that forced buy down to the 1400 loss bonus. No plant to make this one look pretty. Yeah, they take a timeout.
Celebrations were cut short very quickly.
They are going to buy. We can already see here they've started to invest. There's some Yuta on res. There's a HE, which is normally very telling that Squeaky is going to be blown open. So a couple of options here. They can blow it open as a fake, and then they can head over towards ramp quite quickly, or they could do something when they want to go for a vent drop, or just a bit of a top play with that Squeaky door being blown open, the utility coming in through main.
There's his headshot percentage. We're keeping track of that. 73% for this boy on 15 frags. It's just so insanely consistent. I think he's had games where he's finished on 90 plus.
Yeah, standard for Bit here just to get those headies. He doesn't have any dramas. He understood. He got the brief. He understood the task at hand.
What was it that Simple told him? Aim higher.
Yeah, that's the one. Well, it looking fast top.
Oh, okay. But Boomage should have him dead to rights here, but the flashes from NIP have given him space. Yeah, enough space for a second, and as their vision's restored, so is normality. Electronic likely takes this head-to-head. 4 bullets or more to Hampus. And Rez, yeah, just a P250. He'd love a frag.
This is rough now to have the force by go this way. Rez had the info advantage, but now it's all against him. Electronic finishes off with the USP, and the fact that they force buy in, they only get 1 kill. That's not what you want in that scenario, right? You want to plant at least. You want a couple of kills, at least keep it costly here. Na'Vi have an opportunity to skyrocket up to 11 rounds with ease, and as long as they keep everybody alive, be looking good for future gun rounds. So Na'Vi are setting themselves up here to close this one out. We're going to have another round of play before we see NIP be able to get in with the AK-47s and all the other goodies. That's not even talking about device into a T-side AWP. So you can just see how conservative they're having to be right now on this T-side. Not a single thing purchased. And let's see, are NIP going to operate with the quick? Oh, they are. Over the top, the waterfall. Simple's in place this time. MP9 in hand, doing a bit of farming. Even Electronic, they combine, and that's the ones we want. The quick ones. The quick ones. Okay. Now the AKs come out. And this is where the game plan of NIP needs to be established, right? This is where we need to see what type of T approach they have. It was very clear from Na'Vi. Blow open Squeaky, molly top a hut, drop the smoke, the yard smokes, right? We know exactly what they were operating with. NIP now need to do the same. But the problem is they don't have the buffer of the pistol rounds, the 2 anti-ecos to start conditioning the top hits and all those other little details. Like a lil here for Plopsky, so you two to be name of the game. You need those smokes to get the walls towards yard. Red cross down.
Oh, device. And he's got a lovely gap on that smoke, and it's just textbook from Electronic and Na'Vi.
I love this setup that they do. It's very cocky, right? Simple, they're just covering off towards top heaven. He can chime on in. Electronic gets that frag, and, well, I don't want to say it, Alex, but I think this one's done. Not the map, the round. All right, everybody, calm down.
Map 2, though.
I'm excited for Overpass. I won't lie. We've definitely seen some really positive things out of NIP in the past on that map, even back in the days when they still had Twist on the team.
Oh. He was ready for it every day of the week. If anything, that was what he was jiggling for.
Yeah, you understand, because when people drop those smokes, some players treat it as a bit of a wall. They don't worry about the wall going through, but not going to fool Boomich here today.
And it's just, I think it's part of human psychology as well, because, you know, it's like, maybe they didn't notice that the door was blown off. Maybe they're expecting a sound cue. But the grey screen for LNZ, and Boomich has got much better eyes.
Was that a Dobby impression you were doing?
Dobby?
Dobby?
I don't think
Master.
that one was.
No?
Master has given Dobby a sock. Dobby is a free elf. Well, I think NIP are...
Just like Sanji now.
Oh, he is.
Free to roam and frolic and even buy his own guns, old Sanji, but...
Yeah, well, whatever VP were, they're definitely Slytherin, that's for sure.
Well, here we go. NIP into just another little half buy. Interesting to note that Plopsky's gone for Julies, so we've been seeing more and more of that. It's cheaper now. Oh, they've just rumbled the smoke wall right there. There's going to be another big gap. Amper's not going to think about going anywhere near yard, but that means that they know that there's nothing out there. They know that there's not going to be any pressure towards secret, and Bit's on high alert. Yeah, and see with that, it's like, well, okay, we didn't get the space we wanted. We're not playing the silly games of the rotations right now. Do we just want to walk into ramp, which is one of the easiest choke points just to put bullets down range? They reconsider. And you may as well just bait out this utility now. We talk about this, force the CTs to expend everything to have to rebuy into the next round of play.
It does feel relatively redundant when you've already got the coffers stacked to 10k for Simple.
Yeah. I'm with you there.
They're up at 12. It's like, maybe we could just throw our bodies into some sort of commitment as a unit. And they are, at least as a unit. The 3 of the 4 now, only 2 of the 3 out in yard. And Simple's just going to continue to go hunting. He's been softened up. He is susceptible to a deagle at range. And Plopsky's Julies are completely booked.
Teamwork, though, that's what the details you're looking for here. That's how you know communication is an all-time high, right? When you're getting flashed in for your teammate for picks against ecos, that's great, right? That is the details. You're not getting too bloodlusty as far as the kills go. And if comms are on point, you hear it from the teams all the time, right? Yeah, communication was good today. And that's what they're talking about here. It's just those details of making sure it's clear. This many players spotted. Flash for me now. You know, this is open. Right? Those little details make a massive difference. But we will see the buy coming through for NIP. There's an AWP that's purchased up for device. So this is going to be the first round they have everything to have their optimal buy, right? When you have an AWP-like device, you want him to take some map control, take some fights. You need him to have the big green. They are taking their time on this purchase right here, and it will be the last tactical timeout taken from NIP, so they won't have any more to call right now within this map. It's going to be virtue of Na'Vi. If Na'Vi opt to take the timeout, then yeah, luckily Threat will get a chance. But with the way things are going, Potentially only 3 more rounds of play here. I don't think that'll be necessary for the Na'Vi side. And this is a really strong showing. They've only had one bad half of a half. It makes sense, I promise.
It does. A bad quarter.
Yeah, that's the one. All right, well, they're letting Device off the leash here. Right, he's going to peek. He's just going to peek behind the red box real quick. Oh, that tells me they're quite ready for that maneuver right there. The nade right on the dome. Cop that one.
He's still got... Oh, he just looked away and
So
Electronic has a peek. Oh my lord, he's knocked the head off of Rez as well. Trims his fringe. Yard is his. Like he's on the T and CT side, a master of his craft. Hampers with the scavenged away. Dragon Lore gives them a little bit of hope. Short-lived LNZ caught as a lobby lurker, and now, well, they know where you are, and the space will be taken. By the time Plopsky, as you can see, returns or considers his return, they could be anywhere. TYLOO jumping on your silo, down in the depths, as if you consider the secret descent, and there's so much time here as well. 60 seconds last seen on the red container.
Yeah, batten down the hatches here. At this point of the game, you don't want to be opting for a save here, so they should try their luck, and they will. Hampus leading the charge with the AWP across. Boomich is actually playing this quite reserved. He's not looking for info. In a 4-on-2, you're more than happy to turtle up, but they're coming his way.
Oh, Plopsky does go down, thrusts Hampus into the clutch, and he's not taking his most direct route to the site. Perhaps he could catch Simple if loud about this, and Simple's got the smoke to guise him as well.
For that.
Thank you very much. And left, right. Good night.
Okay. Well, when Simple's knifing you know it's a game against Na'Vi. That was way too simple right there. And even the fact that Boomich goes on down over towards Secret, he gets one. Right, he gets one. Oh, we have all the info right now. Hampus, what are you going to do? There's no surprise anymore. And this one has run away from NIP. Back down to the pistols. No plant dramas now. And when we say no plant, there hasn't been a single plant here within this T-half from NIP. Not a single plant. And we spoke about the positives of that, right? When the fact you get the bomb down, the lost bonus builds, you can continue to get the buys going through. Well, not the case at all for the Swedes. And salt in the wound right there. So they're setting up for a late top pounce. Boomich with the information. Here you go. You can see that util being lined up now. They like to waterfall these flashes, so Hampus has extra flashes that are left next to him here. He can throw 4 flashes through these skylights and hope that that's enough to get them onto the site and get this bomb down.
Here they come. The flashes are in, but Perfecto's name is first in the feed. He's safe from the molly. 2 on the site as well. And that's only if he's required. Simple, the backup not needed to be deployed. Perfecto's done more than enough. And already falling flat as a pancake. NIP looking as useful as a chocolate teapot. And it's just a product of Na'Vi. Oh, there's a response.
That's a nice shot.
Dink exchange. Hampus has found the mark. LGB stickers?
Yeah, look, you saw him tweet, and they wanted to get hooked up, right, with some nice skins. I've seen a couple of them with Vox Eminor hollows on their guns and stuff, right?
I forgot Hampus went begging.
Yeah. Please, sir, I would like some skins. Yeah, but when you see the Fox Eminor hollows from 2014 coming out, you know they're splashing the cash. The iBuy power stickers, all of it. Not cheap.
Fox Eminor, you know, I don't really remember them.
Oh, well,
do you know anything about them?
Yeah, a few things.
Where were they from? Were they Mongolian, was it?
No, we don't. Look, Alex, they're an Australian Counter-Strike team.
Australian.
Just some plucky underdogs.
And a fearless leader with beautiful surfer locks.
Gone are the days. Gone are the days. But Electronic, well, you know what? If he doesn't get any contact towards Yard here, he might even consider pushing. And if he does that, he's going to catch this NIP who are setting up for a top hit. You can see all the util being lined up. They're moving into position now. He might even be disconnected from the pack because the hit looks like it's going to be coming before he pushes. Simple, rotates in time, gives him the smoke, but here they come.
Okay. Last chance saloon for the Ninjas, and Plopsky does put his best foot forward. More contributions this time. Rez, the site now theirs. Best bet we've seen from the Ninjas. It only gets better. The Tracer's invisible, doesn't stop Rez tracking.
Now, they've already felt what it's like for NIP to come back again, so this might just mean that NIP win the round, right? Because Na'Vi, as much as you have cash to go for this, you already know that NIP are capable of coming back in. And, oh, Device, he's going to get a kill or two here. One down, the other spotted. Simple with the trade. But now they know where the AWP is. You can hunt him, that's fine. He still has 8k. Simple's happy to take these guns away.
He's looking chill. Oh, he's got so many backs turned. What are you doing, Simple? Oh no, he's gone full Predator mode. Full camouflage. And he has been spotted out in the end. He's definitely feeling himself. Trying to hide away the AWP.
Yeah, he was just trying to deny them giving that to Device. So now Device is going to have that big grin. You can see what he was thinking there.
Could have tried to lob it over that fence in the same way MOUZ were throwing their smoke.
Strong arms. Almost made a little bit of a miracle maneuver right there. But as we mentioned, plenty of cash. And do NIP do it again? Right? Do they start the comeback again? Or is this one
They
done?
just decided they'd like to do Na'Vi Nuke on Mythic difficulty, where they always have a full buy and you have to win 7 rounds in a row.
Well, maybe they don't realize you can win like the first 7 or 8 rounds. You have to wait, right?
Yeah.
No, NIP are the nice guys, right? You know, they're giving them an opportunity
Or
here.
they ran out of timeouts, and normally it's Threat that tells them that they're allowed to win the 7 rounds initially.
Okay.
Let's see how this one goes. They've dispatched that recovered AWP. And Electronic and Simple are partnered up. Rez versus Simple, this is a big determining factor of how long this game has left. Look at the angle Bits opted for here. We'll see how diligent LNZ is on his clears. Oh, it comes too easy to him. Another headshot for his haul. Na'Vi, a man advantage, looking to finish off their map pick convincingly. Still 75% of those headshots, as well as he posts another bit, leading the entire server in that capacity by a large margin.
Yeah, you know, I said Simple only had 7 kills in the first half. He now has 22.
You called it.
Yeah, so it's just about him coming alive. He is the best CT-sided nuke player in the world, right? And he's proving that here again today. There's something.
Yeah, he'd need more. Simple's not going to give him that heaven peak he desires. He'd rather catch him. This is the clear. He's so good. Gets away. Hail Mary, no scope. A smoke to play around. They'll be able to deny and force and channel them into the right side of the site. I don't hate the descent, but there is Bit here.
He's already here.
To house them. And you're not ready. You're just not ready. One more will cut it. Bit locks it down. Na'Vi make mincemeat of the ninjas on their pick. Nuke. And it's as easy as that. And NIP had nothing to show for that second half. They had 2 rounds, Chad, on their T side.
Yeah, only managing to get 1 plant in there towards the talent as well, and that was the round that they were able to pick on up. So pissed around, lose the force buy, and that's it. That is all she wrote here right now for NIP on the first map of play. We do have Overpass coming up next.
Oof. I mean, the devs discussed it, right? Na'Vi Nuke, sure. Overpass is going to be the one that's up for debate. I don't know if NIP have got it in them. Seems like Na'Vi have come in a form unlike anyone else. But you know what? This is a conversation for the brainiacs of this brigade. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk. Richard Lewis steering that ship.
All right, everything's going according to the Na'Vi script so far. We did say that they would batter anyone on Nuke at the moment, and their streak continues. Yanko, Thorin, no surprises so far. But let's just talk about some of the things that we noticed. Obviously, Na'Vi very, very good. Did it ever feel for you like NIP were in this match?
A little bit in the first half, right? Because I mean, you can't afford to have a slow start against this Na'Vi team, and that's what happened to NIP, down 7-0. Then they started playing CS, still made it respectable 8-7 after that. I mean, that was a great half, all things considering, right? And they win the pistol, and then they lose the second round, and it all starts going downhill from there. And you could really tell that was some great calling early on in the first half, right? Na'Vi was abusing a little bit outside towards Secret. You could see Hampus first round, he was in Garage, got 1 kill, then second round he was like not really playing aggressively towards Yard, and that screwed with NIP. You know, they lacked info. There were some great calls. After those 2 first gun rounds, great change of pace from Na'Vi. The call is just throw smokes outside and do an inside pop, and you had 3 NIP players outside on Yard trying to fight and get information, so that really gave a huge buffer to Na'Vi early on.
Yeah, the big factor for me in the game was in the second half, after NiP wins the pistol round on their T side. Remember, this is a game right now where you can punish that CT economy really heavily if you get them sort of behind the 8 ball. Problem is, one of the reasons why Na'Vi feels overpowered right now is they have so much raw skill in the team. When they force, they just straight up win the round, and then the next rounds they're losing like one person. So suddenly the entire CT economy's there, and they already had the 8 rounds from the T half. So at that point in time, like you saw, NiP basically just got shot out of the game entirely. So NIP certainly can play this map. Na'Vi, at some point, someone's going to beat them on it, but that's one of the reasons why they don't lose, basically.
Yeah, let's talk about Bit, because I think he's obviously been a revelation. But this is a different kind of tournament. We've seen him hit the ground running. We've seen him have like MVP level performances at Cologne and everything. But this is a major, and it's obviously his first major, come from the Na'Vi Academy side. What did you make of him here, Janko?
It's incredible how reliable he is. I mean, how consistent he is for a rookie, and he does different things. Like mostly it's the mechanics, right, and the aim, and if you use him in a position where he's either going in first or he's trading the kills, he's gonna do a very good job at that. But we saw around on the T side where he was even lurking late. The bomb was planted down on B. He was coming out of hut, going down Vents, gets a crucial kill. I don't remember on who it was in Vents, right? And then on the CT side in the second half, Duncan said it with the Deagle, gets 2 headshots. That wins them a crucial round.
It's going to be this round right here.
Here it is. It's crazy. They nerfed the Deagle and he just shoots them in the head anyway. And also just on ramp, always good for 1 kill, but plays it smart, falls back, plays for information. Even the round that the final round of the game, like he understands from all the NIP players were A1 main 2 door. Okay, that means they can also go down Vents. So he's just waiting in the lower bomb side. You can see it's just easy 2 kills for him in the end. Just great game sense from him.
And the guy on our screen here, I mean, we pointed out before, when you're going through all the other names, you forget about Electronic. He used to be one of the best players in the world, but yes, he gets to the land buff, obviously, with his style of play. Yeah. Listen, if you can lock down the yard area on CT side Nuke playing with just an M4A1S, you're a pretty banging player, as NIP just found out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to that point, you know, it's kind of crazy to think that, you know, look, I think NIP are good. I think in terms of being the number 2 team in the world, I think they're good for that rank, right? That's what happened when they came in. They leveled up. But when you start to compare the teams and you look at the analogs in each of the roles, you know, Device and Simple, we did that. They can go head-to-head. Resin Electronic, they can go head-to-head for me, personally. It's then when you start getting
in trouble then.
Yeah, exactly. It's like then I mean, maybe Hampus and Boomich as well. I think the key thing here is obviously when you start talking about support players, Plopsky's nowhere near a perfector, and obviously the rookie, Bit to Linus, I mean, that's, you know, it's a ridiculous disparity, and this is the embarrassment of riches that Na'Vi have.
And I will say, just to bring the storyline from the beginning of the show back, like, it's not even like Simple had some like super dumb performance, but as usual, he topped the stats, he still had his rounds, you saw his highlights there, he was one of the players getting kills on that force back. But for me, Device didn't really actually show in this one map of play that he was on the Simple level. Like, this is the problem with Device making those comments when he went to NIP, that he wants his chance to be number 1 in the world, because the people who contend for that are Ziwu and Simple, and these are people who, when a game is going the wrong way, they break the game. They sort of force the glitch in the matrix. They just take over. And Device, that's just never been his game. He takes it when it comes to him. If that's the way the game's going, he can absolutely ride the wave and carry a game. He isn't the guy who just puts everyone on his back and just snaps the game in half.
But obviously, Janko, I mean, this was meant to happen, what we just saw, right? This is, you know, Na'Vi on Nuke. You know, do you think that this is sort of just one that NAP will dispense of, and then we get on to the next map and you're going to see a reaction from them?
Yeah, I think they brush it off to a slow start, right, and losing the second round, the second half. But on overpassing doesn't necessarily have to be much of a different story. We saw already Navi against VP on this map having a really comfortable win. For NIP early on when they added Device, it was a lot of overpass. Ancient, obviously, as soon as it got introduced, they started playing it. So we'll see. I just, like you guys said, when we compare the teams, just individually pound for pound, it's not just in terms of firepower, but in terms of positioning and, you know, game sense as well. Navi just seems to be very much ahead. So it's, you know, it's not just about Simple and Device, just as a whole, Na'Vi is a much more well-rounded team at the moment.
For me, this is where if you're Na'Vi, you make a statement. Because the Na'Vi who even began that Grand Slam sort of run, and they were actually getting in position to be #1 a few months ago, they were still the team that, like, if they lose the first map, they play incredible and win the second map. It's 3 maps. If they win the first map, they always give away the second one, usually in silly fashion, because in the back of their heads, they're not backs to the wall. So if you really want to be this team that's like, oh, it's their major to lose, you win this one in dominant fashion on a map that isn't even one of your best. That'll really set you up to kind of put fear in the hearts of the other teams.
And also, you know, we have to see NIP on Overpass. That's going to be an important map throughout this tournament.
Sure.
I think we all still have Gambit as one of the favorites as well. We all know how good their Overpass is and how great their map pool is. So, and the focal player for NIP on Overpass for me is Rez, especially on the CT side. He just has a great feel, a great sense of timing on that A side, when to ask for flashes, when to go for information plays, and that's kind of what their CT side really not necessarily revolves around, but that's what makes it great. When he hits those good timings, just makes NIP be one step ahead of you.
So guys, thanks very much for your thoughts. Obviously, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about the next map. It's going to be Overpass. We'll see if NIP can bounce back after the break. All right, welcome back. We are partway through the series between NIP and Na'Vi. Na'Vi are 1-0 up on Nuke, as you'd probably expect. And now we've got Overpass coming. So I'm going to start with Yanko. You said Overpass is going to be an important map, not just in this series, but obviously across the course of the tournament. Why is that?
I think it's also because there's a lot of teams out there who not necessarily are great on Overpass, and then someone's going to try and test them, or it might be a decider on the third map, obviously besides Gambit, who is definitely willing to pick it in against certain opponents. So, and you have to be good on it, I feel, to have a deep run in this tournament. Sooner or later, you're going to get tested on the map. And for NIP, they're actually 5-0 on this map in the last 3 months. Some unconvincing wins at Pro League, but then 2 clean wins at the IEM Fall against ENCE and Vitality. The one weird thing for me really on this map is that Linus actually is the B anchor on the T side, right? Which is usually where you put your most experienced player, you know, Olaf for FaZe, Shocks for Vitality, because you have a lot of freedom there and you need to be aggressive and you feel like you have some space, you need to try to go for it, try to make something happen. You also listen to the rotations from the sewers area, right? And you can make calls for your team. So it's interesting that out of all the players that they have, they put him in that position.
Yeah, Duncan.
Yeah, for me, I mean, Janko said it there, right? NIP's 5-0 in the last 5 played on this particular map. So just as Na'Vi had like the home map, the map they're supposed to win on every single time, if you're NIP, another thing you're trying to do over the last couple of tournaments and coming in this major is establish you have a legit map pool. They were trying to be a gimmicky team in Force Ancient. No one really knew, actually. Like, if you remember when they first formed this team, they just used to only play Mirage. Like, they actually had a very limited kind of idea of
Which
how they
was
wanted to play.
hilarious, given that device had close to zero
and now is their permaban.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how that went.
Not only is the form of the team rising, but we saw what they did on Inferno recently. Like, for me, even if they don't win the series, this is a great statement if they can win this overpass right here, because there's so many teams, and to add on the meta point about overpass, there's way too many teams in the game are like, I don't like Vertigo and Ancient. It's like, well then welcome to some punish picks if teams play maps like overpass.
And also, you never want to be in a situation like NIP is that the other team knows you're going to pick Ancients. Like, sure, they're a very good team, but at some point there's only so much you can do, and it isn't a matter of you feel like you've been figured out. It's that you get into your own head because you've called everything, right? Like, you know, you win the pistol, talk about second round, you've probably done everything you can think of in those situations because you play the map so much, and then you're second guessing yourself, oh, are they gonna prepare for what we did the last time around and whatnot. So yeah.
Well, look, I mean, Overpass, the good news for NIP is, I mean, it's a map that Astralis were one of the original sort of like, you know, they were like the progenitors of like the new way to play it, and Device had some classic performances on it.
Absolutely, and I think for me, Overpass is a unique map we have in the pool.
Yeah, it's
because
fantastic.
It's basically like you have, it's gonna sound a little bit weird, but like you have 4 teams on the map, right? Like, the map is so big, you need to be able to have players who are towards B if it's 1 or 2, and players who are towards A just kind of react to what's going on their side of the map and try to take the most control possible. It takes so long to rotate sometimes, especially if you haven't established water control or sewers control, right? It's really difficult, so you need to be able to react to things unrelated to what your team is doing on the other side.
And if it was 4 EGs, everyone would lose still. So anyway, your thoughts about Astralis' kind of dominance on this and what that might do for Device here?
I mean, this is also, to me, a map where, especially because, as he says, with the rotation times, you really see it. Even though classically AWPers can be massively impactful on the map, they can't just play on their own. This isn't a map actually like maybe a Mirage or a Dust 2 where the AWPer just roams around killing everyone. You've got to have team play. You've got to actually have the rotations, the communication down. And that's one area where, in NIP, it's not just firepower. There's been times this year where they look very disconnected. Part of actually the criticism of Linus isn't just like low stats. It's that sometimes he looks like he is just like a guy who's won a competition to play in NIP for a month or something.
Well, I am kind of reaching. Historically, I know Na'Vi have really course corrected on this map. They have had problems with it in the past, especially back when they were playing that regimented style, run out of time a lot. But, you know, they've beaten Gambit and some other like unbelievable teams on this map too. So it is a big challenge for NIP. But look, guys, I believe we're ready for the action. So thanks for your thoughts. We're going to get into it now with the casters. So can NIP do it and take this to a third map, or will we see a dominant Na'Vi? We're about to find out.
Yes, we are. Perfect timing. I am in love with this. Heading into map 2, the scene is set. Device, once he does get to that CT side, will give us a demonstration of what they're talking about in terms of the impact an AWPer can have. How you doing, Chad?
Yeah, not too bad. Looks like we have a little bit of a tech here, so sorry for the false start, everybody. But maybe we'll set the scene on a couple of little details here. As we look at the defense for Na'Vi, we're going to have Simple over towards A with the AWP, chimed in with Bit. Now, we actually had Bit join the server for the very first time for the Na'Vi team. Remember last year, Electronic had an internet issue or a power issue, and then Bit had to join, and he got to play 1 or 2 rounds of Counter-Strike.
I remember.
And had to disconnect, and Electronic came back in. But it was on this very map, and he was playing the A site with Simple back then, and that's the way it works now. Electronic, unless they've changed and chopped it up a little bit, has been playing that swingman, right? He's been playing the rotator role between the A and the B bomb sites, and then Boomich and Perfecto have been left and tasked with locking down B. Now, on the other side of things with NIP, who have just lost a member from the server. Don't worry, they're not playing 4v5, I promise. One of the nice little strategies that we've got to know in recent times from them is with the new flashes, right? Being able to drop the nades for your teammates. They've been chaining flashes together for a B execute, where they flood on out and the flashes are actually landing above and behind their teammates, so they can push out through the sandbag position, swarm onto the site with some lovely little flight paths, and execute nicely. Now, that right there for me is going to be the biggest test for Na'Vi to pass. If their B defenders can stop that, then things are going to look very good for Na'Vi going forward on this CT side, because they're picking up where they left off. They're looking to lock things down, and they're not going to be an easy team to rumble here by any means.
No, I don't want to be throwing you under the bus here, but you're talking about their B defenders. Do you have an idea as to how the resources are divided?
Perfecto and Boomich.
It is Perfecto and Boomich, okay. And then you have the float man of Simple who will come in
Electronic will be
when
the float man.
required.
Simple will be playing with Bit, right? That should be the traditional setup that they go for there. Now, once upon a time, and traditionally, you know with Gambit, right? Nafany, he's the float man. Some teams, or most teams, tend to have it as their in-game leader. But I think that having Electronic being able to do it, it means that, you're going to have a very, very strong rifler available on either side, depending on the reads. And they do chop and change it a little bit. But here we go. It looks like everybody's back in.
I got a fun fact from one of our observers today.
Which one? Now I'm putting you under the bus.
Brandel.
Okay, yeah.
He told me that Ed Sheeran has a song he's just released.
Okay.
It's called Overpass Graffiti.
He listens to Ed Sheeran, does he, Randall?
I believe so, but more so, I think Ed Sheeran listens to Olofmeister.
Okay, he's a big fan.
Yeah, I believe it's all about the Olof boost. I haven't actually listened or checked the lyrics, but maybe it's all about pixel walks. I think that's the first lyric is pixel walking against LDLC.
All right, well.
They can't see me. Yes, it's a freestyle rap, actually.
We might have to listen into that. I don't know if Ed is normally delving into the realms of the rap, but
No,
here we go.
He does it with all the example and back in the day. All right, let's get into it, folks. Na'Vi on the defense and NIP on the attack, and a must-win map for them if they want to secure themselves a spot in the top 8 of the major. The first one in 2 years. Bit was about 15 years old when the Starlight Berlin major was going down. Plopsky trying to take him down. Not looking great, dancing around the pillar with grace and knocking off heads. Only kept to the one. Favors Nip as this constant barrage of frags. It looks like Simple can win it right here and now, and just about pulls another out of the hat. Electronic, the last man standing.
I'm glad that I prefaced that strategy right there, because they just did it. They just did it right there. LNZ throwing all the flashes there as they entered into the site, and it was dealt with from Na'Vi. Now, it's going to get harder to do when the rifles come out or the pistols come out with the armor behind it. It's not going to be as easy to read either, but they were ready and raring for that play on towards that site. Now, only one man surviving there of Electronic, but it's the round regardless. You can see the intention there. Now, do they go back to it again? They may. They may go back to it again here now.
Interesting that Plopsky's opted to not take the Tech 9 and has the CZ equipped for his T side.
Yeah, I've seen that in a couple of his games so far. It is quite curious.
Because it just doesn't strike me like a weapon that works in the offense. You know, you want to be in a ratty corner and they come to you. But talking of ratty corners and them coming to you, Simple, ready to be activated here. This could be a very quick 1200. 600 and shy. Okay, Hampus keeps us level. If Bit gets caught out here, Plopsky's aforementioned CZ could be a good weapon for this, and the answer's no. Device immediately falls by the wayside. This is Na'Vi's second.
Yeah, the MP9's doing a lot of work here so far. Hampus and LNZ with a lot of time on the clock and a decent amount of utility on their belt, but whatever strategy they had in mind has been rumbled here. They're going to have to plug something together. Boomich MP9 this time round, and well, all the kills are coming on in with that little pocket rocket.
Bloody hell. Looks like LNZ's playing a different game with this setup. Doesn't get him very far.
Very colourful, wasn't it?
Hyper colour. Honestly, it looks like he's about to use an updraft and a blobby, whatever it's called. What's the forward one?
I don't know.
No, me neither.
I don't know the names.
The forwardy one.
I would just say they're throwing a smoke. Yeah, that's a flash.
It's another smoke.
He's throwing in the dog.
It's a different looking smoke.
But we the concept's there.
Yeah.
We like the concept.
2-0. Hampus has whipped himself out. A Deagle, let's see if he can be the difference maker. They'd love a plant, Chad. They've struggled to break anywhere close to the site. The closest they got was on that pistol, but absolutely constant battle there. There was no time to be punching in the digits.
We'd all love a plant, Alex. I can't keep mine alive, so...
Well, it's because you travel for the majority of the year.
Yeah, look at the MP9. It's going hunting again. Simple's going to get a kill. Maybe just one. Wait, did he just say the Glock?
Yeah, he wants one.
Okay, well, fair enough.
He's going to put it on his mantelpiece.
Yeah, well, I guess you can't buy one, so yeah, he wants to keep it with him. We'll see how long he can hold on to this for, shall we?
Oh, he's going to go try and find another.
No, he wants the USP back. He's changed his mind. He's definitely changed his mind.
Excuse me, I'd like to return this. Yeah, no, I'm not happy with it.
It's a little bit broken.
Imagine.
Grab the USP, mate. You don't want the Glock. What are you thinking? What are you doing?
Has he not got a skin on it as well? What a hipster.
There we go. See, he thought it was a P250 or something. He's going to get his USP back, but this one here is going to stall out, right? You can just see the stance right now of an up here across the map.
The fact that this is what we're talking about is an embodiment of how much is going to be going on in this round.
I want to note, though, that Na'Vi yesterday, I do believe they played VP on this very map. Let me just double check before I put my foot in my mouth. Yes, it was overpass, and it was a destruction. It was a 16-4 in favor of Na'Vi in that one right there, and that was with Simple dropping 22 kills. So Na'Vi are going to have confidence on this one. Continuing to farm, continuing to have a look on in. Info taken towards B. Simple taking his time. Electronic will grab one from behind. And they're going to walk into his line of sight. So Simple going to get a little bit more cash money here. One and done. LNZ on the frag. Boomage elsewhere, and Electronics will close the account. And, oh, there you go. 3 rounds.
Yeah, and can we take a quick look at Simple's funds as well? Like, you're coming into your first gun round. You've got yourself at 8,600, ready to invest in that big Zoom banger and to pull NIP immediately back down and out. Some communication, it looks like there as well. It's a bit of a stretch. Simple has yet to invest.
Oh, I can see what crosshair he's rocking right now.
Is it Tiny Dot?
It is. He's gone quite small with this one here. I can't tell. I don't think it's the dynamic one there. But yeah, he has brought out that AWP. So let's see. Bit, the only man defending A right now. And he's missed the molly. Not a big detail because they're not headed his way. They're actually charging over towards B. Simple forward. Door swings open. Problems now. Hampus has got the opener and Simple gets the trade.
Yeah, baited in. And look at the spray. Perfecto. Completely flashed. Just unloads his mag, and Plobsky and LNZ immediately tucked in tight.
Ouch, this is the bonus round as well. There's still MP9s and FAMASs on the deck here, and you've just been denied NIP.
Well, this is a little flat now.
Yeah, familiar feelings right here. 2 on 4, but it's the superstars, Device and Rez. Very passive from Bit up towards A here, you can see. Very, very passive stance. Can rotate towards B quickly, but it's more just playing for info so the rotation can come back his way. More jostling position over towards the B side. The jumping, the nades, just checking to make sure nobody's home because they could just hit the brakes, but they haven't. They've gone through long. Simple is going to join the party here, but it comes down to the timing. Is he going to jump peek? If he does, you'll see everything.
Ah, nah. Never mind. He'll just kill everything.
Yeah, don't worry about jumping. Easy. Okay, well, if you miss Nuke, this is how Nuke started as well. But NIP did make a comeback, so maybe it'll start earlier this time round.
Yeah, but it was Na'Vi on the T side.
That's true.
Na'Vi making it feel this way on the CT side. NIP getting locked out entirely. Look at this. This is the round over. Perfecto doesn't even see his round-winning play.
And now as well, like I said, that was a bonus. They grab an AK, they carry that through, so Perfecto gets an upgrade. Electronic buys back in. Boomage is going to keep the MP9. It is going to be a half purchase here from NIP, and turning their attention back towards B one more time. See the Utah they're lining up. Ollie towards barrels. Smoke's coming in as well. Nose flash there, and here they come.
All right. Well, it's a good util, and that's a good headshot. Okay. Problems. Big problems. In overpass. That's enough. Kick down the door. Flatten the defense. And I guess that's a taste of what it looks like on the other foot. This is how NIP have been relentlessly throwing those flashes and bodies up the monster tunnel. But when there's no Perfecto double...
Oh, Bit, I think you're dead, mate.
A nice upgrade. Oh, Hampus, yeah. Just calm on those. Now 3 shots.
So we'll make sure you hold on to this, all right? The funds aren't that flush. Now he's actually getting hunted here. They might take this one away.
Yeah.
Device will be loving this. And yeah, Device from the back gets the kill. They're going to get the upgrade coming on through. Everybody survives right there. And it's LNZ to open the account. Now we can reflect back to the RMR, where NIP were taking on Skade. Now, Skade probably not a name that are known to too many of you out there. They're a Bulgarian team. They were competing in the RMR event, and NIP were getting owned, right? But LNZ, the man on your screen right here, he stepped up with so much individual impact in key rounds to help them come back and actually win that map.
How weird. They invested in an extra AK. I mean, it's small margins, but the M4A4 is at T-spawn.
Okay.
They don't want it. They didn't quite account for it. Either way.
Same again. This is the same execute.
Feels that way. Perfecto. Prime position this time to Dunk. He stood in the flames for 80 damage and he still gets his double. The signature Perfecto double. Doesn't matter what you throw at him. Rez, again, partnered up with Device. We know how this story ends. Perhaps they can flip the script. You'd have to be very proactive, and Bit's the one to do it. Rotates through. He's probably going to hunt for more, and yeah, good luck, mate. Bit will take it easy. All day long, Na'Vi return to their winning ways instantly.
Oh, maybe they're going to be regretting dropping that M4 now. They still have plenty of cash, right? They're still going to be able to splash it, but if they lose this one consecutively, then it's just really the loss bonus that's their best friend. It is maxed on out. But things are going great right now. Simple talking down the line. Nobody looking him in the eyes, though. The big man on campus sitting in the middle. He Here we go again. Double mollies. One towards the stairs, one towards the entrance. And the extinguish tells them they're coming. Slows them down for a moment here. And a nade. Oof,
the ball bang.
Pocket of Plopsky. He's going to be struggling this round, down to 51 points of health.
The combination.
It's way too easy, isn't
it? To put yourself in Plopsky's shoes, you've had a nade from one trajectory, a wall bang from another, and a third component is the one that takes you down.
And now they're just going to walk around at a 4-on-5 number disadvantage here. Sure, plenty of utility, but look at Na'Vi rejigging the setup here. They still got the 3 players over towards the B site.
They're just playing such great Counter-Strike to the point where they're making NIP, you know, a team of such caliber. A team that humiliated Astralis earlier today. Was it earlier today? I'm lost.
Yesterday.
Yesterday, excuse me.
Yeah, yesterday. 16-1. Yeah, we're done with the best of ones now. It's all going to be best of 3s from this point forward. Looking to run a similar execute towards B. Heaven smoke. Molly for the barrels. They've actually got Boomich as the swingman here and starting to suck back a Na'Vi. They're playing retake B. Right? The stance right now with Perfecto in the back of the pit. Electronic playing over towards Graffiti position as well. They're going to let them in. They're going to play a bit of aim map here.
Okay. Well, the counter utility's down. LNZ just running through it. He's going to... What? He's got 7 HP and he still gets 1. It's something. Boomich kicking and screaming, takes a double. It's up to Device. He can't hit his shots, and it does just fall into place again for Na'Vi.
You see that Molotov that they actually threw right there on the CT side? I don't know if it was intended to land there, but they threw it to be on that wooden position where the CTs tend to hold from, which forced them all wide, right? If you're on a T perspective, it's the right-hand side of the pillar.
Yeah.
Right? It meant that you're unable to go up the hard left, and Electronic from there ran forward and played behind the sandbag. I don't know if we'll catch it in the replay here, but there was the molly.
I see it burning there.
It's just where Device is picked up from late, so they're only able to pick from one angle. And Na'Vi were the first team years ago that we highlighted to drop that divider smoke.
But that's like the alternative to that.
Yeah, it's a curious way to do it, and I'm not sure if it was intentional, but we'll build them up like they're geniuses. Guns are out, NIP really struggling now. Util super low.
And this was, Chad, this is something that they workshopped, thought about, theory crafted, and came up with as their best bet. They're getting run down. They're just throwing, sprinkling in aggression now, Na'Vi, to destabilize what is already a bit of a limping Ninja squad.
Here's a bit of space.
Simple. A huge amount of space, and Simple rotating off. If he just keeps walking, oh, baby. This is an opportunity now. Simple unawares. Device has to hit this. And he has. I got confused. There's Rez as well. Delivers another. Damn you, Observer. Jakey.
There was 2 fights in 2 different locations right there. Rez got a 1-on-1 against Beer, and Device was able to manufacture a 1-on-1 against Simple. So this should be the round already done, right? Electronic died early, and this was just not a full investment from NIP, right? They had a couple of rifles, they had a couple of pistols, but they left enough residual cash where they could have bought again with the max loss bonus. So the 2 rounds that NIP have won are going to give them a buffer, but they need to be consecutive on the full gun rounds, right? So this was done through, I want to say, positioning alone, right there, able to weasel their way into the back lines. They get the AWP again to give to the Device in the following round of play. But this could be the start of something.
It'd be more of a start of something if you take these rifles away. Boomich on $50. Everyone will be able to reinvest, but starting to chip away at the Na'Vi finances.
So they might be a little bit too far away here to consider this one. Yeah, they're going to start running once the bomb goes off. Here they come. Perfecto. Oh, he won't convert. That is a big death. As you mentioned, all things considered, the cash not great over there. So a huge death for Perfecto there to stomach. Now, he has enough to buy himself here, but Electronic is the man who doesn't. So there will be an omission in the buy. Otherwise, it would have been flush. Everybody could have had an M4 at least. Simple's still going to get his AWP. Electronic, unfortunately, now having to operate with an MP9. So maybe the holes in the boat are being poked now. 3-man A defense, Bit, Boomich, and Simple. Down connector, wanting a fight, and they're going to get it.
Okay, Simple goes down, and so does his partner in crime. Boomich gone, okay. NIP have been given a real gift here. This is enough to break Na'Vi and actually have a competitive T side. They can't let this one slip through their fingers, though. Like, they can put Na'Vi in a position where they're just saving and cowering if they can group up and start that bomb to tick.
It's way too early right now to see how this one's going to pan out because Na'Vi is still in a position where they could either push forward with the group, they could still hedge and go for a gamble stack. Like, right now, we can see their indication is clearly over towards A. But with so much time on the clock and NIP still deciding where they want to end, There's a chance for Na'Vi to get the rotation back over towards the B side of things. Connector, sure, they've got that under lock. Working on sewer control now, flash forward. These sound cues are being heard from Perfecto and Co up towards the upper deck. Bomb on the back of Rez towards backyard now, and they're going to send Plopsky forward. So if he walks in and he finds multiple targets here, they will just walk into the B site for free.
He might get caught out by this fading smoke. Yeah, it works wonders. And at least Electronic will have the M4.
Yeah, he's sacrificial lamb, quite literally there, Plopsky, right? He's just sent out to find the information. He walked in and he didn't find anybody. Then they could have just gone back towards A. But you can see Na'Vi, they've made their choice. They're going to hold on to these guns. Not going to risk going through connector to try and find that AWP for Simple. It's going to be quite risky to do so there, but an easy one for NIP. The fight came to them. They won their duels, and there you go. The round is done. So a bit of fight left in them.
Yeah, I do think that... I don't want to speak for Na'Vi also. No, Simple's not one to be deterred from a fight, but going for an aggressive maneuver and it resulting in probably the most convincing NIPT round, that might put them back into a bit more of a caged and defensive setup.
Yeah, I think that they're really awares of these different B takes from NIP, and that's one of the reasons that I think we've seen Electronic be so jarring over towards Sandbag and Sewer, because if he constantly takes those fights, it means that you're not going to be able to set up with all the space, and it limits their options here. So the game plan from Na'Vi worked early, but now they're going to have to adapt to things. The loss bonus that came into their bank balance for this round of play was only 1,900. The next will be 2,400, and if nobody invests right now, if they all just hold on to their goodies, they're going to have enough to go for a gun round in the next round of play. It just means there shouldn't be anything threatening on the likes of Boomich and Simple. They're going to need a moment from Perfecto, Electronic, or Bit to find a kill or two. So we're going to have to see how much they can get out of these saved guns.
This is aggressive, yeah.
I like that.
Well, there's a second follow-up if Perfecto does dare want to have a glance. They're completely out of nades now, Chad. A single flash on Boomich, so not going to be easy to control. Ooh, a chance on Bit. He's been hamstrung and fully eliminated. Popsky with the headshot. A boost for Electronic. This could be well-timed. They're looking the wrong way. Oh, Plopsky down and out. Quick response. Now the swing on short. Perfecto considered it. Device perhaps going to join the pack if Perfecto times this aggression well. Device. Oh, it's both of them. Electronic wounded as well. The Perfecto Kevlar just keeping him alive. And oh, there goes Device. It's still not easy for the ninjas. Electronic going to get another with his 10 HP. Surely no more. 3 frags. Somebody finish him off. 10 HP, a bullet will do. Hampus will confirm it. Simple clutch. Definitely not out of the realms of possibility, Chad. And Hampus is responsible for the bodyguard duties. Rez looking the wrong way. A 1v1 surely established here, and already Hampus now sweating bullets. Simple to return Na'Vi to their winning ways. It's been consecutive too. Hampus takes the fight. Brave.
Saw the aim punch there on Simple, right? The fact he didn't have any armor, the way that plays on in. Crosshair goes to the bloody moon, but handled there. It does get close. But they get this one done, and really, if you're Device, you're sitting there scratching your head. I swear the bullet went through both of them. Where's me double? You know, where's my double kill right there? So that could have been done and dusted if that bullet had connected for the collateral.
It was the spinal column.
Okay.
Caught the bullet, softened it up.
The science comes out now. Crime scene investigations on the case, but here we go. Simple back into the AWP. This time he wants to take a fight. They're already past his line of sight.
Electronic paid a heavy price through that short Molotov to be here.
They're really hedging B, right? Like, they have connector presence, they have sewer presence. Simple's the only man over towards that A site, really. Bit, you don't want him to get isolated. He has been in this connector position several times, and if he continues to lose the fight to Plopsky here, it's a big man to lose early.
Talking of big man, he doesn't get much bigger than Simple having to hold long and toilets on his own. It's just his own perception when he will call for aid. You talked about Electronic being that swing man. He hasn't been called yet. Hampus ahead of this. Boomich though, AKV FAMAS, and he leaves with the scalp. Plopsky head to head. Now will be paranoid about his back with the door naded off, and the timing. They strike in perfect timing. Just as he averts his gaze, Bit will connect, and now problems. NIP running short of troops. Simple has got the backup he desires. This looks like a guaranteed frag if Rez is going to brave that corner dry. Device to trade, but Simple gets away. Even caught a glimpse of you, a warning shot thrown into the toilet wall. ENCE and Device battered, bruised, and running into a stacked site. This is too easy. Na'Vi 7, not a single body dropped. NIP 4.
All right, right there, you could just see a lot of those kills were just one at a time, right? So as you see the dominoes continue to fall there for NIP, it becomes less and less likely as every kill without a trade potential is given on up.
We were looking at their overpass, last 3 months, 100% win rate, and of course there was a couple of very close games there. We casted a couple of them at the RMR. But something we did observe is that their T side wasn't brilliant. It looked like it'd been kept honest. We had 6, 7, 4. Like, they haven't necessarily had stunning T sides, other than a game against ENCE where they posted a full 10. So that's going to be something to keep track of. Is NIP, if they can get themselves up to that 6, 7 mark, it'll be par for the course.
Yeah, like even with 4 right now, there's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played if they just need one round to break. And Electronic on the boost. When's he going to peer up? And the shot, it's easy as that.
Rez doesn't even get to play the video game.
Yeah, how you meant to trade? Like, he's gone immediately. And now they can just play this number advantage here.
Flash doesn't catch him. Electronic has vision, and they all strike. Look at this, multiple targets. You're not going to win these duels. LNZ can try and fail. Just one bomb delivered. NIP have the 8th in their sights. Device and Hampers again trying to claw out of an impossible scenario. Maybe cut noise, maybe plant some seeds of doubt, but they're already burrowed into the site. Your rotate's locked down. Simple's committed to the site. No one is on the A side of the map. The trade potential's everywhere. Like, how do you get a duel and get away? Maybe like that. Just up to Hampers now, and it plays around the smoke beautifully. He's got time to work some magic. Simple's posted up. The plant to be denied. Bit, you brave enough? No is the answer. Is he ready for Simple? Oh, a missed shot from Simple. He's ready for the Bit swing. Hampers, his brain is swirling. Another miss. Some real chances now, and just as he looks away, Bit does find it. The patience on him, just crawling in. Then they do lock it down. A valiant attempt from Hampus.
Yeah, really good stuff there. You like that from Hampus right there, the awareness as that one went on down. It is going to look like we're going to get a tactical timeout in the next round to play here. That plant is great to see. It's going to give them a bit of cash to work with. Hampus up to 5.2. Device has enough for the AWP. Rez can buy as well. They can even opt to drop things if they'd like. Plopsky and LNZ might just be stuck with Galils, but this is how it opened up again. Around that where they can't find the trade, more kills come their way, and it does get down to a 1-on-2 situation, which I think Hampus played quite well. Right, you can see that awareness there, worried about the flank coming up the sandbag position, but really taking their time. There's no rush about things. You got 40 seconds on that bomb. May even be a bit of a technical timeout here. And this is going to be a really, when they do have a discussion, it is going to be a really big question mark of how they want to proceed going forward, because Na'Vi's cash, it's not flush, right? You've got a little bit extra right now on Bit and Simple. Simple has that AWP and he's carried on through, so he's not going to have to invest in too much more other than a bit of utility. Boomich and Electronic can buy as well. Rez is just disconnected from the server here, so we'll get him back in ASAP.
Yeah, and in 12 rounds, just to kind of paint the picture of just how perfect this is going for the Na'Vi squad. Electronic still rocking that 100 ADR, of course, a 1vX as well. Pulled that out early. And between him and Simple, they've won 5 opening duels, losing 2. They've participated in 8 multi-kills as a duo. Bit loses the staring contest with our camera lens.
Yeah, I don't know if he's too practiced just yet, right? Yeah. He's still, well, he hasn't taken too long to really take to the LAN environment.
But it says something. Look, LNZ desperately trying not to look at the camera pointed in his face.
Just ignore it. Pretend it's not there, guys. Don't worry about it. You're there to play the video game. All those other distractions, tune it out.
Yeah. Still very alpha of Bit, just acknowledging it.
Yeah, look at Electronic. This is the way he's doing it. Just lounging back, bit of JDM inspiration here, looking at the ceiling, chilling out. No worries whatsoever.
Focus on your breathing.
What's Simple doing? Let me have a look what he's up to right now in the server. He's got his hand on the mouse. They're spraying on the floor. Right, there's a Na'Vi spray, the Love Heart. You know, they're doing what they can.
It's signatures for
top 8.
Top 8.
Yeah. So, yeah, this game right here obviously secures that. I don't really think we've really set the context there for everybody playing at home. We said it's an important game, right? We said that it may be like a bit of a preview of a potential grand final with two of these teams, if they can stay in some hot form. Obviously, G2 were the first team to lock themselves in for that top 8, the first team that you will be seeing in the Avicii Arena in a couple of days' time. They did beat Entropiq earlier today. We obviously have elimination games going on as well. Earlier, we had Vitality taking on the likes of EG, and we all know the woes of EG. We don't need to beat a dead horse here, but Vitality are the ones where we really need to put under the microscope. They got through. They lost Inferno. They managed to win their own map pick of Vertigo 16-5, and then Dust 2 was a 16-12 scoreline there. There's those sprays I was talking about. PGL Stockholm 2021. So yeah, we have said goodbye to EG, and we will be saying goodbye to one of MOUZ and ENCE, and that has already had its first map concluded. I'll let you guys go check that out if you like. And we'll check on in as the day continues, but it will just be NIP down to a bit of a save. So they didn't opt to buy, and oh, they flubbed an aid right there. So that's a huge amount of team damage done.
And Electronic go...
Oh, it's not live.
It's not live.
Oh, they're checking. Okay, guys. We got baited. That doesn't normally happen.
Honestly, I'm so glad you said something. There was a second there where I was about to go, what is this trigger discipline? They didn't see him.
So maybe Rez is having a couple of those dramas that we did see. Was it Han over in the RMR? I don't know who it was exactly. One of them. It could have been Red Star. It could have been any of them right there. Had a bit of a tech issue that did take some time to solve. Hopefully it doesn't take anywhere near as long as it did that time. We don't have anything left to talk about.
Oh, that's not true. We can test your German. There's a sign I've been trying to translate for a while.
Nein, danke.
It's the one about color towards the bank. It says something about color and life. I'm not sure exactly how it strings together.
Life is colorful.
Maybe, or we bring color to your life.
That could work too.
Wir bringen Farbe.
I like either one that we've settled on here seems to work. Okay, hold up. Let me check, because this might actually be... It's a timeout. Okay.
Oh, game on.
This is an NIP timeout. Now, this is the discussion I was talking about here, because where the cash, the finances are at, let's reflect on them one more time. Right-hand side of your screen here, Device 7K, Hampers 5.2, and Rez 6.5. They all have enough to buy exactly what they'd want. Device has gone into his favorite gun. It's going to be the AWP. Hampers buying in as well here. Rez, he's going to be able to do the same. Now, for Plopsky and LNZ, they have the question marks, right? Do we go into Galil's and get util around that? How do we want to approach this if we're doing something fast? Maybe we want to go with Mac 10s, but I would say because Device has the AWP, it's probably not going to be something fast. You're going to expect a bit more of a standard round here. But there's still in a chance of a break point. Now, they're going to need to string 2 consecutive rounds in a row. And we know Na'Vi loves a good save, so it might even have to be more than that. But they've gone all in. Plopsky has wielded that Mac 10. The Galil for LNZ. AKs for the rest. Whoever towards the B-bomb site at the start. Plopsky going to reside in connector, and this is just a standard default spread. Rez and Device.
Aggressive.
Yeah, they're respecting the molly, however.
Very aggressive, bit up long. He's gone into that down corner already. And you can park him here now. We've seen teams opt for this. You can just leave him there as a early warning sign and then focus your resources elsewhere. Now, Hampus is applying pressure B early. You can see that that's led to Electronic and Boomich taking
Let's clear this.
Oh, no, he won't. Bit goes unchecked and checks them out of the round.
That's it. Like, Device didn't even get a chance to use his AWP. They just took a timeout to discuss the strat right here. The adjustment from Na'Vi has netted them 2 kills immediately, and whatever strat they just discussed is gone. It's gone. Now they have to mid-round here, and that's with the Galil and the Mac 10.
Huh? Gap.
He's going to get spotted.
Oh, just a nice adjustment. Now, Boomich is low. Not enough to make a round out of this. It was a small and short-lived threat. Plopsky's managed to make a lot happen. He dunks on Boomich, syncs up with the conversion onto Electronic. Ahead of the smoke is Simple. Lovely movement, tracking LNZ, trying to dance with him. The flick of the century, and that is 9. Everything complied. LNZ was set for that, considering the blind spot, but not for Simple.
It felt like it should have been done there. After those 2 opening kills, the fact that it even gets down to a 2-on-2, great work from Plopsky with that dunk and then the follow-up kill. So they make it exciting at least.
Yeah, well, my excitement for the 3rd map of Ancient will dwindle if this goes the way Na'Vi are trending. I mean, NIP, they've been forced into a conservative half-buy, just armor and some pistols. LNZ finds himself a P250, and yeah, this could very well be the 11.
They haven't gone back to that B execute, right? They ran that early. They were able to get a bit of success. They tried 2 different variations. one of which was good, one of which not so much. Look at this. He's just happy to fight.
And they will lose Electronic. Device's woes continue. He's not been having fun up against Simple and Co. Bit, again, not really bending the knee to this pressure. He's got the bigger gun. And he's exuding the energy of someone with that big AK-47. Now, back to spawn. LNC shaking it up. Going to try and go long side, which is exactly where the CTs will be acknowledging.
It's really hard right now to see how NIP are going to be competitive, because in a lot of these situations they start with multiple men down, right? Like we can't build an exciting story when they're limping into every round, right? They're in a race right now and they have an injury every single time. It's just so rough. We're going to need something miraculous right now. Hampus has been able to slip the net into the blind spot. It's 45 seconds left, and to make this one work, he is going to need to continue to march forward. These have to be bangers of shots here. Plopsky's been able to get that M4. Bit it's tucked across, and Hampus is walking up, and well, there you go. That was the only surprise factor eliminated. The awareness on point here.
And the individuals too.
Whoa, okay.
Any more where that came from? LNZ would need another cracker. The crossfire is activated. 10 already. The double digit secured. And Na'Vi, they're just so focused. I mean, this is exactly how, you know, we talk about visualization and that championship mentality. There's no doubt that Simple and I'm sure the rest of Na'Vi have visualized how their major arrival would go, and it's probably something like this.
Oh, here's how it got expensive earlier. So Plopsky got the nade kill, which I don't think he was expecting. Then the kill into Electronic, then the smoke, and they quickly went forward. So that was what made it a bit costly. But you're right there. They've come with one goal here, right? Like playoffs, that's not enough. Getting to the semi-finals, that's not enough. It's here to win the trophy.
Yeah, exactly. Like I can imagine if there was a press conference after the Na'Vi 3-0 of this Legends stage, they'd be like, why weren't you satisfied? Why aren't you celebrating? I think he'd say the job's not done.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kobe Bryant for that one.
All right, well, NIP, a 5th round here on the nose to close out the half, and we know how good your CT side can be, so this one isn't done yet. It just hasn't been looking great on this T half. Default spread. But on their own, no trade potential here, guys.
Will they be able to avoid the round defining and just avoid conceding too? Opening kills. Boomich's barrel spotted
for days.
Device should have him dead to rights. There's a bit of a change up for their final round of this T half.
Yeah, an opening kill's nice. Now they can turn their attention and continue towards A here. More pressure being applied. Smoke, flashes, Molly in play. Time becoming the issue now. 35 seconds.
Very light on time. Very, very sensitive mission now for NIP, and space being taken, but it's punished immediately. Simple is on form. Get through him first, and they have at least beheaded him. Bit and Electronic still stand and deliver a 2-man spray. Nothing left for LNZ. And that is domination. This is NIP's pick. This is what they considered the best bet to trifle with the black and yellow, and they are the ones that are black and blue.
Yeah, things are going perfectly over there for Na'Vi right now. In that CT half, you had Electronic with 16 kills, you had 15 for Bit, and Simple on 13. They're your superstars. That's the trio, right? And when you talked about this Na'Vi team for the longest period of time, it was only a duo. It was Electronic and Simple, and Bit, he has been the best thing to happen to Na'Vi since Simple, right? And that's saying a lot, because it worked fantastically in the past to, yeah, okay, in the Zeus era, let's drop an AK for Simple, let's drop an AK for Electronic. Now this is, hey, we can all function as a team. We've got those supportive elements around us now. Boomich and Perfecto do their jobs perfectly, and this team is looking great now to close things on out quite swiftly here.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to Flamey, but do you remember, it would always be the two, if Flamey shows up, or they've got it. Yeah, exactly. Well, that if has been thrown out the window with Bit. I mean, the Na'Vi scouting, Blade probably gets a lot of credit for it, finding this talent, throwing the jersey on him ASAP, and he's thriving. You know, look at NIP, a prime example of how hard it can be to get a rookie integrated into Tier 1 at your Tier 1 level.
Early here, we've actually got a lot of information. Hampus took a fight, and they noted that, and Device did from long as well. So if you are Na'Vi, you know that there's 2 players over towards A. Don't worry about that. Worry about Rez.
He's been struggling, and Boomich puts him back in his place. Oh no, Plopsky, what were you looking at? He's reacted in time. Still scary. Simple's got 2 on his P250, and again, the site looks lost. Aggressive. Hampus in the open. He needs to finish the meal, and he has at least onto 1. Electronic denied. A good click. Perfecto set up for the clutch. Now, the bomb is so unobtainable. He's being hunted down. It's still a world where he could do this. 10 bullets in his Glock. NIP, a compulsory pistol here, and they're not being particularly secretive about their reposition. Loud steps onto the wood. The floorboards dancing with him now. Perfecto still a threat, and that's it. Hampus secures it. NIP the first step to returning and taking their map.
Great stuff from Rez there with that just little one shot right there, because they were all coming back his way after those 2 members made themselves well and truly known by NIP over towards A, right? That's why Na'Vi decided to scuttle back towards the B bomb site so quickly. You think after that simple double, and you're right, the site being lost, it was all over, but they took the fight, right? They didn't want to allow them to set themselves up. That is a juicy shot there from Rez. Plopsky even able to get one with his back turn, but it has to be said, Hampus here with a lot of impact, right? If they let them in and planted and then went to play out that retake in a 2-on-3 situation, no way in the world. The fact that they stalled them out, they took the fight. They played some heads-up counters right there. They've actually put Na'Vi in a position where they're playing conservative now. Simple. Deagle in hand, fast towards long. Hot on the tail of Device. Look at all this space. 1 minute 30 on the clock. He's just run all the way through long. Yeah, guys, long's clear. And, well, dead. Never mind. Open runway. Not so open. Looking like Na'Vi are going to want to buy here in the next round, but anything they can get out of this would be great. Bit boosted up, and 3 Deagle bullets again.
He manages that so well. They're so susceptible to this scout, though, and there's a nice example. Device misses between the wickets. Now he's down. This is a problem. Hampus has been summoned to do some housekeeping, do some dirty work. And that's a good start. They are chipping away at his health pool, but yeah, handled. And then that's the end of that. So Hampus, some high-impact rounds. That's back-to-back triples.
Yeah, 19 kills for him now. He is so far ahead of the rest of his teammates, not even funny. You said 19 kills. Nobody else is even on double digits. LNZ is the next closest on 9. So Hampus is doing some heavy lifting right now. He's building a buffer for his teammates to wake up here on the CT side because they can, right? This is where Device and Rez over towards A, they can lock this down. Plopsky, LNZ, Hampus gonna have to deal with business over towards that B bomb site. The AKs are out for Na'Vi. 2 Galils, 3 AK-47s, plenty of utility to work with here. And quite the heavy presence over towards A.
Simple's whipped out a Krieg. It will help him look over the smoke, but not anymore. Device shuts him down, shuts his lights out. And can just shelter into a more defensive crossfire. Rez in the underpass, Device responsible for long.
There's a lot of individual fights all across the map here, right? They have at least isolated this individual of Rez down towards Connector.
Oh my lord.
He's kind of pinned right now.
He is. I mean, the pressure's high everywhere. And Device, if he loses this duel, Bit spots him out. Good control. There's no failed trade. Boomich down, added to the list. Device, 3 frags. He's done everything he could. The necessary trade is there, but the damage is done. Loud about this. Rez might have the element of surprise.
Oh, too easy, isn't it? Now it's just Electronic to find, and they know exactly where he is.
Oh, he's using it like a sniper. Bolt action. You got any more of those where they came from, Electronic? Fakes it out, draws another, and Plopsky bites the bait. Thank God Hampus is here.
Yeah, look, Device has shown up with a big round right there. That was great work from him, but Electronic makes it much more costly than I think the NIP were hoping for. That one right there almost got out of control, didn't it? Now, NIP, you can see off the back of the pistol, the anti-eco, and now the first gun round conversion. That scoreline doesn't look so bleak anymore, does it? 11-7. Now maybe we might have a bit of a game on our hands. Electronic actually has an AK here, so they've gone for a hero AK with some upgraded pistols around it. Max loss bonus into the next round of play. You can understand why. How much can they get from this one rifle?
Trivial damage dealt by that nade. Just a light tickle for Electronic. Device's long lockdown, fresh in our minds.
Oh, interesting angle he's opted to adopt here because he's kind of committed to this. If
How
they
does he
swing
get
with
out?
multiple members,
Yeah.
he's going to have to fight his way out. But lucky for him, there's only 2 rounding that corner. Or maybe not even going to be rounding that corner here. They're sending Electronic up through the upper deck of the bathrooms.
A single smoke deployed. They're going to have to use brute force now.
Timing on this.
Yeah, Rez does catch a glimpse, and
That's
that's the bomb. Trade is there. He did take a chunk, though, and that's enough for Device to dunk. Shapes up nicely for the NIP 8th. They may not be expecting this walk up through the smoke. Some preemptive shots. Device anticipating Bit's arrival, but he is no slouch on this Deeg. It's all about his read and doesn't clear his corners. Does clear Device's brains, and Linus eliminated as well. He is such a threat. He is such a threat. Keep your eyes on Bit. All headshots, of course.
Jeez.
19 and 8.
That was quick right there, wasn't it? Well, off the back of that, things getting a little bit shaky. Threats opted to call another timeout here. So they did convert, right? We're looking at now 4 in a row. They've denied the bomb going down for Na'Vi in all of these occasions right here. But this extra little buffer of time is going to be great for Na'Vi. Vince Blade can also chime in. What were you going to call, Boomich? Is that the direction we want to take things? How is our game plan going to pan on out here? Now, these rounds are feeling the same as they did for Na'Vi when they were on the defense, right? The kills are coming one at a time. It's being handled. We're not getting into any chaotic situations, right? We're not getting into any of these moments where somebody can do something mental, even though Bit is giving us a couple of these. Bang! Lovely second shot right there. Just not expecting the third man. Hampus, who continues to close these rounds. Right? He's going to have his teammates now starting to get activated. Device has joined him on the double digits, 12 for him at this point. But here we go. What is that conversation going to net both of these teams? Simple into the AWP. Device not, however.
Extinguish confirms his presence playground. Device not playing around. He actually advances towards it. Is it for a nade or is it for more? Yeah, that'll be enough of a deterrent. Flash down the gob. Get out of there.
If they go connector, there's 2 on the other side who have now been flashed forward for info. This is what's called clear, and it looks like Na'Vi had a good idea that was coming.
Fake the sound. Charging up. Trying to draw them in. Now, Bomb is committing towards this B side of the map, but contact likely to first be taken.
B's the right call. It's the weaker of the 2 sites right now. As long as they can account for this connector position.
Oh, Bit. Continuing to hand out haircuts. There's another for the Na'Vi boys, putting him in the feed consistently now. Bit. Oh, you're so scary. Device stands and delivers. But the bomb's coming in, and it's only LNZ. Hampus is being messed with, bullied. Linus hoping he goes unchecked. They are storming into his site. They are patient as well. They'll wait for the fade, and then he'll be a sitting duck. Trying to bail him out, his Device, the util to draw attention, but look at Electronic, he's ready for you. Not falling for any of your silly games, and now smoked off. Only one of you left. Device last seen throwing nades in heaven. Does cut Simple down to size. It's gonna have to be a ace clutch.
Yeah, it'd be a lot to consider going for this right now, and if we just recount the last couple of rounds, especially the last 2, only 2 players from NIP survived in both of those, which means there's not a whole lot of money for them right now. Loss bonus is going to be that 1,400 mark. So Device really has to hold on to this. As much as we would love to see him go for it, as much as everybody would like to get on their feet and see a clutch attempt here, they have to play this one by the book. One of the only weapons they have to carry through into the next round to play, and that's going to be dependent on the type of buy that Hampus wants to call. Yeah, if he survives, right, let's start working through this one, right? If Device survives, he's going to be able to drop an M4, right? Hampus is going to be able to buy one of his own, and that means that the 4 spies coming in for 2 members of the rest of the NIP squad means that it's going to be actually a pretty respectable buy. So we should be, if NIP want to go for the Force, looking at 3 M4s and 2 upgraded pistols. Now, if they don't, right, and they want to take the save here, well, that's going to make things a bit more precarious going forward. Device has dropped an M4. It's in the hands of Rez right here, so it is going to be Plopsky and LNZ who get the short end of the stick on this one. But a timeout called now, and Blade is the one to call this. Just sitting there looking chill as you like, going over his notes, giving everybody the marching orders as they move on forward. This is a type of round that you don't want to trip up on. And actually smiles on the faces of some of the NIP boys here, so Feeling like they're not out of this one just yet. There's a 4-round differential here between the two.
Damn. Just checking in on those multi-kills. It's always a nice way to just process how many people are having comfortable rounds, and it's just insane when you look at Simple, Bit, and Electronic. They have a grand total of 19, 18 between the two of them.
Okay.
So between the three of them, excuse me, maths is hard. So are words. But yeah, they have been having no issue stringing together those multis. It's not like it's just been that constant battle to and fro. Openings for good measure. But still the CT side, and as you discussed, you've laid it down. This is a force by round. Device will take a little bit more of a aggressive stance and softens them up a bit within that one-shot headshot range now for the 3 M4s in play. And info exchange. Hampus has spotted out short water.
They're pushing Monster here. They're going to creep into this smoke.
No flash.
Done Electronic for this.
They could overrun him. It will be cleared.
Hampus can flash this, but he's not gonna.
Oh, he commits to the spray. LNZ delivers. And oh, that's a big one. Simple caught out. Trying to trade a quick headshot out of Rez. Don't forget, Bit softened up as well. This is a must-win round for the Ninjas. And they're playing on their map pick to take us to Ancient. As well as, of course, to take themselves to home soil for the champion stage. Top 8, Stockholm. 4 Swedes. Looking to secure it. Standing in their way is this mythical Na'Vi. Careful, Liners. Greed gets the better of him. One of the 7 deadly sins, and deadly, well, that's apparent. Careful as well. Rez wants info, but it could cost him. Boomich is in a prime position to punish any info plays.
30 seconds. They're going to have to make up their mind soon. It feels like it has to be the B finish here.
Yeah, Hampus is the best player out of the ranks from the Ninjas, and he's with Rez, partnered up from Boomich's trajectory of those nades. Surely that indicates he's coming. Contact Monster needed that. Rez delivers. Now Na'Vi running out of players and time. It's only Bit. What can he do? Not much. Call it 9. NIP at least making a respectable half out of this. I mean, they have only dropped 1, Chad, and they're back to their winning ways with only 3 rifles in play.
That's a huge round right there, right? That was a round where they went all in, where they had saved 1 rifle, they made their finances work, and that Monster push right there, we were talking about without a flash, right? Electronic, you're expecting him to have a couple of kills. The first body gets dropped, but from there the trades come out in their favor. This one stalls out. They have to go back and get the bomb, and great stuff from NIP here. They're going to put a real awkward position for Na'Vi now as they're going to take another timeout. So they're starting to feel the heat here. This one is heating up.
Yeah, they've only got 1 plant. 6 rounds, 1 plant. Keeps them humble.
I still think that both of these teams on the T side, right, there's just a lot of walking around looking for fights. And a lot of that is just seeing what information they can work with. Now, we haven't seen Na'Vi go for anything a little bit execute heavy over towards B. NIP did, and they had some success through those type of moves. But as Na'Vi are making this buy work, I don't think that is going to be on the docket just yet. Boomich is into a deagle, full util for him. Simple has been given an AK here. So they have plenty of cash as far as the util, the weapons. It's not a miserable looking buy, but yeah, you're right. They're not getting into the sights, and that's what you need to do here. Still just the standard play like Na'Vi. They're just going through the paces here with a lot of these rounds. This time, though, 3 towards Connector. Bit sold something over towards A to keep Rez and Device busy, but up Connector they go. And they're quick on this. There's a pace change here.
Yeah, I mean, Device is watching it. Will they clear him? Timing, everything. Does take a head. Nice find onto Perfecto, but Simple slipped through. Rez gone, the backups not available. Gets the info safely, but safely's perhaps a stretch. Device is in jeopardy. Somebody get him out of trouble here.
The cavalry has arrived. They played the rotation game and they're playing 2-2 on the sights right now, but you can see that pace from Na'Vi. They found a gap and they did punish it here, and they're continuing the press forward. There's so much room for them right now to work with, but they don't know it. Flash into the upper bathrooms. They're calling this clear now, working out what real estate they do own. But the problem for Na'Vi is util. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. That's all they have to operate with. NIP are in the dark, but they have a bunch more util in their favor. They can limp that out, they can stall it out, they can keep themselves locked on down. It's going to come down to bullets here to break into this site. 100% Device going to be on the receiving end of this.
No real counter utility as the last flows out of Hampus's fingertips. Single flash from Device, 20 seconds ahead of the smoke. Crossfire established. They're opting Optimus side. Engages, strikes, only the one and done. Boomich has the bomb and he has the round in the palm of his hand. Great shooting. Problems now, no denial available. They turn it again, just completely on its head. He could boost.
They're going to save, right?
Yeah.
Again, right? The money's just not there. It's just how close some of these rounds have been. If we just go through, let's go through from the start, right? After pissed round 2 survive, after the first anti-eco 3 alive, but then 1 survives in a save round, 3 stay alive here, but it just immediately broken back down again, right? And for them, the loss bonus is the issue, right? Because they are the ones who needed to get so many rounds, because that first half was so bleak for them. It means that even though they look like the scoreline is getting better, the finances aren't, right? The finances are not getting better at all, and you can't have as many save rounds as what they could over on Nuke. You can get away with that because you're starting on the CT side. You can take more of those risks. But here it is again. Device can buy an M4, sure, right? But they're not going to be able to get the drops in the same way. It might have to be MP9s and Deagles in lieu of those rifles again. But we've already seen them pull off a round like this. They've already made one work, right? Device, I can guarantee you that. He's already bought on in for this. So it is going to be a similar looking bite. But look, Plopsky is looking like a pretty selfless individual here. He's actually dropped an M4 across to Hampus as well and then bought into a Deagle. So setting Hampus up, who is having a very good game of things. 23 kills for him, leading the charge over there for NIP. So hooking him up with the rifle to continue to find that impact. But Na'Vi there off the back of that, the only difference was just that paciness up through the connector. They're a bit more decisive on the territory they wanted to take. As far as strategies go and executes and all that kind of stuff, it wasn't. It was a couple of nice shots out of Boomich there to get into the site, and that's done. So just grinding this one out. Classic Na'Vi style here. Not too many more options here for NIP. I want to paint how important this is for them right now. If they lose this, it's only 1,900 into the next. That means that Na'Vi are going to find themselves on 15 very, very easily. This is a huge round right now.
They did it once, Chad. Can they do it again? It came off the back of a aggression through the monster pipe. A great shot out of Rez into Simple in the trade, and it's unlikely the cards fall the same way. Electronics the one to go looking, and that's the flash for Jail. Oh, and punished for the turn. That is an important trade. Plopsky can not only maintain control, but he can also whip out the rifle. Want to see that back in his hands. They deny the poke from Na'Vi.
They've really done their homework here on all the little details. Like, we know that LNZ likes to play that position. Right, a lot of teams would just walk into that. Now they're pushing over towards A. The boost is in place, but it's not for long. It's for bathrooms.
Yeah, and it's very susceptible to a contact walk, which is exactly what Na'Vi are throwing their way.
Yeah, Rez isn't even looking.
Oh, it's over. It's absolutely over. This is going to be the easiest double Simple's got all game, unless Rez can whip out the fastest of digs. They swing over, and down goes Device. Rez is on high alert. Will they expect a second? I suspect they will. Bait and shoot. Now Rez, blind as a bat, is plucked from the server. This is just falling. Oh, one by one. Hampus through the smoke, exposed for just a second. Easy to track. And yeah, we talked about it. This was everything for the Ninjas. Their chances have run dry.
Yeah, it was really a lot right here, right? They've been on the knife's edge the entire time, and Na'Vi are well aware of that, right? That's the nature of the way they've been approaching this game. I mentioned 1,900 is the loss bonus into the next round, so this is the best thing if Plopsky can hold on to this, which it looks like he's been given a bit of a buffer right now to do so. The bomb halfway gone, about 25 seconds into the round will come to its logical conclusion here. You don't have a whole lot of cash over there for Na'Vi, but you do have the round, so if you want to send Boomich out looking, yeah, you can. But this is a horrible position for NIP to find themselves in. It's likely here that these are the two options they have. With 1,900 coming through, you can either take the save, use this one M4, and hope that he's able to be a miracle for you to try and defend against 15. And, oh, he's just survived. He got down to 8 HP there. Down to 8 points of health there on that fight. So Plopsky just survived. Now, they are going to go for the force buy. NIP are not going to opt here to go for the save, and then with the loss bonus of 2,400 to try and fight against 15 the entire time. They're going to get this done here if they can, right? And this is really their only way back into the game. If they lose this, next round, 2,400, their buy's going to look very similar with Deagles, Scouts. That's going to be it. This is a miserable place for NIP to be here, late on the CT side.
Device was throwing the M4, and he's opted to go aggressive. This is an all-in maneuver. If you go down, so does your team's hopes. Tries to maintain some degree of presence. I can't believe he's sticking around, Chad. He's got no help. He's got no assistance. Maybe he doesn't need it. Takes the header, Boomich. The trade is on its way. He's loud on the retreat, and Bit does not let those go easy. The bodyguard of Hampus does take a tag. It's Bit that takes and returns fire as well. Okay, at least the M4 has fallen into an armored hand. Hampus actually maneuvers towards alongside Toilet, so he'll be able to confirm that there's nothing to be concerned about there.
They've called 2 different players on A right now. They know there's a scout and a deagle back top of site, so piecing this one together in RV, that's going to get them heading back over towards the B bomb site here. Enough utility to go for an execute, but now we turn our attention to the B defenders. Plopsky, LNZ, you know this is coming because Hampus is about to call things clear over towards A. Rez can rotate in over as well. They are going to have the lion's share of the defenders to lock down the B bomb site.
All right, here comes Na'Vi. They don't easily let these slip. The utils bang on the money. Spotted out, sprayed down. LNZ's got nothing left, and neither do the Ninjas. It's only Hampus. You talked about a hero play. Well, it would have to be. And Simple gets the info and gets away. That's horrible for Hampus. He'll have to retreat and keep hold of what he can.
I think you just saw a threat there on the cam behind Hampus, just hands behind the head. You know, what are you meant to do here? Nothing's working. This is a terrible spot, as I mentioned, to be in. They know where Hampus is now. They can even throw some bodies at this to hunt this away. 2,400 into the next round of play.
And speaking of threat, you know, if he sits his boys down, it's whether it's tonight or tomorrow, and goes through the overpass demo, you're just going to be sitting there going, well, Electronic, Bit and Simple were playing well.
Yeah, that's the difference maker with this team. That has to be the difference maker with this team. Just 3 individuals online. Hampus with a whiff or 2. Electronic gets the kill and absolutely nothing to take through the next round of play. This is clean, taking care of business at Na'Vi. Just 1 more round, 5 more kills, lock himself in for the Avicii Arena.
Where
Kicks off on Thursday.
Truly belong, you know.
Oh, yeah.
World ranked #1. And I'm not just talking about their AWPer.
This game, as per the HLTV World Rankings right now, is #1 versus #2. It looks like there's a clear difference, right, between them and the rest of the field right now.
Nico's sentiment in the interview as well, whether or not it was just smoke and mirrors, he felt his sentiment was that there's a very even playing field outside of one team.
Yeah, a Grand Canyon between Na'Vi and the rest of the moment, it feels like.
Who will be able to trifle with these boys, especially when the pressure of a crowd shows up? The jumping, not going to get him far. Simple, not going to be too bothered. And there's a nice follow-up. Hampus has got a strong arm on him. Simple will have to watch his team lock themselves in here for the Avicii Arena. Going undefeated if Plopsky can't stop him.
3 on 3. It's hard to really bank on NIP too much here. Taking their time about this, turning into a bit of an aim map now.
Rez has got a good deagle on him, but long range. Na'Vi in no rush.
He's even worried about the flank here. So many question marks for NIP right now.
Yeah, and they're absolutely flush for time. The high flash confirms commit. That's a fight that Bit's ready for. And it's just Plopsky CZ. Yeah, Bit's having none of that. Na'Vi. Hot prospects to perform in front of the crowd. And well, with 1 more frag, they will have confirmed it. G2. Na'Vi, quite the exclusive club.
Yeah, 3-0s, high seeds, just Rez in a 3v1 situation here to keep the hopes and dreams alive.
Not going to clear his corner. Bit's playing to win. How dare he?
Oh, and they're going to go for the knife as well.
Oh, and it's the young boy. He's got his wings. Na'Vi finished with a blade to the back. How poetic. And that is Natus Vincere locked in for the stage. Many expected to see them at. I hope those that got their tickets are extra happy to see it.
Yeah, this is the type of Counter-Strike you want to see out of these guys. They haven't fumbled, they haven't flubbed, they've come on here, they've taken care of business, and they are looking clean. You can see there the celebration. They're not over the moon. They know that this is just the first step of many. Couple more games for this team here, and now that you turn your attention to the playoffs, it's the first time in 2 years that we are getting Counter-Strike back in an arena with a crowd. Na'Vi have won the lands in this environment, but now to do it in front of a crowd is that next step. We're going to throw it over to the panel, give it to the desk. Richard Lewis and the gang are going to be breaking this one down.
Yes, an empty chair there at the end, and of course NIP going to be feeling a little bit empty inside after Na'Vi. Pretty dominant performance, all things considered, within the context of we're saying NIP do have potential here to be a challenger, to be a contender, but in the end the strength and depth of Na'Vi is so ridiculous, their map pool is so expansive and so ridiculous. You are going to have so many things go right and probably a few things to go wrong for them to even have a chance.
And that's why, you know, you're looking at the ranking as well in a way, and, you know, is NIP really the #2 team in the world to beat that? It's not necessarily about the ranking, it's just when you meet teams like Na'Vi, like Gambit, like, you know, Heroic, like how are you going to fare against them? And Na'Vi just showed a class above in this series.
Well, talking specifically about Overpass, Duncan, okay. I mean, you know, NIP, their pick, we know it's a decent map for them. We brought up that statistic at the, you know, start, but where do you think it went wrong for them? Because they, you know, I think even the scoreline doesn't really make it sort of the, you know, the gulf.
No, I mean, Na'Vi was so far ahead coming in the second half. Like, they almost just, like, eased up a little bit. There was some nice rounds from Device, some impact kills on CT side. I will say, I noticed he was barely ever using the AWP. He was mainly on the M4 M1S. So, yeah, remember, I tried to bill it as, like, well, if Nip's going to be a challenger, they've got their little streak going, 5-0. Na'Vi's in double digits already on Nuke. But you saw the difference in that sense. Like, Na'Vi is good for winning a Nuke game that they pick. This was the pick. It was supposed to be a punish, essentially, from NIP.
Yeah, and I think also you could see the difference, right? Early on from NIP, they tried to do a couple of those monster rushes or monster pops, really, and, you know, I think they were just going for, when you're down 0-3, you don't really call that because you're already losing, you kind of call a default. So they tried to catch Na'Vi off guard. It didn't work. Na'Vi started building up a lot of rounds there as well, and you could see in the second half for Na'Vi how did they win rounds on T-side, where it was mostly default and just step-by-step play, taking map control, finding opening kills, having good trades in place, and that's always going to be the case. If you're ever going to be, you know, the best team in the world or a really good team on the map, you have to have a strong default and win rounds mostly from that sort of play, and then you have the set executes, the pops just there to change pace and catch your opponents a little bit off guard in some rounds maybe where they have a low buy. So Na'Vi really getting it done here easily.
If you're an RV fan as well, simple electronic rolling bits in there. I mean, everything's as you'd want it to be. Like I said, this is a statement game. This is a 2-0. You're already through, 3-0.
What I have to talk about, though, is, like, you know, think back to the start of the year. Think back to when Bit came through, you know, and finally replaced Flamey. There was still an aspect of them where their play style was just, it wasn't like this. You know, what they're doing at the moment is, it's very aggressive and in your face, and you know, they're not waiting for these, like, slow, laborious executes that even low-level IGLs can just read what you're doing. You know, they have transformed on a tactical level. It's not just that all the players have come into form, right?
I also never bought entirely that was just Blade. Like, he might have had tactics that were like executes, but there's no way he's telling you in the tactic just going on 20 seconds every time. Like, you wouldn't do that if there's an opening. I think that was indecision. I think that was where they didn't quite have the IGL situation fixed. There were people who were rookies, but Perfecto was still relatively inexperienced. Like, I think as you have seen players grow into their kind of role and the team get more comfortable, they can play with a bit more pace. I'll also say as well, I think as well on this particular team, you watch them as a squad. Like, when they're on the CT side, people talk about Bit and his fragging. The amount of times you see him in a pushed-up position, get a kill or two, but then I feel like, I've heard in their team, like, Simple or sort of has, like, extra say, and he sort of tells Bit when to go forward. It feels like they do micro him a bit, like, right, you got your kills, you can back off now, whereas, like, you know, a young rookie player, you go for the highlight there, you go for the third kill, you push the corner, so they get the most out of that. He's a very aggressive, it means that they're not just this passive team.
Yeah, I think Simple even mentioned that, referenced that in an interview, that, you know, him and Electronic, they kind of help him a little bit to tell him, you know, play this round maybe a little bit more aggressive. It could be good for you to play in this position, and also exactly what you said, not to get overzealous when he does get a couple of kills, to still play smart. But man, that kid's just, he's so sharp with his aim. You know, he doesn't give you a chance. He doesn't give you a chance to react. And it's like I say, you know, when you consider the relative inexperience, this is the standard of the rookies that are coming out the CIS region right now. It's actually insane how good all these players are. I mean, when you consider Gambit themselves are effectively an academy team with plus Hobbit after they replace, I mean, you know, you cannot understate. That's essentially the benchmark now. If you're a young player coming through from an academy side, you sort of have
have to hit the ground running. If you look over
Which is
in
unfair,
Europe,
let's be real.
Yeah, of course, it's a ridiculous standard.
Think about it, as you're saying, like if you look in Europe, it is Lockheed, it's LNZ, it's these Kyojin.
Yeah,
they haven't played tier 2 play. They've been sometimes not even tier 3 players. You can't expect them to do what this guy's doing. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, it's not just Bit, but Bit obviously is now the go-to example of the dream rookie. Here he is picking up an MVP, you know, and imagine just winning an MVP on a team. You've got Simple, you've got Electronic,
and they played well.
And the player, no, it's like, what more can you say about this guy? It's absolutely ridiculous. Now look, it's obviously not all doom and gloom for NIP. You know, Na'Vi have got them. You know, they're 3-0. They're through now. Obviously, the good seed along with G2. But you know, you could see NIP at the end. They didn't look too despondent, too upset. They realised they're going to have other bites at the cherry. They're going to get another best of 3. I mean, they're still good enough to go to the Avicii Arena, right?
I had them going through in my pick'ems. I think it's going to depend a little bit on the opposition. I think after today they go back to picking Ancient every single time as well. I don't think they're going to pick a different map if Ancient is free in the pool. So yeah, we'll have to see how mostly the young players perform, right? How are they going to do under pressure, right, and so on, and depends on the matchups a little bit too.
Yeah, remember there's teams like Entropiq out there. There's people, listen, most of them NIP will be favoured against. I'll just say this, I would be very interested if you're a NIP fan and you're wondering will make it, won't they? I just don't want to see them go to the 2-2 game. That's where some of their players, they aren't that experienced at majors. You could potentially see some spots there, some moments where it gets dangerous. You want to just close this out, 3-1, make it not too much pressure.
And also they played MOUZ and Astralis, right? Navi is through, and so the potential opponent is going to be another very strong team.
Yeah. Right. Well, look, guys. Obviously, we've talked a lot about NIP and Na'Vi. You know, great game. Let's take a look at some of the other games that have been going on earlier today. We've got the results coming up now, I believe. Yes, there we are. So, obviously, confirmation. We did have best of 1s and best of 3s, as is the format. You saw Copenhagen Flames able to beat FaZe, puts them in a weird spot at the start of the day. FURIA beating Liquid. I've got to talk about that because it'll thematically tie to EG going out in a little bit. The Liquid loss, you know, where are they at right now, Duncan?
I mean, I had them making the top 8, but I have to say, I only said they were like a potential dark horse for major in terms of the roster. I do think if you look at their form, man alive, they are a fragile team. They can look good and then the same match, they can give it away. Of all the opponents, like if you were talking about the Paper Tigers, in this case, I guess a Jaguar or whatever, that's supposed to be a Panther, FURIA had to be one of them as well. Like they're another team that was in this phase of the tournament waiting along with the EGs of the world, where it's like they should be very beatable. So listen, it is a best of 1, but even so for me, FURIA have lost a lot of the spark of what made them special. Like if Liquid's going to lose to them, it's going to be hard yards in those best of 3s.
And we'll come back to Liquid a little bit later on, but I'll just highlight as well, Gambit really laboured against Virtus.pro. You know, you've got a 16-14 game there, and obviously that horrible whiff from Kicked, like, I mean, that's nightmare fuel. And I've got to say, Gambit, you know, they're coming in with this big reputation, and then they seem to be playing as if they're under some, like, unbelievable pressure. They look like a shadow of themselves.
I agree. They haven't looked impressive. Even losing on Vertigo was kind of an omen for me.
Entropiq.
Yeah, that things are a little bit dodgy.
They were like 5th at the Russian.
But the thing is, I'm not going to worry until I see them look in trouble in a best of 3. When they get to the best of 3s, I feel like the map pull everything. That should be the reset for me.
Yeah, I think a shadow of themselves maybe a little bit too harsh. Definitely dropped the ball yesterday on Vertigo, but today, you know, just being able to execute that comeback, it was like 14-11 for VP, and Gambit won 16-14 in the end. You know, that takes a lot of mental fortitude, and to do it in this sort of environment is what we want to see from Gambit. But I believe that their map pool is just their biggest strength, so come best of 3 time, that's where things are going to maybe become a little bit easier for them.
And the other big story, obviously, down there, Heroic Astralis. You know, Heroic absolutely dominating Astralis. So much rivalry and tension and all that there. It's like, the Astralis players are probably just like, wait, we're in hell after that 16-1 from Device really showing them what they're missing. Well, at least we get chance for revenge. Oh, no, we're still in hell. We're still in hell.
Yeah, I mean, that was just disturbing to see, really. I mean, how their last 2 games went, how just few kills they got in that first half against Heroic as well. That was just a stomping, and you could see Cadian had a few words for them after Heroic won.
The good news is, to get a reference what Janko said, we didn't complete the thought. Remember, in this particular format, the teams you play in this phase, you cannot meet again later. So the good news for Astralis is you can't play NIP and Heroic, two of the stronger teams. The bad news is, I don't know how many teams they can actually beat in a best of 3 here.
I think they're out. I think they're done. I really fear for them right now. And the last one I want to talk about, obviously, EG are out. You know, they were legends. You know, they didn't look anything like legends. Someone tweeted at me saying, "You got to stop banging on EG. That's not a host's job." Wrong. It's definitely my job, and we are going to do that
and
now.
You just
for a
like
moment.
to do it. That's why you love your job.
Yeah, but listen, you know, I'm just going to say it. Like, these NA teams turning up, right, with all of the things that are going on in the scene. At least look interested. Yes. You know, at least commit. They were better today against a very poor Vitality. But I don't know, man. It's hard to take them seriously. They can't feel happy with how this has all gone. The project the entire 3 months has been really, really bad.
Almost every analyst and even fans who were talking about the pick'ems had EG as their 0-3.
Know,
like
shocking.
a million cries went out cheering that they went 0-3. That means basically no one had any confidence in you. I saw you did your Valorant joke about them on Twitter. So I'll do mine, which is basically, ironically, the only legend status in their future is Apex.
Not bad. I like it. Janko, any final thoughts about EG?
Any tweets you'd like to repeat?
Yeah.
yeah. What will you be tweeting later today?
I mean, for me, it's just, as I said yesterday, it was the fact that you can just tell their heart is not in it, right? Like, maybe they care a little bit, but it's just not good enough for me. And if you're like that, you have no place of being at a major or for a team. I love EG as an org to stay in CS, right? But, you know, get a guy there who's going to rebuild your team and pick maybe 1 or 2 players from this team if you really believe in them. Just start from scratch and get players who want to be there.
Rebuild around Obo and or Miku would be my advice. Not that anyone cares. Anyway, we are going to do another little segment here now because obviously we talked about that Team Liquid FURIA game, and now we're going to go over to Blair with the play of the day.
Well, thank you for that, Richard, as we have a People Think moment brought to you, of course, by Skybox. We're going to be talking about round number 25 between FURIA and Liquid on Inferno, where FURIA went for some pretty smart plays. So we're going to be jumping straight into the game over here. Round number 25 is going to play out as usual with the FURIA going for that early banana control, something which has been a problem for the side of Liquid. Stewie he's just been getting punished time and time again, and we can see a little bit of aggression coming in from the side of Liquid. They're going to be using a lot of their incendiaries. They're going to be using a deep smoke as well, which is something. This smoke is something which FURIA really haven't been really respecting much. You can take a look here as Quesarado and Drop are going to be flashing their way through once the Molotovs get extinguished. Stewie even trying to aggress towards Banana, but actually finding a nade in his face, down to 41 HP. He's going to fall back as Banana Control has been arrested by FURIA. Now, this is what I'm loving from FURIA here. Drop's going to be pushing on up. Now, look at the way Stewie is walking up all the way towards the corner of Banana, waiting for the flash to come in from his teammate, so he can just push with the flash and get a kill either towards Drop or maybe towards Quesarado. FURIA play anti-flash. They know exactly what's going to be taking place. Flash is going to pop, Drop, waiting for the peek. He gets a free kill. What happens after that is going to be Vinny all the way towards A apartment, still keeping Elige and Grim on that A side. And that means now they need to try and just go for a play to regain some map control, do Liquid. But FURIA, they just don't allow them any space to breathe. They're going to be smoking off CD spawn. K started pushing in through the smoke, trying to get a kill. Unfortunately for him, Naf wasn't blinded by the flashes. So now we're down to a 4 versus 4. But information has been gleaned that there are 2 CTs towards this position, and that's what Art is going to be taking advantage of. And this is the 5-head play coming in from the IGL of FURIA. Art is going to plant the bomb. He's going to fake it out. He's just going to punch in a couple of numbers, and immediately he's going to move away from the position. And now Fallen and Naf are like, hey guys, the bomb's all the way over at B. What happens over here? Grim and Elige are going to be rotating back towards A. And this is the opportunity for Vinny, who's been waiting towards apartments, the brackets area all this while, to slowly sneak on in and take advantage of this rotation by maybe getting a kill, or at the very least getting control of the pit area, maybe the site. And what happens here is an uncharacteristic mistake being made by Grim. He's caught out of position, looks away at the worst time possible, and that is going to be a free kill coming in from Vinny. And now Liquid are lost. They don't know what to do. Elige has got to fall on back towards the A side.
Art's going to be just legging it straight towards the A-bomb side. He's going to be also coming in from apartments instead of from brackets, because there is the possibility of Elige waiting for him towards the Arches area. But this is what I love. We have Yuri with the AWP still holding towards B. In case Naf and Fallen poke out, they're going to be faced with a bullet between their heads. So Yuri's going to be holding the angle with the AWP. Art's going to be coming in from the apartments, and of course Vinny pushing in towards Graveyard. He's going to get that map control. Now Elige is going to be waiting for the rotation to take place, and after Yuri's waited for a few seconds, he realizes that no one's going to be coming from Banana. So he's going to be holding the angle towards mid, and that is going to be pretty much round done and dusted. It's a 3v3, and then Yuri, he's going to get 2 quick kills, and that's pretty much it. Just perfectly played round coming in from the side of Furia. They made no mistakes whatsoever. They poked and prodded, got the information they needed. They were proactive, and Art just with a big, massive 5-head play coming out from him. And yeah, that is for me the round of the day. Back to you, Richard.
Thanks a lot, Blair. Really appreciate that. And obviously, we're going to be pulling for Furia, because I do want some Brazilian team to be going through with the later stages. I think that'll be awesome.
It's very much possible, Richard.
Yeah,
they're going to be playing Entropiq for a spot in the playoffs.
Oh, I know. I mean, well, listen, you know my thoughts. I think Entropiq are legit, or whatever.
Yeah,
but listen,
but that's best chance for either of those teams to be in the arena.
Yes. Before this turns into a podcast, which it could easily do, we'd love to talk all day. We're not going to do that. We're just going to wrap up with some final thoughts. So, you know, what really stood out for you today? What do you think the big story is, Janko?
The G2 making it 3-0. I think that there was a lot of people who doubted that really, and they look much improved just watching their play. And FaZe being shaky compared to the Challenger stage. I had them 3-0 in this phase. I thought they were just going to keep with that momentum, but now they have their backs against the wall. Tough game tomorrow against Team Liquid. One of those two teams is going to be out. We'll see.
Yeah, what about you, Duncan?
Obviously, Na'Vi, the big favourite, came. Dominant performance, 2-0, even on the punish pick. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses, all I asked was a valiant effort, some great play. Instead, more like a Valorant effort, because washed up, and it looked like the players belonged in 2015. Shout out CLG players, because they're garbage as well. Most of them are being fired now, to be fair.
It's good. It's good.
I do like Hiko though.
Coming soon. Coming soon to his one-man show once again. Yeah, for me, I think you know, I'm just sort of very interested in where this Astralis situation ends up, because I think there's so much up in the air based around this. You know, we've all talked about, what's MOUZ Sports going to do with ROPS, you know, all of this. What people don't realize is there's obviously contract negotiations and everything going on over at Astralis right now. And do you want to commit to giving a player the bag if, you know, you go out at this stage of the tournament? So I'm very intrigued by what's going to happen with Astralis and whether or not that experience is at least going to get them to the Avicii Arena. I think people coming in thought it would be unthinkable that they wouldn't be there, but I actually now am leaning towards it being the reality. 2 blowouts of that nature against Heroic and NIP. I mean, the fact you couldn't keep it competitive, I think that bodes really badly. So that's what my focus is going to be on as we move forward.
How about this as well? Because people obviously will update the storylines. Remember, Blame F's available potentially.
Yeah.
There's a play you could have. Copenhagen Flames are suddenly players that people are going to start looking at. So it's not like there aren't any free agents available or people you could sign.
Yeah, exactly. I think a rebuild could be on the cards. Very intrigued to see what happens there. Anyway, gentlemen, it's been a blast. As always, been enjoying talking to you over the course of the day. And we're going to wrap up the show. So what this means now is if you want to see the ENCE MOUZ game, which I believe is still ongoing, we're going to be hosting that here. You can go on over to the secondary stream, and then you'll find out about all the matchups and everything else afterwards. But from us here at the mainstream desk, we're going to go home and get some rest. So see you bright and early tomorrow. Till then, take care.
Terrorists
Frozen has got to be in the top 10 for hairstyles at this major.
It's pretty impressive.
Top 5 maybe even.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
You know who he reminds me of? You know who else had hair like that? Sponge.
Sponge?
Yeah, you remember?
Yeah.
Once upon a time, he had that hair that was going all over the place. It was like tentacle porn.
Remember when I had hair? That was cool. It's a good time right now for MOUZ. I mean, again, this is their map pick, but they've been struggling tremendously on the second map to try and do anything. So I feel like every round they win from here on out, the momentum will start to build. Robs, even when he wasn't doing well, he kept challenging. He kept sort of believing, no, I'm so good, I'll win the fight. Okay, not this time. I gotta win the next one. Oh, not this one. But now, ooh, a cone flip. Did you spoil it, Sam?
I did.
Forget about Robs. The cones are really important here. But I've got to say, now that it's working, and I think that, you know, having that kind of trust in yourself if you're a player of Rob's caliber, it actually does make sense. It looks a little bit silly when you're sort of challenging over and over again and not winning the fights, but now that he is, it's different. Frozen will take down Dodo. This is a rifle round for ENCE, and if from their point of view, if they wanted to cancel out this MOUZ momentum, that's only just getting started, remember, now is the round to do it in. It's not looking good here in a 3-on-5, but they need to.
Slowing the pace down here, ENCE now just hoping that somebody's going to get impatient and try and make a play for information. But mousesports, they don't really need to just force anything here. 45 seconds with the 2-man advantage. They can sit and hold angles. This is crazy. Frozen out in the open, getting caught. Nice shot by Acor, though. Needed to hit that one. Snappy looking for a flank. He's going to get rebuffed. And now it's down to Hades and Spinks. Last two alive for ENCE.
Yeah, Hades.
Oh, so unfortunate.
Wow, did he just step up on the cone or whatever it was out there that just displaced him a bit?
When cones go wrong.
Yeah. Gotta be careful. Don't step on the cones. Flip them. That's the way to do it. The giant cones you can't even flip, unfortunately.
No, they just stay there, don't they? They defy physics. You would think a plastic cone, no matter how big it is, you should be able to flip it.
Listen, I'm requesting that change from Val's point of view.
Val.
Leave the coaches alone and then get the big cones flippable. That's the update that I want.
You know how Valve will make that change? Is if the coaches start interacting with the cones in some way.
Yeah, true.
And then all of a sudden they're like, absolutely not. We need those cones to be flipping.
Find a way to manipulate them. It's
or they're just gonna make it so that all the cones can't flip.
What if they just delete them? Oh no. 11-10. MOUZ are in the lead now. Finally, after a long break on this map, they're back in the action. Limited cash on the side of ENCE. This must feel fairly suffocating because, again, like we talked about, when you're that far ahead, 10-5 first half in favor of ENCE, you feel like you should be doing something more. You feel like you're almost at the verge of winning the map. Now, all of that is gone, and they need something to power them back up. Against Snappy, was doing some great yelling at the beginning of the map. Saw him really getting the team hyped up. They need some more of that stuff. Nade comes out, do some decent damage, actually. But the Tech9s are kind of close to the bomb side, and they have that AK on Spinks, and he's been a great player in this best of 3 so far, so let's see what he can get. Oh, he's going to be down. Dexter will just find him. Cancel out the AK. Dihar is still here as well, and he's the only one that's outplaying Spinks at the moment on the team. Dodo will fall, Snappy will fall. It's a good defense right now. MOUZ about to be 2 rounds ahead, and their economy is looking so good at the moment. Yeah. This is soul-crushing for ENCE.
It's much better, and it's proactive for mousesports. They're out there hunting kills. It's a clear shift in confidence. It's not the hesitant mousesports that we were seeing in the first half, where they were looking reserved and they weren't quite going for the throat. Here, on the CT side, it feels like they are just in their element. They want to take duels, and they're playing proactively on that A site, trying to set up plays to make sure that ENCE aren't comfortable with their execution. You can see Snappy starting to feel a bit of the heat here, a bit of the pressure. In-game leader for ENCE, and a lot of this is riding on his shoulders. And I'm assuming right now is attack timeout. I'm assuming this was attack timeout getting called. Yeah.
Yeah, just a chance to weigh in a bit on what's happening. They need it badly on the side of ENCE. They're not having quite the same problems. It's sort of a little bit interesting, right? Because the trouble for MOUZ when they were in the first half was that Snappy was so proactive on the A ramp, and he kept sneaking in kills left and right. And it was only very late in the game that they decided to put more focus on B, and that worked out really well for MOUZ. Pyjamas and Frozen were really good at that B bomb side to open it up and win the fights. So we'll see if ENCE, they've had the A-ramp all to themselves if they've wanted it. It's not like MOUZ have been playing very forward. So maybe they can, you know, keep trying to do something, or maybe they should test out that B-bomb side of middle themselves if this doesn't work out in their favor. Very, very far back on the map so far. Dexter on this one side. He's got some backup in here. A-Cores with the AWP, so good 1-2 punch in the middle.
It's so quiet in mid.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, it's just that standoff. Nobody dares move. You're just kind of watching on the T side to make sure that they aren't flanking you. And while looks like we will have a push coming through here from Dexter, he's making that push into mid, getting that info. He's going to get spotted. He gets dinged, and now he's at risk.
Yeah, oh, he jumps back. I was going to say, it's almost worth it to stay there because then they have to worry about the flank. Of course, they could come get him with a minute, but still, we'll see. They're gravitating towards the ramp.
That's why you hang back and watch that flank. Otherwise, Dexter could be pushing into spawn behind you, and then you'd be in all sorts of trouble. Now with 50 seconds on the clock, ENCE moving their way up towards that A ramp once again. It's going to be an A hit.
Yeah, but they only have one smoke, so they can't stop any kind of a grenade. Look at how many nades are left on MOUZ. That smoke is just gone. They can Molotov this forever. They can win the round with Molotovs. They don't actually have to do anything. There's one of them. Counter Molotov comes out. I don't think they realize right now, ENCE, that they need to move. More Molotovs coming in, but don't worry, there's still another 2 left and a lot of HEs. They try and push forward. That is a good idea because the grenades will never stop raining down on this A-bomb side. Frozen with the kill. The spray is in. Almost has it. Nade right on top. Spinks tries to move out of it. But yeah, they're just getting grenaded forever here. Hades, 7 seconds left. No scope is cool, but it's not going to help them. It's 13 rounds from MOUZ Sports. Oh, man. If they had more smokes on the T side, they could have just put a smoke down on the side, and they could have probably got the bomb down, but that caught fire forever and ever. That is actually incredibly cool from the side of MOUZ.
Yeah, they're staying alive in this one on MOUZ Sports' side, and that's what happens when on the T side you're limited in your economy. You can't really force the grenades out of the CT side the same way that you can if you have grenades of your own. Usually you have to spend nades to force nades. And so MOUZ Sports, if you're not forcing them to throw the grenades, they are just sitting there. Also kind of an element of how MOUZ played that round with the mid positioning and everything, so it just works out perfectly that MOUZ Sports are just filthy rich when it comes to that push. And now Rops, yep, not going to hang around. He doesn't get greedy like Diha does.
And I mean, maybe that is the other side, though. The sort of alternative to playing aggressively on the A-ramp is you don't use all the nades that you normally would for holding the ramp. You just wait for them for the bomb side. So it kind of goes hand in hand.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, Burns alive.
He passed that flash back to his teammate to set that peek up.
Yeah.
So never mind. Rops just going, you know, as bloodthirsty as his teammate after all.
Oh, no one's going to be expecting Dexter to be here because Rops basically went down in the same position. Good spray for Dexter. I've got to say that's pretty impressive. And they really want to punish him, but they can't. Dodo and Spinks, they're really trying. And there comes the flash setup that Rops himself was trying to do. So not bad. Spinks running around the middle of the map, but the bomb is quite far away from him, and there's not much he could do here. A-Core will find him. It's 14-10. MOUZ, much revived. No rounds at all in the second half here for ENCE. And they've been shut down.
Slipping through their fingers now, Anders. This is it. We're here at the Major, and ENCE are staring down the barrel of elimination, being one of the first teams to be eliminated from the Legends stage. Not expecting that on this arc that ENCE have been on. It feels like they are a team, a very capable team that was only getting stronger. It's not done yet. This is going to be a full buy, or close enough for ENCE after that round. But MOUZ Sports now with the man advantage. A-Core going to hit that shot, absolutely had to do it, and now there's a man advantage for MOUZ Sports. Oh, what a shot from A-Core. Okay.
That's why we love him, Semla. No, I just remember those moments. Nice triple from A-Core. Yeah, this is brutal. They have to get the bomb. Well, they probably can't, but they needed it because the round loss bonus is not enough. They're going to have 3,400 for the round loss bonus, and if you look at what they've got left in the bank right now, this is a huge issue. The bomb plant would have kept them competitive, but they're getting wiped out in the second half. Everyone is getting kills. A-Core's up to 19, 22 on Pyjamas. Frozen is without a doubt the MVP of this series so far. 26 kills on him, and he was playing lights out on Mirage as well.
It's the mental collapse we're witnessing. But I mean, it was a similar collapse on the side of MOUZ Sports in the first half. Only once they got on that CT side and started actually moving and getting the game to start playing their way. Now we see what's possible. Both of these teams with a very similar outcome on their CT sides of Vertigo. And again, Acor aggressive into mid again. Oh no, this is... It's not to say, we're getting a replay of the last round. This is an actual replay.
They, well, yeah, they might want to stay away from Acor if they can. Don't repeat that. 10 to 15. Oh, everyone is flashed. This is so awkward. And Dexter, he's going to have his eyes back a bit quicker. Snappy will go down. It was Frozen to pick up that one. They tried to put the pressure on that A-ramp and just absolutely denied. 3 versus 5 now. And MOUZ should probably call back the aggression here. It's not worth it. Why give up? Well, they're going to get the kill here, but I'd say just hold the bomb sites. Now, you have basically won this match. All you need to do is not make a mistake. So some leadership here and just try and call it back a bit. Acor looking down deep with that AWP. He's going to get the flank on Dihan. Spinks on his own. 1 versus 5. The comeback here for MOUZ is absolutely impressive. 10-5 first half in favor of ENCE, but it's MOUZ to take the second map. 16 to 10 as they knock ENCE out.
And that really is when Acor shines, is when things are starting to go their way on MOUZ Sports. He's starting to feel it, and he'll start taking those crazy kinds of duels and just popping off. And, well, congratulations. Yeah, they're just letting Spinks know. Just letting Spinks know who the winners are.
Yeah. Good times. I mean, that's very, very impressive for MOUZ. You've got to give them credit. Job well done, even though it took a minute there on that second map. Could have been real scary for them, but ENCE, yeah, they needed, obviously, to win Mirage. That's why they picked the map. Nuke, we never get to see it, but, I mean, MOUZ Sports continuing to impress.
Well, they did have to fight. They did have me worried in that first half. Yeah. When ENCE were starting to just take away, you're just like, this is it. I predicted it going into it, where they're going to win each other's map pick, and we're going to go to a third map on Nuke. I don't feel like MOUZ have yet got that mental fortitude to just end hard series. And so it's still a situation where I think MOUZ are going to have a hell of a fight on their hands to stay alive in the Legend stage. But they win a must-win fight here. I think this was an even match. It could have gone either way. I think it was a real 50-50. It was going to be really hard to predict who was going to win this best of 3. And so congratulations to MOUZ Sports. But I think now it's only going to get harder. Obviously, it's only going to get harder because they're going to go up against teams with wins as well.
I mean, you see the weakness in the MOUZ lineup in the first half of this map, where both Robs and Acor weren't really doing that well. I mean, Acor was missing a bunch of shots. We talked about that as it was happening. And the good news for them was that Pyjamas and Frozen were still there to try and keep the ship, afloat. And luckily, while they were doing that, Robs and Acor did eventually wake up. But the later we go into this tournament, the less you're going to get to do that kind of stuff. There's not going to be a point in time where Robs and Acor can go missing. From here on out, they have to show up right at the start every single time, because otherwise they're going to get wiped out facing some of the teams in the future, without a doubt. So, yeah, I mean, I think they've got the core of it, though, with the firepower that's saying. I've got to say again, Frozen, unquestionably in my mind, the MVP of this particular match. He was so good. And the way that he's anchoring the bomb sites, I mean, bomb site on both these maps, it's tremendous on the CT side.
No, he did excellent work. He did a standout performance from him without a doubt. And while I want to give a little bit of credit over to ENCE, obviously, Spinks was really fighting hard, trying to do what he could. Diha on this map as well really stood out. So, there's the firepower on the side of ENCE. And again, just to reiterate, it feels like both of these teams, it's much more a mental aspect than it is a firepower aspect, because they both have stars that can pop off. It's just when you can get there and when you have that confidence to get the job done. And I feel like on this map, or in this series today, a couple of those players were showing up, but as a team, ENCE were struggling, and they're the team that are going to be going home.
Yeah. Diha also had a really, really good first half, obviously. Was a super dynamic player to watch. So, yeah, I agree. ENCE have a cool lineup right now. Just, this is the major, and you can't really snack on anything. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, teams are going to have to go home, and we're in the elimination phase where you have teams progressing, but you also have teams, that's it. There's only room. It's just going to get fewer and fewer. That's kind of how tournaments work.
Yes, someone has to leave. Really, really exciting stuff. Yeah, just no breaks here in the second half, though. MOUZ Sports took over the whole thing.
Yeah, and we keep going, and I'm pretty sure the matchups will have been shown on the mainstream as well, so that'll be interesting to see.
Frozen definitely had to be the MVP. There's no doubt.
Was this on just this map?
Yeah, it says match, so I'm assuming both. But I mean,
assuming both as well. Yeah. But again, we when we refuse to a series, it's a match. But sometimes people say match for a map.
Interchangeable.
Well, congratulations to Frozen. Good work on him. He was definitely a solid player for his team today.
Yeah. That means the day is done. Good job, everyone.
It is.
Yeah. Exciting times. We'll see you tomorrow for even more Counter-Strike. Stay tuned.